Chapter 3959. The auction continued and the auctioneer on the stage said in a clear voice, "The next item to be auctioned is a portion of true sun flame. Not long ago, a sun star in a large territory was extinguished. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. This portion of true sun flame came from that extinguished sun star." As she spoke, a maid walked up from the backstage with a round bowl in her hands. Flames flickered in the bowl as a wave of heat swept out. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction hall went into an uproar. Yang Kai could clearly sense powerful divine senses extending from the private rooms to investigate the true sun flame. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the true sun flame of a sun star would appear here. After all, this place was too far away. However, thinking about it, it wasn't strange. Many people had obtained true sun flame back then, and the Feng Yun auction house was backed by one of the 72 blessed lands. It wasn't strange for it to be auctioned here. However, the lowest grade of true sun flame was 4th grade, and there were even 5th grade ones. He wondered what grade this item would be auctioned. Even Pei Buan and Gong Sun Hong were only at the 4th stage of Heaven Splitter. A single piece of 4th stage Heaven Splitter material had a chance of creating an expert on the same level as them, so it was only natural that they would pay attention to it. Yang Kai understood. Most of the items auctioned before were things needed by those in the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet. The next item to be auctioned should be things that people like him desired. 4th grade True Sun Flame. The starting price is 100,000. And each increment must be no less than 5,000. The auctioneer smiled and gestured. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, 7 or 8 people in the hall called out bids, each voice sounding extremely eager. Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had thought that this auction would be exclusive to the VIPs in the private rooms, but who would have thought that the individual guests sitting in the hall would also have the ability to bid? However, their voices were quickly suppressed by a bidder in a private room. 150,000. As soon as this price was announced, the voices in the hall immediately fell silent. For a level 4 heaven opening material, 150,000 was basically the normal price. When they were in the Qiqiao land, Daiyu had told Yang Kai that a level 1 heaven opening material was 1,500, a level 2 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 1 heaven opening material, and a level 3 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 2 heaven opening material. The stainless golden dew that Yang Kai bought in the Kikikyo land was a grade 3 material and cost him 15,000 gold coins. However, in an auction house, the price would naturally be slightly higher. If it was someone who didn't lack money, it wouldn't be strange no matter how high the price was, not to mention that 150,000 was the normal price. As expected, the voice of 160,000 immediately sounded from another private room. The people sitting in these private rooms were all reputable figures in Star City, who didn't have a million heaven-opening pills on them. They were all in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally did not need the sun's true flame. However, they also had juniors and disciples, and it was rare for a 4th-rank material to appear in the auction house. Who would be willing to miss it? The sun's true flame was very popular, and the guests in the 2 private rooms continued to bid. 2 people eventually raised the price to 200,000 gold coins. At this time, the private room that had bid first had already fallen silent. It was obvious that this price had exceeded his bottom line. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 200,000 gold coins, but every heaven-opening realm cultivator had to condense the yin, yang, and 5 elements. If one material was 200,000 gold coins, then 7 materials would be 1,400,000 gold coins. Moreover, even at the final juncture, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. This price was not small. "Shopkeeper's son, thank you for letting me win." A hearty laugh came from the private room that had bid second. Shopkeeper's son coldly snorted, but didn't say anything. "Drop the hammer," that voice rang out again. The auctioneer looked around with a smile and raised the hammer. 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice. She glanced over at Yang Kai, secretly wondering if this little brat would make a bid at the last moment. Just now, he and the other person had been in the limelight. After the great Dao pill, The two of them had basically taken all of the auction items, leaving no room for anyone else to interfere. However, after calling out twice and not seeing that Yang Kai had any intention of bidding, she couldn't help laughing inwardly. She felt that she was overthinking things. Since this person had bought the Great Dao pill, it meant that he hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet, so what was the point of buying these fourth-rank materials? Even if he had a lot of money, he shouldn't spend it like this. 300,000. Yang Kai raised his hand. The auctioneer's hammer immediately froze in midair, and her beautiful eyes widened as she stared in Yang Kai's direction. The hall was also in an uproar. In the past, although Yang Kai and Lao Bai had won the auction with absolute advantage each time, the value of the auction items before wasn't too high. They were all fought over by a group of people from the Emperor realm, so in the eyes of those who were truly rich, it wasn't much. However, it was different this time. To suddenly increase the price by 100,000, was he trying to make things difficult for her? Brat, which sex disciple are you? The heaven-opening realm cultivator who had bid 200,000 was almost angered to death. He stared through the private room and felt that this brat was really detestable. He had given him a surprise at the last moment. Was he deliberately slapping his own face? If you have the money to bid, then shut up. Why do you care which sex disciple I am? Yang Kai didn't even turn his head. The person in the private room was choked to the point that he couldn't say anything. He was a fourth-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he couldn't possibly argue with someone from the Emperor realm. What kind of scandal was this? The youth in the front row looked back at Yang Kai again, and the suspicion in his eyes became even stronger. The auctioneer was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. She chuckled dryly, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice. The mallet fell and the deal was struck. Without stopping, the auctioneer continued, the item that will be auctioned is also a fourth-rank material, 300,000. Before she could finish speaking, a bid came from within the hall. The auctioneer's words were stuck in her throat, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. She stared speechlessly in Yang Kai's direction, her expression somewhat annoyed. She thought to herself, what's wrong with this person? You should at least wait for me to finish speaking. You don't even know what the material is, yet you directly bid 300,000? Is there something wrong with your head? The entire hall and the private room were completely silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yang Kai. Sitting to the side, Luo Hai felt like there was a thorn in her side, and her expression was filled with worry as she advised in a low voice, Lord Yang, this price is too high. It's fine, Yang Kai smiled. Do you have that much money? At this moment, a person's voice sounded. It was the young man sitting in the front row of Yang Kai. He looked at him and sneered, you've bid for so many things, do you have the money to pay the bill? He came to the auction this time for the Great Path pills. Originally, he still had hopes of bidding for a set, but after being repeatedly messed up by Yang Kai, he lost all hope. Although Yang Kai let him off previously, he still held a grudge. After seeing Yang Kai bid for so many things without batting an eyelid, he had always suspected that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. Now, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and launched an attack. As long as he could prove that Yang Kai was indeed here to cause trouble, then the Great Path pills he bid for previously would not count, and he would still have a chance. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up, cupped his hands towards the auction stage, and said, Master of the Fengyun auction house, I suspect that this person is bidding maliciously and has bad intentions. I request a verification to see if he has the ability to pay the bill. That's right, I think so too. A voice immediately came from the private room where Yang Kai had snatched the Grand Sun Real Flame. A verification of the verification is a good idea. This kid is indeed a bit of a troublemaker. Another private room also agreed. It wasn't that Yang Kai had offended them, but if they allowed Yang Kai to continue acting so recklessly, then they wouldn't have any hope in the following auctions. Who wouldn't want to buy something at an auction, especially when the following items were all 4th grade and above? Therefore, after the young man in the front row finished speaking, many private rooms echoed his words. In room A6, the corner of Pei Buwen's mouth twitched. This kid is full of evil tricks. Why didn't I see it before? At this time, how could he not know that Yang Kai was indeed here to cause trouble? However, he didn't know what kind of enmity he had with the Fengyun auction house that he actually wanted to make a move at the auction. Wasn't this smashing their reputation? How could there be a good ending? This kid probably wouldn't be able to pass the verification of the verification. Although he had given Yang Kai 1 million heaven-opening pills as a reward last time, the value of the items he was bidding for this time had far exceeded that amount. However, he wasn't very worried about Yang Kai's safety. After all, he was a member of the first in. At most, he would be kicked out of the auction house and his reputation would be ruined. On the stage, the auctioneer looked in a certain direction backstage with some difficulty. There was an elderly man sitting there, and since the start of the auction, he had been motionless with his eyes closed. This elderly man wasn't Yun Genua, but he was also a mid-rank heaven-opening expert of the Fengyun auction house. He was overseeing this place to prevent others from causing trouble. With so many people unanimously requesting the verification of the items, the elderly man naturally heard their voices. He slowly stood up and walked to the stage. Someone in the private room said, "Elder Yu, I'll have to trouble you to make a move and see if this kid has the financial resources." The elderly man frowned. There had never been such a precedent in the auction house before. After all, with the Fengyun auction house's reputation, no one dared to go back on their word. Everyone was bidding according to their ability. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were really suspicious. He also wanted to see the situation, so he only nodded. With a flash, he directly appeared in front of Yang Kai and nodded slightly. "Young friend, please." Yang Kai sat on the chair with his hands on the armrest. He looked up at the elderly man and grinned. "What? Is this how the Fengyun auction house treats its guests? Cut the crap and cooperate with Elder Yu to verify the items. You don't look like someone with that kind of money." The young man in the front row turned his head and shouted angrily. If Yang Kai really had that kind of financial resources, he would have been invited into the private room long ago. Why would he be sitting with them? A voice rang out from the private room. "Kid, don't waste any more time. If you're really causing trouble, this seat advises you to stop and leave. At the very least, you'll still be able to maintain some semblance of dignity. If Elder Yu finds out anything, things won't be so simple anymore." Chapter 3960. "Excuse me, young friend." Elder Yu slowly extended his hand and stared at Yang Kai as if he wanted to look deep into his heart. Luo Hai's face was pale and her fists were clenched tightly. She didn't know if Kai Yang would be able to pass the capital verification test. It was very likely that he wouldn't, but she didn't have much money on her, otherwise she would be able to lend it to Kai Yang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Even though there was a rank 4 Kai Tian standing in front of him, he still smiled and said, "Fengyun auction house has such a rule? How come I didn't know about it?" Elder Yu frowned. Fengyun auction house didn't have such a rule in the past because everyone abided by the rules. However, this guy didn't look like a good person, yet he still had the nerve to talk about rules. Moreover, someone from the Emperor realm dared to spout such nonsense in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Young friend, please cooperate." "Kid, don't talk nonsense. If you don't have money, get the hell out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here." "Hee hee, isn't it too late to leave now? Do you think you can leave if you dare to cause trouble here?" "Elder Yu, don't be polite with him. Just do it." In the private room, a cacophony of voices could be heard. Obviously, they all wanted the auction house to get rid of Yang Kai so that the auction could continue. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He mainly came to find trouble with the Fengyun auction house this time, who told them not to give him compensation and their attitude was so bad. However, he didn't expect to incite public anger. In other people's shoes, his actions were indeed a little offensive. Therefore, although the words in the private room were a little unpleasant, Yang Kai didn't care. He just stared at Elder Yu and said, "There's no problem with the capital verification, but what if I have the financial resources?" Elder Yu frowned. "Then the auction will naturally continue." Although he said that, he didn't want to believe that Yang Kai really had the financial resources. When entering this auction house, everyone asked to show their wealth. If he was really that kind of rich person, He would have been arranged to enter a private room long ago. Most of the people sitting in this hall had a net worth of hundreds of thousands. Yang Kai said indifferently, Feng Yun auction house's actions are ruining my reputation. Do you think just saying that the auction will continue is enough? Then what do you want? Old man Yu frowned. This brat in front of him was a little difficult to deal with. Yang Kai looked at him. Don't you need to apologize for making a mistake? Old man Yu was furious. If this wasn't an auction house, he would have taught this young man the consequences of speaking to him like this, but this was his own territory, so he couldn't attack a guest, even if this guest was only an Emperor Realm Master who was suspected to be causing trouble. Doing so would make him look like a bully, and it would also affect the reputation of the auction house. So even though he was angry, he could only endure. Kai Yang continued, I can cooperate with the verification. If it proves that I don't have the financial resources, then you can do whatever you want with me. If I'm lucky enough to pass, then you have to apologize. Elder Yu's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. Stubborn as a dead duck? Do you think this old man will back down? Young people are still too inexperienced. Just as he was thinking this, a faint smile appeared on the face of the young man in front of him. I hope Elder Yu will keep his word. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai's reaction was so straightforward that Elder Yu didn't expect it. He couldn't help but frown. Did this boy really have such strong financial resources? Suspiciously accepting the space ring, Old Man Yu swept its contents with his divine sense. His hand trembled and he almost dropped the space ring. His eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, suddenly widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. Inside the space ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, one pile after another. It was simply impossible to count them all. It was impossible to count because there were just too many. Elder Yu was a 4th-grade heaven-opening master and had been in charge of a place like Feng Yun Auction House for many years. He had never seen so much money before, but he had never seen so much. How many heaven-opening pills were there in this ring? Over 100 million was the minimum. It was very likely that there were around 200 million. No wonder this boy didn't even blink during the auction. With so many heaven-opening pills, let alone the items worth tens of thousands, even if he bought the entire auction house, it would be a drop in the ocean. Who is this guy? How could he have so much money? Moreover, he wasn't very strong, yet he dared to wander around with such a large sum of money. Although there were people from the Great War Heaven maintaining order in Star City, wasn't he afraid of some accident? His heart surged with shock. Clutching the ring, he stood there dumbly, speechless for a long time. Elder Yu? A voice rang out from a private room. Everyone had originally planned to laugh at Yang Kai, but who would have thought that Elder Yu would have no reaction after verifying the ring? The many heaven-opening realm cultivators were all people with good eyesight, so they could naturally see the shock in Elder Yu's eyes. They didn't know what was going on. What exactly was in that ring that could make a 4th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator lose his composure like this? Only in room A6, Pei Buin seemed to think of something and couldn't help but mutter, "This boy is quite bold." Last time, he had given Yang Kai 11 million, of which 10 million was to compensate the first in. He had originally thought that Yang Kai would definitely give it to Madame Lan, but now it seemed that the 10 million should still be in his hands. No wonder this boy was so calm and composed, not afraid of verifying the ring at all. From just now until now, the value of the items he had bid on didn't exceed 2 million. With 10 million, what was there to be afraid of? However, on second thought, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Even if there really was 10 million in that ring, it shouldn't be enough to make Elder Yu lose his composure like this. He suddenly remembered that he wasn't the only one who wanted to compensate the first in. There seemed to be several dozen other families, and each family wanted 10 million. Hiss. Pei Buin sucked in a cold breath. That ring couldn't possibly have hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills, right? Although he didn't dare believe it, looking at Elder Yu's expression, his guess should be right. How is it? Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu. Elder Yu finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, then returned the spatial ring and nodded. Young friend, you do indeed have the right to bid. This old man was wrong, please forgive me. Yang Kai grinned. Then can the auction continue? Elder Yu nodded. His figure flickered, and he returned backstage. Only then did the auctioneer react. He raised the auction hammer and shouted, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice, sold. The young man in the front row looked at Yang Kai with the corner of his eye twitching. He couldn't understand why this guy was squeezing in the hall with him when he was so rich. Suddenly he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile. He quickly turned his head and lowered it. A person with such wealth, no matter what his cultivation was, must have a powerful backer behind him. He couldn't afford to offend him. He didn't wait for the auction to end and found an opportunity to quietly slip away. A good auction, after being disturbed by Yang Kai, suddenly became dull. No one bid for the next few auction items. Yang Kai won all of them at once. It was as if this auction was specially set up for him, and everyone else was just there to serve as a foil. Because no one bid, the auctioneer's hammer fell very quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, more than a dozen fourth-grade materials were won by Yang Kai. Even Lao Bai didn't make a sound. Anyway, with Yang Kai's help, it didn't matter whether he bid or not. The next few items are the finale of this auction. If there's anything you like, please bid as much as you want. The auctioneer stood on the stage and shouted a little awkwardly. The main reason was that there was only one person's voice in the entire auction house, so it was meaningless for her to be the auctioneer. A maid came on stage and presented the auction item. The auctioneer said in a loud voice, 5th grade True Sunfire. The starting price is 1 million. Everyone feel free to bid. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the lonely auction house finally had a trace of liveliness. The divine senses in the private rooms once again stretched out to check the situation. Generally speaking, the best heaven-opening materials on the market were 5th grade. 6th grade heaven-opening materials couldn't be bought with money at all, unless one was extremely lucky. Although the 4th grade materials were of interest to everyone, they could still fight for them. However, the 5th grade materials were a must-have. The 5th grade materials were highly sought after wherever they were placed. Even the Blessed Enclave couldn't meet the demand. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone shouted, 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. In room A6, Peibuan was about to bid. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, 3 million. The words were stuck in his throat. Peibuan touched his head and cursed speechlessly, this guy is crazy. The normal price of a 5th grade material was 1,500,000. Even if the auction house had a little overprice, 2 million would be the highest price. Yang Kai doubled the price. How could others bid? This meant that he didn't want to play with others at all. That's enough, kid. Don't go too far. A voice sounding a little exasperated. That's right, kid. Don't you find it troublesome to bid for so many things? I think this kid is here to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Kai had won all the items, everyone would have suspected that he was hired by the Feng Yun auction house. However, at this time, anyone could see that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. However, what was the point? Although it would damage the auction house's reputation if one person bought all the items in an auction, this person would have to pay a huge price. It was equivalent to hurting the enemy but hurting the enemy without benefiting oneself. Elder Yu, does this kid have that much money? Someone asked doubtfully. Even the auctioneer turned to look at Elder Yu. The items that were auctioned before were worth at most a few 100,000. This time, the bid was 3 million. Which was 10 times the original price. It was hard for people not to be suspicious. However, Elder Yu didn't say much when he verified the price. Therefore, no one knew how much money Yang Kai had on him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Yu lowered his eyebrows and didn't move. He smiled bitterly to himself. What was a few million? That kid had close to 200 million in his ring. Chapter 3961. After Yang Kai bought the 5th grade True Sunfire for 3 million, the next two items, which were not inferior to the 5th grade heaven opening material, fell into Yang Kai's pocket without any suspense. The grand auction ended in a strange atmosphere. Whether it was the individual cultivator in the hall or the shopkeepers in the private rooms, they all felt that their horizons had been broadened. They had never participated in such an auction before. Except for the first few items, the rest were basically bought by one person. And this person was from the Emperor realm. The entire auction cost more than 10 million. They were all secretly guessing, which sect is this kid from? How could he have so many heaven-opening pills? It should be known that the funds that the shopkeepers could mobilize were only a few million. 10 million was beyond their ability to bear. There were also some people who recognized Kai Yang's identity, but there weren't many of them. After all, Kai Yang had gone to 19 shops to collect debts and had met with 19 shopkeepers, so there were bound to be some who had come to participate in the auction. In the VIP room of the Fengyun auction house, Yang Kai and White sat across a table and tasted fragrant tea. There was a large pile of items in front of them. Even so, there were still maids coming in constantly and putting down the items in their hands. These were the items that they had obtained in the auction before. The Fengyun auction house followed the rule of bidding first, settling the bill later. The auction had ended, so it was naturally time to settle the bill. The enchanting auctioneer stood in front of them with a smile on her face. Every time an item was brought up, she would smilingly introduce to Yang Kai what it was and how much money Yang Kai had spent to win it. Next to her, there was another guy who looked like an accountant. He was holding an abacus and counting the prices of the items. As maids came in and out, more and more items were placed in front of Yang Kai and White. Although White was drinking tea, he glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, feeling a little guilty. The main reason was that he had never done such a thing before. Moreover, this was the wind cloud auction, so he didn't know how to deal with this situation. After a long time, he finally settled the account. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Mister, the total price of the items you bid is 36 million. He turned to Lao Bai and said, "Mister, the total price of your items is 930,000. Compared to Yang Kai, Lao Bai didn't bid much. He only bid for some random items. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai bid, he didn't have many chances to bid. Pack them all up. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. Hearing this, the auctioneer gestured to the side and the staff immediately put everything into a space ring one by one. The auctioneer then handed it over to Yang Kai with both hands. Yang Kai took the ring without even looking at it. With a twist of his finger, a faint trace of space laws appeared and the ring disappeared. Immediately after, Yang Kai stood up and called out to Lao Bai, "Let's go." The smile on the auctioneer's face froze. He flashed in front of Yang Kai and said politely, "Mister, did you forget something?" Yang Kai looked left and right, then raised his head and said, "I didn't forget anything." The auctioneer squeezed out a smile and said softly, "You forgot to pay the bill." As she spoke, her face was filled with hidden bitterness. "I don't have money." Yang Kai looked at him with incomparable honesty. Behind him, the corners of Lao Bai's mouth twitched. The auctioneer blinked her big eyes, then suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, "Mister really likes to joke. Earlier, old man, you had asked him to verify the funds. If he didn't have the financial resources, how could he have allowed him to keep bidding? At this time, who would believe him if he said he didn't have money? I'm not joking." Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "Your Fengyun auction house already owes me and my brother 10 million. Take these auction items as collateral. When you pay back the 10 million, I'll give them to you." The auctioneer was stunned. She stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked hesitantly, "Mister, what do you mean?" She was only an auctioneer of the Fengyun auction house, so she didn't know what had happened before. Therefore, she was confused at this time. She thought, when did the Fengyun auction house owe someone 10 million? What do I mean? Your shopkeeper naturally knows, right, Shopkeeper Yun? Yang Kai shouted the last sentence to the door. Although he didn't sense Yun Zhenhua's aura, he thought that at this time, Yun Zhenhua was most likely outside. After all, he and Lao Bai were kicked out of the auction house, then sneaked in and bid at a high price. As a shopkeeper, it was impossible for him not to know. Since he knew, he would definitely show up at this time. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The person who came in was not Yun Zhenhua, but Elder Yu, who had verified Yang Kai's funds. At this moment, Elder Yu's face was gloomy. With one hand behind his back and the other in front of his stomach, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend, don't make a mistake." He only knew the identity of Yang Kai and Lao Bai after the verification. After all, it was hard to imagine that someone from the Emperor realm would carry around more than 100 million. He secretly told Yun Genua about this matter. Yun Genua secretly came to take a look and found out that the bidders were actually 2 workers from the first inn. Moreover, these 2 people had come to ask for money before. Elder Yu immediately knew that these 2 people didn't come with good intentions. However, at that time, the auction was already in its second half. Moreover, they did have the capital to bid, so he couldn't stop them. He could only wait until the auction was over before making a decision. Now that he saw that these 2 guys didn't intend to pay, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It's only right to repay one's debts. If your Feng Yun auction house won't pay, then us 2 brothers can only think of a way to get some money ourselves. Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu with a smile. Elder Yu said coldly, "No one has dared to behave atrociously in my Feng Yun auction house. Are you sure you want to do this?" "There wasn't before, but there is now." Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Although the Feng Yun auction house had a strong backer, he also had the first in behind him. In terms of backing, there was no telling who would be afraid. Moreover, the Feng Yun auction house was in the wrong first, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "You have guts." Elder Yu snorted, "But just having guts isn't enough. Do you think you can still get away?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Then what do you want? Are you going to detain us?" Elder Yu snorted and waved his hand, "Search them." He sneered in his heart. These 2 inexperienced brats really think that they can do whatever they want just because they have the first in's name? I'll take back the money from the auction first, then deal with them properly. At Elder Yu's order, the workers who had been standing on both sides immediately rushed forward. Lao Bai hurriedly got into a defensive posture. "If anyone dares to come over, I'll fight them to the death." Yang Kai raised his hand and pressed on Lao Bai's shoulder. "Let them search." Lao Bai turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. The 2 of them had spent more than a month collecting money from everywhere. Not only had Yang Kai taken 100 million to 200 million, but Lao Bai had also done the same. He hadn't given anything to the lady boss. Yang Kai hadn't given anything to the lady boss because he had been beaten by the lady boss with a feather duster the last time he went back to report the good news. As for why Lao Bai hadn't given anything to the lady boss, it was probably because he had never seen so much money before and wanted to hold on to it for a while longer. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked him to give him all his valuables, so Lao Bai didn't have a single heaven-opening pill on him. It could be said that he was clean. Lao Bai wasn't afraid of others searching him, but he was afraid that they would search Yang Kai's body. However, since Yang Kai had said so, even though Lao Bai didn't understand, he still relaxed. The main thing was that he couldn't beat them. This was the other party's territory. Not to mention these workers, even Elder Yu could crush them with a single finger. There was no point in resisting. 4 workers came forward. 2 searched for Lao Bai, while the other 2 searched for Yang Kai. After a while, the workers didn't find anything. They all turned to look at Elder Yu and said, "There's nothing." "Impossible." Elder Yu's expression changed. He didn't seem to move, but he directly came in front of Yang Kai. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and searched Yang Kai's body with the other. How could he not have anything? Not to mention that Yang Kai had shown him a space ring containing nearly 200 million heaven-opening pills. Even the auction items just now had been obtained by him not long ago. How could they have disappeared for no reason? However, after searching for a while, they really couldn't find anything. Not only that, Elder Yu even released his divine sense and carefully searched every corner of Yang Kai's body. Let alone a space ring, he couldn't find even a single heaven-opening pill, let alone the auction items. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yu vaguely felt a fluctuation of space principles outside the door just now, which was somewhat similar to when he used the universe escape technique. His heart clenching, Elder Yu clenched his teeth and shouted, "Speak, where did you hide those things?" Elder Yu had a 4th rank heaven-opening realm cultivation, so in his anger, his hand was incredibly strong. Cracking sounds came from Yang Kai's shoulder, as if his bones were being crushed. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he endured it and didn't say anything. He coldly stared at Elder Yu and said, "I already said that you owed us money and didn't pay it back. Us brothers just wanted to find a way to get some of it. When you pay back the money, we'll return those things." Bastard! Elder Yu flew into a rage. Although the prices of the auction items this time were generally high, it was still a failure for the auction house. It couldn't be helped that the auction house's reputation had been completely monopolized by a single person. In the future, when people brought up this matter, they would say that there was a problem with the Feng Yun auction house's organizational ability. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous situation have occurred? The Feng Yun auction house had stood tall for so many years and had a good reputation, so losing a little bit of reputation wasn't a big deal. Now that they had even lost their auction items, they would truly become a laughingstock. As such, in Elder Yu's anger, the might of a fourth-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator filled the air, causing Yang Kai's entire body to shrink. He felt as if he was being suppressed by the entire world. The difference in their cultivations was simply too great, and now that he was in the other party's grasp, he didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have immediately knelt down. Chapter 3962. You dare make a move? Lao Bai was enraged. Seeing that Yang Kai was being pressured to the point of suffocation, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surged in his body. He raised his hand and slapped at Elder Yu. After that move, he suddenly realized that he was no match for Elder Yu. Seeing that Yang Kai was being bullied had made him a little hot-blooded. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to stop. Scram! However, Elder Yu didn't even look at him. He just casually slapped Lao Bai's chest with his palm. With a crack, Lao Bai was sent flying with a muffled groan. He slammed into the wall, causing the entire room to shake. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw that Lao Bai's face was pale and blood was spurting out of his mouth. A large part of his chest had caved in. His head was tilted to the side, and he didn't move. His expression immediately turned cold. Old thing, you're courting death. The power in his body surged wildly. His short body suddenly straightened, and his hands flew up to form a seal. He sent a palm strike at Elder Yu. Elder Yu was shocked. It wasn't that Yang Kai's palm strike was very strong. It was just that under this palm strike, his thoughts actually paused for a moment, as if time had stopped. This brat actually knew the laws of time? Even so, his weak strength was still a weakness. Elder Yu snorted coldly and raised his palm in front of him, slowly pushing it out. With a boom, Yang Kai was also sent flying. The principles of time wrapped around Elder Yu's palm, causing his palm to change unpredictably and wither rapidly. However, it only took an instant for it to return to normal. The difference in strength was too great. Yang Kai's principles of time was easily dispelled by Elder Yu. Otherwise, how could he be unscathed? After retreating to the foot of the wall, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. He forcefully suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and lowered his head to look at his hand. The hand that had collided with Elder Yu's palm strike couldn't help but tremble. Even the bones in his wrist were broken. Elder Yu looked over coldly. No one dares to steal my Feng Yun auction house's things. Those who dare to do so are all dead. Try and kill us if you dare. Yang Kai was clearly in a disadvantageous situation, but he still looked down at them with his chin raised, his face full of arrogance. Elder Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly stared at Yang Kai. Then he turned around and flicked his sleeves. Keep an eye on them, don't let them escape. Finished speaking, he strode away. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with disgust and left as well. The other workers closed the door before they left, obviously intending to put Yang Kai and Lao Bai under house arrest. Outside the door, Yun Zhenhua stroked his beard with a frown on his face. Seeing Elder Yu come out, he gestured to him and the two of them walked side by side into a secret chamber. It didn't take long for them to enter the secret chamber. Yun Zhenhua frowned and said, "You've injured them. I'm afraid that this matter won't be easy to resolve." No matter what, those two brats were still members of the First Inn. Although they were rude first and Elder Yu wasn't wrong to teach them a lesson, they had still injured them. Thinking of that woman's craziness, Yun Zhenhua felt a headache coming on. Elder Yu's anger still hadn't subsided. He coldly snorted, "They were rude first, wanting to steal my Feng Yun auction house's things. So what if this old man beat them up?" Yun Zhenhua glanced at him and remained silent. He knew that this Elder Yu had always been proud and arrogant. Although he was only a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, he had the ambition to devour the heavens. He couldn't be blamed for being arrogant. Elder Yu himself had the potential to become a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, but because he had been deceived by a scoundrel, he ended up becoming a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, Elder Yu hadn't been in the heaven-opening realm for very long, so he probably hadn't heard of that woman's name yet. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? However, it didn't matter. It was just 2 workers, so that woman wouldn't make a fuss over a small matter. However, in this case, the 10 million heaven-opening pills would probably have to be returned. Otherwise, it would be an excuse for her to make trouble for him. Thinking of this, Yun Zhenhua took out a communication bead and sent a message to his subordinates, telling them to prepare 10 million heaven-opening pills. At the same time, he also sent someone to the first inn to invite Madame Lan over to discuss how to deal with this matter. Return the money, return the money. Those 2 workers had disrupted the auction and made malicious bids. In the end, they had basically smashed all of the auction items into their own hands. This matter had to be properly discussed with Madame Lan. Just as Elder Bai was knocked unconscious, a young woman rushed into the first inn. When the worker in the inn saw her, he hurriedly came over and said with a smile, "Dear customer, please come in. Are you here for a meal or a place to stay?" The woman hurriedly said, "I'm looking for your lady boss, Madame Lan." The worker looked her up and down, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, dear customer, but the lady boss doesn't receive guests. If you have something to tell me, it's the same. I'll tell the lady boss later." It was Lord Yang who told me to come. He said that I definitely had to tell the lady boss. The woman said, "Lord Yang? Which Lord Yang?" The worker was puzzled. There were many people with the surname Yang in Star City. Yang Kai, Lord Yang. The person who had rushed to the first inn was Luo Hai. She had left when the auction ended, but Yang Kai had secretly instructed her to do something, so she had rushed to the first inn. "Yang Kai told you to come here?" Behind the counter, the accountant who had been doing the accounts suddenly looked up at Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes." "What's the matter? Where's that kid?" the accountant asked. Luo Hai shook her head and kept her mouth shut. Seeing this, the accountant couldn't help but laugh. This woman's strength wasn't high, and it seemed that she hadn't even condensed a Dao seal. She was a delicate and naive person. Yang Kai had told her to find the lady boss, and she had gone to find the lady boss. She hadn't even said anything when the accountant asked. Since she was someone who Yang Kai had called to deliver a letter, there must be something. The accountant said, "Take her to see the lady boss." The worker nodded. "Miss, please come with me." He led the way to the backyard with Luo Hai following closely behind. Not long after, they arrived at the lady boss's room. The worker bowed and said, "Lady boss, this miss wants to see you. She said that Yang Kai had asked her to come here." "Let her in." The lady boss's voice came out. "Please." The worker gestured. Luo Hai took a deep breath and thanked the worker before pushing the door open and entering. The first thing she saw was a woman's room. It was very elegantly arranged, and a fragrant scent lingered at the tip of her nose. Turning her head, Luo Hai saw a voluptuous woman sitting on a chair in front of the dressing table. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her stunning face was reflected in the bronze mirror. Their eyes met, and the lady boss asked, "Where's that damn brat?" "Damn brat?" Luo Hai secretly stuck out her tongue. She knew the lady boss was talking about Yang Kai, so she immediately said, "When I parted with him, he was at the Feng Yun auction house." The lady boss frowned and said while combing her hair, "Why did he go there?" Suddenly, she remembered that the Feng Yun auction house was also in debt, so he should have gone there to collect his debts. She also remembered that when she had just arrived in Star City, Yang Kai had not returned home one night, and when she asked him later, he said that he had spent the night in a woman's house. After sizing her up, the lady boss furrowed her brows. Although this girl could be considered pretty, it was obvious that her strength was very low. Furthermore, her expression was timid, as if she had never seen the world. Could it be that this brat had spent the night in her house? Why did he ask you to come find me? The lady boss asked. Luo Hai quickly stepped forward and unfolded the things she had been holding tightly in her hand. He asked me to give you these things. The lady boss turned her head and saw 3 space rings. 3 rings, one obviously had Yang Kai's aura, one had Bai Chi's aura, and obviously belonged to these two, while the last one seemed to be ownerless. The lady boss reached out and took the rings, and with her divine sense, she first checked Yang Kai's ring and couldn't help but raise her brow. Inside the ring, there was a large pile of heaven-opening pills, and it was clear that this brat had recently collected his debts. He had never given them to her, and she didn't know why he had asked an outsider to give them to him. She then looked at Bai Chi's ring, and it was the same, not much less than Yang Kai's. You 2 little bastards, just wait and see how this old lady will deal with you when you come back. The lady boss secretly cursed in her heart and looked up at Luo Hai. Do you know what's inside? These 2 rings were worth 3 to 400 million heaven-opening pills, and Yang Kai had actually asked someone from the Emperor realm who hadn't even condensed a Dao seal to send them back. Was he not afraid of any accidents? Although no one in Star City dared to do anything sneaky, it was better to be safe than sorry. Luo Hai shook her head. I haven't seen them. The lady boss's gaze softened slightly. Regardless of whether Luo Hai had seen them or not, the fact that she was able to return the rings meant that this woman was a trustworthy person. She didn't try to explain anything to Luo Hai. The difference in status and strength was too great, so she couldn't explain anything. She then looked at the 3rd ring. There was a large pile of random items, but there were also quite a few good items, which confused the lady boss. She casually handed the ring to Luo Hai and asked, "Where did he get these things?" Luo Hai took a look and covered her mouth as she said, "These are the things that were just auctioned off at the auction house." She also didn't know why these things would appear here. She simply followed Yang Kai's instructions and left first before finding a secluded place to wait silently. Before she left, Yang Kai gave her a bead and told her that something would be delivered to her later. She was to go to the first inn and hand it to the lady boss. Not long after, the bead flashed and 3 space rings appeared in front of Yang Kai. He participated in the auction? The lady boss was startled. Luo Hai nodded and said, Lord Yang basically won everything. This bastard. The lady boss suddenly stood up and was about to curse him when she suddenly seemed to remember something and her expression changed dramatically as she cried out, Not good. Taking back the space rings from Luo Hai's hand, her figure flickered and she rushed out, not even bothering to comb her hair carefully. Luo Hai stood dumbfounded in place, completely dumbfounded, but she still hurriedly followed after her. But where was the lady boss? The cashier behind the counter looked out in surprise and asked one of the shop assistants, Why is the lady boss in such a hurry? The shop assistant shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Seeing Luo Hai come out, the cashier hurriedly called out to her and asked her a few questions. Hearing this, the cashier's expression also changed dramatically, faintly feeling that things had become a little troublesome. Chapter 3963. In the side room of the Tempest auction house, the 2 of them grimaced in pain. Both of them were injured and in extreme pain, so they naturally weren't happy. Comparatively speaking, Lao Bai's injuries were more serious. His chest was slightly sunken, his internal organs were damaged, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Yang Kai only had a broken hand. However, these injuries weren't too serious for the 2 of them, and they only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Lao Bai sat cross-legged and was about to circulate his energy to heal his injuries when Yang Kai pulled him up. Don't heal your injuries. What are you doing? Cold sweat broke out on Lao Bai's forehead. He didn't understand why Yang Kai stopped him at this time. Yang Kai held his broken hand and looked at him. Guess what the Tempest auction house is doing now? How would I know? Lao Bai said angrily. How could he be in the mood to guess when Yang Kai didn't heal his injuries? He'd never been put under house arrest before, and it was the first time today. It was simply a great humiliation, and rage surged in his heart. Don't you have a brain? Yang Kai tapped his head. It's such a simple matter. Just think about it and you'll understand. Lao Bai couldn't help but raise his head and glare at Yang Kai. However, he suddenly thought of something and cried out in a low voice. Oh no, I'm afraid we'll alarm the lady boss. After all, he and Yang Kai were the attendants of the first inn. Even though the Tempest auction house had a good reason to injure and put them under house arrest, they would definitely notify the lady boss and let her come over to deal with it. Instantly, he had a vexed expression and sighed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done that. He didn't want to alarm the lady boss. After all, it was just a trivial matter. If he didn't come over, it would be because he was incapable. If the lady boss was disturbed, it would be because of his incompetence, and it would be quite embarrassing. When he raised his head and saw Yang Kai's spurious smile, he frowned. You did it on purpose? Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai had maliciously bid against him in the auction house and basically got all the auction items. In the end, he didn't pay and wanted to leave. How could he leave? The situation was bound to develop to its current state. In the end, the Wind Cloud auction house would definitely invite the lady boss over. At that time, Shi Feng had thought that Yang Kai had some brilliant idea. Yang Kai chuckled. Did you just understand? Lao Bai was a little confused. Didn't you say not to alarm the lady boss? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. That was then and that was then. Previously, even if Feng Yun had invited the lady boss over, it might not have worked. If Feng Yun auction house was determined to renege on their debt, would the lady boss still be able to snatch it from them? In the beginning, she said that if you cooperate, you can just pay up. If you don't cooperate, she will have to go to the headquarters of some forces to talk. I don't know where Feng Yun Blessed Land is, but it's definitely not too close. Why bother lady boss to make this trip? Then now... As Senior White spoke, his eyes lit up, and he faintly understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai also grinned sinisterly. Now that you and I have been seriously injured and don't have much time left, the lady boss will naturally have an excuse and reason to make trouble. If we want to appease the lady boss's anger, what is a trivial debt of 10 million? Seriously injured and don't have much time left. The corners of Senior White's mouth twitched when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if he was seeing him for the first time. This little brat was too treacherous. You and I can easily get back the 10 million by suffering some physical pain, so it's worth it. When the time comes, we might even be able to casually ask the Wind Cloud auction house for some compensation. Not only was he treacherous, but his heart was also black. Senior White thought to himself as he said, "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to grab those auction items and run away." Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. There are 2 4th-stage heaven-opening realm masters guarding this place. How can you and I escape with our insignificant strength? It wasn't that there was no chance. Since he could deliver the 3 space rings to Luo Hai, he could naturally escape with Senior White in an instant. However, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't. The first inn still had to open, so if he really ran away with Senior White, then all of his previous efforts would be for naught. If I'm not wrong, Yun Zhenhua should have already sent someone to invite. Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, he heard a familiar voice. Yun Zhenhua, come out and see me. The two of them stared at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The lady boss is here so quickly? Almost at the same time, the 2 brothers fell to the ground. Senior White's tongue was hanging out like a dead dog, his aura suddenly weak. Yang Kai casually slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood. He looked very miserable. In the other room, Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu, who were sitting at a table across from each other, were also astonished. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Madame Lan to arrive so quickly. The servant who had gone to deliver the letter had only just left. However, no matter what, it was fine as long as she was here. They had to properly explain today's matter to her so that she could carefully discipline her subordinates in the future. After exchanging a glance, The two stood up at the same time and walked out. No matter what, this person was a 6th stage heaven opening realm master, not someone the two of them could casually offend. They had to give enough face. Unexpectedly, before the two of them had even taken a few steps, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky. The cold, murderous intent was so dense that it seemed tangible, causing the entire Feng Yun auction house to tremble. Yun Zhenhua's hair stood on end, feeling his scalp go numb. Elder Yu's expression also became extremely solemn. Although he tried his best to resist, his bones still creaked under the pressure. The two of them did not understand why this Madame Lan had suddenly launched an attack. Although the tone of her previous words was not very polite, a 6th-level splitter of the heavens had the qualifications to do so, so it was understandable for her to speak like that. What was the meaning of suddenly using her aura to oppress others? Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was afraid of her? Both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu were somewhat angry. Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was a place where she could behave atrociously? At this moment, a few screams suddenly came from somewhere in the backyard, followed by a crashing sound. It seemed that the door of a room had been blasted apart. Yun Zhenhua turned his head to look at Elder Yu and shouted, "Let's go!" The two of them immediately walked towards the backyard and soon arrived at the place where the incident had occurred. It was the room where Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned. At this moment, they saw that in the courtyard, there were people lying haphazardly on the ground. They were all the attendants of Feng Yun auction house who had been arranged here to guard Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Wails rang out incessantly, all of them beaten up miserably. Needless to say, the person who had attacked was Madame Lan. In front of a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, how could these ants have any power to resist? The two of them were furious. No matter what, this was the Feng Yun auction house. Even if Madame Lan was a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, she couldn't injure so many of them as soon as she arrived. Moreover, these people's injuries weren't light, and they would need at least a year to recover. In a flash, the two of them arrived in front of the smashed door. Looking inside, they saw a graceful back facing them in the room, squatting on the ground to check the injuries of the two detestable brats. "Lady Boss!" Lao Bai gasped for breath, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he spoke. "I'm afraid I won't make it. Lao Bai will remember the care you've given me all these years. I'll repay you in my next life." The lady boss squatted in front of him, her black hair hanging down and covering her eyes, so they couldn't see her expression. However, Yang Kai and Lao Bai could clearly hear the sound of her secretly gritting her teeth. "Shut up." The lady boss raised her hand and pinched Lao Bai's chin with a little force. Under Lao Bai's incredulous gaze, she directly knocked him out. However, the lady boss slowly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. "You two are really good." Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. The lady boss was also furious. When Luo Hai hurriedly reported to her, she vaguely guessed what had happened and immediately rushed over. Originally, she wanted to discuss with Yun Zhenhua how to resolve this matter, but when she arrived, she discovered that Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned here, and their breathing was weak. In her fury, she couldn't care less and directly charged in. When she saw the two of them, she realized that she had been fooled. The two brats' breathing was weak, and their injuries were also real, but it wasn't as serious as she thought. They would naturally recover after a few days of recuperation. She actually thought that they were really beaten up badly. She secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't that serious. After speaking, the lady boss slowly stood up with her eyes downcast, and a cold aura emanated from her body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. "Who injured them?" As she asked, she slowly turned around and swept her cold gaze over Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu. Being stared at like this, both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Yun Zhenhua suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and frowned. "Madame Lan, is it? If you have something to say, we can talk it out." He had only heard of this woman's crazy reputation, but had never seen her in person. He felt that this beautiful woman in front of him was very different from what he had heard. "Who hurt them?" The lady boss ignored him and repeated the question again. The coldness in her eyes became even colder. Yun Zhenhua was furious. In any case, he was the head shopkeeper of Feng Yun Blessed Land. Although Madame Lan had an extraordinary background, she shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Elder Yu coldly snorted. Two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dared to cause trouble at the Feng Yun auction house. Not taking their lives is already this old man's. He shouted the last word with all his might, and a force visible to the naked eye shot forward. It couldn't be helped. In his field of vision, the woman in white was wrapped in a baleful aura, as if a peerless monster had been born. She sent a palm strike towards him. She actually dared to attack him? Old Man Yu was both shocked and furious. Although he had injured Yang Kai and Bai Qi before, and Madame Lan had also beaten up a group of shop assistants when she arrived, it wasn't a big deal. Those were just servants, but two heaven-opening realm masters fighting in Star City was different. How could the people of the Great War Heavens turn a blind eye to this? Was this woman crazy? A thought flashed through Elder Yu's mind. Chapter 3964. Before he could finish his thought, Madame Lan of the First Inn had already shattered his divine technique and pressed her palm against his chest. Elder Yu's expression changed drastically. He knew that he was no match for her. After all, she was a 6th-level heaven splitter, and he was only a 4th-level heaven splitter. He immediately retreated, and at the same time, the shadow of the mini-universe world appeared behind him. The aura of the world force suddenly filled the air, and the shadow of the mini-universe world disappeared in a flash. The lady boss followed like a shadow, her beautiful eyes cold. Old Man Yu only felt his neck tighten, and all the strength in his body came to a halt. By the time he reacted, his whole body had already been lifted up, a soft whip wrapped around his neck. Madame Lan was standing just 3 feet in front of him, the source of the whip in her hand. The cold air around her was thick. How was this possible? Elder Yu's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock. He knew that he was no match for Madame Lan, and the difference between their grades of Heaven Splitter was obvious. However, he never thought that she would be so strong. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat Madame Lan, he could at least hold on for a while. At that time, shopkeeper Yun would naturally come to help. As long as the aftermath of the battle here spread out, the people of the Great War Heavens would naturally come out. As long as the people of the Great War Heavens showed up, this fight wouldn't happen, and everyone could sit down and have a good talk. However, in the face of absolute strength, this illusion was shattered. This was a 6th-level Heaven Splitter? Even a high-grade Heaven Splitter couldn't be more powerful, right? Although Elder Yu was a 4th-level Heaven Splitter, he had seen high-grade Heaven Splitters in action before. He could vaguely feel that this Madame Lan's strength wasn't something that a 6th-level Heaven Splitter could compare to. On the side, Yun Zhenhua's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Madame Lan, please show mercy." It wasn't that his reaction was slow, but that the lady boss was too fast. She captured Elder Yu in a breath's time, and he didn't even have time to help. Seeing Elder Yu being strangled by the soft whip and suspended in midair, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. On the other side, Kai Yang, who was holding his broken hand, was also dumbfounded. 3 parts of his blood was boiling, and 3 parts of his jaw dropped. Oh my God, isn't the lady boss a bit too fierce? She actually dared to fight in the star market, not giving any face to the Fengyun auction house. What if the people of the Great War Heavens? After all, this star city was de Zhan Tian's property. However, it had to be said that this scene was quite satisfying. It was a pity that Lao Bai had fainted, otherwise, he would definitely call him over to watch it together. How many ribs are broken? The lady boss suddenly asked. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what she was asking. How many ribs are broken? The lady boss turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was talking to him. He quickly said, 3 sticks. The lady boss nodded lightly. Suddenly, she struck out with her palm, which landed squarely on Elder Yu's chest. Elder Yu immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew backwards, blood spurting from his mouth. Cracking sounds could be heard from his chest. Yun Zhenhua's eyes narrowed as he rushed over to support Old Man Yu. The two of them stood side by side as they glared at old Manu. The lady boss flicked her sleeves, and the soft whip in her hand shrank back like a snake, disappearing without a trace. With an indifferent expression she said, "You broke 3 of my men's ribs, so I'll break 3 of yours. It's very fair." Elder Yu gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Yun Zhenhua's eyes were also about to pop out of their sockets. Yang Kai stood behind her and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He was the one who broke the ribs just now, and Elder Yu only fractured the bones in his hand. This matter seemed to have gotten out of hand. "Now, we can talk properly." The lady boss raised her smooth chin. Her slender body was like a majestic mountain, blocking in front of Yang Kai, as if she could block out all the storms. These words were undoubtedly in response to Yun Zhenhua. Just now, when the lady boss was inspecting Yang Kai and Old Bai's injuries, Yun Zhenhua had said that they could talk properly. Unfortunately, the lady boss didn't care at all. She first captured Elder Yu, who had injured them, and then broke 3 of his ribs. Only then did she give them a chance to talk. What else was there to talk about? Elder Yu had never suffered such humiliation in his life. At this moment, the blood in his heart was boiling like a volcano that was about to erupt. If it weren't for the fact that he was weaker, he would have already pounced forward to take revenge. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he ignored it. In his eyes, there was only the woman in white, and his hatred was etched into his bones. Yun Zhenhua also didn't say a word. He didn't expect this Madame Lan to be even more unreasonable than the rumors. Moreover, she didn't give him any face at all. His mouth was filled with bitterness as he stuffed it into his mouth. He had already sent a message to the headquarters to inquire about the destruction of the first inn, and it was confirmed that there was indeed an expert from his clan who acted in the first inn. The destruction of the first inn was indeed related to his clan. However, that person didn't have a good relationship with him. Although they were both from Feng Yun Blessed Land, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Why did he have to pay for the trouble caused by someone else? He oversaw the Feng Yun auction house, and as the shopkeeper of this place, the annual income would more or less become his capital to climb up the ranks. 10 million heaven-opening pills wasn't a small amount, and if he didn't have 10 million, then he would have worked for nothing this year. Therefore, he flatly refused Yang Kai and Bai Qi, and didn't intend to clean up after them at all. He thought that even if Madame Lan came personally, he would ignore her. After all, he wasn't the one who acted in the first inn, and Madame Lan couldn't possibly force him to pay for it. Later, he would just let Madame Lan go to the headquarters to find the person who acted. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a disaster? Elder Yu was a proud and arrogant person. He had already thought of paying for the damages and settling the matter peacefully, but he still underestimated Madame Lan. "It's fine if you don't say anything. Yang Kai, you tell me." Madame Lan didn't even turn her head, her voice cold. Yang Kai clutched his chest and sorted out his words. He then told her about how he met Bai Qi on the street, heard Lao Bai's complaint, came here with Lao Bai to see Yun Zhenhua, and even Yun Zhenhua's response. After the lady boss heard this, she coldly snorted, "Shopkeeper Yun, you open the door to do business, and you pay attention to integrity. What's the meaning of this debt?" Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth, but still didn't say a word. He really wanted to say that he didn't owe money, but it was meaningless to say this in front of this crazy woman. It would only give her an excuse to make trouble. "Continue." The lady boss said, "If the other party didn't want to pay back the money, why did you participate in this auction and even bid for so many things?" Yang Kai said embarrassedly, in reply to Lady Boss, "This humble one was thinking that if the other party didn't want to pay back the money, we brothers wouldn't be able to report back. Our fists aren't as big as the other party, and we can't beat them in a fight, so we might as well get some auction items. That's why. Because of this, Yang Kai also felt a little uneasy that his mistake had caused so much trouble. His original intention was to use this matter to create an excuse for the lady boss to make trouble for them, but who knew that the lady boss would make such a big deal out of this? It was really unexpected, and now he was afraid that this matter wouldn't end so easily. He didn't know if the lady boss would blame him later. "Very good, it's rare for you to think of such a method." The lady boss turned around and gave him a smile. "If it were me, I would do the same." Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. Yun Zhenhua finally couldn't take it anymore. Madame Lan, is this how you indulge your subordinates? Indulge? The lady boss looked at him coldly. It's only right and proper to repay a debt. What indulgence? Besides, this lady's subordinates aren't people that can be hurt by any random person. Random person? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he almost couldn't help but cover the lady boss's mouth. Only now did he realize that this woman's mouth was really hateful. Saying these words, wasn't it the same as slapping other people's faces? Sure enough, when the lady boss finished speaking, Elder Yu and Yun Zhenhua's expressions changed. They were both fourth-stage heaven splitters, and although they couldn't be considered top-notch experts in this universe, they were still quite famous since they were born in Feng Yun blessed land. When had they ever been called random people? This was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Yun Zhenhua was still forcefully suppressing his anger, but Elder Yu was already trembling all over, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he couldn't wait to fight the lady boss to the death. You want to fight? This lady is more than willing to accompany you. What's the point of bullying children? Just sign a life and death contract and go to the Azura arena. I just don't know if you have the guts to do so. The lady boss spat venom. As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened greatly. It was obvious that he was about to die from anger. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, Madame Lan, my Feng Yun auction house admits defeat this time. You can take these two away." If he allowed this woman to make a scene here, he was really afraid that Elder Yu wouldn't be able to control himself and accept her challenge. At that time, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Dying in the Azura arena would be a meaningless death, and he wouldn't even have an excuse to take revenge. I will naturally take them away, but where is the money your Feng Yun auction house owes me? The lady boss looked at Yun Zhenhua coldly. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and threw out a spatial ring. He already knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million, so he had someone prepare it beforehand. It just so happened that it came in handy at this time. The lady boss caught it without even looking at it. She believed that Yun Zhenhua wouldn't do anything to the 10 million. Seeing that the lady boss had accepted the money, Yun Zhenhua said, "The money has been paid, and you've injured them. You should leave the things behind, right?" "You're talking about this?" The lady boss reached out and took out another spatial ring. With a shake of her hand, a large pile of items appeared in front of everyone. They were the items from the previous auction. Why were they in her hands? Yun Zhenhua didn't understand. He thought that Yang Kai had hidden these things somewhere. "Yang Kai, they injured you. Although I've collected some interest, this isn't the end of it. You can take anything you want, just treat it as shopkeeper Yun's compensation to you and old Bai." Although the lady boss was speaking to Yang Kai, her pair of cold eyes were fixed on Yun Zhenhua. The latter's face twitched upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to speak again. This woman was really, as the rumors said, a madwoman, a completely unreasonable madwoman. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have just accepted the 10 million. None of this would have happened. Chapter 3965. Asking for compensation. Kai Yang could be considered to have witnessed the lady boss's ability to pester others endlessly. He was speechless in his heart, but at this time he naturally couldn't let the lady boss lose face, so he immediately stepped forward and pulled out 10 bottles from the pile of auction items. He took out 10 bottles of Great Dao pills. He was thinking that Luo Hai had helped him this time, and she just happened to be lacking these pills. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take some back and give it to her to help her condense her Dao seal. As a member of the First Inn, you should at least be a little more capable. Just as Yang Kai was about to stand up, the lady boss's words entered his ears. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. How could he not understand the meaning behind her words? Was she saying that he was a good-for-nothing for taking such a small amount of things? Gritting his teeth, he reached out and took the Grand Sun Truefire. Yun Zhenhua's heart bled as he watched from the side. This was one of the final items of the auction, and its value was close to 2 million heaven-opening pills. This crazy woman was too much. Unfortunately, his strength was not as good as hers, and he had witnessed her madness with his own eyes, so he didn't dare to say anything. Since the lady boss didn't say anything, Yang Kai couldn't just stop. After taking the grandson True Fire, he went to take the other two final items. Don't go too far. Just show some appreciation. The lady boss finally spoke. Yang Kai secretly sighed and hurriedly returned to the lady boss's side. Not far away, Yun Zhenhua almost vomited blood. The three most valuable items of the entire auction were taken away. Wasn't this too much? Although the three items were few, their value was almost half of the auction price. Why didn't you take away the rest as well? Manager Yun, you don't seem to be convinced. The lady boss looked at Yun Zhenhua indifferently. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and said, Madam Lan, we will meet again. Feng Yun Blessed Land will remember today's gift. When we meet again in the future, I hope Madam Lan can still be so high-spirited. The lady boss snorted coldly, you don't have the qualifications to represent Feng Yun Blessed Land. With a flick of her sleeve, she shouted, let's go. Yang Kai hurriedly ran back and carried the unconscious Lao Bai on his shoulders. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he followed behind the lady boss and strode away. Behind him, two pairs of burning eyes stared at him like leeches. A long time after the lady boss had left, Elder Yu suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Brother Yu. Yun Zhenhua's expression changed as he hurriedly asked Yu Zhenghai to sit down. Are you all right? Old man Yu waved his hand. His expression changed, as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant. He let out a low chuckle. I've really learned a thing or two today. Suddenly, his expression turned ferocious as he gritted his teeth. This matter isn't over yet. Yun Zhenghua nodded and said, of course it's not over yet. We must make that woman pay the price. I will report everything that happened today to the headquarters, and when the time comes, the headquarters will send someone to seek justice from her. Elder Yu faintly nodded and frowned. Brother Yun, why is that woman so tyrannical? It's not like I've never seen a high-level splitting the heavens cultivator fight before. She's just a 6th-level splitting the heavens cultivator. It seems a bit too strong. Yun Zhenhua sighed. Brother Yu, you don't know this, but that crazy woman had a very high chance of reaching high-level splitting the heavens back then. However, because she was in a hurry to advance, she had no choice but to reach 6th level. Although 6th level is only mid-level splitting the heavens, her foundation is still there. Under high-level splitting the heavens, almost no one is her match. What made her give up the chance to reach high-level splitting the heavens? Elder Yu was stunned. Even though the 6th rank was only one step away from the upper rank, to a martial artist, this one step was like a heavenly moat. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, why would they give up on such a bright future? Although that woman had a chance to advance further in the future, that would require countless flowing time, great emperor, and endless energy. Moreover, different cultivators would have different degrees of improvement in the future. Yun Zhenhua slowly shook his head. I'm not too sure about this. It seems to be for a man. Elder Yu coldly snorted. Love is long, and the heroic spirit is short. It was unknown what he thought of, but his expression suddenly became gloomy. Seeing this, Yun Zhenhua knew that Elder Yu's heart had been touched. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. Elder Yu himself also had a chance to reach 6th level splitting the heavens back then, but because of love, he was forced to reach 4th level. From this point of view, he was somewhat similar to Madame Lan. Yang Kai carried Old White and silently followed behind the lady boss, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The lady boss didn't say a word, and Yang Kai didn't know what to say, feeling somewhat guilty. Today, he had seen the lady boss's awe-inspiring power, but he hadn't expected the matter to blow up so big. He felt somewhat guilty, wondering if he had brought any trouble to the lady boss. A figure approached from the front. It was Luo Hai. Seeing Yang Kai in a miserable state and Old White unconscious, Luo Hai was shocked. She covered her mouth and asked, Lord Yang, are you all right? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for Luo Hai's report, the lady boss wouldn't have come so quickly. Luo Hai said, I didn't do anything. It's just a small matter. As the two of them spoke, the lady boss had already walked further and further away. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Take these things. I'll look for you later." After saying this, he directly stuffed 3 bottles into Luo Hai's hands and jogged to catch up with the lady boss. After Yang Kai disappeared, Luo Hai lowered her head to look at the 3 jade bottles in her hands. She opened the bottle caps and immediately cried out in surprise. Inside these bottles were the great Dao pills that she had always dreamed of. Each bottle contained 2 pills, so there were 6 pills in 3 bottles. This was one of the items that had been auctioned previously. Looking up gratefully, Luo Hai secretly gritted her teeth. She would definitely remember this kindness in her heart. In the future, she would do anything for him. On the way back to the first inn, the accountant and the cook came out to welcome them. Seeing the miserable state of Yang Kai and Old White, they were filled with righteous indignation and clamored to avenge the 2 brothers. Yang Kai was afraid of them. The lady boss had just made a big fuss and even took back her capital and interest. If they were to talk about losses, it was the Feng Yun auction house that had suffered a great loss. At this time, he didn't dare to let them add fuel to the fire. He hurriedly persuaded them and finally dispelled their thoughts. "Take Old White over. Are you too blind?" The lady boss turned her head and glared at the accountant and the cook. The accountant shuddered and hurriedly went forward to take the unconscious Old White. "Rest well for the next few days. It's more important to heal your injuries first." The lady boss turned around and reminded Yang Kai. It was the first time that he had seen her speak to him so amiably. Yang Kai was not used to it, but he still agreed. "I'm tired." The lady boss yawned and walked toward the backyard. She was so charming that countless diners in the hall couldn't help but stare at her. Only then did Yang Kai notice that the lady boss's hair was not combed and just draped over her shoulders. Only after the lady boss's figure disappeared did the quiet lobby suddenly burst into a clamor. Yang Kai grimaced and said, "I'm going back to rest too." After this big fuss, he was also very tired. In the following days, Yang Kai finally experienced what it meant to live like a prince. Every day, the cook personally sent over many nourishing and blood-nourishing foods. They were all very nutritious. In addition to the cook's excellent cooking skills, Yang Kai ate every meal clean. In the cook's words, it was like being licked by a dog. After eating for several days, Yang Kai was so nourished that his qi and blood were surging. In the end, he really did not want to eat anymore. The cook said that the lady boss had ordered them to watch him finish eating. Not only him, but Old White also did the same. There was no other choice but to finish the food. With these nutritious foods and his own recovery ability, Yang Kai was fully recovered in a few days. Although Old White was not as good, it would not take long for him to fully recover. He did not need to go out to run errands. This was the benefit of the injured. The 2 brothers had nothing to do all day. After going through such a trial together, their relationship improved a lot. From time to time, they would get together to chat and fart. Old Bai was a little worried because he had never seen the lady boss show so much concern for any of the workers in all these years. He was always a little suspicious, wondering if the lady boss was going to give them a bowl of candied dates first, and then wait until their injuries were healed before giving them a beating with a club. He was on tenterhooks all day. He could not even taste the food that the cook sent over. Yang Kai did not think much of it at first, but after hearing Old White's words, he also felt a little uneasy. All their debts were collected. Although the Feng Yun auction house incident was a secret, the truth could not be hidden forever. They did not know how the news leaked out, but half of the shopkeepers in Star City knew that the lady boss of the first inn went to the Feng Yun auction house to collect debts. Not only did she injure the shopkeeper, but she also extorted a lot of things. Who could sit still after hearing this? Those who still owed money personally sent 10 million to the first inn, afraid that the lady boss would visit them one day when she was in a bad mood. Including the money that Yang Kai and Old Bai had taken back, all of the forces that had attacked the first hotel had to pay 10 million gold coins. Yang Kai's debt was reduced by 10 million because of this. Now, he only owed the lady boss 6 million. On this day, Yang Kai was in his room inspecting the map of the universe when he suddenly heard the lady boss calling him. He could not help but grit his teeth and get out of bed. He came to the lady boss's room and knocked on the door. A languid voice immediately came from inside the room. "Come in." Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. His face twitched slightly. He saw the lady boss lying on the incense bed with her hand supporting her forehead. Her face was languid. He did not know what kind of incense was lit in the room, but it was faintly condensing and refreshing. "Lady boss." Yang Kai walked over and lowered his head. The lady boss did not look at him. She raised her hand and waved, and something flew towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang took a look and was overjoyed. This thing was his shadowless muslin. Not long after he had come here, the lady boss had taken it from him. After more than a month, he had finally returned it. When the lady boss took it away, she did not say what she wanted it for. She only asked him to keep it for a while. How could Yang Kai dare to disagree? Chapter 3966. After more than a month, Yang Kai picked up the shadowless veil and raised his brow. "Lady boss, this thing." He vaguely felt that the shadowless muslin was somewhat different from before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. The lady boss lazily replied, "I asked someone to help you refine it and improve the mysteries of this artifact, but it has already been fixed, so the degree of improvement isn't very great." Refine. Yang Kai's heart trembled. He had experienced many of the wonders of this shadowless muslin and knew it was an extremely good artifact. For such a thing to continue being refined, it was obvious that the person who refined it was extremely skilled in artifact refining. Although the lady boss's identity was extraordinary, asking such a person to help him would likely come at a price. Why was this woman so good to him? Yang Kai was puzzled. If she had stood up for him and Old White a few days ago because of the Firston's reputation, then there was no way to explain the shadowless muslin. Holding on to the shadowless muslin, Yang Kai cautiously asked, "How much is it?" Just borrowing 7 surfaces had cost him 5 million. The cost of refining the shadowless muslin was probably not small. Was the lady boss going to put the bill on him again? How long would it take for him to pay back the money he owed? Hearing this, the lady boss opened her eyes slightly, stared at him for a while, and then closed them again. What does this mean? Yang Kai was confused by her words, but since she didn't say how much it cost, Yang Kai was too lazy to continue asking. In any case, he would just pretend he hadn't spent any money and happily asked, "So now it can avoid the detection of a mid-rank splitter the heavens?" "In your dreams?" The lady boss sneered. "What kind of improvement is that?" Yang Kai was stunned. The shadowless muslin could not avoid the detection of a mid-rank splitter the heavens before, but if the other party was not careful enough, they would have overlooked it. This was the case back in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Yuan Xiaoman and the other 4th-rank splitters were all focused on exploring the Golden Crow Divine Palace and failed to discover him. The lady boss said unhurriedly, "I've already said that the improvement is limited. Under the same conditions, the middle-ranked splitter the heavens had a 70% chance of seeing through illusions, but now it's only 40% or 30%. Yang Kai nodded, still smiling. This was not bad. The chances of being seen through had decreased a lot. It was indeed an improvement. It could save his life at a critical moment. "Thank you, lady boss." Yang Kai thanked her sincerely. "Do you have any other orders?" The lady boss climbed onto the bed and rested her hands on her chin. Her legs were long and slender, and her hips were round and firm. Her graceful curves formed a soul-stirring arc at her waist. She lazily said, "My shoulders are a little sore." Did she want him to massage her shoulders? Yang Kai blinked. However, when he looked over, the scene in front of him was really captivating. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. He scratched his face and said, "This isn't good, right?" It was one thing for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, but if they were to touch each other, who knew what other people would think if they saw them? The lady boss didn't say anything. Yang Kai stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then he made up his mind and walked over. He sat on the edge of the bed and raised his hand to massage the lady boss's shoulder. She wasn't afraid, so what was he afraid of? He took it as a sign of thanks. Thinking this way, his mood became a lot more relaxed. He didn't feel like he was being restrained. He gently massaged. He couldn't feel anything through the layer of clothes. The lady boss's eyes were closed, so he couldn't see her expression. However, Yang Kai could clearly feel that her body was very relaxed. They didn't say anything for a while. Time slowly passed. "I want to eat snowy sky fronds," the lady boss suddenly said faintly. What? Yang Kai was in a daze and didn't hear clearly. When he reacted, his expression changed greatly. Snowy sky fronds? He had learned from his mistakes. Last time, when he brought Snowy Sky Franz back from the Nine Serenities continent, she dragged him to her room to drink with her. In the end, both of them were drunk. When they woke up, they were severely taught a lesson by Lao Bai and the others. They were even almost chopped in half by Chef with a kitchen knife. All kinds of past events were vivid in Yang Kai's mind. He had an instinctive feeling of repulsion towards Snowy Sky Franz. According to Lao Bai and the others, every time the lady boss ate Snowy Sky Franz, she would be depressed for a long time. She would even get drunk. Yang Kai didn't know why she suddenly wanted to eat Snowy Sky Franz at this time. The corner of his mouth twitched. He forced a smile and said, "Eat what? There's no Snowy Sky Franz here." "I want to eat." The lady boss turned her head and stared at him. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Even if I want to eat it, I can't. That thing is a specialty of the Nine Serenities continent. It can't be sold anywhere else." The lady boss didn't answer. She only looked at him quietly with a pair of expressive eyes. Yang Kai ignored her. As he pinched, he suddenly frowned. "Don't tell me, you want me to make a trip to the Nine Serenities continent?" The Nine Serenities continent was located in the large territory where the first inn was originally located. It was extremely far away from here. The last time he rushed over, it took him half a year. Now, even with the help of the Heaven and Earth escape, it would take him at least 1 to 2 months to make a round trip. The lady boss blinked, which was her answer. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai was furious. She wanted him to go so far to pick fruits for her on a whim. She was going too far. "Are you going or not?" The lady boss glared at him. "I'm not going." Yang Kai replied resolutely. "You're really not going?" The lady boss supported her head with her hand and half straightened her body. "Not unless you kill me." Yang Kai snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong force came from his waist and he was kicked to the ground. "Lan Yorua." Yang Kai got up and glared at the lady boss. "Don't go too far." It was fine if she wanted him to pinch her breasts, but now she wanted him to go to the Nine Serenities continent. Did she really think he was her assistant? The lady boss blinked her big eyes. "How do you know this name?" She had never told Yang Kai her name. White and the others were not people who gossiped. After asking, they realized that it should be a shopkeeper in Star City who told him. "But can't you let others know your name?" Yang Kai patted his butt and snorted. "I'm going out now. If you want to eat Snowy Skyline, go to the Nine Serenities continent yourself." After saying that, he strode out and closed the door with a bang. Standing outside the door, Yang Kai was blown by the night wind, and his anger gradually subsided. Thinking that his reaction just now was a bit too intense, he couldn't help but think of the last time when he and White were imprisoned in the Fengyun auction house. The lady boss came aggressively to stand up for them. How awe-inspiring she was. Her tyrannical aura made the 2 level 4 sky splitters unable to breathe. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and admit defeat. Although he didn't know what the lady boss had to pay, it was definitely not without a price. Looking up at the night sky, Yang Kai cursed angrily and soared into the sky. Damn it. In the room, the lady boss clenched her silver teeth. After half an hour, Yang Kai's figure appeared outside Star City's Lingzhou. In the vast universe, there was no one around. Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals and silently activated the Heaven and Earth escape seal. Not long after, a faint connection emerged in his mind. It was a sign that he was connected to the Heaven and Earth Palace in this large territory. An inexplicable array suddenly appeared under his feet and slowly rotated. The fluctuations of the law of space spread out. With Yang Kai's actions, the array rotated faster and faster. After a dozen breaths of time, it suddenly hummed and a ball of light enveloped Yang Kai. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in an unfamiliar large hall. Within the large hall, there were a total of 10 to 20 large formations carved and set up. They did not look very different from each other. The large formations were extremely similar to the formation that had appeared beneath his feet before, and he was at the center of one of the large formations. In the other large arrays, flashes of light would appear from time to time. Every time a light flashed, a person would appear here. Heaven and Earth Palace. It was Yang Kai's first time using the Heaven and Earth escape technique. He felt it was very novel. Previously, he had wanted to test the mysteries of the Heaven and Earth escape technique, but unfortunately, he hadn't found the opportunity. Now it seemed that although the Heaven and Earth escape technique was amazing, its drawbacks were too great. With his current strength, it took him a dozen breaths of time to be teleported here. In a life and death battle, a dozen breaths was enough time for the opponent to kill you hundreds or thousands of times. He was proficient in the law of space. What if it was another cultivator with the same strength as him? It would take more time, and the aftereffects would not be small. At this moment, Yang Kai felt a little dizzy. After all, the distance he had crossed was too great, and it was difficult for him to bear. The cultivator that appeared on the other large arrays was even more exaggerated. They stood there with their eyes closed, their faces pale and sweating. The lower their strength, the more obvious this was. Even though there were drawbacks, the universe escape technique had an enormous benefit, and that was its universality. So long as one cultivated the universe escape technique and left one's own brand in the various universe halls, then one would be able to freely travel back and forth, saving a great deal of time on the way. After resting for a while, Yang Kai didn't want to appear too abrupt. When it was about time, Yang Kai walked down from the large array. He didn't stay in this Heaven and Earth Palace for long. Taking out the Heaven and Earth scroll and determining his position and route, Yang Kai directly left. After leaving the Heaven and Earth Palace, he flew for less than half a day before arriving at the territory gate that led to another large territory. Staring at the huge territory gate that stretched across the void, Yang Kai felt a little troubled. The pressure that had to be endured to pass through the territory gate was enormous. If one's strength was not enough, it was very likely that they would be torn to pieces by the tyrannical power of the void. Old White had said before that a medium-grade splitter the heavens could rely on one's own strength to forcibly pass through the territory gate without worrying about being injured. However, a medium-grade splitter the heavens and below would have to buy a flight-type artifact and use the power of the artifact to resist the tearing force of the territory gate. Yang Kai had rushed out in a hot-blooded manner, but he had forgotten about this. He only discovered this when he arrived. What should he do? Should he go back home? Or should he wait here and see if there was anyone who could give him a lift? At this moment, going back home was not a big deal. The lady boss should not know that he had run out, so it was not embarrassing. If he waited here, who knew how long he would have to wait? Chapter 3967. However, since he was already here, Yang Kai was not willing to go back with his tail between his legs. It was not as if he had never passed through a territory gate before. Last time, when he brought Dai Yu and the others out of the Chiqiao land, they had passed through several territory gates in succession. Ah Sun's white jade fox had run out of energy, and Yang Kai had relied on himself to withstand the pressure. Thinking back, Yang Kai faintly felt that it should not be a problem for him to pass through. After all, he was proficient in the law of space, and the strength of his body was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and walked towards the huge territory gate. A huge suction force came from the territory gate, and the more he tried to resist, the more powerless he felt. Yang Kai frowned and simply stopped resisting, allowing the suction force to pull him into the territory gate. His vision blurred as he charged into the territory gate. An incomparably terrifying tearing force assaulted him from all directions. There was also a wave of unbearable dizziness, causing him to lose his sense of direction. All the bones in his body were making cracking noises. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged the law of space, secretly combining it with the fluctuating law of space in the territory gate. Immediately, the pressure was reduced, and he was delighted. He knew that his guess was right. The law of space could indeed reduce the risk. With this, he was more confident in passing through the territory gate. Calming his chi, Yang Kai allowed his body to drift, protected by the law of space. After an unknown amount of time, the suction force around him suddenly disappeared, and his body became much lighter. He regained control of his body. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. This should be another large territory gate. In other words, he had succeeded in passing through the territory gate. However, with just a slight movement, he felt incomparable pain all over his body. Looking down, he was shocked to see that his body was covered in small wounds, and his blood had dyed his entire body golden. His clothes were in tatters. For a moment, he felt a pang in his heart. He knew that Lao Bai was right. Only a mid-level splitter heaven cultivator could forcefully pass through this territory gate. No one below mid-level splitter heaven cultivator had the ability to do so. In other words, not only was his body formidable, but he was also able to utilize the spatial laws to reduce the pressure he faced. Otherwise, he would absolutely be unable to accomplish such a feat. He didn't pay too much attention to them. They were all superficial wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. He changed into a clean set of clothes, took out the map of the world, and identified his location. Then he walked in a certain direction. Along the way, Yang Kai casually threw a space spirit bead out. Ever since he came to this world, there was one thing he wanted to test, and that was the limit of the effective range of his space spirit bead. Although the space spirit bead was powerful and had the same effect as the Qiankuan escape technique, its effective range was not unlimited. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he had yet to find out where its limits were. He hadn't had the chance before, so he could use this opportunity to test it out. After a few days, Yang Kai held a space spirit bead in his hand, a contemplative look on his face. During this period of time, he had thrown out a few space spirit beads. After several tests, he discovered that the maximum effective range of the space spirit bead was about 2 days of flying at full speed. Any further and the space spirit bead would not be able to sense him. Since it couldn't sense him, it naturally wouldn't be effective. 2 days of flying at full speed wasn't considered short. In that case, the space spirit bead's teleportation distance couldn't compare to the Qiankuan escape technique. At the very least, as long as he was in a large territory, the Qiankuan escape technique would be effective. This was not surprising. The foundation of the Qiankuan escape technique was the Qiankuan Palace. There was the Qiankuan escape seal in the palace, and there were many large formations supporting it. It made sense that its effective range was greater than the space spirit bead. A few days later, a familiar world appeared in front of Yang Kai. The 9th underworld continent. Just like last time, he broke through the shackles of the world barrier and rushed into this mini-universe world. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the telepathic thoughts of the great emperors in this place sweep over him. Immediately after, an old man appeared in front of him out of thin air. He bowed slightly, a look of surprise on his face. Special Envoy Yang? The old man was the sect master of Tianshan, Bao Zedong. He was also the one who welcomed Yang Kai the last time he came. Sect Master Bao. Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting. Bao Zedong asked curiously, Special Envoy Yang, why are you here? Does Madame Lan have any orders? Yang Kai sighed. She doesn't have any orders. The lady boss is hungry and wants to eat the snowy skyline again. She asked me to come and pick some for her. Bao Zedong was shocked. Madam wants to eat it again. Is there a problem? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Bao Zedong waved his hand. No problem, no problem. Special Envoy Yang, please come with me. He was curious why Madame Lan wanted the snowy skyline again so soon. In the past, Madame Lan didn't want it even once every 10 or 20 years. She would only ask someone to pick it when she passed by this place. However, only half a year had passed since the last time. Although he was curious, he couldn't ask too much. He apologized and went forward to grab Yang Kai's arm. He called for a woman and ordered her to pick some for the snowy skyline. Bao Zedong was about to invite Yang Kai to sit down when Yang Kai said, "Let's go together." Bao Zedong nodded. Sure. The three of them set off and flew towards a certain part of Heavenly Mountain. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a valley. The valley wasn't large and was surrounded by mountains. However, when Yang Kai arrived, he could clearly feel that there were strong cultivators guarding this place. Although they weren't at the level of the great emperors, they were at the limit of this world. In addition, there were layers of formations set up inside and outside the valley. It was obvious that Heavenly Mountain attached great importance to this place. In the valley, there were about 50 to 60 small trees that were as tall as 2 people. Yang Kai had never seen those trees before, but the fruits hanging on the trees were very familiar. They were the size of a baby's fist and were reddish-black in color. They were the snowy skyline. Yang Kai had eaten this fruit before. It was bitter and astringent. Although it was a spirit fruit, in Yang Kai's opinion, it didn't have much value. At most, it was suitable for cultivator below the Saint King realm. In other words, the grade of this spirit fruit was very low. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't need to personally pick the fruits. The Heavenly Mountain women would pick the fruits that were about the same size. Bao Zitong accompanied Yang Kai as they shuttled through the fruit forest. Sect leader Bao, there's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask you to enlighten me. Yang Kai stopped under a fruit tree and suddenly spoke. Bao Zitong replied, "Please speak, Special Envoy Yang." This snowy skyline. Yang Kai pointed at the fruit tree and said, "Does it have any special meaning to the lady boss?" He vaguely sensed it last time, but he didn't ask too much. Bao Zitong looked around and reminisced. To be honest, Special Envoy Yang, the fruit trees here were planted by the lady herself. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The lady boss planted them? He suddenly realized something. Could it be that the lady boss was born in the 9 Serenities continent? If she wasn't born here, why would she plant fruit trees here? Yes. Bao Zitong nodded slightly, a hint of pride appearing on his face. The lady was once the 43rd sect leader of Heavenly Mountain. Yang Kai understood now. No wonder the lady boss was so fond of the snowy skyline. It was because of homesickness. However, on second thought, this wasn't right. If she was really homesick, shouldn't she come back to Heavenly Mountain to take a look? However, the lady boss didn't come back at all when the ship stopped in the void last time. She only asked him to come here and pick some fruits. Sect leader Bao, is there anything special between the snowy skyline and the lady boss? Yang Kai asked again. This time, Bao Zedong didn't answer. He only shook his head and said, "It's not my place to interfere with the lady's matters. If Special Envoy Yang wants to know, you can ask the lady." He paused and said, "However, Special Envoy Yang, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it." "Please speak, Sect Leader Bao." Bao Zedong said, "This Bao earnestly hopes that Special Envoy Yang can take good care of the lady." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The lady boss is a 6th grade heaven-opening realm master, so she's very impressive. I'm just a little venerable sovereign. How can I take care of her? On the other hand, the lady boss takes good care of us. Bao Zedong smiled and didn't say anything else. The two of them walked forward for a while. Yang Kai said, "Sect Leader Bao, I want to take a fruit tree with me. Is there a problem?" Bao Zedong pondered for a moment. "Sure. There are dozens of fruit trees here. I don't think the lady will blame me for taking one." Yang Kai thanked him and immediately got to work. It wasn't difficult and he finished it in a short while. This time, the lady boss had gone crazy and made him come to the 9 Serenities continent to pick the snowy skyline. If she went crazy again next time, wouldn't he have to come here again? He would transplant one into his own medicine garden first. After all, it shouldn't be difficult to cultivate this thing. He would let the 2 little wood spirits handle it later. With their abilities, they would be able to harvest dozens or hundreds of trees in less than 1 or 2 days. At that time, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. When he was done here, the snowy skyline was almost finished. The Heavenly Mountain woman came over with a basket of spirit fruits and handed it to Yang Kai. After declining Bao Zedong's invitation to stay, Yang Kai immediately set off and rushed back. It took him more than 20 days to come here, and about the same time to go back. This round trip took him 1.5 months. When Yang Kai hurried back to the first inn, he was stopped by Old Bai. With an anxious look on his face, Old Bai whispered, You dare to come back? Where have you been all this time? The lady boss ordered me to go out and do something, Yang Kai replied. What are you talking about? Lao Bai glared at him. The lady boss was very angry when she couldn't find you. If he really went out to do something for the lady boss, how could the lady boss not know? Hurry up and leave. Don't ever come back again. If the lady boss finds out. Lao Bai said as he pushed Yang Kai out. Suddenly his expression froze. He bared his teeth and said, It's too late. The lady boss's voice sounded in his mind. Obviously, she had discovered Yang Kai's presence. Yang Kai didn't have the energy to say anything else. He walked straight into the inn. I'm going to see her. Lao Bai couldn't stop him. He exchanged a glance with the accountant. When he thought about the lady boss's terrifying state, he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 3968. When he arrived at the lady boss's room, Yang Kai knocked on the door. A cold voice immediately came from inside the room. Get in here. Yang Kai shrunk his neck. He knew that Lao Bai was not lying. The lady boss did not seem to be in a good mood. Even her tone sounded very creepy. However, he was on a mission, so he was not afraid of anything. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. Lady boss, I'm back. Inside the room, the lady boss was sitting on a chair. She glanced at him with a cold expression. Hearing him, she laughed. You still have the guts to come back? You still have the nerve to come back? She slammed the table and shouted angrily, Why don't you die outside? Didn't you ask me to pick the snow sky frontline? Now that she was saying such things again, Yang Kai felt a burst of anger in his heart. Clenching his fists, he was about to argue back, but then he remembered how she had rushed to the storm auction house to save him and Old Bai. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, he stepped forward without saying a word. Lady boss, I've brought back what you wanted. What I wanted? What did I want? The lady boss clenched her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh. As soon as she finished speaking, her small mouth opened slightly. She stared blankly at a bamboo basket on the table. The bamboo basket was filled with red and black fruits the size of a baby's fist. They smelled very fresh, as if they had just been picked. The snow sky frontline? The lady boss was shocked. Her anger disappeared in an instant. She said in a daze, Where did you get it? Yang Kai sneered, Where else could I get it? The lady boss suddenly stood up and said in shock, You went to the 9 Serenities continent? Yang Kai said in annoyance, Nonsense, this is a specialty of the 9 Serenities continent. Where else could I go? You disappeared for a while because you went to the 9 Serenities continent? The lady boss still could not believe it. Her eyes were wide open. Where else did you think I went? Yang Kai glanced at her and was surprised to find that the lady boss had a look of guilt and fear in her eyes. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He didn't know what she was afraid of. How did you get to the 9 Underworlds continent? Asked the lady boss. How else can we go? It's just... Yang Kai paused, suddenly realizing that there was no way to explain this. He didn't have a flight-type artifact that could resist the tearing force of the territory gates, so how could he pass through them? If he were to tell the lady boss that he used his physical body to travel through space, she probably wouldn't believe him, so he decided not to tell her more. He waved his hand and said, If you want to eat it, then eat it quickly. It won't be fresh if it's left for too long. I'm going to rest first. He cupped his hands and turned around to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, his collar was suddenly grabbed by someone. He turned his head and saw that the lady boss was standing behind him, grabbing his clothes. What? Hey, why are you taking off my clothes? Yang Kai's face was filled with panic. The lady boss had directly grabbed him and thrown him onto the bed, one hand holding him down while the other undid his clothes. What was wrong with this woman? He wanted to resist, but in the hands of a 6th-grade heaven splitter, he couldn't even summon the slightest bit of strength, so how could he resist? After a few seconds, his clothes were undone. Have you gone crazy? Yang Kai shouted angrily, his eyes spitting fire. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could a woman force a man onto the bed and strip him? He angrily glared at her, only to see the lady boss staring blankly at her exposed chest and waist. Then she stretched out a hand and gently touched them. Her touch was warm and tugging at his heartstrings. Yang Kai couldn't help but groan, his resistance instantly becoming less firm. Suddenly he hissed again. It was the lady boss who had touched his wounds, causing him a burst of pain. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, and he had used the space principles to reduce the risk when he passed through the territory gate, every time he passed through he would be riddled with scars. They weren't serious injuries, just that they looked quite miserable. After a few days of recuperation, he would naturally recover. He had rushed back without stopping and directly came to see the lady boss. His injuries hadn't healed yet. You forcibly passed through the territory gate? The lady boss looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Yang Kai pushed her away and stood up to put on his clothes. He snorted, "What else could I do?" "Are you crazy?" The lady boss shouted. "Don't you know that this is very dangerous? Weren't you the one who asked me to go?" Yang Kai tidied his messy clothes and didn't even raise his head. The lady boss was suddenly at a loss for words. She did ask Yang Kai to go to the Nine Serenities continent to pick some snow, but she didn't ask him to forcibly pass through the territory gate. If Yang Kai had agreed, she would have found him a flight-type artifact to protect himself. However, Yang Kai didn't agree at that time and went back by himself. She thought that Yang Kai had left in a fit of anger, so she was very angry these days. "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go and rest first. It's quite tiring to travel all the way here." Yang Kai cupped his hands and asked. Seeing that she was just staring blankly at him without any reaction, he couldn't be bothered with her anymore. He nodded and turned to leave. Opening the door, Yang Kai paused for a moment. In the courtyard, the accountant was holding his golden abacus and making a crackling sound. Lao Bai and the chef were together, looking dignified as they muttered something. The chef nodded from time to time. "These three bored fellows." Yang Kai snorted, turned around, closed the door, and strode away. Halfway, Lao Bai caught up with him. He didn't say much, but solemnly reminded him, "Don't bother the lady boss for 3 days or you'll suffer." Yang Kai nodded seriously. What happened last time was still fresh in his mind. How could he make the same mistake again? He secretly made up his mind. Even if the lady boss called him, he would definitely not go. After returning to his room, he sat down and rested, conserving his energy. The past month of travel was really tiring. Yang Kai didn't want to think about anything else now. He just wanted to have a good sleep first. The night passed without a word. The next day, Yang Kai came out early and busied himself with the first inn with Lao Bai and the others. The first inn's business was very good. Since noon it was full of guests. In fact, the first inn had a large business and didn't need to rely on selling food to make a living. Their main purpose was to gather information and obtain all kinds of secret information. This was also the reason why they opened an inn. The first inn was a place where good and bad people mixed together. It was where all kinds of information flowed. After working for half a day, they finally had time to rest and chat with the accountant at the counter. Although the people of the first inn hadn't been in Star City for long, their ability to gather information was unparalleled. It was quite interesting to listen to the accountant talk about the anecdotes of the masters in Star City. Yang Kai was more concerned about the Feng Yun auction house. After asking, he learned that the Feng Yun auction house hadn't made any big moves recently. It seemed that they had admitted defeat last time. "Did you really go to the 9 underworlds some time ago?" the accountant asked while doing the accounts. Yang Kai nodded. "The lady boss said she wanted to eat snowy skyline, so I went." The accountant looked up at him. "The lady boss didn't know you went. She thought you ran away or something happened to you. She has been inquiring about your whereabouts. The whole Star City has been turned over several times, but she couldn't find any clues about you." Yang Kai sneered. "Does she care about me that much?" The accountant shook his head solemnly. "I don't dare to say for others, but for you, the lady boss definitely cares about you." But the accountant shook his head and didn't say anything. He just said, "Our lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, she has a hard life. Don't be fooled by her awe-inspiring appearance in front of outsiders. In fact, she's not like that at all. She has a good temper, but sometimes she can be a little hot-tempered. As he spoke, the accountant suddenly stopped talking. He opened his mouth wide and stared blankly behind Yang Kai. Clatter. A plate fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lao Bai, not far from his left, was also standing there in a daze. One of his hands was hanging in the air, and the plate under his feet was shattered. A plate of side dishes was scattered all over the floor. The other busy workers in the shop were all frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on them. Many customers were staring blankly. Everyone in the lobby was focused in one direction. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly turned around. His eyes suddenly shrank. Not far behind him, the lady boss had appeared out of nowhere. Her fine black hair was tied up in a woman's bun, and her hair was glittering with jewels. A silver-gilded phoenix hairpin was inserted into her hair. As she walked, it trembled as if it was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. The dress she wore fitted her perfectly. It was not only graceful and luxurious, but also graceful and dignified. What was particularly eye-catching was the lady boss's face. At this moment, the lady boss walked in with a sweet smile. All the male customers in the lobby stared at this beauty like leeches. The lady boss went to greet the customers table by table. From time to time, she would let out a tinkling giggle. She even personally poured wine for a table of customers. The male customers at that table all showed expressions of fascination. If they didn't have some scruples, they would have dragged the lady boss to drink with them. Not long after, she walked around and came to the counter. She knocked on the table and said, "Don't be in a daze. Work hard." The accountant made a sound of "oh," but his hands did not move. It seemed that he was still in a daze. The lady boss glanced at Yang Kai again and smiled. "Come here later. I have something to tell you." Yang Kai also made a sound of "oh," but his heart was alarmed. This crazy woman was smiling at him. What was she smiling at? "Wipe the floor and tidy up. What do you think you look like?" the lady boss said to Lao Bai. Lao Bai kept nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The lady boss turned around again and reached out to touch her hair. In a low voice, she asked Kai Yang and the accountant, "Won't this hairpin look too young on me?" "Not young, not young." The accountant quickly said, "Lady boss is so young. It's just right for you." He punched Yang Kai in the arm. Yang Kai also came back to his senses. Yes, it's just right. Chapter 3969. You're the only ones who know how to make people happy. The lady boss chuckled and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. It was not until her figure disappeared that the quiet lobby became noisy again. What's going on? Yang Kai stared at the accountant, but the accountant was confused. Didn't they say that the lady boss would be depressed for a long time every time she ate the snowy skyline? Why was she so different this time? Did you see that? Did you see that? The lady boss put on that hairpin. Lao Bai didn't care about wiping the floor anymore. He leaned over and whispered. His face was full of horror, and no one knew what he was thinking. How could he not see that the lady boss had purposely held the silver-gilded phoenix hairpin and asked for Yang Kai and the accountant's opinion? What's wrong with the hairpin? Yang Kai had just joined the First Inn not long ago, so he was confused. That hairpin... The accountant frowned and said, "It was given to the lady boss by a very important person. The lady boss hasn't worn it for a long time. And the lady boss's attitude today is not right." Lao Bai stared in the direction of the backyard. There must be a reason for this abnormality. The accountant clicked his tongue. "So should I go or not?" Yang Kai asked. Just now, the lady boss had called him over and said that she had something to tell him. He had made up his mind not to go to the lady boss for the next 3 days, but now he was in a dilemma. Go. Lao Bai grabbed his arm and pushed him towards the inner courtyard. "The lady boss summoned you. How can you not go? Nothing will happen, right?" Yang Kai was worried. He didn't want to be drunk by the lady boss again. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. "Stop talking nonsense. Go," Lao Bai said impatiently. Yang Kai had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the inner courtyard. After he left, Lao Bai returned to the counter and looked at Yang Kai's figure. He sighed and said, "It's been so many years. It's time to come out." The accountant lowered his eyes and said, "It's not easy to come out of a blood feud. But it's not bad to have something to rely on. By the way, have you investigated Yang Kai's background? Don't let anything happen in the end." Lao Bai said, "How can I not know when I'm personally involved? He has only been in the trichiliocosm for a short while, so he doesn't need to investigate much. Moreover, this fellow's personality is very much to my liking. He doesn't seem like someone from that side." "That's good." The accountant heaved a sigh of relief. "If you fall in the same place twice, Lady Boss won't be able to get up again." The two looked at each other and sighed heavily. In the boudoir, the proprietress was sitting upright. After Yang Kai came in, he was a little worried. Fortunately, there was no smell of alcohol in the room, and there were no messy fruit pits. It seemed that the proprietress did not drink last night. "This is for you. Go back and refine it." The lady boss didn't say anything else. She directly handed Yang Kai a spindle-shaped object. Yang Kai took it and raised his eyebrows. Territory shuttle? He had seen this thing before. Previously, when he was in the Star Market, he had gone to many shops and seen many things to buy and sell in the Star Market. This territory shuttle was one of them. As the name implied, this thing was a secret treasure specially used to travel through the territory gate. The 100 Refinements Hall sold it, and it seemed that according to the quality, it was divided into several grades. The lowest grade started at 100,000, and then there were hundreds of thousands, millions, and even millions. The better the quality, the more expensive it was. Of course, it could be used for a longer time. The lowest grade territory shuttle could only withstand 3 to 5 shuttles. Any more and it would not be able to withstand the pressure of shuttling through the territory gate. If it was forcefully used, it would only shatter. The highest grade territory gate could be used indefinitely, and there was no risk of it being damaged. Of course, the price was also high. Yang Kai didn't know what grade the item the proprietress gave him was, but the proprietress definitely wouldn't be too bad. "It's good that you recognize it." The proprietress smiled. "Actually, last time, forget it, don't casually travel through the territory gate in the future. You haven't opened the heavens yet, so it's very dangerous. Refine this, and if you want to travel through the territory gate in the future, you can use it." This was indeed something he needed, so Yang Kai didn't bother with pleasantries and nodded. "Thank you, proprietress." The proprietress sneered. "What are you thanking me for? You are my shop's employee, so I naturally have to consider your safety. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back to work." Saying so, she waved her hand. Yang Kai cupped his fists and left, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around. "Proprietress, is our shop still short of people?" The proprietress looked up at him. "What's wrong?" "It's like this, if the shop is still short of people, I want to recommend someone to come over. That person has helped me a lot, but because her strength isn't high, life in the Star Market is very difficult for her." The proprietress pondered for a moment before asking, "The woman you called last time?" "Yes, that's her." Yang Kai nodded. "Her name is Luo Hai, and she was born in the Star Market. She has never joined any forces, so if proprietress is still worried, you can go and inquire about her background." "No need, you can go and talk to her. If she is willing, let her come over. It's just a matter of one more person." The proprietress agreed so readily that it was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, so he immediately thanked her. Returning to the lobby, Lao Bai immediately greeted him and looked at him worriedly. "Is everything all right?" "I'm fine, I'm going out." Yang Kai put the white towel on his shoulder into Lao Bai's hand and strode out. Last time, he had stayed in Luo Hai's house, so Yang Kai vaguely remembered the location. He went all the way to the outermost area of the Star Market and finally found Luo Hai's house among the messy buildings, but he found that there was no one home. Fortunately, he still had a way to contact Luo Hai, so he immediately took out his communication bead and sent a message to her. After a short while, Luo Hai replied, asking him to wait for a moment, and she would come back soon. After waiting for less than half an hour, Luo Hai hurriedly appeared, and after seeing Yang Kai, she asked in surprise, "Lord Yang, Why are you here? After the incident at the Fengyun auction house, she had not seen Yang Kai again, nor had Yang Kai contacted her. Originally, she thought that Yang Kai had forgotten about her, but who knew that after more than a month, Yang Kai actually came to find her. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "What's wrong? Can I come?" Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand and said, "That's not what I meant. It's just that a few days ago, I went to the first inn to look for you, but they said that you were missing." Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's just a misunderstanding." His face suddenly turned cold and he said in surprise, "You've condensed your Dao seal?" Compared to the last time they met, although Luo Hai was still in the Emperor realm, there was clearly an aura of Dao circulating around her body, which meant that she had successfully condensed her Dao seal and could look forward to reaching the heaven-opening realm. Luo Hai said, "I have to thank Lord Yang for the great Dao pill, otherwise, I don't know when I would have been able to condense my Dao seal." A few days ago, she went to the first inn to find Yang Kai to thank him, but who knew that when she arrived, she heard that Yang Kai had inexplicably disappeared. The lady boss of the first inn was very angry because of this, and she was so scared that she hurriedly left. Although she had been paying more attention to Yang Kai recently, she found nothing. "It's nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand. The great Dao pill was something he had casually brought back from the auction house, and he had no use for it. He had originally intended to give it to Luo Hai. "You don't have to call me master, just call me Big Brother Yang." Thinking that they would be working together at the first inn in the future, he had to change this address, otherwise it would be awkward. "How can I?" Luo Hai waved her hand again and again. Just as Kai Yang was about to say something, he heard a sarcastic voice from not far away. "I was wondering why a cheap slut like you would suddenly abandon this young master. So it turns out you ran off to meet with your lover. You don't put this young master in your eyes at all." As soon as this remark came out, Luo Hai's face changed. Yang Kai also couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that not far away, a group of 3 people were walking over. The leader was a young man with a fair complexion. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. At a glance, one could tell that he came from a wealthy background. Behind him was a middle-aged man and an old man, who seemed to be his guards. Yang Kai noticed these 3 people when they came over, but he didn't expect them to be looking for Luo Hai. Looking at the 3 people, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The young man in the lead was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator who wasn't even an Emperor Realm master. Yang Kai didn't know how poor his aptitude was, but it was surprising that he only had such a weak cultivation outside the universe. The middle-aged man and the old man behind him had deep auras, indicating that they were 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators. From what Yang Kai could tell, the auras of these 2 were no weaker than Wei Kei of Great Moon Province. In other words, they were 2 third-order heaven-opening realm cultivators. What was the background of this guy? He was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he had brought 2 third-order heaven-opening realm guards with him. Moreover, he even knew Luo Hai. Yang Kai was a little confused. "Cheap slave. This young master paid you so you could serve this young master well, not come here to flirt with your lover. Tell me, how should we settle this account?" The young man looked extraordinary and dignified, but when he opened his mouth was full of venom. He didn't even look at Yang Kai, only staring at Luo Hai as he shouted. Luo Hai trembled and hurriedly explained, "Young Master Hai, you misunderstand. I am an old acquaintance of this Lord Yang. He came to find me for some reason. This mistress didn't mean to abandon young master. This mistress apologizes to young master here, please forgive her." Young Master Hai glanced sideways at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, "What bullshit, Lord Yang, pig master. A trivial piece of trash dares to call himself master in front of this young master? You really don't know what you're talking about." Yang Kai was immediately unhappy. He hadn't provoked anyone, and this was the first time he had met this young Master Hai, yet he was being called trash. His face immediately sank as he said, "Friend, can we talk things out? If you don't know how to speak properly, I can teach you on behalf of your master." Young Master Hai sneered, "Friend? Who's your friend? A piece of trash like you dares to talk nonsense in front of this young master." The two-third order heaven-opening realm cultivators behind him also glared at Yang Kai coldly, the pressure of their heaven-opening realm slowly spreading out from their bodies. Chapter 3970. Where did this mad dog come from? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Hai. Luo Hai replied, I don't know where this young Master Hai came from, but it seems his background is not small. This is the first time he came to Star City, so he asked me to be his guide. Yang Kai nodded, thinking that this young Master Hai was familiar with Luo Hai, but it turned out that he was just a customer. Just like last time, he didn't know much about Star City, so he found someone familiar to guide him. No wonder this guy had said something about abandoning him as soon as he appeared. It seemed that he had implicated Luo Hai. He had sent a message to her, and Luo Hai should have hurried back, causing this young Master Hai to feel indignant and chase after her to see what was going on. As for the other party's background, Yang Kai could see that this young Master Hai's background was not small, otherwise, how could he have two-third stage heaven splitters guarding him? Not in the mood to argue with him, Yang Kai simply said, Young Master Hai, is it? Miss Luo has other important matters to attend to, so it is inconvenient for her to be your guide. You should find someone else. Young Master Hai sneered, You think it's inconvenient? Did you ask for this young master's opinion? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, Then what opinion do you have? Young Master Hai sneered, You took this young master's money, but you want to get away without serving this young master well? How could it be so simple? How much did he pay you? Yang Kai turned to Luo Hai and asked. Luo Hai lowered her head and said, 3 spirit pills. Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand, tossing 3 heaven splitter pills over. Young Master Hai, these are 3 heaven splitter pills. Now that I've paid you back, we don't owe each other anything. Whether it was young Master Hai or the two-third stage heaven splitters, none of them took the heaven splitter pills, not even glancing at them, letting them fall to the ground. Young Master Hai chuckled, Heaven splitter pills? This young master can have as many as he wants. Even this young master usually feeds his dog more than 3 pills a day. Do you think this young master cares about this? Yang Kai frowned and said, There are countless directional derivatives in this Star City. Young Master Hai can find them anywhere, so why be so aggressive? So what if I like to be aggressive? Hai Gongzi looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. Get lost if you don't want to die. This is none of your business. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Then what will it take for you to give up? Yang Kai was disgusted. Although he loathed young Master Hai's domineering and arrogant personality, he had 2 third-grade heaven splitters with him, so he really did have the capital to be arrogant. Make her accompany me obediently for a day and a night, and this young master will pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Young Master Hai pointed at Luo Hai. Once he said that, Luo Hai's body trembled. How could she not know Mr. Hai's intentions? Her face immediately turned pale. The reason she had rushed back so quickly after receiving Yang Kai's message was that when she was acting as young Master Hai's guide, this guy had been harboring ill intentions towards her, causing Luo Hai to feel very insecure. As such, after receiving Yang Kai's message, she had immediately apologized and returned the 3 heaven splitter pills as a reward before rushing back. She hadn't expected this guy to chase her all the way here and not let her off so easily. Yang Kai's face also became cold. Observing the situation, young Master Hai couldn't help feeling smug. 2 insignificant pieces of trash daring to oppose this young master, I'll let you know what the consequences will be. Luo Hai was obviously someone who lived at the lowest rung of society. She had no backing or strength, so even if such a person was killed, no one would stand up for her. The young man next to her didn't seem to have any kind of background either. He was dressed like a manservant, and it was impossible to tell where he was from. Although young Master Hai was a little interested in Luo Hai, it wasn't like he had to get his hands on her. He had an extraordinary background. Not to mention Luo Hai, who had only condensed a Dao seal from the Emperor realm, even some low-rank heaven splitters would willingly crawl into his bed, strip naked, and let him taste them. So, although he was just a Dao Source realm cultivator, he had played with no less than a dozen heaven splitter realm women. It was just that he was accustomed to others obeying his every command, so suddenly, one day, someone disobeying his wishes naturally made him very angry. Yang Kai's eyes were downcast, and his face was gloomy, causing young Master Hai to mistakenly think that Yang Kai was afraid. He immediately snorted coldly, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, scram. This young master can't be bothered with trash like you." Saying so, he pointed at Luo Hai and said, "Take this cheap slut down." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man on his left stepped forward. Luo Hai was so scared that she trembled all over, her face drained of blood. Just as she was considering whether to run or beg for mercy, a figure flashed in front of her and blocked her path. Yang Kai looked up and shouted coldly, "Who dares to make a move? Take her down." Young Master Hai shouted angrily. The middle-aged man didn't pay attention to Yang Kai at all and stretched out his hand to grab Luo Hai. Although Yang Kai was in front of her, Luo Hai still felt her vision go dark at this moment, as if all the light had been blocked. "We are Madame Lan's people in the first inn. Try." Yang Kai shouted. The middle-aged man's hand paused, and his calm expression finally changed as he asked in surprise, "The first inn, Madame Lan?" Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed Luo Hai's wrist, and in a flash, the two of them disappeared. What a treacherous boy! The middle-aged man was furious. How could he not know that he had been fooled? This boy had only shouted those words to frighten him so that he could escape. "Get out here." At this moment, the elderly man who had been standing next to young Master Hai suddenly punched the air, and a fierce fist chi erupted. In the air, two figures suddenly appeared. It was Yang Kai and Luo Hai who had just disappeared. Being hit by the shockwave, Yang Kai and Luo Hai both spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. Yang Kai's face was filled with horror and disbelief. These guys actually dared to fight in Star City? Star City was under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens, and private fighting was strictly prohibited here. Old White had told him this before he came. Last time, when the Lady Boss fought in the Fengyun auction house, the Great War Heavens people were not alarmed because the Fengyun auction house itself was isolated from the outside world by a restriction, and the fight was short, so the fluctuations did not spread out. The Fengyun auction house felt embarrassed and would not expose the matter. There were no restrictions here. If the Great War Heavens people were attracted, no one would have a good ending. Only now did young Master Hai realize what was going on. He stomped his feet and shouted, "Still want to run? You want to run in front of this young master? Break this guy's legs for me." The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Probably because he was deceived by Yang Kai just now, he immediately stepped forward, raised his foot, and stomped on Yang Kai's thigh. Looking at his posture, he did not show the slightest mercy. Even if Yang Kai had a dragon bloodline body, he would not be able to withstand the power of a third-grade Heaven Splitter stomp. When the time came, he would definitely end up with broken bones and broken legs. Just as he was considering whether to use the last golden annihilation plume to stew these guys in a pot, an angry shout suddenly came from afar, "Who dares be so presumptuous?" Seeing these people, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. These guys were all wearing battle armor and were surprisingly from the Great War Heavens. There was no need to use the golden annihilation plume. This thing was a trump card that could repel the Lady Boss, so it would be a waste to use it here. The leader was a silver-armored young general. In terms of aura, he was not necessarily stronger than the 2/3 grade Heaven Splitters by young Master Hai's side, but his momentum was much fiercer. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood on his body. Obviously, he had experienced many life and death battles. Yang Kai silently recalled that when he had just arrived in Star City and passed by the Void Ferry, Old White had told him some things about the Great War Heavens. The Great War Heavens acted as a military unit and had a very rigid style. They were like an army, and their internal ranks were all divided according to military rules. The one guarding the Void Ferry was a general. The so-called general referred to middle-grade Heaven Splitters, 4th-grade Heaven Splitters were generals, 5th-grade Heaven Splitters were generals, and 6th-grade Heaven Splitters were great generals. Above them were marshals, grand marshals, and below them was this silver-armored young general. This silver-armored young general should also have a third-grade Heaven Splitter cultivation base. The people he had brought were all Heaven Splitters, but their cultivation bases were clearly inferior to his. However, Yang Kai could clearly sense that these fellows' auras were faintly connected, as if they could use some kind of joint attack technique. With such a small team, even if they faced a fourth-grade Heaven Splitter, they would still have the strength to fight. While inwardly shocked by the Great War Heavens Foundation, Yang Kai also admired their ability to act. They had only just started fighting here, and this silver-armored young general had immediately brought people over. Their speed was truly fast. His heart finally relaxed. Yang Kai looked at young Master Hai and the others with schadenfreude. Since the Great War Heavens people had come, they were in for a bad time. The silver-armored young general clasped his hands behind his back and swept his eyes over everyone present, finally stopping on Yang Kai and Luo Hai. He coldly snorted and asked, "Who did it?" He was clearly asking who had injured Yang Kai and Luo Hai. The middle-aged man and the elderly man beside young Master Hai did not speak. At this time, there was naturally no reason for them to admit it. Young Master Hai casually said, "They injured themselves." The silver-armored young general glanced at him. Young Master Hai said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." The silver-armored young general raised his hand and threw out a slap. With a bang, young Master Hai was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before landing on the ground. "Young Master!" The young man and the elderly man were shocked when they saw this, but just as they were about to catch young Master Hai, they suddenly felt a sharp aura lock onto them. They were afraid that the slightest movement would immediately attract a storm of attacks, causing their faces to turn ugly as they froze in place. Chapter 3971. After sending young Master Hai flying with a single slap, the silver-armored young general acted as if nothing had happened and said lightly, "Do I look like a fool?" His slap was not heavy, but young Master Hai was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he withstand it? With this slap, half of young Master Hai's teeth were broken and his face was swollen. After staggering to his feet, young Master Hai covered his face and stared at the silver-armored young general in disbelief, muttering, You dare hit me?" Ever since he was a child, let alone being hit, no one had even said a single harsh word to him, but today, in this place, he had actually lost so many of his teeth, causing him to tremble in anger as he stomped his foot and shouted, "What are you two idiots doing? Why haven't you killed them yet?" As soon as this statement came out, the two third-order heaven-opening masters brought by young Master Hai paled and quickly signaled to him to calm down. Not to mention that the two of them were not necessarily the opponents of these people. Even if they could, they would not dare to do so here. This was the Star City under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens, and these people were all disciples of the Great War Heavens. If they really killed someone here, how could they be let off so easily? Even if they had powerful backgrounds, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Young Master Hai, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear and continued to clamor. The silver-armored young general glared at him coldly. "If you dare to make any more noise, it won't be as simple as a slap." A faint murderous intent flashed across his eyes, almost tangible. Young Master Hai could not help shuddering, perhaps realizing the danger he was in, but he really did not dare to speak again. Yang Kai watched from the side with a smile on his face, cheering in his heart. This was the first time he had seen people from the Great War Heavens carry out their official duties, and as expected of the military, they were truly firm and unyielding. Knowing that this calamity should be considered to have passed, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Sir, it's fortunate that you came in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my companion and I would be in trouble." These fellows took a liking to my companion's beauty and tried to coerce her in broad daylight. If she didn't comply, they would start a fight. I hope that Sir can be fair." The silver-armored young general glanced at him faintly and coldly snorted, not saying anything after hearing this, simply waving his hand and ordering, "Take them all away." "Master?" Yang Kai was a little confused. What kind of situation was this? Taking Mr. Hai and the other two away was understandable, but why did they want to take him and Luo Hai away as well? Before these thoughts had even come to their minds though, The surrounding Great War Heaven's cultivators took action and threw out rope-like artifacts towards everyone present. These ropes were like snakes, binding everyone in an instant. Yang Kai immediately panicked and shouted, "Master, we are the victims." "I, Dejan Tian, will find out whether or not I'm the victim. It's not up to you to say anything." The silver-armored general didn't even turn his head. "Master, we're from the first inn," Yang Kai hurriedly said, trying to use the name of the lady boss as a deterrent. The silver-armored young soldier who was leading the way suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at them. "You're from the first inn?" Yang Kai hurriedly nodded, but before he could say anything else, the silver-armored young soldier rushed over and punched Yang Kai in the stomach, causing his 5 viscera and 6 organs to churn violently. The pain caused Yang Kai's entire body to curl up like a shrimp. If Madame Lan was here, this general would have to give her some face, yet a mere servant like you dares to speak so arrogantly? The silver-armored young soldier's cold voice rang out in his ears, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth. How could he not know that this time, even using the name of the first inn didn't work? The Great War Heaven's people were unbelievably stubborn. "Take them away!" The silver-armored young soldier shouted again and led the way, the others holding Yang Kai, Luo Hai, and Mr. Hai following closely behind. "Big brother Yang, how are you?" Luo Hai was on the verge of tears, full of self-blame. If it weren't for her, Yang Kai wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved calamity. She also didn't expect that Mr. Hai would use his power to bully others like this. She had clearly returned the reward, yet he still chased her all the way here. In the end, she attracted the people of the Great War Heaven and caused trouble. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have rushed back no matter what. However, when she received Yang Kai's message just now, she thought that Yang Kai had something urgent to attend to. Moreover, she was a little repulsed by Mr. Hai, so she naturally left quickly. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. That punch wasn't too heavy, so he wasn't injured. It was just a brief moment of pain. "It's all my fault." Luo Hai's eyes were a little red. Yang Kai said, "Don't say that. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame some trash." Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Mr. Hai and the other two were also glaring at him, their eyes filled with malicious intent. They were all people with great backgrounds, so even if they were caught red-handed by the people of the Great War Heaven, there was nothing to be afraid of. At most, they would be released after paying some compensation, but these two pieces of trash were different. How could such trash have any compensation? They would definitely suffer a bit later. Mr. Hai secretly bore a grudge and swore to himself that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson later, letting him know the consequences of offending him. Luo Hai originally lived in the outermost area of Star City. There were many crooks mixed in with the honest folk, and the buildings were a mess. Generally speaking, this was where the lowest level of Star City lived, so there weren't many people here. But as they moved forward and arrived at the bustling area of Star City, countless people stopped and looked over, pointing at several people who had been tied up. They didn't know what crime these fellows had committed to actually cause them to fall into the hands of the people of the Great War Heaven. Many people didn't know the rules of other star markets, but in this Star City, the Great War Heaven ruled over everything. Those who dared to cause trouble here, no matter how big or small, would not have a good ending. There was once a 4th-stage heaven opening powerhouse who had fought with someone in Star City, but the result was that he was blocked by the people of the Great War Heaven and killed on the spot. And that 4th-stage heaven opening powerhouse was an elder from a 2nd-class force. Since then, no one dared to casually cause trouble in Star City. If there really was some unresolvable grudge between them, they could set up a life or death contract and enter the Azura field to determine victory or defeat. In any case, they couldn't cause trouble in Star City. Mr. Hai and the others were ashamed and indignant. This feeling of being surrounded by so many people was very uncomfortable, and they wished they could find a piece of cloth to cover their faces with. Yang Kai and Luo Hai were also embarrassed. Yang Kai was a bit better off, as this matter wasn't their fault. It was Mr. Hai who had been too domineering and arrogant, bringing this disaster upon himself. Luo Hai was a woman after all. Being surrounded and pointed at by so many people, she could hear the constant whispers of disdain mixed in, causing her to feel ashamed and unable to show her face. However, this group of people from the Great War Heaven seemed to have the intention of showing off their might. Wherever there was a crowd, that was where they would go. Moreover, they walked at a leisurely pace, covering almost half of Star City. Seeing the silver-armored general teach Mr. Hai a lesson, Yang Kai had secretly applauded him, causing his impression of the Great War Heaven to rise to a whole new level. But now, he no longer had a good impression of the Great War Heaven, only feeling that this group of people was truly abominable. After walking for more than an hour, the group arrived in front of a massive building. This was a large hall that stood at the center of Star City. It was the governor's mansion. Yang Kai had been in Star City for quite some time now, so he naturally had some understanding of the governor's mansion. This place was set up by the Great War Heaven in Star City and was in charge of managing Star City. There was an extraordinarily strong governor in charge of this place. Normally, it was deserted, with only the disciples of the Great War Heaven coming in and out. Arriving here, the silver-armored general led them in and then passed through a checkpoint, leading them all the way down into a dungeon. The light in the dungeon was dim, and a rotten smell filled the air. It was dark and damp. 1 cell per person, lock them in. The silver-armored general waved his hand, and the several people who had been escorted back were immediately separated and locked into cells. Luo Hai had never experienced such a situation before, and her beautiful face immediately paled. Even though Yang Kai was comforting her, her mood was still unstable. With a bang, the cell door closed, and Yang Kai stood in the cell, a strange expression on his face. They had been locked up. This was the first time in his life that he had entered a cell. Fortunately, his cultivation was not restricted. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that the cell was not so solid. If he wanted to, he could forcibly break it open, but breaking it open would be useless. There was no way to escape, and it would only make things more troublesome. Now, he could only hope that the people of the Great War Heaven would act impartially and release him and Luo Hai as soon as possible. Opposite him, young Master Hai and the 2 third-rank Kai Tian Realm Masters coldly glanced over. Young Master Hai was constantly shouting and cursing, saying that he would make Yang Kai pay a painful price. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, pretending not to hear. However, young Master Hai had only been shouting for a while before someone from the Great War Heaven came over and whipped him through the cell door, causing him to scream and not dare to make another sound. The person put away the whip and coldly glanced at young Master Hai before snorting lightly and turning his head to look around for a while before heading straight to Yang Kai's cell, opening the door, and saying, "Get out here, the Master of Punishment wants to question you." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at him before walking out of the cell. "Big brother Yang?" Luo Hai looked at him nervously through the cell door. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, indicating for her to calm down. Following the disciples of the Great War Heaven out of the dungeon, Yang Kai came all the way to a large hall, where he saw the so-called Master of Punishment, an elderly man with a cold expression. He sat behind a table, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai went forward to greet him and asked him questions. He didn't ask anything else, just the cause and effect of this conflict. Kai Yang explained everything in detail, without the slightest bit of embellishment. After the interrogation, the Master of Punishment ordered someone to take Yang Kai away, and the next person to be summoned was Luo Hai. Luo Hai did not know what she would encounter this time, so she looked at Yang Kai with an inquisitive gaze. Yang Kai transmitted his voice, "Tell me the truth." Luo Hai secretly nodded. At the same time, in the inner courtyard of the first inn, there was a knock on the door, sounding somewhat urgent. The door opened, and the lady boss frowned as she looked at Lao Bai and Chef standing in front of her. "What's the hurry?" Lao Bai's expression was serious as he said, "Yang Kai has been captured by the Great War Heaven's people." The lady boss's expression changed. "When did this happen?" "Just now. Chef saw it when he went out." Chef nodded vigorously at the side. "I saw it with my own eyes." "Did you see it clearly?" the lady boss asked. Chef said, "Not only was he captured, but the woman who came to report last time was also captured. There are 3 other people I don't know, and I don't know what happened." Chapter 3972. Lao Bai said, Lady Boss, what should we do? The Great War Heavens people are a bunch of lunatics. What good would it be if Yang Kai was captured? The Lady Boss said, I'll go take a look. Then she flashed out and disappeared. Lao Bai and the chef looked at each other and sighed heavily. Yang Kai hadn't been in this world for long, so he didn't know about the Great War Heavens' reputation. They had long heard of it and knew that even with the Lady Boss's help, Yang Kai would still suffer. They just didn't know if he could withstand it. After a cup of tea's time, in a large hall in the governor's office, a middle-aged man was reviewing documents behind a table. The middle-aged man sat there, his body straight like a spear. His expression was dignified without being angry. His head was tied with a golden crown, and his eyes were like stars. Although he was just sitting there, his body was still surrounded by a murderous aura, as if he had just killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This person was the governor of the Great War Heavens Star City, Yi Tianxiong. A silver-armored soldier hurried in from outside and stood in the hall, bowing. Reporting to the governor, Madame Lan of the First in requests an audience. The governor's eyes opened, and there was a flash of lightning. His pen was suspended in the air, and he squinted slightly. Madame Lan? What's the matter? The silver-armored soldier said, perhaps it's about the matter of her first-in's waiter. He briefly explained the matter of a few people being captured. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in Star City, and the Great War Heaven had also not captured anyone for a long time. Therefore, the matter just now quickly spread, and everyone in the governor's office heard about it. Hearing this, Yi Tianxiong put down his pen and said, invite her in. The silver-armored soldier responded and quickly turned to leave. Not long after, a white shadow flashed past. The Lady Boss rushed in from the outside, wrapped in a gust of cold wind. She rushed directly in front of the governor and slammed her hand on the table. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, Yi Tianxiong, release my men. With this slap, countless cracks appeared on the sturdy table, and the documents on the table flew up. With the sound of armors colliding, a large group of Great War Heavens disciples rushed in from outside the door, all of them summoning their artifacts and glaring at the graceful figure in front of the table. In an instant, the hall was filled with killing intent, and the atmosphere was tense. Even so, the Lady Boss turned a deaf ear to it and only looked at Yi Tianxiong. The latter shook his body slightly, and the numerous documents that were floating in the air fell back to the ground. Just like before, he waved his hand at the people below. Those disciples of the Great War Heavens who rushed in after hearing the commotion didn't say a word and retreated in an instant. They really moved like lightning. It was only then that Yi Tianxiong slowly raised his eyes and glanced at the Lady Boss. 300 years ago, we parted. Madame Lan is still as elegant as ever. I've long heard that Madame Lan has opened her first inn in my star market. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems like it's true now. The Lady Boss said, I'm not here to reminisce with you. Let him go. Yi Tianxiong asked, who is it? Stop playing dumb. The Lady Boss slammed the table again. My man was captured by your men. Don't tell me you don't know. I've never heard of it. Yi Tianxiong replied calmly, then changed the topic. But my men never capture innocent people. If Madame Lan's man didn't do anything wrong, he shouldn't have been captured. The Lady Boss said, I don't care if he did anything wrong or not. He was captured by. Let him go. Yi Tianxiong narrowed his eyes slightly. What does Madame Lan think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Are you going to let him go or not? The Lady Boss looked straight into his eyes. Yi Tianxiong smirked and lowered his head to deal with the documents. The Lady Boss turned around and left. All right. I'll announce to the world what happened in the bamboo forest in the Purple Jade Cave realm 800 years ago. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Yi Tianxiong, blocking her way. Their eyes met. The Lady Boss's smooth chin was held high with a smug look on her face. Yi Tianxiong's face twitched slightly. After a long while, Yi Tianxiong said, You're still as shameless as before. A woman like you is also a weirdo. The Lady Boss smiled sweetly. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. What do you say now? Yi Tianxiong said, Before the matter is investigated, no one can break the rules of Star City. Otherwise, where will the dignity of the governor's office be? So you're not letting him go? The lady boss's eyes narrowed slowly. Yi Tianxiong said, if it's proven that your men have nothing to do with this matter, I'll deal with it impartially. The lady boss thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then I'll wait here and see how you deal with it impartially. She turned around and sat on a chair at the side. She did not hold back and slammed the table. Don't you know how to serve tea when you're an esteemed guest? Is this how the people of Great War Heaven treat their guests? Yi Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He clapped his hands and someone immediately rushed in from outside and saluted. Governor. Yi Tianxiong pointed at the lady boss. Serve the tea. The person turned to look at Madame Lan with an incredulous expression. However, he still replied, yes. He turned around and left. After that, Yi Tianxiong's divine sense surged again. No one knew who he was sending a message to. After a while, an elderly man walked in and greeted the viceroy. This elderly man was the master of punishments who had questioned Yang Kai and the others before. Yi Tianxiong said, have you questioned the people who committed the crime? The master of punishments cupped his hands and said, I have. What exactly happened? Although the master of punishments found it strange that the governor would ask about such a trivial matter, he did not dare to ignore the governor's questions. He immediately explained the whole story. He had asked them one by one just now and had already figured out what had happened. Yi Tianxiong listened without batting an eyelid, but the lady boss was furious. Listen to it yourself. It was those 3 people who caused trouble in Star City and disregarded the rules of Great War Heaven. My servant was just helping out when he saw injustice. You guys arrested him without any reason. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I won't let you off. The master of punishments could not help but turn to look at the lady boss. He was secretly shocked. There was actually someone in this world who dared to speak like this in front of the governor. What made him even more surprised was that the governor did not get angry. Yi Tianxiong gently knocked on the table and waited for the lady boss to finish speaking before saying lightly, in this world, it takes 2 hands to clap. The lady boss was furious. What do you mean? Yi Tianxiong said, no matter what the reason is, if you dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, don't think you can get away without paying a price. The lady boss laughed coldly. Yi Tianxiong, are you going to do this? Yi Tianxiong said, don't worry, it's just a small punishment. That won't do. The lady boss said decisively. She knew the horror of the Great War Heaven's punishment. Yang Kai was only from the Emperor realm. No matter what kind of punishment he received, it would not end well. When I do something, I don't need anyone else to interfere. Yi Tianxiong snorted coldly. It was obvious that his patience had been worn thin. He looked at the master of punishments and said, that man and woman, give each of them a dragon tooth whip. How dare you? The lady boss gritted her teeth and shouted. Yi Tianxiong looked up. Lan Yorua, don't think that I didn't notice what happened at the Fengyun auction house. I just didn't want to argue with you. The lady boss had caused a ruckus at the Fengyun auction house. Even if there was a barrier around it, it could not escape the detection of a powerhouse like Yi Tianxiong. The lady boss was speechless. She glared at Yi Tianxiong hatefully. After a while, she stomped her foot and said, you'd better remember this. In the dungeon, after being questioned, Yang Kai and Luo Hai were locked up again. However, they did not have to wait for long before someone came to take them out. Yang Kai did not understand what was going on. He asked the Great War Heaven's disciples, but they ignored him completely. They kept walking forward and walked out of the Great War Manor. Yang Kai was delighted. He thought that this matter was over. After all, no matter what, he and Luo Hai were the victims of today's incident. They had no intention of causing trouble in Star Market. It was young Master Hai and the other 2 who were too aggressive. Just as he was about to thank them, he looked up and saw a familiar figure. He could not help but be surprised. Lady boss, why are you here? The lady boss looked at him with a complicated expression and sighed. Just bear with it. It will be over soon. Bear with it? Bear with what? Yang Kai was puzzled. Before he could ask clearly, 2 Great War Heaven's disciples came to him, grabbed his arms, and tied him to a cross. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist. However, he heard the lady boss's voice. He could not help but give up the idea in his heart and let the two Great War Heaven's disciples do what they wanted. After a short while, he was tied up with his arms and legs spread out. At this moment, outside the Great War Manor, a large group of people had gathered. There were even some people who flew into the air to look down. Noisy discussions immediately entered everyone's ears. What did this guy do? It looks like he's going to be executed. Good heavens, how many years has it been since someone dared to cause trouble here? This guy really doesn't fear death. The Great War Manor's Dragon Tooth Whip can kill. 13 years ago, a second-rank Heaven Splitter was tied up here. After 10 lashes, he died on the spot. I wonder how many lashes this boy will take today. Looking at his aura, it seems that he is still in the Emperor realm. At most, he can take 3 lashes. I'm afraid he won't be able to take any more. Yang Kai couldn't help but pale when he heard this. How could he not know why he was tied up here? Turning his head, he saw that the executioner he had seen before slowly walking over with a soft whip in his hand. The whip was covered in barbs, and the tip of the whip looked like 2 dragon fangs. Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. With such a whip on his body, how could there be any good outcome? Looking at the other side, Luo Hai was also tied up. She had clearly heard the discussions around her, and her face was completely pale. Yang Kai couldn't help but look to the lady boss for help. However, the lady boss slowly shook her head. He knew that there was nothing the lady boss could do about today's matter, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He and Luo Hai were purely victims. If not for Mr. Hai and the other 2 being so overbearing, how could they have been implicated? But now, they were actually tied up here and executed in front of so many people. Were the people of Great War Heavens all idiots? Chapter 3973. In front of the governor's mansion, it was not long before a sea of people gathered, all eyes focused on Yang Kai and Luo Hai. The executioner stepped forward with the dragon tooth whip in his hand, looked around and shouted, "These 2 have caused trouble in Star City, breaking the rules of Star City. The governor has ordered that each of them be given a dragon tooth whip as a warning to others." Yang Kai was about to defend himself when he heard a gust of wind, followed by a burst of heart-wrenching pain on his back, almost causing him to jump up. The pain was simply indescribable. He felt as if his entire soul was trembling. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were replaced by a roar. He could clearly feel that when the whip landed on his back, the clothes on his back were torn, his flesh lacerated, and blood flowed out. He didn't know what kind of special method this dragon tooth whip was made from, but when it struck a person, they would feel 10 times the pain. If it wasn't for Kai Yang's strong willpower, this whip strike would have caused him to faint on the spot. Since his debut, he had fought countless life and death battles, and had been seriously injured countless times, but never once had he felt such unbearable pain. His eyes widened, his eyeballs trembling violently in their sockets, blurring his vision. The lady boss's anxious voice sounded in his ears, "Are you done? Hurry up and untie me." Wait a minute. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. The lady boss asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "There's still 1 more whip, I'll take it for her." Yang Kai turned to look at the executioner. The executioner had a strange expression when he heard this. "Are you sure?" No one had ever dared to try the dragon tooth whip again after tasting it. Not to mention anything else, this kind of willpower was really admirable. The lady boss did not let it go. "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai squeezed out an ugly smile. "Lady boss, Miss Luo is a woman after all. How can she face others in the future if she is whipped in public?" His clothes were already torn, his flesh lacerated. If this whip fell on Luo Hai's body, not to mention whether she could withstand it, her body would definitely be exposed. If a woman encountered such a thing, she really would not be able to face others again. The lady boss was both angry and amused. "You're still thinking about others at a time like this." Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "No matter what, it was all because of me. If he hadn't hurriedly sent a message to Luo Hai, none of this would have happened." After that, he looked up at the disciplinary officer and said, "Do it." The disciplinary master glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. With a flick of his whip, it whistled through the air. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body straightened up. The heart-wrenching pain that penetrated deep into his soul struck him again. A large piece of flesh was instantly missing from his back. After holding it in for a long time, a low growl rolled out of his throat. The lady boss used her fingers like a knife and made 2 strokes to untie Yang Kai. Once free, Yang Kai could not stand steadily and fell onto the lady boss. Lord Yang. Luo Hai turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were red and tears flowed down her cheeks. Unfortunately, she was also tied up and couldn't move at all. I'm fine. Yang Kai gasped in pain, but he gritted his teeth and held on. You shut up. The lady boss glared at him. With Yang Kai in her arms, her figure flashed as she rushed straight to the first inn. The lady boss's speed was so fast that it only took a few breaths to reach the first inn. Old Bai and the others who were standing at the door didn't see clearly before the lady boss rushed in like a gust of wind. They looked at each other and their hearts skipped a beat. They hurriedly followed in. In the boudoir, the lady boss put Yang Kai down and let him lie on the bed. She reached out and tore open his clothes. Then she pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and threw a pill into it. She ordered, "Swallow it." Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air as he swallowed the pill into his stomach. The next moment, a small hand touched his back. He didn't know what she was applying on his back. It was cool and refreshing, and the pain immediately lessened. His nose was filled with a faint fragrance. Yang Kai realized that he was in the lady boss's boudoir. He immediately felt embarrassed. "Lady boss, I'm sorry for the trouble." The lady boss didn't say anything. She only focused on applying the ointment on Yang Kai's back. A series of footsteps sounded. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw Old Bai, the cook, and the accountant huddle in. They stood beside the bed and looked at him. Old Bai asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. "I'm fine." Chef clicked his tongue. "That's 2 whips. That's really vicious." The accountant sighed and said, "Why did you get into a conflict with someone in the Star City?" The Star City under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens is the most strict. No one dares to cause trouble in their territory. The lady boss snorted coldly. "Isn't it because of jealousy?" "Hi, you're all the same." "Jealousy?" Old Bai was surprised. Yang Kai said with a wronged expression, "Don't listen to the lady boss's nonsense. It's not like that at all. It's someone bullying the weak and looking for trouble." "I'm talking nonsense?" The lady boss sneered. "You even took a dragon tooth whip for someone else. How dare you say it's not jealousy? I think your soul has been taken away by that little vixen." As she said this, she slapped Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale. He almost lost his soul from the slap. Old Bai and the others watched from the side and swallowed their saliva. The room was silent for a moment. After a while, the lady boss stood up and said, "Rest well for the next few days. Don't move around. It's just a superficial wound. It'll be fine after a few days." "Thank you, lady boss." Yang Kai thanked her. He hesitated for a moment and said, "But lady boss, this is your room. If I rest here, where will you go?" "Rest well and rest well. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Old Bai and the others were soon driven out by the lady boss. "Stay here. I'll be back soon," the lady boss said and turned to leave. After a while, the door opened and there was a rush of footsteps. It didn't sound like the lady boss's voice. Yang Kai looked sideways and suddenly said in surprise, "Miss Luo?" It was Luo Hai. On second thought, it should be the lady boss who brought her here. Otherwise, how could Luo Hai enter the inner yard of the first store? Luo Hai's eyes were red and there were tears on her face. Obviously, she had cried. She came to the bed and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang, how are you?" Yang Kai grinned. "It's just a superficial wound. Don't worry. The lady boss applied some medicine on me. I'll be fine in a few days." Tears welled up in Luo Hai's eyes. "If it weren't for me this time, Milord wouldn't have to suffer this punishment. Previously, Milord also took a whip for this concubine." This concubine is truly unable to repay this kindness. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. I can't just watch you get beaten up in public. Besides, today's matter isn't your fault or mine. It's that Mr. Hai who went too far. He can't tell right from wrong. We'll remember this and teach them a lesson one day." Seeing that she was still full of self-blame and guilt, Yang Kai changed the topic. "All right, how did you get here? Did the lady boss ask you to come?" Luo Hai nodded. "Madame Lan said that master took a whip for me and asked me to take care of the master." She paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, Madame Lan also agreed to let me join the first inn. From now on, I'm also a member of the first inn." Yang Kai chuckled. "That's really something to celebrate. You don't have to run around like before." He thought to himself, "The lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She was still calling me a vixen just now, but now she's taken me into the first inn." Luo Hai said, "Madame Lan said that master came to find me this time to ask me to join the first inn. Master's kindness to me is as great as the ocean. In the future, if master has any requests, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation." "You're too serious." Yang Kai laughed. "You've helped me a lot before. Let's call it even." Luo Hai shook her head slowly. "It's not the same." It was indeed not the same. She helped Yang Kai lead the way only because of her relationship with Gu Kong. Helping Yang Kai pass on the Feng Yun auction house incident was just a small matter. However, Yang Kai gave her the pill of Great Tao, which allowed her to condense the seal of Tao. This time, he even took the dragon tooth whip for her and recommended her to join the first inn, so she didn't have to worry about her future livelihood. All these things, which one of them wasn't a great favor? To someone like her who lived at the bottom of the social ladder, Yang Kai's actions were tantamount to the grace of rebirth. As the two chatted, the lady boss sat on a chair in the lobby of the first inn with an indifferent expression. The first inn wasn't open for business today, so the lobby was empty. Only the accountant and the chef stood beside the lady boss. Not long after, Lao Bai rushed in from outside. The lady boss looked up and said indifferently, "Did you find out?" Lao Bai said, "Yes, it's the son of an elder of the thoughtless heaven." He frowned and said, "Lady boss, I'm afraid this matter is a little troublesome. The other party's background is not small." The lady boss snorted coldly. "Who cares about his background? Whoever dares to touch my people will have to pay the price." She stood up slowly and said indifferently, "You've been lying low for too long. Do you think I don't dare to kill anyone?" Lao Bai, the chef, and the others looked at each other. They seemed to have recalled something and couldn't help but shudder. "Keep an eye on those people. If they leave Star City, let me know immediately." Lao Bai opened his mouth as if he wanted to persuade her, but he gave up in the end. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes." He knew that those guys were going to be in trouble. The lady boss hadn't been so angry for many years. It looked like this matter wouldn't be settled easily. For the next few days, Yang Kai was recuperating from his injuries. The lady boss occasionally showed up, but every time she did, she would reprimand Luo Hai. She seemed to have a very bad impression of her. Luo Hai had a submissive personality. Every time she was reprimanded, she didn't say much. She just kept admitting her mistakes, so the lady boss couldn't vent her anger. Yang Kai watched from the side with fear. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. She kept making trouble for Luo Hai these past few days. After recuperating for a few days, his injuries were almost healed. He couldn't just lie in bed all the time, so he went to the lobby to help. Chapter 3974. After busying himself for a long time, he still didn't see the lady boss. Even Lao Bai wasn't there. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. He ran to the counter and asked the cashier, "Where are the lady boss and Lao Bai?" The cashier raised his head and glanced at him, his eyes flashing. "They went out for some business." Yang Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, on the second floor of a tea house opposite an inn in Star City, Lao Bai was sitting by the window. There was a pot of tea and several plates of fruit on the table. He was drinking tea and eating fruits while staring at the inn opposite. He had been here for several days. After all, this was an order from the lady boss, so he didn't dare to neglect it. At a certain moment, Three people suddenly walked out of the inn. One was a young man, one was a middle-aged man, and one was an elderly man. At that moment, the elderly man was leading the way while the middle-aged man supported the young man. The young man's face was pale, as if he was heavily injured. There were faint traces of blood on his back, and it was not just the young man. The middle-aged man and the elderly man were the same. After glancing around, the three of them soared into the sky and rushed towards the Void Ferry. Lao Bai stared in the direction they left, his face full of struggle. After a long time, he sighed heavily and took out a communication bead. His divine sense surged as he sent out a message. At the same time, somewhere in the void outside the spirit state, where Star City was located, a beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of coldness and seemed to be able to freeze even the void. Who else could this woman be but the lady boss of the first inn? Time passed slowly, and in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a large ship appeared in the lady boss's field of vision, and the direction it was heading towards was exactly where she was standing. Seeing this, the lady boss clenched her fists, and a burst of crackling sounds rang out. When the ship was close enough, the lady boss suddenly threw a punch forward. The light of this punch was indescribable, and the whole world seemed to be overshadowed. Even from tens of thousands of feet away, a cracking sound could be heard from the hull of the ship before it exploded into pieces. From the shattered ship, three figures rushed out, covered in dust, and an old voice shouted, "Who is it?" When they saw who it was that blasted their ship apart, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the elderly man constricted. On the contrary, it was the young man who seemed to have not figured out the situation and cried out, "This young master is in so much pain. What's wrong with you two pieces of trash?" Yang Kai had received 2 dragon-tooth whips in front of the governor's mansion, but as the instigators, the punishment they received was naturally heavier, 5 whips each. Young Master Hai's strength was insufficient, so he only received 1 whip. The remaining 4 whips were taken by his 2 attendants. Even so, that 1 whip had taken away half of his life. Over the past few days, young Master Hai had been hiding in the inn to treat his wounds, taking a large number of pills. After barely managing to keep his life, he didn't dare to remain in Star Market any longer and hurriedly left. But who would have thought that as soon as he left Star Market, his flight-type artifact would explode, causing him great pain. After cursing out loud, he discovered that his 2 attendants were staring forward in horror. Young Master Hai followed their gazes and his eyes lit up. "Which family does this little girl belong to? She's quite beautiful." As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the middle-aged man and the old man both paled as they cursed in their hearts. "You pig! I'm afraid we're going to die because of you." Although they didn't know who this peerless beauty in front of them was, her aura was as deep as the sea and was not something the 2 of them could compare to. This was definitely a mid-rank splitting the heavens, perhaps even higher. How could such a master be humiliated so casually? However, young Master Hai didn't know what was good for him, and the more he looked at this woman, the more pleasing she seemed to be to his eyes. Even the wounds on his back didn't hurt as much as before. Grinning widely, he said, "Quickly, capture her for me, this young master wants to treat her well." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice, "Young master, be careful with your words." The old man's body flashed as he stood in front of his young master, cupping his hands and saying, "This old man greets the master. May I ask why this master is blocking our way and why you destroyed our flight artifact?" The lady boss smiled sweetly. "When you were making things difficult for my servant, did you not inquire about who was behind him?" "Your servant?" The old man frowned, then suddenly seemed to recall something and said in shock, "The first in, Madame Lawn?" The lady boss coldly snorted, "Old thing, you're not too stupid after all." The old man couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his mouth full of bitterness. Looking around, he found that this was the depths of the void, where he could neither advance nor retreat. Being blocked here, how could there be anything good to eat? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he cupped his hands and said, "So it's Madame Lawn, this old man's eyes are blind, please forgive me." After a pause, he continued, "We come from Thoughtless Heaven. My young master is the grandson of Elder Thoughtless Heaven Ocean." The lady boss said indifferently, I know. You know? The old man's face was filled with horror. Since she knew, she still dared to block their way here, and even destroyed their flight artifact? Was this woman crazy? This queen has been waiting here for you. The lady boss coldly snorted and raised her slender jade hand. Her palm was white and crystal clear, as flawless as white jade, but when it was raised, it gave the old man a great sense of crisis, as if the whole world was about to collapse. Take the young master back to Star City, the lady boss exclaimed. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly fled with young Master Hai. Do you think you can escape? The lady boss snorted. The servants of my first inn, other than this queen, will fight to the death with anyone who dares to hit or scold me. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her palm down, turning the universe upside down and shattering the void. When the lady boss withdrew her palm, the entire void was quiet. Whether it was the old man, the middle-aged man, or young Master Hai, they were all gone. Killing 3 people with a single palm, and they were all from thoughtless heaven, the lady boss acted as if nothing had happened. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned her head to look at a certain spot in the void and coldly said, Was this a good show? In the void, a ripple spread, and a general in golden armor leisurely appeared, wearing a cherry blossom helmet and a long sword at his waist. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely recognize this golden-armored general as the one who guarded the Void Fairy. He was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was only slightly weaker than Governor Yi Tianxiong, who oversaw Star City. The general in golden armor frowned slightly. Why bother? It's fine to teach them a lesson, but killing them won't do you any good. The lady boss squinted at him. So what if I kill them? Not only will I kill them, I will also kill Yi Tianxiong right now. The general in golden armor was speechless. Just a worker? Although he guarded the Void Fairy, it did not mean that he knew nothing about what happened in Star City. Furthermore, the lady boss had left the Void Fairy with murderous intent 2 days ago, so he could easily find out the ins and outs of the matter. That's my first-ins worker. The lady boss snorted. The general in golden armor nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's your first-ins worker. Your first-ins worker is more valuable than other people's worker. He sighed. After all, it's thoughtless heaven. In other words, it was fine to just teach them a lesson, but why did she have to kill them directly? Send a message to Hai Pingle right now. Let's see if he dares to come find me for revenge. The general in golden armor stared deeply at the lady boss and sighed. After being dormant for 1,200 years, are you going to make trouble again? You might not be so lucky this time. The lady boss glanced at him, flicked her sleeves, and said, I won't attack unless I'm attacked. After saying that, she rushed toward the Void Fairy. The general in golden armor stared at her back and slowly shook his head. Such a woman was more outstanding than many men, and he did not know if she would have a good ending. The return of the lady boss did not cause too much of a stir. Yang Kai did not even know when she came back. He only knew that one day, she suddenly appeared in the lobby and warmly greeted the customers in the shop. Days passed and nothing happened. Yang Kai spent all his time helping in the shop and refining the territory shuttle. From time to time, he would inquire about the Tree of World and the Earth Element Heaven-opening materials, but unfortunately he did not find anything. He had also been to the Fengyun auction house many times. Although the lady boss had made a scene at the auction house because of him and White, he had the 7 faces with him, so he could enter safely by changing his appearance. He could not find any information about the Tree of World in the auction house. There were earth element materials, but they were all below the 5th grade, so they were meaningless to him. Whether it was the immortal tree's wood element energy or the golden crow primordial flame's fire element energy, they were all top-notch powers. Yang Kai did not want to waste such a good foundation, so he chose to condense earth element energy with high requirements. It had to be at least the 7th grade, or his future achievements would be limited. However, high-quality earth element materials were not so easy to find. The golden crow primordial flame last time was just a coincidence, and it was unrealistic to expect such an opportunity again. This made Yang Kai a little anxious. If he could not succeed, he would have to split open the sky. Outside this universe, he was still too weak. Last time, when he was troubled by the 2 third-grade heaven-opening experts by young Master Hai's side, he could not resist. He wanted to ask the lady boss, but he was too embarrassed. Moreover, if he really did ask, he would definitely expose some secrets. Although the lady boss was very good to him, their relationship was not to the extent of sharing secrets. Yang Kai could not help but have a headache. On this day, Yang Kai, who was busy in the lobby, suddenly heard the lady boss's call. He greeted Luo Hai and asked her to keep an eye on him, then went straight to the inner courtyard. After knocking and entering, Yang Kai was surprised to find that White was also there. At this moment, White had an excited expression on his face. His eyes were shining, and his fists were clenched. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted the lady boss, then turned to look at White. "Your face is glowing, and your glabella is shining. Is there good news?" Senior White chuckled. "There is indeed a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion." Yang Kai blinked and asked in confusion, "What good news?" Chapter 3975. Lao Bai smiled proudly. "I'm going to break through to the heaven-opening realm." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. "Really?" This was a joyous occasion for anyone who pursued the martial Tao tirelessly. Outside of the universe, the open heaven realm was a dividing line. Above open heaven and below open heaven were completely different existences. After pursuing the martial Tao for one's entire life, he had entered the heaven-opening realm, the dragonfish transformation realm. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Lao Bai fight at the Fengyun auction house. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body, and he was obviously half a step into the heaven-opening realm. Now it seemed that Lao Bai was only a step away from the heaven-opening realm. He had probably already condensed 6 types of power, and only lacked the last one to reach perfection. Congratulations! Yang Kai cupped his fists and congratulated him. He was truly happy for Lao Bai, and also slightly envious. Lao Bai could be considered to have achieved success and fame. He didn't know when he would be able to break through to the heaven-opening realm. Lao Bai laughed loudly and was in high spirits. He slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Let's see if that Yun Zhenhua still dares to make things difficult for us when we go out in the future." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "What grade do you want to break through to?" From the meaning of his words, he didn't take Yun Zhenhua seriously at all. Yun Zhenhua was at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm. Lao Bai had the confidence to say this, so it was obviously above the 4th grade. Lao Bai bared his teeth and raised his hand. 5th grade. Yang Kai understood. The lady boss snorted. "You're not even in the picture yet, and you're already so confident. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to end things when the time comes?" Lao Bai immediately said with a bitter face, "Lady boss, don't say such inauspicious words. I've been steadily building my foundation for the past 1,000 years. There shouldn't be any problems." The lady boss said seriously, "On the path of the martial Tao, any carelessness can lead to failure. If you're going to break through with this mentality, you should wait another 100 years. Lao Bai's expression became solemn and he bowed. "You're right, lady boss. I'll remember it. When the time comes, I'll do my best and leave everything to fate." The lady boss looked deeply at him, and her tone became much gentler. "You were taught by me. Every step of your foundation is very solid. When the time comes, as long as you can calm your mind, it shouldn't be a big problem to break through." "Yes," White replied respectfully. "Go and prepare. We'll leave in 3 days." The lady boss waved her hand. Senior White replied before he bowed and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's face was full of envy. Suddenly, he heard the lady boss say, "You should also get ready. We'll leave together in 3 days." Yang Kai was stunned, but then he understood the proprietress' intentions. The scene of a cultivator breaking through to split the heavens was extremely rare, and ordinary people would rarely see it. The proprietress wanted to take him to observe. If he could have this experience, then when he broke through to split the heavens in the future, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Overjoyed, he chuckled, "Thank you, Lady Boss. I will never forget Lady Boss's great kindness." I will definitely repay you in the future. Glib-tongued, get lost. The lady boss snorted and waved her sleeve, sweeping Yang Kai out of the door. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, outside the first inn, the lady boss instructed the accountant, the cook, and the others to take care of the inn. Then she led Yang Kai and Senior White into the sky. After passing through the void ferry, she summoned the ship and headed straight for a certain place in the void. Compared to his excitement 3 days ago, Senior White's state of mind had obviously calmed down at this moment, and he was more indifferent than before. The lady boss stood on the deck and leaned against the side of the ship, looking at the magnificent scenery in the void. Yang Kai and Senior White stood behind her, and the three of them moved forward together. After flying for more than half a day, the ship still didn't show any signs of stopping. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lady boss, where are we going?" The lady boss's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and she said without turning her head, "We're going to look for the last piece of split the heavens material." Yang Kai was stunned. "You haven't gotten the last piece of split the heavens material yet?" When he saw how excited Senior White was earlier, he thought that the materials had already been gathered. So it turned out that they still had to go look for it. Senior White said, "Fifth grade yang qi is very rare. Once it appears, countless people will go crazy over it. It's also because our first inn is well informed that a fifth grade yang qi has appeared in the territory of the Golden Rainbow sect. Otherwise, why would we have to go so far?" Yang Kai understood. He originally thought that they had flown so far to find a place where there was no one around so that Senior White could focus on his breakthrough. So there was another reason. Moreover, based on Senior White's words, Senior White should be lacking yang energy. He couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, then wouldn't there be another fight? Senior White grinned. "That place is very well hidden, and it's difficult for ordinary people to find it. It shouldn't be discovered by others. We just need to absorb it this time." Yang Kai nodded. The lady boss suddenly asked, "What level of split the heavens do you want to achieve?" Yang Kai said casually, "Of course, the higher the better." The lady boss said, "Everyone knows that the higher the better, but there is a limit to one's strength, and everyone has different limits. The higher the quality of energy absorbed, the higher the level of split the heavens will be in the future. Everything has to be done according to one's ability." "I'll keep that in mind." Senior White glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Speaking of which, what level of split the heavens material have you absorbed, and what kind of energy have you condensed now?" Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless. If it were a few months ago, he would have answered casually, but now he really didn't want to lie to the lady boss and the others. However, it wasn't easy to say this. If he told them that he had condensed an 8th or even 9th grade split the heavens material, they probably wouldn't believe him. Seeing his silence, the lady boss slowly turned to look at him and said with a smile, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who doesn't have secrets?" "Thank you for your understanding, lady boss." Lao Bai looked at him with a strange expression for a while, and then said in a low voice, "If it's possible, I suggest you tell the proprietress. With her help, it won't be difficult for you to reach the 5th level of splitting the heavens in the future. Let me tell you, not only me, but also the cook and the accountant will reach the 5th level of splitting the heavens in the future. Only by reaching the 5th level can you have a chance to reach the upper level of splitting the heavens." After a cultivator reached the level of split the heavens, it wasn't completely fixed. After taking the split the heavens pill, there was still a chance to raise one's level by 1 or 2 levels. That was why Senior White said this. "I know." Yang Kai smiled. Seeing that he really didn't want to reveal anything, Senior White didn't force him. He excused himself from the lady boss and returned to the cabin to adjust his state of mind. They sped along the way, abandoning the ship from time to time and activating the Qiankuan escape art, using the Qiankuan Palace as a transit. It wasn't until 10 days later that the three of them arrived at the Golden Rainbow territory. There was a Golden Rainbow state in the Golden Rainbow territory. Although it was named after the spirit state, it was a genuine second-grade force with several middle-grades split the heavens in charge. The name of the Golden Rainbow territory came from this. When they arrived at the Golden Rainbow territory, the lady boss took out a compass-like object and checked it from time to time. Then she changed directions. The compass-like object was obviously guiding the location of the young fiend. After another 3 days, a cloud of white mist suddenly appeared in the void. The mist was ethereal and indistinct. If one didn't look carefully, it was very likely to be overlooked. Seeing the mist, the lady boss's expression turned serious and she shouted, "We're here." Senior White immediately raised his eyes and looked in that direction. Even though he restrained himself, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He had been waiting for this moment for more than 100 years. Compared to the energy of the 5 elements, Yang Fiend and Yin Fiend were even rarer. The value of any Yang Fiend or Yin Fiend was almost a few times higher than the energy of the 5 elements of the same quality. Moreover, it was priceless. The first Yin could be considered to be an extraordinary force, but it was still unable to find a suitable Yang Fiend for Senior White after so many years, so it was obvious how rare Yin Fiend was. If it wasn't for a coincidence this time, he would probably have to wait even longer. The ship sped along like a bolt of lightning, and they quickly arrived before the white mist. When they arrived here, Yang Kai noticed that it wasn't mist at all, and he didn't know what it was. When he looked at it closely, it looked like a ball of cotton, but it clearly emanated the aura of spatial fluctuations. Yang Kai came to a sudden understanding. Surprisingly, this thing that was like mist and cotton was the entrance to a secret realm, and the true Yang Fiend wasn't outside at all. No wonder Senior White said that this place was extremely hidden and ordinary people couldn't find it. Earlier, he was thinking that if 5th grade Yang Fiend was really born, then how could it not be discovered by others? After all, such a precious treasure was sufficient to make many people fight to the death for it. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. Standing before the mist, the lady boss only briefly sized it up before her hands fluttered in the air to form a seal. Then, she pointed out with a finger, and the white mist seemed to have received an order and parted to reveal a passage. "Let's go!" the lady boss called out in a tender voice. She used her strength to wrap around Yang Kai and Lao Bai, and after the 3 of them disappeared, the passage slowly closed up again. His vision blurred, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he had already arrived in another world. He didn't have the time to take a good look at what this world was like, but Kai Yang could clearly feel that this place was filled with a rich Yang attribute energy. Yang's sealing ground. The lady boss's beautiful brows raised, and she seemed extremely surprised. No wonder 5th grade Yang Fiend could be born. So it's Yang's sealing ground. This place is incredible. Yang Kai was puzzled. "Lady boss, what is Yang's sealing ground?" The lady boss said, "Yang's sealing ground is an extremely special place. The Yang Qi in this place won't leak out, and it will only become denser and denser, so it's very easy to produce Yang Fiend. Moreover, as time passes, the grade of Yang Fiend will become higher and higher. Even if it's taken away this time, in another 1,000 or 800 years, new Yang Fiend will be born. It can be said that this place is inexhaustible. In the 3,000 worlds, it's not that Yang sealing ground doesn't exist, but they are all controlled by a few great powers. The Yang Fiend produced here is either for the use of their own disciples or to exchange for other materials with other powers." Senior White also said excitedly, "Lady boss, we're rich. If we can control this place, we won't have to worry about the source of Yang Fiend in the future." The lady boss nodded. "I'll go back and carefully investigate. If this place is really valuable, we can think of a way to control it." Chapter 3976. The area of this Yang sealing land was not very large, about the size of 2-star markets. Following the source of Yang Qi, the 3 of them quickly arrived in front of a lake. The lake was sparkling and the water was clear, but it was filled with Yang Qi. It was the place where Yang Qi gathered. The lady boss used her divine sense to investigate for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed 5th grade Yang Qi." Hearing this, Lao Bai's spirit was lifted. He cupped his fists and said, "Lady boss, I'm going." "Be very careful," the lady boss reminded him. Yang Kai also cupped his fists and said, "Lao Bai, I wish you good luck." Lao Bai grinned at him, "Wait for my good news." His figure flickered as he dove into the lake, but there was not the slightest ripple. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and the lady boss, Old Bai swam to the bottom of the lake like a fish. There, a mass of extremely pure yang qi gathered. Old Bai rushed into this mass of yang qi and sat down cross-legged, silently circulating his secret art. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. 1,000 years of cultivation, just for today. Lao Bai went all out. After watching for a moment and seeing that Lao Bai had absorbed the yang qi wholeheartedly and condensed the last of the yang qi, the lady boss took Yang Kai to walk around the lake. From time to time, she would form hand seals and send a formation flag into the void. Although this place was hidden, everything had to be prepared. Lao Bai's advancement to splitting the heavens was of great importance and could not be careless. Therefore, even if the lady boss personally came to protect him, she still had to set up a formation here to prevent Lao Bai from being disturbed. After spending 2 hours, the lady boss laid down 16 flags by the lakeside. When the last flag was laid down, the lady boss waved her jade-like hands and shouted, "Up!" Silently, a thick fog rippled out from the lakeside and enveloped the entire lake. Nothing else could be seen. Yang Kai had been following behind the lady boss the whole time, watching silently. Although he didn't know what kind of attack this spirit array could block, since it was made by the lady boss, it shouldn't be too bad. What's more, the lady boss was a 6th-order heaven-opening cultivator. Even in the 3,000 worlds, she was a well-known master. With her here and the support of this spirit array, even if someone accidentally broke into this place, there was no need to worry about Old Bai being disturbed. After doing all this, the lady boss turned her head to look at Lao Bai and said softly, "The rest is up to him." After advancing to opening the heavens, one would condense the 7 energies of yin, yang, 5 elements, and create a new world within one's body. Once one succeeded, a minor universe world would appear within one's body. At that time, one would no longer need to draw upon the power of the world and would be able to use the power of the world on their own. This was the greatest characteristic of the opening the heavens realm. Great emperors needed to rely on a certain world to be able to use the power of the world. Heaven splitters did not need this because they already had a world in their bodies. Moreover, compared to the great emperors of the various worlds, the power that heaven splitters could unleash could grow. The strength of their power was closely related to the strength of their world. Outsiders were unable to help with this matter at all. The lady boss had only come here to protect Lao Bai, just in case. Strolling over to a slope 3 kilometers away from the lake, the lady boss waved her hand and took out a table and 2 chairs. She also placed a set of tools for brewing tea on the table. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not need her to say anything and began to boil the tea himself. If it was in the past, he definitely would not have been willing to do something like this, but after receiving the lady boss's favor time and time again, Yang Kai's impression of this woman had changed drastically. He no longer felt the rejection and hostility from the beginning. However, what followed was a few questions that he kept bottled up in his heart. Very soon, the tea was ready and the lady boss gracefully sipped it, chatting with Yang Kai from time to time, occasionally letting out a giggle. Yang Kai also heard many anecdotes about famous people from outside this world from her. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, there was still no movement from the lake array, but Yang Kai knew that this matter could not be rushed. Lao Bai had to condense his yang attribute energy first before he could break through to the heaven splitter realm. This was not something that could be done in just a few days. 5 days later, at a certain moment, the lady boss, who was chatting with Yang Kai, suddenly turned serious. Her beautiful eyes stared at the spirit array on the lake. Her pair of gem-like eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void as she looked into the spirit array and shouted, "It's starting!" Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression became serious and he also turned his head to look in that direction. Unfortunately, he did not have the lady boss's strength and eyesight, so apart from the roiling fog, he could not see anything at all. However, Yang Kai could also feel that today was different from before. Previously, the array around the lake had not moved at all, but today the fog was roiling, so it was obvious that Lao Bai was moving inside. Yang Kai could not help but become nervous. "Lady boss, what are Lao Bai's chances of success?" The lady boss slowly shook her head. "This kind of thing is hard to say. Even someone with heavenly talent has the risk of failure. Everything depends on his own luck. She might as well not have said anything, but the path of cultivation had always been like this. Just as she was nervously watching, the lady boss suddenly frowned. She let out a soft gasp of surprise and looked in a certain direction. That was the entrance to the sun-sealing land. Very soon, Yang Kai also felt that something was wrong, because there was a clear fluctuation of space principles coming from that direction. Someone had come in. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly looked in that direction. What he saw was a crack in the void, and the space principles inside were fluctuating, and a figure stepped out from it. Even though they were dozens of kilometers apart, Yang Kai could clearly see the appearance of the person who had come, and he could not help but frown. Why is it him? He did not know many people outside of this world, so he did not expect that the person who had come here would actually be someone he knew. Moreover, there was a bit of a conflict between them. The person who had broken through the void was none other than Elder Yu of the Tempest Auction House. Previously, Yang Kai and Lao Bai had been injured by this guy, and the lady boss had rushed to his door when she heard the news. They had directly fought in the Tempest Auction House, and Elder Yu had spat out 3 liters of blood. After not seeing him for a few months, this guy had already recovered from his injuries. As soon as he entered, his eyes wandered around, and he quickly fixed them on the lady boss. His turbid eyes immediately shone with an unforgettable hatred. Following closely behind Elder Yu, one figure after another tore through the void and arrived. In the blink of an eye, 4 people had rushed into this small sun-sealing land. There were men and women, old and strong. Among them, Elder Yu's aura was the weakest, only at the 4th stage heaven opening realm. The other 3 were all stronger than him, and Yang Kai even felt a profound aura not inferior to the lady bosses from one of them. This guy was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm. What was going on? Yang Kai's eyebrows twitched. Why had so many experts suddenly come to this sun-sealing land, and all of them were at the middle stage heaven opening realm? What made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy was that as soon as these 4 people came in, they all focused their gazes on the lady boss. Some had dignified gazes, some had hatred in their eyes, and some had killing intent on their faces. Even though Yang Kai did not understand the specific situation, he faintly felt that something was wrong. So that's how it is. The lady boss gently nodded and swept her gaze over these people one by one. So this is a trap. That's right, this is a trap specially designed to lure you here. Lan Yurua, when you were acting presumptuously at my Fengyun auction house a few months ago, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Elder Yu coldly shouted, a look of satisfaction on his aged face. A trap? Yang Kai turned pale with fright, and all the hair on his body stood on end. On second thought, this kind of trap was not too difficult to set up. The only difficulty was this sun-sealing land. As a member of the First Inn, it should not be too difficult for someone to inquire about him. As long as the news of the 5th stage Yang Fiend's appearance was released, the lady boss would definitely bring Old Bai here to take a look. As long as they came, they would fall into this trap. This was bad. Although the lady boss was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm, among these people, except for Elder Yu, who was not strong enough, each of them had a stronger aura than the last. Among them, 2 were at the 5th stage heaven opening realm, and 1 was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm. Trapped in this sun-sealing land, how could the lady boss be their opponent? This situation was simply a sure-kill situation. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately transmitted, Lady boss, if you have the chance, quickly leave this place. There's no need to worry about Old Bai and I. As long as you don't die, Old Bai and I will be fine. After all, he and Old Bai were only employees of the First Inn. As long as the lady boss escaped, these people might not do anything to them out of fear of harming the innocent. On the other hand, if the lady boss was really in danger, he and Old Bai would definitely die. The lady boss replied, since they set up this trap to lure me into it, how could they let me leave so easily? This area has probably been sealed off long ago. Unless we kill our way out, we won't be able to leave. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. Although he knew that the lady boss was right, as someone from the Emperor realm who had only condensed the power of wood and fire, there was nothing he could do to help in a battle of this level. He immediately felt powerless and clenched his fists. The lady boss looked at Elder Yu and sneered, "You really have a lot of face, you old bastard. You actually managed to get so many helpers." Elder Yu snorted, "It's not that this old man has a lot of face, it's you who brought this upon yourself. Back then, you relied on the support of someone behind you to do whatever you wanted in these 3,000 worlds. You haven't forgotten who you've offended, right?" When Elder Yu finished speaking, the middle-aged man with a dignified appearance standing beside him said with his hands behind his back, "Madame Lan, after so many years, do you still remember this seat?" Head of the Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin. The lady boss smiled softly. "What? I spared your life back then, but now you want to die again? If you want to die, you should have told this seat earlier. I could have fulfilled your wish." As soon as she said this, a fierce light flashed in Qi Jin's eyes. Madame Lan's tone is still so arrogant. "That's because you're too weak." The lady boss snorted and looked at Qi Jin thoughtfully. "So you're saying that this sun-sealing land isn't actually ownerless, but belongs to your Golden Rainbow Province? After all, this was the territory of the Golden Rainbow Province, so the lady boss naturally had this guess." Qi Jin said, "This place has been explored by my Golden Rainbow Province since 3,000 years ago. Normally, it's hidden by a formation. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to lure Madame Lan into a trap, how could it have been discovered?" Chapter 3977. I was wondering why a fifth-stage baleful Yang suddenly appeared. So that's why. The lady boss nodded lightly. Sun-sealing land is not an ordinary place for any faction. Aren't you afraid that a battle will break out and destroy this precious land? Qi Jin's eyes were solemn. If I can resolve my worries, what is a mere sun-sealing land? Although he said that, Qi Jin's expression was clearly pained. After all, if a battle really broke out here, sun-sealing land would definitely be lost. For the Jinhong province, this was a huge loss. It seems you are determined to have me die here. If you don't die, crazy woman, how can we have a day of peace? An old man standing to Qi Jin's left shouted. This old man's hair and beard were white, but his face was ruddy. An extremely ferocious aura emanated from his body, as if he had just emerged from a sea of corpses. He coldly snorted, "You were only a sixth-stage heaven opening, but you killed so many people that the 3,000 worlds turned into rivers of blood and covered the land with corpses. If you were allowed to ascend to the seventh stage one day, how can there be a place for us in this vast universe?" The lady boss looked at the old man coldly and said softly, "If I don't die today, I will definitely flatten your Sunluo altar and slaughter your entire Ling Chunqiu." The old man called Ling Chunqiu's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Clearly, he was taken aback by the lady boss's aura, but he quickly gritted his teeth and said, "Since we are here today, don't even think about leaving alive." The lady boss flicked her sleeve, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She coldly looked at the last person. That person was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 30 to 40 years old. Her figure was graceful, and her waist was graceful. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which were watery and captivating. "Do you also want to make things difficult for this queen?" The lady boss asked indifferently. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed, and she stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, elder sister Lan." The lady boss said, "So you still remember me, your elder sister? I thought you had already forgotten." The woman said, He will always remember elder sister's kindness in cultivating me. How could I forget it? If I didn't dare to forget, how could I dare to come here?" The lady boss clenched her teeth and said, "It's fine if you retreat now, but if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for ignoring our sisterhood in the past." The woman called He slowly shook her head and said, "Elder sister Lan, although I am grateful for your nurturing back then, if it weren't for your stubbornness, he wouldn't have died. Although it wasn't my intention to come here today, I still want to put an end to what happened back then. Elder sister, please forgive me." The lady boss stared at her deeply for a long time before nodding her head. "All right, since you have such intentions, then I'll fulfill your wish. Otherwise, I'll always feel like I owe you something. But you have to remember, fighting and killing is a matter of life and death. If you accidentally die in my hands, then don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs. Yueha doesn't dare." The woman bowed. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with her? Attack together and kill her. Ling Chuanqiu's murderous aura surged, and his face was full of murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to chop the lady boss into pieces right now. However, he was only a 5th-rank cultivator after all. Facing such a fierce and powerful existence like the lady boss, he still felt a little apprehensive. This trip was only led by the leader of the Jin Rainbow State, Qi Jin. If Qi Jin didn't make a move, he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Qi Jin took a step forward, his hands behind his back, and shouted, Madame Lan, regardless of who was right or wrong in the past, countless disciples of the Jin Rainbow State died at your hands. Today I, the leader of the Jin Rainbow State, will avenge them. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. If you dare to resist, then don't blame me for bullying you with numbers. You want me to surrender? Dream on. The lady boss shouted. If that's the case. Qi Jin took a deep breath and suddenly said, Then let's fight. As soon as his words fell, the phantom of a miniature universe world behind him flashed and disappeared. Qi Jin threw a punch, the aura of world force filling the air as a giant fist rushed towards the lady boss. The moment he attacked, Ling Chuanqiu and Yu He, who had been prepared for this, summoned their artifacts together and sent a barrage of attacks towards the lady boss. In an instant, the yuan qi around the lady boss became chaotic and the void trembled. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up. When the lady boss was talking to those people, he had already been thinking of a way out, but in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were just empty words. For a time, he was at a complete loss. The 3 mid-rank heaven splitters suddenly attacked, and Yang Kai only felt his skin tighten as a great crisis enveloped him. Even though these attacks weren't aimed at him, in the face of such world-destroying power, just the aftermath alone was enough to kill him on the spot. At this critical moment, a gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him away. How could Yang Kai not know that this was the lady boss protecting him at this critical moment? The scene in front of him changed rapidly, and when it came to a stop, he was already dozens of kilometers away. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he saw that the place where the lady boss was standing had been enveloped by a huge light. Inside this light, a violent force raged, making it impossible to see the lady boss's figure. 1 against 3, Yang Kai was already at an absolute disadvantage, but at this critical moment of life and death, the lady boss had still spared a trace of her strength to protect him, so how could he deal with such a terrifying attack? The light quickly dissipated, revealing a white figure standing in the void. Yang Kai could clearly see a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of the lady boss's mouth. This dark red blood stain stung Yang Kai's eyes like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, causing him to clench his fists and tremble. If it weren't for her protecting him, the lady boss wouldn't have been injured. Although the attacks of those 3 were terrifying, the lady boss could have easily avoided them. Junior, do you still have the mood to care about others at a time like this? An old voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Elder Yu of the Tempest Auction House was standing not far away, looking at him sinisterly. When you were behaving atrociously in my Tempest Auction House, did you ever think that today's situation would occur? Although Elder Yu was also a middle-rank Kai Tian, he was still only at 4th rank. It wouldn't make much difference whether he participated in the battle with the lady boss or not, so he didn't participate and directly came to find trouble with Yang Kai. Last time, he had been beaten and humiliated because of this brat in front of him. Although Elder Yu hated the lady boss for being vicious and merciless, his impression of Yang Kai wasn't very good either. Now that he had a chance, how could he let him go? Old man, you should be rejoicing that the lady boss didn't kill you back then. Today, you actually set up such a sinister trap. The moment the lady boss escapes will be the moment you die. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and glared at him. Elder Yu laughed coldly. I don't know if she can escape, but I'm afraid you won't be able to see it, because you will die at my hands. As he spoke, Elder Yu slowly reached out a hand towards Yang Kai, then suddenly clenched it. Following his movements, Yang Kai could clearly feel the space around him crazily compressing towards him, as if it wanted to crush him into dust. At this critical moment, he hurriedly activated the law of space and flashed out. Elder Yu obviously hadn't thought of this. Seeing Yang Kai escape, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. I wanted to give you a quick death, but who knew that you wouldn't appreciate it? Since that's the case, then you can slowly enjoy it. Turning his head, he saw a figure rushing rapidly into the air. It was Yang Kai, who had just escaped. Elder Yu frowned, but didn't chase after him. After all, that was the battlefield of Madame Lan, Qi Jin, and the others. He didn't want to get involved so easily. However, Yang Kai's actions made him laugh. This brat from the Emperor realm actually wanted to interfere. Was he looking to die? Yang Kai's expression was anxious. After escaping from Elder Yu's hands, he hurried towards the battlefield. He didn't know how strong the lady boss was, or what she had done to attract the hatred of so many people, but 1 against 3, she definitely wasn't a match. If he could help her get rid of a 5th rank splitter, it would definitely help reduce the pressure on the lady boss. Perhaps he could even change the situation. His own strength wouldn't be of any use in a battle like this. Instead, he would be a burden to the lady boss. However, he still had a trump card in his hand. Golden Mieding Plume. Back then, Meng had given him 3 golden plumes. He had used one at the Golden Crow Divine Palace to kill the big golden crow that had faked its death. He had used one on the lady boss, causing her to suffer a small injury. There was still one left that he hadn't used. The Meng golden plumes could injure the lady boss. If he used it on a 5th rank splitter, he could at least severely injure the other party. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill him. At that time, he would naturally be able to change the situation. With this thought in mind, he ignored Elder Yu and rushed towards the battlefield. But soon, Yang Kai discovered that his thinking was too simple. On the battlefield, figures flitted about, secret techniques and secret treasures bloomed, and powerful energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. Not to mention using the Meng golden plumes to sneak attack a 5th rank splitter, he couldn't even get within 10 li of it. Several attacks were swept back by the aftermath of that power. Looking up, he saw that the lady boss had been distracted by his actions. She was already at a disadvantage, and now she was having trouble dealing with it. Yang Kai was anxious. He looked at the lady boss's position again. She was faintly guarding the lake where the Yang Fiend was. Obviously, she had been protecting Lao Bai, who was on the verge of breaking through. Although the lady boss had set up a formation around the lake that could block some of the energy fluctuations, the battle this time was extremely dangerous. Even with the formation, it couldn't stop it with all its might. It was also because of this that the lady boss was somewhat restrained and couldn't go all out. On the other hand, Qi Jin and the others had no scruples, and each of their moves was deadly. Lao Bai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If Lao Bai could successfully break through at this time, then the lady boss would definitely have a great help. At that time, even if Lao Bai's realm was unstable, he would be able to tie down an enemy and alleviate the lady boss's current crisis. However, breaking through to splitter the heavens was extremely dangerous. Lao Bai would be disturbed, so could he still succeed? Behind him, an aura locked onto him. Without needing to look back, Yang Kai knew that Elder Yu was already walking towards him, step by step. I've long heard that Madame Lan cares for her subordinates. Now it seems that it's true. How fortunate it is for the workers of the First Inn to have a shopkeeper like Madame Lan. Elder Yu shouted loudly as he walked over. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 3978. As Elder Yu spoke, he had already arrived 1.5 miles away from the lake. He glanced at the lake that was steaming with clouds and mist and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be by Qi inside, right?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the lady boss, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, to hear it clearly. Since they could find out that Lao Bai needed the Yang Qi to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, it was not difficult to guess who was in the formation. "I'm going to take Bai Qi's life now. Lanuro, let's see how you choose." Elder Yu shouted. "Despicable!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This old man obviously saw that the lady boss was being restrained at this moment. She did not want to cause too much disturbance in the battle and interfere with Lao Bai's advancement, so he said these words. Once these words were spoken, it would definitely disturb the lady boss's state of mind. Moreover, if he really did make a move, unless the lady boss stopped him, there would be no one who could protect Lao Bai's safety. Once the lady boss was distracted, the already disadvantaged situation would definitely become even worse. In a battle of life and death, the winner takes all. What's the difference between despicable and noble? Elder Yu glanced at Yang Kai coldly. His hand's seals changed, activating the chi of heaven and earth. The aura of the world force lingered around him. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he was about to bombard the formation of the lake. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent. The key to today's situation was Lao Bai. If Lao Bai could successfully advance, the lady boss could completely break free from the restraints and fight the three people without restraint. At that time, Lao Bai would join the battle. Even if he could not win, he would have the strength to protect himself. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let the old dog named Yu ruin Lao Bai's plan. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he pounced on Elder Yu like a startled swan. Elder Yu stood in place, his expression as calm as an ancient well. He stared at Yang Kai's figure that pounced on him, and there was a faint mockery in his eyes, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm and pushed forward. The speed of this palm strike could be said to be extremely slow. However, as this palm strike was pushed out, it was as if an entire world was pressing down on it. As the palm force pushed forward, the surrounding space shattered, and everything turned into dust. Yang Kai, who had been rushing forward at high speed, seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall in an instant. His extreme movement turned into extreme stillness, and when a loud bang rang out, his internal organs rolled over, and blood gushed out of his mouth. However, he did not retreat at all. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear in the air. Gathering all the power in his body, he fiercely thrust the spear forward. Mysterious true intent of the martial Tao lingered on the tip of the spear. At the tip of the spear, there was even a fist-sized black hole that flashed before disappearing. Elder Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. He had thought that with Yang Kai's cultivation he would be reduced to dust in an instant. Who would have thought that he would only be injured? Moreover, the power released from this spear didn't seem like something that someone from the Emperor realm could display. Elder Yu's eyesight was extremely sharp, and at a glance, he could tell that the spear in Yang Kai's hand was no ordinary object. The black dragon spear was a gift from the giant god spirit Ada. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this spear, but through his dragon vein, he could clearly feel that this spear had been refined from the spine of an adult dragon. When the spear struck out, the black dragon appeared, and the dragon's roar resounded, shaking the world. This kind of spear was a top-notch artifact even outside of this universe, but with Yang Kai's current strength, he was unable to display its full power. Dragon pressure filled the air, and the black dragon roamed. Elder Yu was shocked, and his eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily, "A dragon artifact?" He wasn't shocked by the power of Yang Kai's spear, but because this little brat actually had such a treasured artifact. If this spread to the ears of the dragon race, how could the dragon race let him off so easily? For a moment, even the little bit of greed in his heart dissipated. Even if such a spear was given to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. Unless he never used it in front of others in the future, the dragon race would come knocking on his door sooner or later. At that time, even Feng Yun Blessed Land wouldn't be able to protect him. The ignorant are fearless. The ignorant are fearless. Elder Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, anyone with a little bit of knowledge wouldn't use such an artifact. Yang Kai, from the Emperor realm, actually dared to take it out and use it. If this wasn't ignorance, then what was? With his mind shaken, the power of that palm strike also weakened slightly. Yang Kai's spear thrust forward, and with the momentum, pushed forward 100 zhang, directly rushing to a place 30 zhang away from Elder Yu. However, this was the limit. Elder Yu's hand seals changed again, and Yang Kai's momentum came to a halt. He was fixed in place by a great force, and no matter how hard he tried, He couldn't advance any further. If you want to die, this old master will fulfill your wish first. Elder Yu coldly snorted and looked at Yang Kai with a mocking gaze. He raised a palm and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. As this palm descended, a misty blue hand made of Yuan Qi appeared above Yang Kai's head, pressing down towards him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him. Elder Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from, his heart was on high alert, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. In the next instant, he saw Yang Kai raise his hand and shoot out a ray of golden light. Within that golden light, there seemed to be a feather that was a foot long, and a monstrous evil aura surged towards him. Elder Yu's eyes widened, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. A chill ran from head to toe, and without thinking, he pushed his strength to form a solid layer of protection around himself. At the same time, he quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and Yang Kai. As the golden light shone brightly, a gigantic golden pheasant suddenly appeared, towering between the heavens and the earth. When this golden pheasant appeared, the entire secret realm trembled, as if it couldn't withstand this golden pheasant's monstrous aura. Elder Yu's eyes trembled as he stared fixedly at the golden pheasant. A name that would make anyone's face pale flashed through his mind, and he cried out involuntarily, "Mie Meng." Even Qi Jin and the others, who had been fighting against the lady boss, were shocked. That old man, Ling Chuanqiu, almost turned around and ran away. Mie Meng. Even in the 3,000 realms, it was a terrifying beast with a notorious reputation. An adult Mie Meng was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a high-grade heaven splitter. Although it wasn't ranked as high as dragons and phoenixes, it wasn't something that a few mid-grade heaven splitters could resist. If they angered it, it could crush them all to death with a swipe of its claws. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand why Mie Meng would appear here. But soon, everyone discovered that this wasn't the real Mie Meng, but a divine technique of Mie Meng. Qi Jin and the others couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Elder Yu was scared out of his wits. He was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter, so how could he block this divine technique of Mie Meng? Even though he had fled the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he still didn't feel safe at all. When Mie Meng appeared, his eyes were indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything. He stared indifferently at Elder Yu, then stretched his neck forward slightly and pecked with his beak, like a little chick eating a worm. The rapidly retreating Elder Yu was the worm that Mie Meng had mentioned. There was great terror between life and death. Elder Yu screamed, "Save me!" No one could save him. No one had expected that Elder Yu's life would be in danger when he went to deal with Yang Kai and Bai Qi. Qi Jin and the others were all focused on the lady boss, so no one had the time to help. Moreover, it was already too late. With a peck from Mie Meng, Elder Yu, who had fled 10 li away, suddenly stopped. His head drooped, and his entire body was like a deflated balloon. The aura of a mid-level heaven splitter dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a huge hole had appeared in his chest and abdomen, almost taking up his entire body. One could clearly see the wriggling flesh in the wound. This kind of injury could be said to be fatal. However, a mid-level heaven splitter had vigorous vitality. As long as there were suitable conditions, it wasn't impossible to recover. However, although Elder Yu's physical body was still there was no aura of a spirit in that broken body. A mournful scream came from the other side. It was Elder Yu's voice. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw Mie Meng opening his mouth and swallowing a blurry figure. Yang Kai could clearly see that the blurry figure was Elder Yu's spirit avatar. This scene made Yang Kai both happy and horrified. The power of Mie Meng's peck not only destroyed half of Elder Yu's physical body, but even Elder Yu's spirit avatar was pecked out and was about to be swallowed into his stomach. Ignoring Elder Yu's mournful pleas, Mie Meng swallowed the spirit avatar into his stomach. Then he lowered his head and glanced at Yang Kai. His huge body suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Yang Kai grimaced, feeling a bit pained. The last Mie Meng golden plume was used just like that. He originally wanted to use it to deal with Ling Chuanqiu or Yu He to reduce the pressure on the lady boss, but in the end he used it on Elder Yu. It couldn't be said that it was a waste. If he didn't use it on Elder Yu, Lao Bai would definitely be in danger. But now, he really couldn't help the lady boss anymore. He could only hope that Lao Bai would quickly advance. Moreover, he felt that he seemed to have underestimated the lady boss's strength. A fourth grade splitting the heavens couldn't even withstand a single blow from Mie Meng. Could a fifth grade splitting the heavens withstand it? It would probably end up the same way. Then, what kind of combat strength did the lady boss, who could withstand Mie Meng's attack and only suffered a small injury, have? Turning his head to look, the originally precarious situation had been turned around by the lady boss. Both sides were evenly matched. Moreover, those people were also paying attention to Yang Kai while fighting with the lady boss. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He knew that they were wary of Mie Meng's terrifying attack, so they were constantly paying attention to his movements. They didn't know that Mie Meng golden plume was the last one. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Step by step, he walked toward the battlefield. Sure enough, as he approached, Qi Jin's expression remained unchanged, but Ling Chuanxiu and Yu He were shocked. "What are you afraid of?" At the critical moment, Qi Jin shouted angrily, "This brat's strength is weak. So what if he can still summon Mie Meng? He can't even get close to the battlefield. He's not a threat at all." Chapter 3979. These words hit the nail on the head, causing Ling Chuanxiu and Yu He to heave a sigh of relief. They thought that Qi Jin's words were reasonable. So what if that kid could activate the divine technique of Mie Meng again? He couldn't even approach the battlefield, so who would be afraid of him? Only now did they understand why Yang Kai had repeatedly charged into the battlefield with Bai An's strength. So it was because of this. They couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. If they had allowed him to approach a suitable distance at that time, then the one to die might not have been Elder Yu, but them. They didn't have the confidence to resist Mie Meng's attack. When they thought up to here, they didn't hold back any longer, and violent strength wantonly swept out. In midair, the lady boss's soft whip contained the sound of wind and thunder. Every time she swung it, wind would rise and thunder would rumble, and the whip would create layer upon layer of afterimages. Not only did she protect herself, but she also protected the place where Senior Bai was behind her. However, even though she was strong, she was unable to fully display her strength due to her numerous misgivings. The situation that had been reversed due to Yang Kai's unexpected actions had once again fallen into a disadvantageous position. The eyes of Qi Jin and the others almost split apart from rage, and they revealed anxious and disbelieving expressions. They'd already tried their best to overestimate the lady boss's strength, but only after they'd truly fought her did they realize that they'd still underestimated her. A 6th rank and 2 5th rank cultivators had actually fought with such difficulty under the premise that the lady boss could only use 70% of her strength. If she fought with her full strength, then the three of them might really not be a match for her. Qi Jin's expression was extremely unsightly, and he shouted explosively, "This bitch will probably advance to the 7th rank in a few days. If we don't kill her here today, then we can only wait for death." As soon as he spoke, Ling Chuanxiu and Yu He's pupils constricted. Right, 1,000 years ago, this woman before them was already at the 6th rank. Because of the death of a single person, blood flowed like rivers and corpses covered the entire world. After 1,000 years, it was impossible for her to still be in the same place. She was probably not far away from advancing to the 7th rank. 1,000 years ago, she was able to cause a monstrous slaughter in the 3,000 worlds. If she really advanced to the 7th rank, then who could stop her revenge? Therefore, when Qi Jin finished speaking, the three of them no longer dared to hold back, and they all used their trump cards to attack the lady boss. At this moment, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared in the lake protected by the formation behind the proprietress. The fluctuation was extremely strange, as if a new world was slowly being born, as if an ancient great being was creating a new world. Not good. Qi Jin's expression changed again, and he looked in the direction of the lake with a serious expression. Then Bai Qi is about to advance. They were all heaven-opening powerhouses, so they were naturally not unfamiliar with this fluctuation. This was shockingly the movement of a cultivator's body splitting open the heavens and splitting open the heavens. At this moment, there was still a formation protecting the lake, but the ripples were still spreading out. It was clear that Bai Qi's advancement this time was not small. The huge commotion caused by the advancement meant that the grade of splitting heaven he achieved would not be low, which was in line with the information they had heard before. They had used the 5th stage Yang Qi to lure the lady boss and the others here, so they naturally knew that Lao Bai was going to advance to the 5th stage splitting heaven. If White 7th successfully advanced at this time, then how could they still have a good life? Qi Jin immediately shouted, "Miss Yu He." The beautiful woman understood tacitly and quickly left the battlefield with a feint. Her figure flickered as she rushed towards the lake, leaving Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu to resist the proprietress, and the pressure on them increased sharply. Yu He's figure flickered as she rapidly approached the lake. Yang Kai saw this scene and was extremely anxious. Without thinking, he blocked her path with his spear and pointed it forward. He hid his strength and shouted angrily, "If you dare come closer, I'll kill you without mercy." It was ridiculous for someone from the Emperor realm to say such words in front of a 5th stage splitting heaven, but he had indeed used the Miemeng divine technique to kill a 4th stage splitting heaven, so Yu He was very afraid and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike was just a test, and she did not use her full strength. She was afraid that Yang Kai would summon Miemeng again. Yang Kai did not have any Miemeng golden plume left. The warning just now was just a show of strength. Facing this palm strike, he could neither dodge nor resist. His mouth was full of bitterness, and behind him was Lao Bai, who was on the verge of breaking through. He could only grit his teeth and send out a spear strike. With a loud boom, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His body was in mid-air, and countless sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Even though the attack of a 5th stage splitting heaven was just a test, it was not something he could withstand. He was seriously injured by this palm strike. Yu He was delighted when she saw this. How could she not know that Yang Kai had no more trump cards? If he could still summon Miemeng, he would not be in such a sorry state. She did not hesitate and rushed forward, quickly arriving at the edge of the lake. She raised her slender hand again, facing Lao Bai, and prepared to strike. "You dare!" Yang Kai's angry roar was heard, but he did not care about his injuries and returned. In front of the black dragon spear, a fist-sized black energy ball containing the power to annihilate all things in the world flew over. Yu He looked at it coldly, and her other hand formed a seal. A mysterious power lingered on her fingertips. However, before she could point out this finger, she was in a trance, staring blankly ahead. Yang Kai, with disheveled hair and covered in blood, gradually merged with a figure in her memory from 1,000 years ago. "Ting Yu!" Yu He called out with a trembling voice. Previously, Yu He had not paid close attention to Yang Kai. After all, he was just the Emperor realm, how could she pay attention to him? This time, she had only come to settle a grudge from the past. Even when she injured Yang Kai just now, she did not look at him directly. But at this moment, she was shocked to find that this person from the Emperor realm was so similar to a person she knew in the past, especially that disheveled hair and covered in blood, but still moving forward courageously. That person in the past also looked like this. The tumbling memories stung her heart, and Yu He's hands paused. "Lady Yu He, be careful." Qi Jin's cry of alarm suddenly came to her ears, pulling her back from the distant memories. Just as she felt a strong sense of danger, a fierce qi swept over from behind. It was the lady boss, seeing that she had come to interfere with Lao Bai's advancement, abandoned Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu, and directly rushed towards her. "You're courting death." Ling Chuanxiu was angry and happy at the same time. He was angry that the lady boss chose to protect her subordinates at the moment of life and death, exposing her back to them. Did she not put him and Qi Jin in her eyes? He was happy because in this way, he and Qi Jin could attack without fear. Even if the lady boss did not die, she would be seriously injured. They looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. They did not hold back, and two divine technique blasted towards the lady boss. There was a violent explosion, and the heaven and earth trembled. There was a muffled groan, and a miserable cry, the world was silent, and only the sound of Yang Kai's heavy breathing resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes were focused on the formation of the lake, and the small lake seemed to have become the only focus in this place. Yuhi flew out, the skin on her back torn open. How could the lady boss's wind and thunder whip be so easy to withstand? This whip had almost ripped her soul out of her body. In comparison, Yang Kai's black dragon spear did not cause too much damage to her. Fortunately, the lady boss had to divert her attention to deal with Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu's attacks, so she did not use her full strength in this whip. Otherwise, Yuhi would have been in grave danger. Even so, Yuhi's face was pale, and her qi fluctuated unsteadily. She was terrified. Yang Kai was not much better. When Yuhi was whipped out, he was hit by Yuhi's attack, and his whole body was sent flying. He flew back dozens of miles before he could stabilize himself. His internal organs were in turmoil, and he was gasping for breath. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu did not look at Yuhi, nor did they care about Yang Kai's life or death. Their eyes were like leeches that were locked onto the lady boss. At this moment, several diamond-shaped transparent shields were flying around the lady boss, and they were full of cracks. When everything came to a standstill, those shields shattered, and the lady boss spat out a mouthful of blood. She was clearly injured, but she was completely unaware of it. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the lake. Crack! A crisp cracking sound entered everyone's ears. Everything in the world came back to life from a stagnant state. Yang Kai's expression changed, and so did the lady boss. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu let out a long breath, and Yuhi stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk crack, asterisk fine cracking sounds rang out one after another. In just 3 short breaths of time, tiny cracks appeared on the array that the lady boss had personally set up to protect the lake. After all, there was no one guarding it. How could it block Yuhi's full-strength attack? With a crash, the array collapsed, and the clouds instantly evaporated, revealing a figure sitting at the bottom of the lake. Lao Bai sat cross-legged. The baleful yang qi that originally existed at the bottom of the lake was no longer there. Obviously, it had been absorbed and refined by him. However, at this moment the yin-yang 5 elements force on his body was in chaos, and the shadow of a mini-universe world flickered behind him, as if it could collapse at any time. Lao Bai raised his head to look at the lady boss, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. 1,000 years of cultivation, just for this moment. A lifetime of painstaking effort, and all his previous efforts had been wasted. He was disturbed at the critical moment of his advancement, and it was even from a 5th stage heaven splitter. Even if Lao Bai did his best, he could not continue. It was only a matter of time before the mini-universe world in his body collapsed. Once the mini-universe world collapsed, the yin-yang 5 elements force would erupt, and Lao Bai would definitely die a tragic death. The lady boss looked at Lao Bai at the bottom of the lake. The clear lake water could not block out his apologetic eyes. His clear and bright beautiful eyes were gray at this moment, and it made one feel sorry for him. The lady boss slowly closed her eyes and took a light breath. When she opened them again, a violent aura swept out, and her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She turned to look at Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu, and cold words that could freeze one's soul came out of her mouth. If I don't kill you, I won't advance to the 7th stage heaven splitter in this lifetime. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu's expressions changed greatly when they heard this. Once such a heart demon oath was made, it would be an irreconcilable situation. Chapter 3980. At this moment, Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu couldn't help but wonder if it was right or wrong to spoil Bai Qi's advancement. If they had allowed him to advance, he might have restrained the lady boss and prevented her from using her full strength. Now, Bai Qi had no hope of advancing and was definitely going to die. The lady boss was furious and had no more worries. The wind and thunder whip rose and lashed towards Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu. Although the lady boss was seriously injured, her aura was much stronger than before. When the whip came, a terrifying force swept out, causing Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu's eyelids to twitch. Who would dare to face such a violent attack head-on? They dodged left and right. With a boom, it was as if the world had collided. Under the whip, the ground collapsed, and even a deep mark appeared in the void. It couldn't be repaired for a long time. However, before Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu could catch their breath, the wind and thunder whip swept over again, sweeping through the void. Qi Jin's heart trembled. Only now did he realize how terrifying the Lady Boss's true strength was. He was also a 6th-grade heaven splitter. He thought that even if the Lady Boss was stronger than him, her strength would be limited. However, judging from the power of these two whips, Lan Yurua was more than just a little stronger than him. A soft whip danced in the wind and thunder. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu's combined strength could only withstand it. They couldn't fight back at all. They were in a sorry state. The ground was riddled with ravines, and the entire secret realm was trembling. Without any restraints, the Lady Boss no longer held back. Under the wrath of the heavens, this secret realm couldn't withstand it at all. It was only a matter of time before it shattered. "Come and help!" Qi Jin roared. Yuhi came back to her senses when she heard this. She stared deeply at Yang Kai and quickly rushed to the battlefield. In the next moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. The energy between heaven and earth was violent, and the power of the world fluctuated. 4 figures fought endlessly between heaven and earth. After all, this sun-sealing land was only a secret realm. How could it withstand the impact of the battle between 4 middle-grade heaven splitters? Moreover, the Lady Boss's killing intent was monstrous. She didn't hold back at all. In a short moment, the sun-sealing land had begun to fall apart, and the chaotic space laws drifted throughout the secret realm. In such a situation, Yang Kai couldn't intervene at all. Although he was worried about the Lady Boss's condition, there was a limit to what he could do at this moment. Yang Kai stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and rushed over to Senior White's side. As he gazed at Senior White, Yang Kai's mouth wriggled, and he didn't know what to say. Even though he hadn't known Senior White for long, they had a similar temperament, and Senior White could be considered as the first true friend he'd had outside of the universe. He had thought that this time, Lao Bai would soar into the sky and become famous. Who would have thought that he would fall into the abyss at the crucial moment? Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps this is my fate. Senior White laughed miserably. Even though he was still trying his best to maintain the balance within his body, how could the energy of yin, yang, and the 5 elements be so easily appeased? They were rampaging through his body, and they reinforced and restrained each other, causing blood to seep out from all the pores on Senior White's body, causing him to seem extremely miserable. What are the consequences? Yang Kai licked his dry lips and asked. If it's light, then my martial path will be destroyed. If it's heavy, then my soul will be destroyed. Senior White squeezed out a smile. No matter what, I'm afraid I won't be able to serve Lady Boss in the future. Don't think so much. Senior White said bitterly, I know my own matters. As the two of them spoke, rumbling sounds could be heard, and the ground shook. In the end, this secret realm was unable to withstand the attacks of 4 mid-rank heaven splitters, and it completely collapsed. When the secret realm shattered, chaotic spatial energy surged out from all directions. If it was an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, they would have no choice but to go with the flow at this time. However, going with the flow would only lead to the fate of being swept into a spatial rift. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the laws of space, and he activated the laws to protect himself and Senior White as they escaped from the chaotic void. When he looked up, he saw that the Lady Boss, Qi Jin, and the others had also charged out of the secret realm. The Lady Boss glanced over with her beautiful eyes worriedly, and she was only relieved when she saw that Yang Kai and Senior White were unharmed. However, Qi Jin's expression was ugly, and his heart was bleeding from the pain. This Yang Sealing Land was a secret realm of his golden rainbow state, and the Yang Qi was inexhaustible. Relying on this Yang Sealing Land, the golden rainbow state might be able to achieve great things in the future. However, in today's battle, it was completely destroyed. How could he not feel heartache? However, this was not the time to feel heartache for this Yang Sealing Land. How to calm Lan Yorua's monstrous anger was the first problem he had to face. Fortunately, they were not the only ones who came to seek revenge this time, otherwise, it would really be troublesome. Immediately, he exhaled and shouted, "Elder Hai, if not now, when are you going to make a move?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light slashed from afar. The sword light seemed to be able to shatter even the stars in front of it. No one had expected that Qi Jin and the others would have helpers. Moreover, judging from the power of this attack, this person's strength was no weaker than Qi Jin's. The lady boss also did not expect this and was momentarily caught off guard. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Although she shook her soft whip to resist, the sword light still broke through the whip and slashed her delicate body. Blood spurted out, and the lady boss retreated explosively. She retreated 1,000 feet before she was able to stabilize herself. Looking up, she saw a person slowly walking over from the void with an azure sword in his hand. Intense sword into the sky. "Hai Pingle!" The lady boss stared at the approaching person, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. On the other side, Lao Bai's expression changed greatly. "Oh no, he is here too." Yang Kai didn't know who this Hai Pingle was, but he knew that he was a sixth-order heaven-opening master. He was secretly speechless. What kind of heaven-defying thing had the lady boss done to have so many enemies? Lao Bai smiled bitterly. "The young master Hai you met before is this Hai Pingle's grandson." Yang Kai was stunned. He did not expect that young master Hai would be involved in this matter. Only now did he understand why young master Hai was so domineering and arrogant. It turned out that he had such a powerful background. However, although he had a conflict with young master Hai in the star market, there was no deep enmity between them. Later, young master Hai was whipped by the people of the Great War Heavens. There was no deep enmity between them, right? What did Hai Pingle mean by adding insult to injury? Lao Bai seemed to understand what he was thinking and said in a deep voice, "Young master Hai is dead. He was killed by the lady boss." What? Yang Kai was shocked. Lao Bai said, "The lady boss is very protective of her own people. He abused his power to bully others and caused you to be whipped. How could the lady boss let him go? She killed him outside the star market." Hearing this, Yang Kai fell into a trance. Although he hated young master Hai very much and had even been implicated by him twice with the dragon tooth whip, causing his back to ache just thinking about it now, to be honest, it was just a small conflict and not a life or death feud. After all that had passed, Yang Kai had almost forgotten about it, but who would have thought that the lady boss would actually kill him? Lao Bai said with a mischievous smile, "If I, the accountant, and the cook had encountered this matter, the lady boss might not have made such a big fuss. But you are different." "What about me?" Lao Bai stared at him deeply. After a long while, he sighed heavily. "Anyway, you have to remember that the lady boss values you very much. You are also very important to the lady boss." Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Lao Bai lowered his head and smiled bitterly. There were some things that could not be said. After all, it was something that happened many years ago. While the two of them were talking, the battle in the void started again. Hai Pingle entered the battlefield with a strong momentum. His long sword flashed wildly. The lady boss was already seriously injured, so it was not a problem for her to deal with Qi Jin and the others. But with Hai Pingle, it was difficult for her to deal with them. However, with the lady boss's ability, even if she fought against many, her life would not be in danger for a while. Yang Kai did not have the time to ask Lao Bai anything. He raised his head and looked at the battlefield with a worried expression. He did not know if the lady boss would be able to turn the situation around in this situation. In the midst of the fierce battle, the lady boss turned her head to look at them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai could clearly see the regret and reluctance in her eyes. She turned her head and flicked her soft whip. It wrapped around the people who were fighting fiercely and pulled the battlefield far away. She obviously did not want the aftermath of the battle to affect Yang Kai and Lao Bai. But she forcefully pulled the four enemies away from the battlefield, which made the already bad situation even more dangerous. Qi Jin and the others were like sharks that smelled blood. They bit the lady boss and did not pay much attention to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. After all, in their opinion, Lao Bai had failed to advance. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. There was no need to pay attention to him. Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm and could not do anything. As long as they could kill the lady boss, they would be victorious. After a dozen breaths, the crowd gradually moved away and disappeared. Lao Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go back to Star City and the first inn. Tell the chef to ask the boss to help. Otherwise, the lady boss will be in trouble." Yang Kai had seen the boss of the first inn before. He was a high-rank Kai Tian expert. The corpse of the Golden Crow had fallen into his hands. If he could help, things would be easier. Yang Kai clenched his fists and asked, "What about you?" If he left, no one would be able to collect Lao Bai's corpse. But at this time, he did not dare to touch Lao Bai. Moreover, this place was so far away from the first inn. By the time he rushed back to the first inn to report, the situation would have been settled. It would be too late. "Don't worry about me. Go." Lao Bai pushed him hard. His body was affected, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yang Kai was shocked. He hurried forward and took out a large number of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into Lao Bai's mouth. "It's useless." Lao Bai smiled bitterly. "If you can't suppress the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in my body, any spirit pills will be useless." However, Yang Kai's movements suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as if he had discovered something surprising. Old White scolded angrily, "What time is it now? Why are you still pestering me? Hurry up and return to the first inn." If it were not for his poor condition, he would have kicked Yang Kai away right now. Yang Kai looked at him with shining eyes. "Lao Bai, you may still be saved." "Bullshit!" Lao Bai shouted angrily. In his current situation, not to mention Yang Kai, even a high-rank Kai Tian expert would be powerless. What could Yang Kai do in the Emperor realm? Chapter 3981. I'm just trying my best. Don't blame me if it fails. If it succeeds, then treat me to a drink later. As Yang Kai spoke, he withdrew a jade bottle, removed its cap, and opened Senior White's mouth before pouring the contents of the bottle into Senior White's mouth. Senior White was caught off guard and swallowed the contents of the bottle, and he didn't have the time to ask anything before his expression suddenly turned serious, and he stared at Yang Kai with an extremely shocked expression. "How is it?" Yang Kai looked at him anxiously. After a long while, Senior White's eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd understood something, and he cried out involuntarily with surprise. "Worldly elixir? Is it useful or not?" Yang Kai wished for nothing more than to kick him. "Why are you still bothering me about this at a time like this? Do you have more?" Senior White smacked his lips and revealed an expression of unwillingness. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, and he took out another bottle of worldly elixir and poured it into Senior White's mouth. Senior White gulped it down before he suddenly took a deep breath, and his dejection from before was swept away. He said in high spirits, "Move further away and watch me, Senior White, break open the heavens and seek the Grand Tao today." Yang Kai fled decisively and flew 50 kilometers away before he stopped. When he looked at Senior White from afar, he saw Senior White sitting cross-legged in space while forming seals with his hands. Even though they were 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai was still able to clearly sense that the chaotic energy in Senior White's body was calming down swiftly, and a strand of profound aura was rising and falling slowly. "It's really useful." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this. He'd thought of giving Senior White some worldly elixir on the spur of the moment, and he didn't know the exact effects. He'd taken the worldly elixir from the secret realm of heaven and earth in Heaven Void Hall, and it was a spirit elixir that was only born when the heavens and earth were formed. At that time, he'd collected a huge amount of worldly elixir, but he'd never really used it. He had heard that the reason the Iron Blood Great Emperor was stronger than the other Great Emperors was because he had taken the origin liquid in Heaven Void Hall. Yang Kai had consumed it before. When the liquid entered his stomach and its effects took effect, he could still vividly remember the feeling of heaven and earth splitting apart in a daze. Lao Bai's current condition was that his yin, yang, and 5 elements were in chaos, and the newly formed mini-universe world in his body was unstable. Yang Kai thought that this liquid might be of some use. Now, it seemed that it was more than just effective. It was simply the right medicine for the problem. With the passage of time, the chaotic aura disappeared and was replaced by the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Wisps of world energy emanated from Senior White's body, and under the perception of his divine sense, it seemed that a brand new world was being born there. Yang Kai was excited, and his eyes did not move. Although he didn't know how long it would take for him to advance to split the heavens with this experience, he would have a lot more experience when he advanced in the future. Kong. A dull sound came from 100 kilometers away as the sound of a great bell rang out from Senior White's body. As the sound spread, a vibration wave spread out from him. As the vibration wave rippled, Senior White's aura suddenly deepened and condensed. Hong hong hong. The vibration wave continued to spread, and Senior White's aura rose steadily. There was no longer any sense of chaos, and a vague phantom slowly appeared behind him. In the beginning, the shadow was not very clear, but as time passed, the shadow gradually became more and more solid. Yang Kai looked around and could not help but be surprised because the phantom was the first in, and it seemed that he had returned to the first in. This should be Senior White's mini-universe world. Yang Kai suddenly understood. So far, he had only seen one mini-universe world that belonged to the heaven-opening realm. It was the mini-universe world of the fire spirit earthly guardian, Duan Hai of the Qiqiao land. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed worm and separated from Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was introduced to that world by Duan Hai. It was a sea with a lone island in the sea. It seemed that every cultivator's mini-universe world was different. Senior White was a waiter of the first inn, and the first inn was very important to him. The mini-universe world that he condensed after advancing to split the heavens was based on the first inn. Yang Kai understood. Senior White's situation had stabilized, and it was only a matter of time before he advanced to split the heavens. Yang Kai was also seriously injured, so he simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing to heal his injuries. Days passed, and the aura of the world force became stronger. Gradually, the illusory mini-universe world solidified, and an astonishing power suddenly spread out from Senior White's body. In the mini-universe, Senior White opened his eyes, and lightning appeared in the void. He looked up to the sky and roared. The roar rolled and shook the 9 heavens. The mini-universe world flashed, and disappeared into Senior White's body. Then, a figure flashed in front of Yang Kai. Senior White had crossed the distance of 50 kilometers and appeared in front of him. He looked at him with a grin. "Don't congratulate me yet. I'll treat you to a drink later. How long has it been?" 7 or 8 days, Yang Kai replied. It was impossible to calculate the time carefully in the void, but it had been a long time since Senior White swallowed the origin liquid. What made Yang Kai rejoice was that no other masters had passed by this place over the past few days. Otherwise, they would have been alerted. It's been 7 or 8 days. I wonder how the lady boss is doing. Senior White frowned and looked worried. Previously, he and Yang Kai had seen with their own eyes that the lady boss was being chased by 4 split-the-heavens cultivators. 2 of them were at the 6th level, and the other 2 were at the 5th level. The longer they fought, the farther they went. Although the lady boss was strong, she was injured after all. Moreover, how could she be a match for the 4 of them? Yang Kai pondered and said, "The lady boss is not a fool. How could she be entangled with those people when she knew that she was no match for them? If I were her, I would either hide in the Universal Palace or hide in the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory." Senior White nodded. "That makes sense. In that case, the Universal Palace is more likely." He didn't know what the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory was like. If it wasn't controlled by Dejan Tian, it was not necessarily forbidden to fight in the Star City. Even if the lady boss hid there, it would be useless. However, the Universal Palace was absolutely forbidden to have a conflict in it. Otherwise, it would be making an enemy of all the blessed paradises. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, who would have such courage? Let's go to the Universal Palace. Senior White made a prompt decision. "Do you need to stabilize your realm first?" Yang Kai asked. He had just advanced and was not familiar with the power of the split-the-heaven stage. Although he had reached the 5th level, If he really encountered an enemy, it was hard to say how much strength he could use. There's no time. You can slowly familiarize yourself with it in the future. Senior White was about to use the universal escape technique as he spoke. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a helpless expression. He couldn't help but slap his head. Right? I forgot that you didn't leave your brand in the Universal Palace in the Golden Rainbow territory. Without leaving his brand, he couldn't use the universal escape technique to go to the Universal Palace. You go first. I'll fly there slowly. Yang Kai took out the star as he spoke. He looked at the location and said, "It's not far anyway. It'll only take 4 or 5 days." Senior White hesitated. "But if you're alone," Yang Kai said in a low voice, "I'm fine. The lady boss is more important." Thinking of the lady boss's expression before she left, Yang Kai felt a stab of pain in his heart. If it wasn't for her being wary of him and Senior White, why would the lady boss forcefully move the battlefield? Senior White knew that this wasn't the time to delay. He'd already spent 7 or 8 days to advance into Heaven Splitter. After such a long period of time, the lady boss's situation would definitely be worse. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, you must be careful." Yang Kai nodded. Senior White didn't hesitate any longer and executed the universal escape technique. Light enveloped him while a grand formation floated beneath his feet, and he instantly flew away. After he left, Yang Kai's figure flashed and flew towards the Universal Palace. Based on the star, it would take 4 or 5 days to reach the Universal Palace. Even if Yang Kai traveled at full speed, it would take him at least 3 days to reach the Universal Palace. He was worried in his heart because he didn't know how the lady boss was doing and if she'd escaped. At the same time, he hated Qi Jin and the others for being shameless. They were actually so treacherous and didn't hesitate to use the Yang sealing ground to lure the lady boss into their trap. Traveling through space was extremely lonely. Unless it was a coincidence, it was extremely difficult for him to encounter others in this boundless world. 2 days later, Yang Kai, who was traveling with his head down, suddenly felt a divine perception sweep over from ahead and sweep past him. His expression couldn't help but turn cold, and he hurriedly raised his head to look over. He couldn't see anything within his field of vision, and he couldn't detect anything when he released his divine perception. He knew that the owner of that divine perception had a strength that far surpassed his own, and that was why he was unable to detect the owner's tracks. Right when he was thinking like this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed because the divine perception that swept past him didn't move away, and it was firmly locked onto him. Yang Kai didn't even think before he directly utilized the spatial laws to flee, and he was already a few hundred kilometers away when he reappeared. No matter who the owner of that divine perception was, since it had locked onto him, it definitely didn't have good intentions, so how could Yang Kai not know how to flee? He felt extremely sorrowful in his heart. It's really sad to be so weak. I was invincible in the star dimension, but when I came out of this world, anyone could actually chase after me like a rabbit. It looks like I can only advance to become a genius as soon as possible like Senior White in order to gain a foothold. The divine perception didn't disperse, and it kept locking onto Yang Kai, and its speed was extremely fast. No matter how Yang Kai moved, he still couldn't get rid of the other party's pursuit, and the speed was constantly decreasing. After a full half a day, Yang Kai finally sensed the aura of the person behind him, which also meant that the person chasing after him was already within the range of his divine perception. "It's you, bitch." After a careful investigation, Yang Kai was shocked and angry, and he cursed in his heart. The person chasing after him was none other than the woman who fought with the lady boss before, Yu He. Since Yu He was here, it meant that the battle with the lady boss was over. Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank, and he instinctively felt that the lady boss was in a bad situation. But he was just from the Emperor realm, so why was this woman chasing after him? Looking at her direction, she should have come from the heavenly temple, otherwise, there was no reason for her to run into him. He was puzzled, but Yuhi's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Do you want to know whether Lan Yorua is dead or alive?" Chapter 3982. Yang Kai's figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped. He knew that this might be a trap, but he still couldn't move. He gritted his teeth, stopped in place, turned his head, and waited silently. Yuhi was a 5th grade Kai Tian. Unless he used the space spirit bead like last time when he came out of the Golden Crow Palace, there was no way he could completely get rid of her. But even if he used the space spirit bead, he might not have a chance. Last time, he was able to get rid of the lady boss and the others because they were worried about the Golden Crow's corpse and were distracted by him, giving him a chance to succeed. Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to do it again. Sooner or later, she would catch up, so Yang Kai simply stopped running. He didn't feel any killing intent from Yuhi, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so careless. Soon, Yuhi's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision, and after a while, the woman was more than 10 miles away. Yang Kai raised his hand, "Don't come any closer or don't blame me for being ruthless." While speaking, he formed a seal with a dignified look. Yuhi stopped and quietly looked at him. Only then did Yang Kai realize that this woman seemed to be seriously injured. He felt a burst of joy in his heart, knowing that this was the masterpiece of the lady boss, but he didn't know the final outcome of the battle, so he couldn't help feeling uneasy. A strange look flashed in Yuhi's eyes, and she smiled at him. "Do you want to know whether Lan Yurua is alive or not?" Yang Kai said decisively. Yuhi sighed and said, "Don't worry, she's not dead yet." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "You dregs want to take the lady boss's life? Dream on." Yuhi said, "Since you have so much confidence in her, why did you stop? In the end, aren't you just worried?" "So what? I just want to confirm it." Yang Kai squinted at her. "Now it's your turn to worry. If the lady boss doesn't die, I think your good days are coming to an end." He nodded repeatedly and coughed lightly. "My good days are indeed coming to an end, so I came to find you." Yang Kai sneered. "What's the use of looking for me? Do you think I'll help you make peace?" Yuhi said, "As long as you are in my hands, I believe that Sister Lan will not make things too difficult for me. At the very least, she will be able to sit down and talk to me calmly." "You're thinking too much. I'm just a worker at the first inn. You failed to plot against the lady boss today. Once she recovers, she'll definitely settle the score with you one by one." Yuhi's expression changed slightly as if she could imagine this scene. She forced a smile and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. Although your strength is not high, you should have some weight on Sister Lan's side." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Before this, Lao Bai had also said that the lady boss valued him very much. Now that Yuhi had said something similar, it made him feel a little confused. He and the lady boss had not known each other for a long time, and the only connection between them was the destruction of the first inn. However, thinking about it carefully, the lady boss had indeed taken care of him during this period of time. She had given him 7 masks, refined the shadowless veil, and even gave him a shuttle from her territory. Last time, when he had a conflict with Hai Gongzi, the lady boss had even killed him outside of Star City. Thinking about it this way, the lady boss was indeed very kind to him. Sister Lan is seriously injured and is now recuperating in the Heavenly Palace. I'm afraid she won't be able to recover for at least a year. He changed the topic. "Before Sister Lan goes to my place, I hope you can follow me." "Follow you just because you say so?" He covered her mouth and chuckled. "Although I'm injured, it shouldn't be a problem to take you down." Yang Kai changed his hand seals and shouted, "You can try. If you dare, that you guy yesterday will be your tomorrow." Yuhi's expression turned serious. The scene of Elder Yu being killed by Meng was still vivid in her mind. The 4th grade Kai Tian was completely powerless in front of Meng. Even his spirit avatar was pecked out and swallowed into his stomach. Although she was a 5th grade, she was still injured. Compared to Elder Yu, she was not much stronger. For pairs of eyes met. Yuhi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, while Yang Kai had a provocative look on his face. After a long while, Yuhi finally shouted, "Are you trying to scare me?" She reached out to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He did not even have the intention to resist and let her grab him by the collar. Once exposed, it was meaningless to use the tiger's skin as a flag. Meng's golden feathers were already gone. Facing a powerhouse like Yuhi, any resistance would only be asking for trouble. With such a close distance between them, even if he wanted to teleport away, he had no chance. As expected, you're lying. Yuhi snorted. She raised her hand and knocked Yang Kai on the head, neither too hard nor too light. Yang Kai covered his head and looked at her angrily. He had never been knocked on the head by a woman in his life. It was a great humiliation, but the situation was worse, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. You still dare to glare at me? Yuhi raised her hand and knocked him again. Yang Kai took 2 steps back and shouted angrily, I'm warning you. If you continue to be so touchy, don't blame me for being impolite. Yuhi's eyes narrowed slightly. How are you going to be impolite? Let's hear it. Yang Kai glared at her angrily, his grief and indignation reaching its peak. Suddenly, Yuhi laughed lightly. Alright, I'll make a deal with you. My condition is not very good, so I won't waste my energy to imprison you. You should be good and don't run. It'll save everyone some trouble. At least you know what's good for you. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Since this woman planned to capture him alive to use as a bargaining chip in future negotiations with the lady boss, she shouldn't do anything to him. Without a threat to his life, Yang Kai's mood relaxed. Yuhi slowly shook her head, not in the mood to bicker with him. She looked around and said, Then it's settled. Come with me. As he spoke, he actually took the lead and led the way. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before giving up on the idea of escaping. Although Yuhi's back was to him, Yang Kai believed that as long as he made the slightest move, she would immediately take action. In front of a 5th stage heaven splitter, Yang Kai really didn't have the confidence to escape. He secretly swore, Wait for the lady boss to come pick me up in a year and see how I'll get my revenge. But then again, the lady boss should come to pick him up, right? Yuhi clearly wanted to treat her wounds, so Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything to her. The 2 of them shuttled through the void, crossing one territory gate after another. The way the 2 of them interacted was a bit strange. In name, Yang Kai was being held hostage, but in reality, Yuhi didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, when flying, she deliberately slowed down so that he could keep up. After 6 or 7 days like this, Yuhi's wounds were more or less healed. And as early as 3 days ago, this woman had become more talkative, asking Yang Kai many things. When Yang Kai was in a good mood, he would chat with her, and when he was in a bad mood, he would ignore her. Yuhi didn't seem angry and instead smiled all day long, making Yang Kai wonder if this woman's mind was a bit twisted. In particular, the way she often looked at him was a bit strange. After passing through this territory gate, we still have to pass through 2 large territory gates before we reach our destination, Yuhi said as she flew, pointing at the territory gate in front of them. Your home is very far away. Yang Kai followed behind her. After a few days of being together, Yang Kai's hostility toward her was not as strong. It's okay. Let's go to the star market over there. I want to buy something. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He didn't have the power to make the decision, and Yuhi would go wherever she said. But this woman dared to take him to the star market. Was she not afraid that he would take the opportunity to escape? Yuhi seemed to know what he was thinking. She turned around and smiled. That star market is an ownerless place. Fighting is prohibited. If you want to escape, you can try. Yang Kai couldn't help but curl his lips. He wondered why this woman was so bold. She didn't want to go to any other star market but this one. So there was this reason. After passing through the territory gate, Yuhi led Yang Kai to a star market. This star market gave Yang Kai a completely different feeling from the first inn. As soon as he entered the star market, he saw people fighting on the streets. It was very chaotic. Many people looked at him with malicious eyes, especially when they looked at Yuhi's graceful figure. Greed flashed in their eyes from time to time. However, they were afraid of Yuhi's powerful aura, so no one dared to cause trouble. Instead of calling this a star market, Yang Kai felt that it was more appropriate to call it a black market. This seemed to be a place where people who lived in the dark gathered. The star market was very large. It was several times larger than the star market managed by De Jean. There were also many people gathered here. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least several 100,000 people here. Following Yuhi into several stores, Yang Kai was speechless as he watched her spend money like water. This fifth stage splitting the heavens was extraordinary. The things Yuhi bought were very messy. Some were for cultivation, and some were for healing. It could be seen that Yuhi often came to this star market and was familiar with the shopkeepers of some of the stores. After shopping for more than half a day, they finally bought all the things they needed. Without stopping, the two were about to leave. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the street, and many people looked up at the sky. With such a big movement, it was naturally impossible for Yang Kai and Yuhi not to notice. They could not help but stop and look in the direction of everyone's gazes. What he saw caused Kai Yang's brow to wrinkle. Up in the sky, a large mass of pink fog was sweeping towards him. The area covered by this fog was simply indescribable. It seemed to be able to fill his entire field of vision. Furthermore, it was moving at an extremely fast speed. When Yang Kai first saw it, the pink fog was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was right above the star market and was still pressing down at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Yang Kai was stunned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. The Great Cosmological Abyss Fog. Before Yuhi could answer, there were already cries of panic on the street, as if someone had recognized the origin of this pink fog. Yuhi's expression also changed drastically. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and shouted, "Let's go!" Yang Kai only felt his body lighten, and then the surrounding scenery quickly receded. Surprisingly, Yuhi was doing her best to escape, as if she wanted to escape the range of this fog. Chapter 3983. Yuhi looked as if she was facing a great enemy, which made Yang Kai extremely nervous. Although he didn't know what the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog was, he could guess that it was definitely not something good. Everyone in Star City was frantically retreating. Everyone was running away. Yang Kai turned his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Under the shroud of the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog, the cultivator who couldn't escape in time disappeared into thin air. The pink fog was like an invisible beast that swallowed all the cultivator. No matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't resist. Yang Kai even saw a third-stage heaven splitter, who couldn't resist for a moment even after using all his strength. Not only were the cultivator like this, but even the buildings in Star City and the spirit state where Star City was located were the same. In the fog, the spirit state dissipated, and so did the buildings. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths after Yang Kai discovered the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog, more than half of Star City disappeared, including everything in it. Yuhi grabbed Yang Kai's arm and desperately fled. She was a 5th-stage heaven splitter, and her strength wasn't low. When she used her full strength, her speed was extremely fast, but even so, she couldn't escape the pursuit of the fog. Seeing that the fog was about to catch up, Yang Kai panicked. "Let go!" The speed of the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog was too fast. At this moment, he could only rely on teleportation to have a chance to escape. However, Yuhi had a tight grip on him, so Yang Kai couldn't use the spatial law in peace. Yuhi didn't care about him. Yang Kai didn't know about the strangeness of the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog, but she was very clear about it. Sensing Yang Kai's struggle, she silently injected a force into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body went soft, and he almost vomited blood in anger. And it was this momentary delay that caused him to lose the best opportunity to escape. The pink fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss swept over from behind, enveloping the two of them in an instant. Yang Kai's vision changed and a feeling of dizziness assaulted him. His entire body was surrounded by the pink mist and he couldn't see anything else. He couldn't even release his divine sense. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yuhi's voice entered his ears, her breath like orchids. "Don't be afraid. The fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss has no killing power. You won't die." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Since it had no lethality, why were the many cultivator in Star City so terrified and uneasy when they saw the fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss? Furthermore, he had seen countless cultivators swallowed by the fog of the Great Cosmological Abyss with his own eyes. Were those people still alive? His body shuttled through the darkness as if he was falling into an endless abyss. A delicate figure pressed against him. Even though he couldn't see it, Yang Kai knew that it was Yueha. He secretly laughed in his heart. A fifth-stage heaven opening actually felt insecure? However, he was more curious at the moment. He didn't know what the fog of the great cosmological abyss was, nor did he know what would happen after he was swallowed by it. However, the current feeling was not unfamiliar. It was as if he was shuttling through an unknown place. It didn't take long for the pink mist that had been wrapping around his body to dissipate. His vision suddenly became clear, and he seemed to have arrived at another world. This was definitely not the Star City just now because his vision was wide and boundless, as if he was on a plane. There were many cultivators scattered around. Obviously, they were the unlucky ones that had been swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss just now. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai frowned. He saw that the sky was dim, as if it could collapse at any time, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. There were many ruins scattered around behind him. Judging from the shape of these buildings and some plaques, they should be the shops of Star City. It was the first time Yang Kai had seen a strange scene that could even swallow some buildings, so he couldn't help but have a strange expression. The cultivator that had been swallowed had different reactions. Some looked excited, some looked depressed, and some even cursed the damned heavens, the great cosmological abyss realm. He looked around and murmured, "I didn't expect the rumors to be true." The great cosmological abyss realm? Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. It was only then that he realized that she had been grabbing his arm, and he couldn't help but look down. He let go and chuckled. Outside this universe, there are 3,000 worlds that are controlled and occupied by various major forces. However, in addition to those known to the world, there are also some hidden in the void, such as the great cosmological abyss realm. The great cosmological abyss realm appears once in 1,000 years, and every time it appears, it's a flash in the pan. No one can find its traces unless they're lucky enough to enter this place. Lucky chance? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's both a lucky chance and a disaster. He turned her head and glanced at him. The great cosmological abyss realm is mysterious and unfathomable. It drifts outside the universe and is not in the world. If it's not a lucky chance, then what is it? Yang Kai sneered. If it's really a lucky chance, why did you flee in panic before? How could any of the surrounding cultivators curse out loud? How could there be anyone with ashen faces? Yuhi's face gradually turned solemn as she said in a deep voice, "In the past, I only heard that when the great cosmological abyss realm appeared, the great cosmological abyss realm would be shrouded in fog and everything would be devoured. Only when I saw it with my own eyes did I know that the rumors were true." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "From what you've said, it's possible to leave the great cosmological abyss realm?" Yuhi said, "Of course. If it's impossible to leave, how did the rumors about the great cosmological abyss realm spread? However, this place cannot be broken by external forces. As long as you stay here for a certain period of time, you can naturally leave." "How long will it take?" Yang Kai frowned. Hearing that it was possible to leave the great cosmological abyss realm, Yang Kai was not so worried. He was afraid that he would be trapped in this damned place for the rest of his life. "I'm not sure. Some say it's 10 years, some say it's 20 years, and some say it's 50 years or 100 years. It seems that the time limit of the great cosmological abyss realm is different every time." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. 10 or 20 years was fine, but if they were really trapped here for 50 or 100 years, it would be a little bad. The great cosmological abyss realm is not a good place. You must be careful. Yuhi stared at him again and said solemnly, "If 10 people enter here, it's already not bad if 1 or 2 can leave alive. Is it very dangerous here?" Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi nodded. "There are many ancient remnant beasts living here. Each of them is tyrannical in strength and can easily massacre entire cities and clans. Moreover, the human heart is the most dangerous." As she spoke, she glanced at the cultivator with different expressions. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You just said that this place is an opportunity and also a disaster. I finally understand the disaster, but where is the opportunity?" Yuhi chuckled. The great cosmological abyss realm opens once every 1,000 years, and not everyone can enter it every time. If the great cosmological abyss mist sweeps through the void, I'm afraid that even if the great cosmological abyss realm opens, no one can come here. As far as I know, the last time someone came to the great cosmological abyss realm was thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of nurturing, don't you think this place is a treasure trove? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He continued, some people found enough power here and directly advanced to the high-grade heaven-opening realm when they left. Some people found the great cosmological abyss fruit here and directly advanced to the next grade. Some people even subdued ancient remnant beasts here and swept through the 3,000 worlds. There are countless examples of people who soared to the sky after obtaining benefits here. It is said that the leaders of Shenyuan Cave Heaven, True Martial Cave Heaven, and Hunyuan Cave Heaven once came to the great cosmological abyss realm. Yang Kai was taken aback when he heard this. He had never heard of the great cosmological fruit before, but the effect of allowing one's cultivation to rise by one's minor realm was too incredible. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if such a thing really existed. Moreover, the Shenyuan Grotto Heaven, True Martial Grotto Heaven, and Chaos Grotto Heaven were among the top grotto heavens, and their leaders were at least grade 8 heaven-opening realm experts. How could such a character have come to the great cosmological realm? Did their high achievements have anything to do with the experiences they had here? Everything was unknown, but the only thing Yang Kai could be sure of was that there were indeed many opportunities in the Great Void Realm, and they were not small. Otherwise, why would so many cultivators be so excited? Yuhi suddenly frowned again. There are too many people coming in this time. I'm afraid there has never been so many people coming in the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm before. This time was also a coincidence. The Great Cosmological Abyss mist had swept across a star city. Yang Kai estimated that the people of the entire star city couldn't escape and were all swallowed by the Great Cosmological Abyss realm. Hundreds of thousands of people from the entire star city gathered in the Great Cosmological Abyss realm, which could be said to be a historical precedent. However, Yang Kai felt that there shouldn't be so many people gathered here. They were probably scattered when they entered the Great Cosmological Abyss realm, so there were only a few tens of thousands of people here. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a shrill scream. Startled, Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw a group of people surrounding a big man wielding a saber, confronting another group of people. At the front of the group was a cultivator dressed like a servant. At the moment, his face was filled with pain as he clutched his stomach, a look of horror on his face. On his stomach, there was a bloody wound with blood flowing out. Obviously, it was caused by the big man wielding the saber. The big man with the saber looked disdainful and shouted angrily, "I'll say it again, get out of my way or die." The leader of the group of people confronting him looked like the shopkeeper of a shop. Hearing this, his expression changed and he cupped his hands. "Everyone, we are all in trouble together, so we should help each other. Why do you have to hurt others so easily? My spring herb haul is not without a backer. Aren't you afraid of retribution in the future for doing this?" The big man with the saber sneered, "Retribution? Let's talk about it later." Saying so, he slashed forward with his saber. The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically and he wanted to retreat, but the big man with the saber was much stronger than him. When the saber slashed down from the top of his head, the saber light bloomed and directly split the shopkeeper in half. When the servants standing behind the shopkeeper saw this, they all screamed in horror and fled in all directions. The big man with the saber laughed wildly and ordered his subordinates, "Take away all the spirit pills in this shop. Don't leave a single one behind." The crowd behind him rushed out in a single file and rushed into the collapsed shop. They lifted up the broken walls and collected bottles of spirit pills into their pouches. Chapter 3984. Human Heart. Yuhi chuckled coldly. Her tone was full of sarcasm, but she had no intention of interfering. The star market was a chaotic place. Not to mention that it had been swallowed into the great cosmological realm. Even outside, there were often people fighting to the death on the streets. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many similar scenes. All the shops in Star Market had been swallowed into the great cosmological realm, and even the goods in the shops were not spared. Now that everyone was trapped here and completely cut off from the outside world, the goods in those shops naturally became popular items, especially places like Spring Herb Hall that specialized in selling pills. It was the favorite of the cultivator. Although the shopkeepers and staff of those shops tried their best to stop them, how could they stop this group of people who were like wolves and tigers? They were all scattered and the goods in the shops were swept clean. Stop all of you. Whoever dares to touch my Spring Herb Hall's things will die. With a stern shout, a middle-aged old man rushed over from not far away and landed in front of the collapsed Spring Herb Hall. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings with disdain. When the staff of Spring Herb Hall saw him, they were overjoyed and crowded around him. One of the staff cried out, "Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Not only did this guy steal our pills, but he also killed the shopkeeper with a single slash." The newcomer glanced at the shopkeeper's corpse on the ground, then looked up at the big man with the saber. "Did you kill him?" The big man with the saber frowned and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but soon, this trace of fear disappeared. He rested the saber on his shoulder and sneered, "Master Kong, long time no see." The old man with the surname Kong snorted, "Ding-y, you're quite bold. You know that this is my man, yet you still dare to attack. I think you're tired of living. Obediently kneel down and cripple your own cultivation, and this old man can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." The man called Ding-y heard this and said, "Master Kong is really impressive." Shaking his head, he grinned and said, "If we were outside, I wouldn't dare to offend your Excellency Kong, who is at level 3 of the heaven-splitting realm. I could only kneel down and lick your boots. But your Excellency Kong, have you forgotten where you are? This is the great cosmological realm, and the great cosmological realm is sealed by the great cosmological realm's fog. I wonder what kind of strength Master Kong can unleash with his third-stage heaven-opening cultivation base?" The old man surnamed Kong said angrily, "More than enough to kill you." Ding-y brandished his saber and stepped forward. He squinted and said, "Then I'll have to experience Master Kang's skills." "You're courting death." Old man Kong was infuriated. This person that used to bow and scrape before him had actually brazenly provoked him at this moment. How could he endure this? As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Ding-y and slammed his palm down. Ding-y was not afraid when he saw this. Instead, his eyes lit up and he laughed. "You old dog, you've been riding on my head for hundreds of years. Today, I'll get some interest back." From the meaning of his words, it seemed that he had some enmity with this old man surnamed Kong. Otherwise, he would not have targeted Spring Herb Hall. The saber light surged and slashed down. A violent power lingered on the long saber, cutting through the old man surnamed Kang's palm force and pressing forward. The old man surnamed Kong struck out several palms in succession. With a few booms, the two figures separated as soon as they touched. Ding-y retreated dozens of feet and crashed into a collapsed shop. The old man surnamed Kong only took 3 steps back before stabilizing his body. As soon as they exchanged blows, Ding-y fell into a disadvantage. However, this scene made countless people's eyes burn in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. This old man surnamed Kong was at level 3 of the splitting heaven realm. If they were outside, Ding-y would not be able to contend with him. However, in the great cosmological realm, although Ding-y was still not his opponent, he was at least qualified to fight him. It turned out to be true that the great cosmological realm's fog sealed the universe. Everyone was enlightened. Rumble. Like muffled thunder rolling across the ground, Ding-y rushed out of the collapsed building with his saber. Although blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were shining. He waved his saber and said, "Brothers, there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm. This old dog has humiliated us for many years. Today, let's take revenge together." As soon as he said that, the cultivators who had followed Ding-y before were all shocked. They summoned their secret treasures and followed Ding-y to attack the old man surnamed Kong. The old man surnamed Kang's expression changed drastically. Although the Spring Herb Hall's workers joined forces to help, the huge gap in numbers could not be made up for. Screams rang out, and the workers of the spring herb hall fell to the ground and died in less than 3 breaths. Even the old man surnamed Kong was hit by the power of several secret treasures and spat out blood. Seeing that things were not going well, the old man surnamed Kong gritted his teeth and said, "Ding-yi, this old man will definitely return today's grudge 100-fold. Remember this." After saying that, he turned around and rushed out of Star City. Although Ding-yi led everyone to stop him, he was powerless. After all, the old man surnamed Kong had the foundation of a third-stage splitting heaven. Although he could not exert his full strength in the great cosmological realm, Ding-yi and the others could not stop him if he wanted to escape. Looking at the departing figure of the old man surnamed Kong, Ding-yi spat fiercely on the ground, full of unwillingness. In Star City, countless people watched this scene with different thoughts. Some were happy, while others were sad. Ding-yi raised his arms and shouted at the right time, "Brothers, we venerable sovereigns have been living a humble and difficult life outside this universe, all thanks to those arrogant heaven-opening masters. Today, the heavens have given us a great opportunity to enter the great cosmological realm. Do you still want to let those arrogant heaven-opening masters ride on your heads? Why don't you follow this Ding-yi and overturn this heaven and flatten this earth? When you leave in the future, you will also be able to look down on all living beings." These words were extremely provocative and resonated with the hearts of many, especially those Emperor Realm Masters who had always been bullied by heaven-splitting realm cultivators. They all resonated with Ding-yi's words and longed to be able to overturn the situation, their eyes burning with passion as they stared at him. In an instant, many people gathered around Ding-yi, as if they wanted to follow his lead. Yang Kai leisurely turned his head to look at Yueha. The fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, and there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm? Although he did not know what the old man surnamed Kang's true cultivation was, since Ding-yi said that he was a third-stage splitting heaven, it should not be wrong. However, in the battle just now, the old man surnamed Kong had only displayed the strength of a peak venerable sovereign. Where was the power of splitting heaven? Thinking back to what Ding-yi had said before, Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart. Yueha hesitated for a while before sighing, "Yes, although the fog of the great cosmological realm is not lethal, it is extremely strange. If it invades the body, it will seal the lesser universe world. In other words, in the great cosmological realm, splitting heaven realms are unable to display their full strength, which is why there is the saying that there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm." Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a while before grinning, "Then you're in trouble." He could not help but laugh at the sky. Originally, Yang Kai was a little unhappy that he had suddenly fallen to such a place. He felt that if Yue had not held him hostage, he might not have encountered such a situation, but now, it seemed that he had to thank her properly. In the great cosmological realm, the splitting heaven realm's lesser universe world was sealed. With the lesser universe world sealed, the strength that a splitting heaven realm cultivator could display was limited, just like that old man surnamed Kong, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm. If not for this, how could old man surnamed Kong, a third-grade splitting heaven realm cultivator, be beaten to a pulp by Ding-yi and the others? And at the level of the Emperor realm, when had Yang Kai ever been afraid of anyone? He had never thought that there would be a time when he could do whatever he wanted outside of the universe world. Yueha snorted lightly, "So what if the universe world is sealed? A splitting heaven realm cultivator is a splitting heaven realm cultivator after all. His foundation is there, and the ordinary people of the Emperor realm can't be his match at all." Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "That's because you can't imagine what I'm capable of." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, the number of people from the Emperor realm in this star market is more than 100 times that of splitting heaven realm cultivators. If one person is not a match, how could 10 not be a match?" Yueha said angrily, "You want to fight me?" Yang Kai turned his head and smiled, "There's no need for that. Someone will make a move against you. After all, you're a high and mighty splitting heaven realm cultivator." Yueha's expression changed slightly when she heard this. When she turned her head, she saw Ding-yi staring straight at her. His eyes were filled with greed and passion, constantly rotating on her beautiful face and voluptuous body. He pointed his long blade and shouted, "Brothers, I remember that this woman seems to be a fifth-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. What do you think we should do?" Fifth-stage splitting heaven realm. A group of people exclaimed. Foremost cultivators, splitting heaven realm cultivators were high and mighty existences. Even a third-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator like the old man surnamed Kong was a great figure in their eyes, let alone a fifth-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. Many people had never seen such a powerful expert in their lives. This was especially so for Yuehe's charm. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery, as if they could seduce souls. In an instant, many people's hearts were stirred, and greed was born. Take her down. So what if you're a fifth-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator? She's the same as us in the great cosmological realm. TSK, a fifth-stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. I've never played with such a master in my life. If I can have a good night with her, it'll be worth it even if I die. This woman doesn't look like a decent person. She must be very exciting in bed. Obscenities came from all directions, causing Yuehe's expression to turn cold, and her body overflowed with killing intent. Normally, these guys from the Emperor realm, or even the Emperor realm, would not dare to talk to her like this. However, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, coupled with Ding Yi's bewitchment just now, the dark side of people's hearts was immediately exposed. It seemed that just the filth of words could give this group of people a lot of pleasure, and their words became more and more unbearable. Yuehe trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You're courting death." Ding Yi sneered and said, "The last guy who said that has already fled in embarrassment. Madam, if you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. Then, I may be able to take good care of you. But if you don't blame us for not knowing how to show you mercy when we fight later." As he spoke, the saber light on his long saber flickered, making him look even more ferocious. Chapter 3985. Yuhi secretly gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to slap Ding Yi to death, but she also knew that she didn't have the ability to do so in the great cosmological realm. Judging from Ding Yi's fight with Old Man Kong just now, Ding Yi's strength in the Emperor realm wasn't weak. It was unrealistic for her to take Ding Yi down with the strength that she could display now. Ding Yi pointed his saber and said aggressively, "Madam, you decide whether to stay or fight." He glared at him bitterly before turning to look at Yang Kai with a trace of longing in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile and was indifferent. To him, He was an enemy and not a friend. He was already being very kind by not adding insult to injury, so why would he care about her life or death? "You're on your own." A trace of disappointment flashed in Yuhi's eyes. Her figure swayed and she quickly rushed out of the star market. Ding Yi looked on coldly and had no intention of pursuing. Old Man Kong, who was a third-grade heaven splitter, could escape from the siege of everyone, so Yuhi, who was a fifth-grade heaven splitter, naturally had the same ability. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to do anything useless. He turned his head and looked deeply at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. "I have a grudge with her." "That better be the case." Ding Yi snorted and turned to face the many cultivators. He shouted, "Today, I, Ding Yi, want to establish Di Tian and Di Zun as the heavens. This dilapidated star market will be my headquarters in the great cosmological realm. Anyone who is willing to join can stay and live and die with me and my brothers. We will share blessings and hardships together. If anyone is unwilling, please leave quickly. If there are still people who have nothing to do here before tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, he slashed down with his saber and a gully appeared on the ground. Yang Kai frowned. This Ding Yi seemed to be quite a character. He actually took this opportunity to raise the flag and gather people. It was a very smart decision. The opening of the great cosmological realm this time was completely different from before. There were too many people entering and it was difficult to fight alone. If they could gather some people, it would be convenient for them to do anything. However, it seemed that he wanted to occupy this dilapidated star market. This would definitely arouse the disgust of many people, especially the heaven splitters who were still hiding in the star market. But then again, if this Tion could be established and survive a few more tribulations, the peoples will be useful. Will share blessings and hardships together. To Yang Kai's surprise, when Ding Yi's words fell, dozens of people began to shout, and the number of people continued to increase as their voices rose. Yang Kai was stunned. He had not been in the outside world for long. Apart from the period when he was a servant in the Kikikyo land, he had lived a relatively comfortable life on the first shelf, so he could not understand the status of the Emperor realm in the 3,000 worlds. But then he thought of Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was here, she would probably be attracted by Tion's ideals. With this thought, Yang Kai felt relieved. It was rare to have such a chance to make a comeback, so how could these people from the Emperor realm not grasp it? The cheers grew louder and louder. The dozens of people gradually increased to over 100, and then to several hundred. Ding Yi's face was flushed red in front of everyone's eyes. He raised the long saber in his hand and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar faces below in high spirits. As the saying goes, heroes only show their true colors when the sea is turbulent, and heroes emerge in troubled times. At this moment, two figures suddenly rushed over from the distance. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the two people were the old man surnamed Kong and Yu He who had left earlier. He did not know what they were thinking, but they actually returned. Furthermore, their expressions were very serious, as if something big had happened. "Old dog, you still dare to come back?" Ding Yi also noticed the old man surnamed Kong and laughed. "I'll use your head as an offering to my Tion's flag." Who knew that the old man surnamed Kong would ignore him and continue to flee, leaving Ding Yi stunned. Yu He rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed him, shouting, "Let's go!" Yang Kai frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he felt the ground tremble. At first, the tremors were not intense, but soon, a rumbling sound could be heard, as if thunder was rolling. Yang Kai's expression changed as he vaguely sensed something. He looked up and saw a black mass of things rushing over. Their speed was not much slower than the old man surnamed Kong and Yu He's. The darkness was endless, as if there was no end to it. It covered the sky and the earth, and it was a group of strange beasts of different sizes and shapes. It was unknown whether Yu He and the old man surnamed Kong were chased back or deliberately lured here. Especially the few strange beasts in the lead. They were extremely large, and their overflowing hostility was terrifying. Even Yang Kai's expression changed slightly when he saw them. How could he dare to hesitate? Following that, Yu He's figure flashed and fled into the distance. The Star City was instantly in chaos. Ding Yi also widened his eyes, and his heart was cold. He had thought that it was a good opportunity to make a name for himself, but who knew that he would encounter such a calamity as soon as he raised his flag? He did not know if he could leave this place alive. However, he was determined and made a decision in an instant. He raised his arms and shouted, "The beast tide is attacking. We can only have a chance of survival by huddling together. If you don't want to die, follow me." As he shouted, he urged his power, and his body shone brightly as he rushed in the opposite direction of the beast tide. As soon as he moved, quite a number of people followed behind him. A rough count showed that there were at least 1,000 people following him. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Star City. Although they had been scattered when they were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, there were still tens of thousands of people gathered here. If everyone worked together, they might be able to guard this place. However, tens of thousands of people had different thoughts, so how could there be a unified command? Therefore, before the beast tide arrived, everyone dispersed. The beast tide caused a huge commotion. Soon, everyone in the Star City knew about it and fled. Yang Kai and Yu He rushed all the way to the other side of Star City, thinking that they would be able to fly freely like birds in the sky, but they hadn't expected that the cultivators on the other side would suddenly rush towards them. Many of them collided mid-air and fell to the ground. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. When he looked up, his eyes could not help but shrink. Yu He also exclaimed, "There's one here too." No wonder the people over there would rush over here. It turned out that there was also a beast tide over there. Yang Kai frowned and flew straight into the sky. He looked left and right and could not help but feel a headache. Not only was there a beast tide attacking from the front and back, but the Star City was completely surrounded by the beast tide. There were mutated beasts in all directions. If they wanted to leave this place, they had to kill their way out. When he landed, Yuhi asked, "How was it?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yuhi understood and was not very nervous. She looked at him and said, "Don't be too far away from me, or I won't be able to take care of you." Yang Kai had a strange expression when he heard this. He pondered for a moment and gave up on using the law of space to escape. A figure approached. It was the old man surnamed Kong who had escaped with Yuhi. "Madam, shall we work together to kill our way out?" Yuhi smiled gently. "That's the only way." The old man surnamed Kong glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. "You want to bring this burden along?" The reason he looked for you, he was because he knew that he was in the heaven-opening realm. Even though the mini-universe world in her body was sealed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, the power of the heaven-opening realm was still stronger. What could Yang Kai do in the Emperor realm in front of this beast tide? He would only be a burden to the two of them. "This is my young master. Of course I have to protect his safety." Yuhi's smile faded. "If you think my young master will be a burden to you, it's fine if we don't work together." Hearing this, the old man surnamed Kong was taken aback. He had been in Star City for a long time and had seen Yuhi before. He knew that she was in the 5th stage of the heaven-opening realm. What was the background of the person she called her young master? Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. "Is this woman crazy? Do I look like a young master from a big faction?" Thinking back to the beast tide attack, the first thing she did when she ran back was to bring him along. Yang Kai couldn't understand what she was thinking. Without hesitation, the old man surnamed Kong said, "Then I'll do as you wish. However, this old man can only take care of himself. If you encounter danger later, don't complain." Yuhi said, "Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. Let's go." The old man surnamed Kong shouted in a low voice and rushed forward. "Keep up." Yuhi also reminded Yang Kai and followed closely. In the blink of an eye, the group of 3 rushed out of Star City. At this moment, many people were also rushing out. Everyone knew that if they continued to stay here, they would only be waiting for death. If they wanted to live, they had to kill their way out. The overwhelming tide of mutant beasts quickly collided with the many cultivators. In an instant, the brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Mutant beasts were beheaded one after another, mixed with miserable cries. There were many mutant beasts, and what was even more terrifying was that each of them possessed extraordinary strength. The environment of the great cosmological realm was excellent, and no one had disturbed it for thousands of years. These mutant beasts were able to grow safely in this place, so their strength was naturally not too bad. After a series of attacks, countless Star City cultivators were killed or injured. Although many were killed, it was only a drop in the ocean in front of the huge beast tide. The old man surnamed Kang's strength was extraordinary. The reason why he was beaten back just now was that 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. At this moment, he opened a path with a long sword, his strength flowing freely as he moved with the sword, forcibly opening a path of survival in the midst of the beast tide. Yuhi held a red caltrip in her hand, which twisted and turned the mutant beasts into dust. Yang Kai followed behind the 2 heaven-opening realms, taking a leisurely stroll, as if he was strolling in a garden. Yuhi took good care of him, and not a single mutant beast could reach him. After a short while, the old man surnamed Kong shouted, "Change." As soon as he said this, he retreated with a step, and Yuhi took the opportunity to step forward. Although the two did not discuss it, they cooperated perfectly and swapped positions. After all, the old man surnamed Kong was also a little exhausted after standing at the front for a long time. Once he exhausted his strength, he would definitely die without a complete corpse, so how could he do something that would cause him to lose out? This time, Yang Kai was no longer as leisurely. The old man surnamed Kong did not take care of Yang Kai like Yuhi did. Although he killed many of the mutant beasts attacking from all directions, there were still some that slipped through the net. Chapter 3986. Old Man Kong also seemed to want to see Yang Kai's ability, so even though he could intercept some strange beasts, he turned a deaf ear to them and allowed them to rush towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a series of moon blades, cutting the approaching beasts in half before they could even get close, their corpses sliced cleanly in half. Space Divine Technique. Old Man Kong narrowed his eyes, secretly wondering if this young man was really the young master of some great force. Even outside of this universe, there were not many who were proficient in the Space Divine Technique, let alone condensing their own Dao seal with the Space Divine Technique. The Dao of space was more profound and obscure than other Daos, and it was difficult to cultivate it. Without huge resources and the guidance of a famous teacher, how could this young man have such a deep understanding of the Dao of space? Thinking of this, Old Man Kong could not help but look at Yang Kai in a higher light, secretly feeling that this person's origin was extraordinary. Otherwise, Yu He, a 5th-grade heaven splitter, would not have called him young master. Now he was completely relieved. The power Yang Kai displayed now was not inferior to his and Yu He's. With the three of them working together, their chances of killing their way out had greatly increased. Old Man Kang's thoughts changed, but Yang Kai did not notice. On the contrary, Yu He glanced back at Yang Kai and was relieved to see that he was at ease. The three of them moved forward, stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but the strange beasts were endless. Old Man Kong and Yu He had exchanged positions several times in a row, and both of them had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them had extremely solemn expressions. Compared to the monster beast outside, the strange beasts in the great cosmological realm seemed to be much stronger in the same realm. They did not know if it was because of the environment of the great cosmological realm. In the great cosmological realm, there was no heaven splitter. Not only was this the case for the cultivator, but also for these ancient beasts. After accumulating in the same realm for many years, the power they could exert would also be stronger. Gradually, a lot of people gathered around the three of them. At this time, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would know to gather together for warmth. Yang Kai and the other two had been invincible all the way. So, they naturally attracted the attention of some people. Under the desire to survive, many people gathered around them. Yu He and the old man surnamed Kong didn't say anything. At this time, the more people gathered around them, the more advantageous it would be for them. Thus, they tacitly approved of the actions of those people. After the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, 100 people had already gathered, and as time passed, even more people were approaching. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Brother Yang? Is it Brother Yang?" The voice sounded a little familiar. Yang Kai looked over in surprise, only to see a man bathed in blood, wielding a sharp sword as he charged over. There were a few people following behind him, but there were many strange beasts between them, so they couldn't get close for a while. Their eyes met. Yang Kai was surprised. "Brother Meng." This person was none other than Meng Hong of the Great Moon Prefecture. Yang Kai didn't expect to meet someone he knew here. He wasn't very familiar with Meng Hong, but they had been together for a while. At that time, he took Ah Sun to look for his relatives. After finding Wei Kei, they were arranged to stay in a ship in the Great Moon Prefecture. At that time, it was Meng Hong who arranged the room for them. Knowing that Yang Kai had just entered the outer space and was confused about this place, Meng Hong gave him a jade slip that introduced all kinds of information about the outer space. However, after the incident at the Golden Crow Palace, Yang Kai stole the Golden Crow's corpse and fled back to the first inn. The Great Moon Prefecture was too weak to protect Yang Kai, so Wei Kei and the head of the Great Moon Prefecture gave him some compensation and left. Before they left, they were asked by Yang Kai to bring Old Fong and Dai Yu to the Great Moon Prefecture. Meng Hong had a good character and was the leader of this generation of the Great Moon Prefecture, so he could be considered generous and honest. Since he was an acquaintance, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. His figure flickered and he rushed over. The moon blade at his fingertips spat out, cutting down the strange beasts. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Meng Hong's side. "It's really you, Brother Yang?" Meng Hong was surprised and delighted. "I thought I recognized the wrong person." Yang Kai grinned. "I also didn't expect to meet Brother Meng here. Let's not talk about small talk. Come with me. Meng Hong nodded. Thank you, Brother Yang. He turned around and called out to his companions, let's go. When Yang Kai went to pick them up, Yueha, who was leading the charge, immediately stopped. She waited until Yang Kai brought Meng Hong and the others back to the team before Yueha moved forward again. This action made the old man surnamed Kong frown slightly. He was a little unhappy, but since nothing happened, he didn't bother to say anything. Although this group of over 100 people was unable to influence the overall situation in front of this overwhelming beast tide, at the very least, they had some ability to protect themselves. Although they did not know each other, in order to survive, their will was as strong as an impregnable fortress. Everyone twisted their strength into a rope, and like a sharp arrow, they shot outwards. Brother Meng, why are you here? Yang Kai asked casually as he attacked. Meng Hong smiled bitterly. There is a property in Star City that belongs to the Great Moon Prefecture. I came here to check the accounts. Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. Then you're really unlucky. Meng Hong said, Brother Yang, what about you? Why are you here? It's a coincidence. Kai Yang said casually. It wasn't that he didn't want to say he was being held hostage. That would be too shameful. Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Brother Yang. These are my junior brothers and junior sisters. This is junior sister Qin Yu from the 100 Spirit Prefecture. Meng Hong pointed to the people who came with him and introduced them. When he talked about his junior brothers and junior sisters, Meng Hong's expression was natural, but when he mentioned Qin Yu from the 100 Spirit Prefecture, Meng Hong's expression became tender and sweet. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing at Qin Yu and found that this woman had a sweet appearance and an exquisite figure. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Meng Hong was interested in this woman. As for the disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture, two of them looked familiar to Yang Kai and he thought that he had seen them before. After all, Kai Yang had saved them, which was a debt of gratitude. Chen Yu even smiled sweetly and said, Many thanks, senior brother Kai, for saving me. It was like I was in water and fire. Her voice was sweet, but it didn't lose its purity and was very pleasant to listen to. Yang Kai nodded and said, Junior sister Chen, you're too polite. It's not a big deal. Let's think of a way to get through this difficult situation first. Chen Yu said generously, I'll listen to Brother Yang's instructions. While they were talking, the earth shook violently and an extremely fierce aura rushed toward them. The old man surnamed Kong, who was leading the way, exclaimed, Thunder roar! Everyone raised their heads and looked over. They saw an extremely enormous exotic beast that seemed like a rhinoceros charging over. Even though this exotic beast was enormous, its speed wasn't slow at all. As it approached, numerous tiny bolts of lightning actually appeared in the heavens and the earth. They drifted through the air and touched the bodies of everyone, causing them to feel numb. Exclamations were heard and everyone panicked. Yang Kai's eyes also narrowed slightly. Thunder roars were famous fierce beasts in the 3,000 worlds. They were an ancient remnant, and judging from the ferocity of this thunder roar, it had probably cultivated to the limit of the great cosmological realm. Who would dare to face such a fierce beast head-on? In this huge beast horde, this thunder roar was probably the top existence. Wherever it went, all the beasts would retreat. It was obvious how powerful it was. 1,000 feet away, the thunder roar suddenly let out a dull roar and lowered its head. From the single horn on its forehead, a bolt of lightning struck straight at the old man surnamed Kong. The blazing white lightning contained the power to destroy the world and ignored the barriers of space, crossing 1,000 feet. The lightning bolt was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. What made everyone's expression change drastically was that in the face of this terrifying blow, the old man surnamed Kong didn't even think about it and directly dodged to the side. Even so, his speed was slightly slower and half of his body was grazed by the lightning bolt, instantly emitting a burnt smell. He was the one in the lead, so with such a dodge, he immediately exposed everyone behind him. Although Yuhi could also dodge, she didn't move. Instead, she shook the red caltrip in her hand and turned it into a blood-red shield in front of her. With a loud bang, a bright white light burst forth. The blood-red shield only lasted a breath of time before it was broken and the blazing white lightning bolt slammed into Yuhi, sending her flying backwards like a rag sack, blood spraying out of her body. Young Kai reacted quickly and caught her. Looking down, he saw that Yuhi's face was pale and the corners of her mouth were full of blood. Her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, obviously heavily injured. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the earth trembled as the Thunder Roar's attack was successful and it quickly rushed forward. This team of over 100 people had been put together at the last minute, so seeing one of the two Kai Tian leaders flee and the other injured, how could they dare to remain in place? In the blink of an eye, the group of people had all run away. Only Meng Hong and the others remained. After all, Yang Kai had just saved them, so they couldn't just leave Yang Kai behind. Meng Hong anxiously shouted, "Brother Yang, run!" Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Yu-He in his arms with a strange expression. "Why didn't you dodge?" Yu-He forced out a laugh. "You're still behind me, what would I do if I dodged?" If a heaven-opening realm cultivator like her was reduced to such a state, if Yang Kai was struck by the lightning bolt, his soul would likely scatter. "Am I that close to you?" Yang Kai looked at her speechlessly. Yu-He pursed her lips and stubbornly refused to speak. "AI." Yang Kai sighed lightly and turned around, handing Yu-He to Qin Yu. "Help me look after her." "What are you doing?" Yu-He asked in shock. Meng Hong and the others were also stunned. Looking over, they saw Yang Kai walking forward step by step, his black hair fluttering in the wind and his heroic figure standing straight like a mountain, deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. With a cracking sound, the horn on the Thunder Roar's forehead released a blazing white lightning bolt that shot towards Yang Kai like a dragon emerging from the sea. "Go away!" Yu-He screamed in horror. Meng Hong also cried out, "Brother Yang, be careful!" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai punched out, his deep voice ringing in everyone's hearts. Exile. Wherever the fist arrived, space collapsed, instantly forming a huge black hole. This black hole was filled with an aura of primal chaos and nothingness, and the lightning bolt that could injure a heaven-opening realm cultivator plunged into it and disappeared. The black hole disappeared in a flash, and Yang Kai withdrew his fist, completely unharmed. Silence. Chapter 3987. His heroic figure was like a mountain peak, like a harbor that could block all storms. In this chaotic land filled with mutant beasts, he gave off an indescribable sense of security. Yu-He, who was in Qin Yu's embrace, opened her mouth slightly as she stared blankly at the back of the figure blocking her way. The figure slowly overlapped with the figure in her memories. Once, that person had also blocked in front of her like this, blocking all the incoming dangers for her. The memories buried deep in her mind surged, causing Yu-He's body to tremble slightly. Chen Yu was also dumbfounded, muttering, "Brother Yang is so powerful?" Yang Kai's Thunder Roar had forced Old Man Kong to dodge and severely injured Yu-He, but the same attack had been easily blocked by Yang Kai. Comparing the two events, the impact on everyone present was simply too great, making it hard to believe. Meng Hong slowly shook his head, a dumbfounded expression on his face. He didn't know whether Yang Kai was strong or not, but he knew that Yang Kai was quite bold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snatched the Golden Crow's corpse in front of a group of heaven-opening realm masters in the Golden Crow Divine Palace and then miraculously allowed him to escape back to the First Inn. Yes, if he didn't have some ability, how could he have escaped the pursuit of so many heaven-opening realm masters? He had heard his martial uncle Wei Kei say that Yang Kai was very good at running, but now it seemed that not only could he run, his own strength was also extraordinary. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. The Thunder Roar was completely enraged when it saw Yang Kai block its attack. The horn on its forehead flashed with lightning once more, and with a crackling sound, a terrifying bolt of lightning took shape and was about to burst out. "Brother Yang, be careful!" Meng Hong shouted. As soon as he said this, a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared in front of the Thunder Roar like a ghost. His small figure formed a stark contrast with the Thunder Roar's massive body, but the two's auras were not inferior in the slightest. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai punched out once more, his space principles fluctuating as he ruthlessly smashed down. A single punch collapsed. A huge black hole took shape, wrapping around Thunder Roar's head. The space law raged as it shrank. The thunder roar shook its head and let out a painful roar. In the black hole, lightning was rampant, as if there were electric dragons swimming, fighting against the void power that could destroy all things. The black hole collapsed in an instant, and Lei-Ho staggered back. His eyes, which were originally emitting a fierce light, were now crimson red. When everyone looked over, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The horn on Lei-Ho's forehead had disappeared without a trace. Not only that, his huge head was full of cuts and blood was dripping. The monster beast refined its body into a secret treasure, and the power of its strong body was not much weaker than that of a secret treasure. The horn was the strongest part of Thunder Roar, and now it had disappeared. This made everyone deeply understand the horror of Yang Kai's attack. No one below the heaven-opening realm could withstand such a punch. Yuhi was dumbfounded. Only now did she understand how terrifying this young man's strength was. Chen Yu's beautiful eyes also lit up, staring at Yang Kai's movements without blinking. On the other side, Old Man Kong was beheading the monster beasts that had gathered around while paying attention to the situation here. He had a complicated look on his face as he thought to himself, "Is this the foundation of a disciple from a great force?" For someone like him, who had worked hard all his life but could only reach the third-grade heaven-opening realm, he simply could not imagine where such power came from. Hoochie hoochie. Thunder Roar staggered back, its breathing like a war drum. The destruction of its horn not only did not make it retreat, but instead aroused its ferocity. Yang Kai was also surprised that his collapsed divine technique had failed to take Thunder Roar's life. It seemed that the monster beasts in the great cosmological realm could not be judged by common sense. The earth trembled as Lei-Ho dashed straight towards Yang Kai. Its huge body was surrounded by arcs of lightning, and as it dashed forward, small arcs of electricity covered a radius of 1,000 meters. There were even bolts of lightning falling from the sky, making the scene look extremely dangerous. Yang Kai grinned as he cracked his neck and cracked his knuckles. Then, he suddenly assumed a parrying stance. What is he trying to do? Qin Yu was stunned. Meng Hong's expression changed. Is he trying to wrestle with Thunder Roar? He's crazy. Old Man Kong, who had been paying attention to this scene, also shook his head, wondering if there was something wrong with Yang Kai's head. Why would he want to wrestle with such a huge monster beast? Even though Yang Kai's previous performance was extremely eye-catching, blocking the lightning with a punch and injuring Thunder Roar with a punch, wasn't such an arrogant move courting death? No matter how strong a cultivator's physical body was, how could it be stronger than a monster beast? The monster beast's talent in this aspect was unparalleled, not to mention that Thunder Roar was an ancient remnant beast. Dong dong dong, in front of everyone's eyes, Lei-Ho arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. Lowering his head, it was as if a mountain had crashed into him. Even if there was a star in front of him, it would have been smashed to pieces. Chen Yu turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. Meng Hong also closed his eyes. Only Yuhi's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly, but they were filled with worry and anxiety. Boom. A dull sound of collision rang out, mixed with Thunder Roar's low roar. A cry of surprise rang out, containing an inconceivable emotion. Yuhi exclaimed. She reached out to cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. The old man surnamed Kong, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai, trembled even more. In his shock, he made a mistake and was injured in the waist by a strange beast, almost losing his life. He was so frightened that he quickly focused on dealing with the crisis in front of him, but the corner of his eyes had been watching Yang Kai. Seeming to have sensed that something was wrong, Qin Yu slowly turned her head. What she saw shocked her. She saw Yang Kai holding up his hands to the sky, stubbornly resisting the impact of Thunder Roar. His body did not move, but the ground under his feet could not withstand the force of the collision, and cracks like ravines appeared. How can this be? Qin Yu murmured. Meng Hong sensed the shock in her words and hurriedly opened his eyes. The next moment, he was also dumbfounded, his eyes trembling. How could a person block the impact of a strange beast? How terrifying was his strength? Looking around, Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind. Although he was being pushed back by thunder roar, he had really managed to block it. 3 breaths later, Yang Kai's retreating figure came to a halt, and with a burst of strength from his feet, he actually managed to force thunder roar back a step. This scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes, making them feel even more incredulous. What happened next was even more shocking. Yang Kai roared, "Rise!" Grabbing Thunder Roar's massive head with both hands, Yang Kai threw it high into the air. Thunder Roar's massive body bared its fangs and brandished its claws mid-air, a comical sight to behold, but no one who saw this scene laughed, feeling that what they had seen today had overturned everything they knew. With a swish, Yang Kai also soared into the sky, heading straight for Thunder Roar. Mid-air, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the void, summoning the blue dragon spear. Brandishing the spear, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, and with a loud dragon roar, the spear shot out like a soaring blue dragon. Thunder Roar's crimson eyes were filled with fear. This spear pierced through Thunder Roar's soft abdomen, and Yang Kai rushed in with his spear, emerging from Thunder Roar's back, leaving behind a cloud of blood. Yang Kai's figure shot out like an arrow, and Thunder Roar's massive body exploded mid-air, sending a rain of blood and bits of flesh flying everywhere. A monster core flashing with lightning entered Yang Kai's eyes, exuding a strong energy fluctuation. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, then turned his head and met the shocked eyes of Old Man Kong. Coldly snorting, Yang Kai slowly descended. Meng Hong and the others stared at him in shock. Compared to Yang Kai's heroic display of killing Thunder Roar with his spear, what shocked them even more was that Yang Kai had blocked Thunder Roar's attack head-on with his own physical strength. After all, Yang Kai's final spear attack had targeted Thunder Roar's abdomen. Although he had killed such a fierce beast in one shot, it was still a bit of a trick. It was not as shocking as fighting head-on with an ancient descendant. Yuhi obviously breathed a sigh of relief, Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed, and Meng Hong's face was full of admiration. "Let's go!" Yang Kai did not say much, calling out to everyone and taking the lead. Originally, the 2 heaven splitters were in the lead, but Old Man Kong had abandoned them at the critical moment, causing Yuhi to be seriously injured. Now, Yang Kai had no choice but to take the lead. To his surprise, as they moved forward, the mutant beasts actually took the initiative to part to the sides, ignoring them and only attacking the cultivator at the back. Meng Hong said excitedly, "These beasts also know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems that Brother Yang killing Thunder Roar has made them feel apprehensive." Yang Kai did not comment, looking thoughtfully at the black dragon spear in his hand. Meng Hong's words might make some sense. After all monster beasts had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. However, Yang Kai felt that the black dragon spear might be the root of these mutant beasts' apprehension. The black dragon spear was filled with dragon's might, so how could these mutant beasts dare to challenge the might of a dragon? However, no matter what, it had saved him a lot of trouble. Seeing this group of people leisurely strolling through the battlefield where thousands of beasts were galloping forward, the cultivators who had scattered like birds and beasts before were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have run away no matter what. Wouldn't it have been better to follow Yang Kai's group? At this moment, they could not come over even if they wanted to. There were mutant beasts everywhere, so they had to kill their way out. "Brother, save us. This little brother is willing to give you all his wealth as a reward," someone shouted from not far away. "Master, save me. If I can survive, I will follow Master's lead in the future. I don't want to die. Brother, save us sisters. We are willing to do anything." Cries for help reached Yang Kai's ears one after another, many of them pleading for their lives, but Yang Kai simply turned a deaf ear to them. For these people who had chosen to flee in the face of disaster, it was their own choice to suffer such a fate. At this time, those who could keep up with his pace, Yang Kai wouldn't stop them, but he also wouldn't be so kind as to deliberately save them. Life and death were ruled by fate, and riches and honor were ruled by the heavens. Chapter 3988. Along the way, Yang Kai's guess was further confirmed. The dragon pressure emanating from the blue dragon spear did indeed have a deterrent effect on these strange beasts. Along the way, there were no longer any obstacles. Occasionally, a few giant beasts with powerful auras glanced over, but even so, none of them showed any intention of stopping them. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the group of several dozen broke out of the range of the beast tide. Looking back, they saw a group of beasts galloping forward, occasionally flashing the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques. Almost every moment, a cultivator would fall, their blood spraying across the sky. After surviving such a calamity, everyone's heart palpitated, but at the same time, they felt it was inconceivable that they could escape with their lives. Just as everyone was in a daze, a burst of powerful chi burst out. With a loud boom, everyone was shocked. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Kai holding his spear with one arm, his black hair fluttering in the wind as he glared at the old man surnamed Kong with murderous intent. Old man Kang's face was slightly pale. He wasn't weak and had found an opportunity to escape with Kai Yang's group, but he hadn't expected that Kai Yang would suddenly attack him the moment he escaped. He hadn't even settled down yet. "Junior, what are you doing?" The old man surnamed Kong stared at Yang Kai angrily and asked. "What else can I do?" "Of course I'm going to kill you." Yang Kai grinned. "Why else do you think I brought you out here?" "You want to kill me?" The old man surnamed Kong frowned, feeling that Yang Kai was a bit unreasonable. In the end, there was no deep hatred between them, so why force him into a life-or-death situation? It was just him abandoning everyone at the critical moment, but if it had been anyone else, they would have made the same choice. Every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost. This was an ancient truth, yet he was willing to go to war over such a trivial matter. Was there something wrong with this young man's head? Although he thought so, the old man surnamed Kong still said, "If your excellency wants to kill us, shouldn't you at least give us a reason?" "I don't like you. Is that reason enough?" Yang Kai said arrogantly. "Junior, you're too arrogant." The old man surnamed Kong was furious. "Since you brought this old man out, this old man will show you some respect. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you?" Although he had seen Yang Kai kill the thunder roar with his own eyes, the thunder roar was only a monster beast after all. Its intelligence was not complete, so how much of its strength could it unleash? He was a third-grade heaven splitter. Although the great cosmological abyss's fog had sealed the small universe in his body, his foundation was still there. If he really fought with Yang Kai, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, now that he was in such dire straits, he didn't want to get into a conflict if he could avoid it. After all, he had just gotten into an argument with Ding Yi. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on, so let's fight." Yang Kai urged his strength and his spear shot out like a dragon. A ferocious look flashed across Old Man Kang's face as he quickly retreated to avoid Yang Kai's attack. He then turned around and fled like a bolt of lightning. A voice came from afar. "Junior, this old man is injured today, so I won't lower myself to your level. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take your dog life." Previously, he had been injured by the thunder roar, and half of his body had been charred by electricity. Later, he had also suffered some minor injuries in the surprise attack. At this time, he was not in the mood to engage in a meaningless fight with Yang Kai. Naturally, he wanted to find a place to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Therefore, although Yang Kai was aggressive, he could only temporarily avoid him. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai sneered. "Stay here." As he spoke, he grabbed forward with one hand. Under the urging of the law of space, the void froze. Old Man Kang's rapidly fleeing figure suddenly stopped. He felt that the surrounding space had become incomparably sticky like a swamp. He cried out in horror, "The power of space!" Although he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique with his own eyes and knew that his attainments in the path of space were quite deep, he had not experienced it directly. It was only now that he realized how terrifying this young man was. Old Man Kang's expression changed slightly as he roared, "Open!" His thin and weak body suddenly swelled up and a violent force swept out, breaking through the power of the void and regaining his freedom. However, before he could move forward again, a fierce aura attacked him from behind. Old Man Kong felt his hair stand on end and without thinking, he summoned a long sword and slashed out. A huge sword chi split the void and slashed towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai was not surprised but instead overjoyed. He laughed and said, "My spear has been empty for a long time, it's been thirsty for a long time." Along the way, he had fought countless battles, both big and small. Yang Kai felt a little tired of it. He asked himself, was the path of martial arts really about fighting and killing? However, ever since he had come to this world, he had not had many opportunities to fight. The heaven-opening cultivators he had met all suppressed him in terms of cultivation. He did not even have the qualifications to fight with them. After not fighting for so long, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his battle instincts had become a brand in every inch of his flesh and blood. Nothing could compare to the carefree feeling of fighting with others. The only time he had truly fought was when he had been ordered to kill Fong Tai in the Qiqiao land. However, even at that time, there had been 2 heaven-opening cultivators protecting him, so Fong Tai had not been able to display his full strength. Even though he had the protection of the lady boss in the first inn, and even though he was living a life that 90% of Emperor Realm Masters yearned for, Yang Kai still felt a deep sense of loneliness. His body felt like it was about to rust, and his Tao heart, which was always eager to forge ahead, was about to sink. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Finally, he could fight to his heart's content. Finally, he could rely on his own strength to fight a powerful enemy without relying on external items. Yang Kai felt carefree and happy from the bottom of his heart. Looking around, Old Man Kang's face was not only not repulsive, but rather pleasing. With a single thrust of his spear, the weather changed, and Old Man Kang's expression changed as well. The sword chi shattered, and the spear pressed forward, imprinting itself in front of Old Man Kang. It was like a giant dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail, wanting to swallow him whole. Old Man Kang cried out in alarm and formed a hand seal. The sword in his hand trembled, instantly filling the sky with sword images. These sword images seemed both real and fake, and it was impossible to tell which was real. Each sword trembled slightly, and their sword intent soared into the sky as they pointed at Yang Kai. "Go!" Old Man Kang shouted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword images in the sky turned into a rain of swords that bombarded Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Seeing the power of this move, everyone present paled. Yueha involuntarily clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes staring straight ahead. She asked herself, in the face of such a terrifying attack, with the strength she could display at this moment, there was no way she could deal with it except by dodging. What would happen to Yang Kai after being struck by these countless sword images? Meng Hong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. AI, that little brother was too careless. After all, Old Man Kang is a 3rd-grade splitting the heavens cultivator, so how could he not have some trump cards? Someone sighed. When I saw his divine might just now, I thought he was a peerless genius, but now it seems the heavens are jealous. Someone else sneered, genius? Only those who can mature are true geniuses. In the 3,000 worlds, how many geniuses have fallen in the growth stage? Back then, Lan Tingyu was a shocking genius, someone who had the opportunity to directly become a high-grade splitting the heavens cultivator. Who in the 3,000 worlds didn't know about him? In the end, didn't he still die? This friend's words are reasonable. Someone agreed. A killing intent suddenly overflowed. Yueha, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai, coldly turned her head and looked at the people who had spoken. If you don't want to die, shut up. The people who had spoken felt the cold killing intent and immediately fell silent. Cough. Not far away, Old Man Kang coughed lightly, his mouth overflowing. That attack just now had clearly consumed a lot of his energy. Looking at the place where the sword intent was wreaking havoc, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Although you're not bad, you lack respect for the strong. Even if you don't die today, you won't live for long. Remember this principle in your next life. Is that so? Inside the sword domain, a figure rushed out and arrived in front of Old Man Kang in the blink of an eye, staring at him coldly as he said, "Do you only know how to talk big? You're still a 3rd-grade splitting the heavens cultivator, don't disappoint me." Old Man Kang was shocked and couldn't help retreating. Looking around, if the person who had rushed in front of him wasn't Yang Kai, who else could it be? What shocked him and puzzled him was that Yang Kai had no fatal wounds on his body at this moment except for some small wounds. How was this possible? That blow just now was the strongest he could muster. Knowing that Yang Kai was strong, how could he dare hold back? He had thought that under such a blow, Yang Kai would either die or be seriously injured, but who would have thought that it would only cause him minor injuries? Shocked, Old Man Kong instinctively raised his hand and thrust out his sword. With a clang, the long spear swept out and the two artifacts collided. Old Man Kong suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from the front, passing through the long sword in his hand and into his body. Old Man Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy's strength is terrifying, no wonder he can wrestle with thunder roar. As soon as this thought appeared in Old Man Kang's mind, his body flew out uncontrollably. Although Old Man Kong was shocked, he didn't panic. Taking advantage of the situation, he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands and the long sword in his hand turned into a stream of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai followed like a shadow, his long spear trembling as spear shadows filled the sky and enveloped Old Man Kong. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the two figures flew up and down, colliding with each other from time to time, causing the world to change color. Everyone stared at the battle without blinking, feeling that what they saw today was really unbelievable. Even if Old Man Kang's small universe was sealed inside his body, he shouldn't be no match for someone from the Emperor realm. But this was the reality. In front of everyone's eyes, Old Man Kong was suppressed to the point that he could only parry, unable to fight back. Was the young man fighting with Old Man Kong really just from the Emperor realm? After 30 breaths, the two figures collided in midair and separated, standing 1,000 feet apart. Yang Kai's momentum was like a rainbow, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky as he pointed his spear forward. Old Man Kang's aura was declining, as if he had suddenly aged hundreds of years. The long sword artifact in his hand was also dim at this moment. Chapter 3989. Elder Kong lowered his eyes and stared at the long sword in his hand, motionless. A gust of wind swept up, and the world was bleak. A sorrowful voice entered everyone's ears. "Little brother, please let me go." Everyone's expression changed as soon as he said that. Elder Kong was actually defeated? Although Yang Kai's momentum was indeed fierce from the battle just now, they still couldn't believe it when they heard him beg for mercy with their own ears. A third-stage heaven splitter had actually been defeated by someone from the Emperor realm. Even if this was the great cosmological abyss and a small universe was sealed here, it was still unbelievable. Moreover, to be able to force a third-stage heaven splitter to lower his head and beg for mercy meant that Elder Kong didn't even have the confidence to escape from Yang Kai. This was no longer just a slight advantage. It meant that Yang Kai even had the ability to kill Elder Kong. Yuhi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai. Her thoughts drifted, and her expression was complicated. Chen Yu, who was hugging her, had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Meng Hong let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "A real man should be like this." He was full of yearning, but he didn't know if he could reach Yang Kai's height in this lifetime. It would be a little difficult. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chen Yu's expression, and his heart sank. Since this king said that he would kill you, this king wasn't joking. Yang Kai thrust his spear and rushed in front of Elder Kong in an instant. Elder Kong was shocked and summoned a round shield artifact to block in front of him while he quickly retreated. However, the round shield artifact didn't even manage to block the blue dragon spear for a single breath before collapsing. Under Old Man Kang's shocked gaze, the long spear pierced through his chest and came out, lifting him high into the air. The picture of heaven and earth seemed to be frozen at this moment, shocking everyone to the extreme. Yang Kai's arm shook, and a violent power wantonly shattered Elder Kang's internal organs. Cough. Old Man Kong coughed softly and spat out pieces of his internal organs. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. "Junior, you dare to use the secret treasure of the dragon. I will not let you off so easily during the dragon race. This old man will leave first and wait for you on the road to the underworld. Just you wait." Yang Kai pulled out his spear and swept it horizontally. Old Kang's head exploded. Yang Kai's mind was stirred. After this bloody battle, the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time were finally released. He was filled with joy, and if he wasn't in this inexplicable great cosmological realm, he would have even had the impulse to laugh out loud. The group of people stared at him with different expressions. Even more gazes were focused on the black dragon spear in his hand. The words that Elder Kong had said before he died made them all very concerned. The secret treasure of the dragon was an artifact made from the body part of the dragon race. Its power was extraordinary. Previously, when Yang Kai used the black dragon spear to fight Elder Kong, although they felt that this artifact was extraordinary, they didn't pay too much attention to it. However, when Elder Kong said those words, they discovered the truth. Above that long spear, there was a faint dragon pressure. What else could it be but a secret treasure of the dragon? It was no wonder that when they killed their way out of the beast tide, many strange beasts took the initiative to retreat to the sides. They originally thought that it was because of Yang Kai's ferocity, but now it seemed that it was because of this secret treasure of the dragon. For a moment, a trace of greed flashed in the eyes of many people. A secret treasure of the dragon was simply a taboo existence in the 3,000 worlds. As Elder Kong said before his death, if this matter was known to the dragon race, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to survive. But then again, how rare was a secret treasure of the dragon? In this great cosmological realm, ancient remnants came out in large numbers. If one had a secret treasure of the dragon in hand, it could often have a deterrent effect and avoid some unnecessary trouble. However, Yang Kai had the power to kill a third-stage heaven splitter. At this time, even if some people were clever, they didn't dare to have any ideas about him. After seeing his battle with Elder Kong with their own eyes, who could guarantee that they were his opponent? They didn't want to get into trouble before they could eat the lamb. After a long while, Yang Kai calmed down the emotions in his heart. He put away the black dragon spear and went to Elder Kang's body to search. After taking his space ring, he called out to Meng Hong and the others, "Let's go." It was not advisable to stay in this dangerous place for long. Who knew if there would be other strange beasts attacking? How could the people of the Great Moon State have any objections? After seeing Yang Kai's combat strength with their own eyes, they naturally felt safer following him at this time. However, after taking a few steps, Yang Kai turned back again and said, "Why are you following me?" He only asked the people of the Great Moon State to follow him, but he didn't expect the dozens of cultivators who had rushed out with him to follow him. A young man who looked like a little fatty walked out with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, we have all fought side by side and can be considered to have gone through life and death together. Moreover, the great cosmological realm is full of dangers, so it's easier to do things with more people. We have seen Brother's power and are willing to follow Brother's lead and listen to your orders. We only hope to leave this great cosmological realm safely." The group of people next to him nodded in agreement. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need, you can go wherever you want, just don't follow me." After saying that, he ignored them and went straight ahead. Brother, we..." The little fatty shouted and hurried to chase after him. Yang Kai turned around and the black dragon spear suddenly appeared, pressing it against the little fatty's chest. His eyes were cold. "If you dare to talk endlessly, don't blame my spear for being merciless." The little fatty immediately froze in place, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his temples. The corner of his mouth twitched as he raised his hand and said, "Brother, let's talk nicely." Yang Kai stared deeply at him, snorted coldly, put away his spear and turned around. Watching Yang Kai and the others leave, the little fatty sighed as if he had missed a great opportunity. Some people were indignant and felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, but since he didn't want to be followed, they couldn't be thick-skinned and chase after him. They looked at each other for a while before dispersing. Yang Kai led the group from Great Moon Province for 300 kilometers and inadvertently entered a mountain valley that was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The valley was filled with the sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers blooming everywhere. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses competing with each other for beauty. As soon as they stepped into this place, everyone couldn't help but have an illusion that they had stepped into a divine realm. Several women's eyes lit up as they looked around. Yang Kai looked around, then turned his head and said, "Let's rest here for a while. Brother Meng, you and I will split up to investigate the situation here and see if there are any hidden dangers." But Meng Hong nodded. After some searching, they found that the valley was not big, only a few dozen acres in size. There were no powerful fierce beasts living here, so everyone was relieved. They were suddenly swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological realm and were attacked by a beast tide before they could catch their breath. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the Star City, and no one knew how many could escape in the end. No wonder Yue has said before that the great cosmological realm was both a treasure trove and a dangerous place. The previous expedition had exhausted everyone. Now that they had survived the disaster, they felt tired and found a place to recuperate. Yang Kai sat cross-legged under a tree, spread his hands in front of him, and looked at his palms thoughtfully. Although he had not been in the great cosmological realm for long, it had been 1 or 2 years. Although he had occasionally seen the battles of the Emperor realm outside this universe, he had not seen as much as he did today. This allowed him to discover something he had not seen before. Those from the Emperor realm who had condensed the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements seemed to be able to activate these different attributes in battle, thereby increasing their combat strength. He suddenly remembered that Old White had activated it once in the Fengyun auction house, but it was quickly suppressed by Old Manu, so he did not pay much attention to it at that time. Just now, when he was fighting with Old Man Kong, that old man had done the same thing. The power in the Dao seal should be able to be activated. The sound of footsteps came, and a fragrant wind blew in his face. Then, a soft body sat down next to him. Yang Kai's thoughts were interrupted. He turned his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai could not help but frown. "What are you doing?" This woman's smile was a little sneaky, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Yang Kai was vigilant, but he was not afraid of her in the great cosmological realm. Yuhi hugged her knees with both hands and bent her slender legs. She rested one side of her face on her knees, like a young girl who was ignorant of the world and looking forward to the future. "Why did you kill that old man? Why do you ask so many questions?" "I killed him because I didn't like him," Yang Kai said impatiently. "Because he hurt me? Don't flatter yourself." Yang Kai could not be bothered to pay attention to her. Yuhi did not give up. She moved her head closer and exhaled. "It's because of that, right? Otherwise, why did you kill him? Why are you in heat?" Yang Kai was a little speechless. Although this was indeed part of the reason, how could Yang Kai admit it? At that time, when Old Man Kong escaped from Thunder Roar, Yuhi could have avoided it, but she did not and chose to take it head-on. She probably thought that if she avoided it, Yang Kai and the others behind her would definitely die. This made Yang Kai's impression of her change slightly, and he felt that she was still somewhat humane. However, in the end, it was because of this woman that he was implicated in the great cosmological realm. Otherwise, he would be in the Universal Palace visiting the Lady Boss. Thinking of the Lady Boss, Yang Kai asked directly, "How is the Lady Boss?" Previously, he had only heard her say that the Lady Boss was seriously injured and was recuperating in the Universal Palace. He did not ask about the specifics. After all, they were not familiar with each other, and as a prisoner, what right did he have to ask? Yuhi curled her lips and snorted. "She won't die anyway, what else can she do? Are her injuries serious?" Yuhi was silent for a moment, then shook her head and nodded. "You can say it's serious or light, but you can't imagine her ability. Now that she's hiding in the Universal Palace, she'll recover sooner or later." Gently nodding his head, Kai Yang finally relaxed. "You still have the time to care about others at a time like this? Think about yourself first." He said sourly, "There's no way to leave after entering the great cosmological realm. Unless we wait for it to close on its own, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for many years." Speaking of this, Yang Kai was a little worried. Is the time limit of the great cosmological realm really different? Yuhi slowly shook her head. "As far as I know, it's different. There are precedents of 10 to 100 years. However, even 100 years is nothing, it's just a snap of a finger. Chapter 3990. 100 years, for a heaven-opening realm cultivator like Yu He, was indeed just a snap of the fingers, but it was different for Yang Kai. The situation in the star boundary was unstable, the world was in danger, and the world principles had collapsed. If he did not find the world tree to repair the world as soon as possible, the star boundary would collapse sooner or later. How long was 100 years? Could the star boundary hold on until that day? Eldest young master, what are you thinking about? Yu He could not help but ask when she saw Yang Kai's expression change. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her, speechless. You are a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and a 5th stage one at that. Why are you degrading yourself like this? Yu He asked curiously, how am I degrading myself? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I am just an emperor, how can I deserve to be called young master by you? She had said the same thing to the old man surnamed Kong before. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. You mean this? So what if I like it? Up to you. Yang Kai did not want to be entangled in this topic, so he hesitated for a moment and said, I have something I want to ask. Yu He straightened her face. Go ahead. Won't the yin-yang 5 elements force in the Tao seal be affected if it is frequently activated? Yu He was stunned. What effect does it have? Since it is your power, it will always be your power. She suddenly frowned. Don't tell me you don't even know this. Didn't Lan Yurua tell you? Yang Kai said, I have only been here for a little more than a year, so I am not very clear about many things. Lady Boss usually does not pay attention to my cultivation. Thinking about it, since it was the power of the Tao seal, what did it matter if it was activated? He had often activated the wood element force in the Qiqiao land to help the fire spirit fruit tree grow. Now that he thought about it, he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Yu He's mouth opened slightly in surprise. You have only been here for a little more than a year? Is there a problem? Yu He slowly shook her head. I thought you had followed Lan Yurua for a long time. So, how many forces have you condensed now? There was no need to hide this, and since she wanted to ask for advice, Yang Kai would naturally tell the truth. 2 wood and fire. Yu He said, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements all have their own functions. The power of wood is full of vitality and is suitable for healing and cultivation. The power of fire is violent and hot and is suitable for attacking. The power of metal is aggressive and can increase the power of a secret treasure. The power of earth is heavy and has amazing defense. The power of water is invisible and can heal, defend, and attack at the same time. As for the power of yin and yang, they all have their own functions. In the battle below Open the Sky, it is basically a competition of the superiority and control of the power of yin and yang. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your advice. Yu He said he sighed as she said this. A layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body. Within that light, the power of the earth element was incomparably solid. Clearly, Yu He had activated the power of the Tao seal to form a protective barrier. Yang Kai casually sent out a palm strike. He wanted to test out this kind of fighting style, so he didn't hold back. He sent out a palm strike. The center of his palm was bright red, and a scorching hot power wantonly spread out. With a boom, Yu He's body trembled, and the earthen yellow light condensed on the surface of her body actually rippled outwards and fiercely caved in. Not only that, Yang Kai's palm also caved in, and that solid defense seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his palm. Yu He's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. What grade of fire element did you condense? What? Yang Kai looked at her. Yu He murmured, I just said that the battle under Open the Heavens is a competition of the superiority and control of the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. I condensed the 5th grade earth element. With this kind of defense, the power below the 5th grade can hardly pose a threat to me, unless it is attacked many times over a long period of time. But you almost broke my defense with a palm strike? Is it the 6th grade fire element you condensed? No, even the 6th grade fire element can't have such power. Is it the 7th grade? At this point, Yu He covered her red lips with her hand, and her beautiful eyes trembled. Yang Kai was also stunned. He didn't expect Yu He to make such an inference just by casually testing. Although the inference was wrong, the Golden Crow fire was definitely above the 7th grade. Damn it. Yu Hiyu's face was ashen. Lan Yorua is crazy. She dares to do this. She didn't know why, but her face was so ugly. While speaking, she suddenly stood up, clenching her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. What does it have to do with Lady Boss? Yang Kai frowned. Yu He gritted her teeth and said, "Wasn't it that woman who helped you condense the fire element power?" Yang Kai had said before that he had only been outside of Qingkuan for about a year. What ability did he have to find such a high-grade heaven-opening material? One had to know that a 7th-grade material was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. She didn't think that Yang Kai had such financial resources. Moreover, this kind of thing couldn't be bought with money unless Lady Boss helped him. It was natural for her to have such a guess, but she didn't know that Yang Kai had his own opportunity. Yang Kai didn't want to explain anything, but he was a little curious and said, "So what? Didn't they say that the higher the grade, the more powerful the heaven-opening material in the future?" You don't understand. Yu He slowly shook her head and suddenly asked, "Then what about your wood element power? Is it also the 7th grade?" Yang Kai thought to himself, how would I know what grade it is? Anyway, the grade of the immortal tree should be very high. Seeing his reaction, Yu He's face paled even more. She squatted down and looked at him with a dignified expression. "You absolutely must not let others know that you have condensed the strength of the 7th grade. Promise me." She had a pleading expression, as if she was asking for something very important. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Was this woman crazy? His relationship with her wasn't very good. If it weren't for Yu He's performance, he would have already parted ways with this woman. Using this kind of tone to talk to him at this time made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Yu He also reacted, her face turning slightly red. Stroking her hair behind her ear, she said, "I know there are some misunderstandings between us, and you won't believe me too much, but I definitely won't harm you." After hesitating for a moment, she continued, "There was once a person with shocking talent who suppressed all heroes. That person was like you, condensing the strength of the 7th grade. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, under the heaven-opening realm, he was invincible. Even if it was a low-grade heaven-opening realm, he could still fight evenly, but in the end, he died." "How did he die?" Yang Kai frowned. A trace of sadness flashed through Yu He's eyes. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. And that Lan Yura, did you know that she also had a chance to advance to the 7th grade heaven-opening realm?" "I heard a little." "Then do you know why she only reached the 6th grade? Yu He sneered. Yang Kai shook his head. "I haven't heard of that. Because if she wanted to advance to the 7th grade, she would have to die. That's why she advanced to the 6th grade and saved her dog life." Yu He's tone was cold. Yang Kai said unhappily, "Lady Boss has done me a great favor. Watch your mouth." Yu He said coldly, "If she really wanted you, she wouldn't have let you condense the strength of the 7th grade. She's harming you. What happened back then? What happened back then?" As she spoke, the woman's eyes were wet, and her voice was choked with sobs. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He could only see that she and Lady Boss didn't seem to get along well. There should be some grudges between them in the early years. After a while, Yu He wiped the corners of her eyes and said desolately, "Anyway, remember, try not to let others know about your background. And that dragon's secret treasure, it's best not to use it again. Otherwise, when you walk out of the great cosmological realm, there will be endless troubles." Finished speaking, she turned and left, her back bleak. Looking at her figure, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. In fact, even without Yu He's special reminder, he knew how to hide himself. It was just that Yu He made it sound so serious, so it seemed that he really had to be more careful in the future. As for the dragon's secret treasure, the black dragon spear, Yang Kai couldn't wait for the dragon race to come find him. He had no one to rely on outside this universe, so it would be good if he could get in touch with the dragon race. After Yu He left, Yang Kai tried to stimulate his space force, wanting to see if he could tear through space and escape from the great cosmological realm. according to you he would have to stay here for at least 10 years, or even 100 years, but if he could tear through space and escape, there was no need to stay here anymore. Moreover, Yang Kai had such an experience before, so this was not strange to him. However, after some attempts, Yang Kai found that the world principles of the great cosmological realm were extremely condensed. With his current mastery of the space principles, he was unable to shake the world principles in the slightest. This made Yang Kai a little frustrated. It seemed that he could only find another way or wait here for the time limit to run out. Brother Yang. A sweet voice entered Yang Kai's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Chinyu standing in front of him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. As their eyes met, Chinyu blushed slightly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "What's the matter?" Chinyu said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to thank Brother Yang. If it weren't for Brother Yang just now, I'm afraid I would have died over there." Yang Kai said, "It's just a small matter, don't worry about it." Chinyu said, "To brother, it may be just a small matter, but to me, it's a life-saving grace. Junior sister has no way to repay you, but if brother has any instructions in the future, you will do her best." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You're too serious. Brother Meng and I are old acquaintances. Since you are his friend, you are also my friend. It's only right that we help each other." Chinyu asked, "Brother, how did Brother Meng and Brother Meng meet? Why haven't I heard Brother Meng mention it before?" Her eyes were bright, like a curious baby. "If junior sister wants to know, you might as well ask Brother Meng. He will tell you." Yang Kai pointed to the side. Chinyu turned her head and saw Meng Hong walking over. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, but she still greeted him with a smile. When Meng Hong came to her side, she said, "I came to thank Brother Yang." Meng Hong nodded, "It's only right. However, junior sister, you are injured and shouldn't walk around. You should treat your injuries first." Chinyu obediently said, "Then you two talk." Chapter 3991. Junior sister Chin is a good girl, and her talent is also extraordinary. Meng Hong looked in the direction of Chinyu's departure, as if talking to himself and Yang Kai at the same time. Yang Kai smiled. "If Brother Meng is interested, you can boldly pursue her." Meng Hong smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Although I am interested, I'm afraid that she doesn't." Yang Kai said seriously, "Sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as Brother Meng shows your sincerity, how can Miss Chin not feel it?" Meng Hong lowered his head and pondered for a while before nodding. "Brother Yang is right, I was wrong." He changed the topic. "Brother Yang's injuries are not serious, right?" Yang Kai had led them out of the beast tide and fought with Boss Kong. Naturally, he would not be unscathed. "It's fine, they're just minor injuries." Yang Kai shook his head. Meng Hong was full of admiration. "Only today did I realize that Brother Yang is so amazing, even killing third-grade Kai Tian and Lei Ho. Before this Meng was really a frog in a well, seeing the sky as big as a well. This time he was really shocked. He was also from the Emperor realm, but he never thought that a cultivator of this level could display such powerful combat strength. When the spear struck, the ancient species exploded into a bloody mist, and the third-grade Kai Tian Kai dodged it. He could not help but yearn for it. "I was just lucky," Yang Kai said modestly. "By the way, how are Old Fong and the others doing in the Great Moon Province?" Meng Hong smiled. "Junior brother Fong and junior sister Dai, you are doing well. Ah Sun's cultivation is now on the right track, and she is being personally taught by my Shu Tao. Everyone misses you, and I don't know how you are now. When I came out this time, they all asked me to inquire about you. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate carefully before I entered this place. But thanks to the fog of the great cosmological abyss, I wouldn't have been able to meet Brother Yang so soon." Yang Kai was relieved to hear that Old Fong and the others were doing well. After all, Old Fong and Dai Yu were the first friends he made outside this universe, and they took care of him a lot in the Qiqiao land. They even followed him out of the Qiqiao land, overcoming obstacles and living and dying together. The universe was so vast, and he did not know when he would see them again. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little sad. But as long as they were alive, There would be chances to meet in the future. What's Brother Yang's next step? Meng Hong asked solemnly. Among this group of people, Yuhi was a 5th grade Kai Tian, and Yang Kai had previously shown extraordinary combat strength. The remaining people were his brother and junior brothers from the Great Moon Province, plus Qin Yu. There were not many of them, only 6 or 7 people. It was really difficult for them to do anything in the great cosmological abyss. What does Brother Meng think? Yang Kai was also considering this question even though Meng Hong did not ask. Meng Hong pondered for a moment before saying, self-preservation. Self-preservation first, then think about other things. He continued, this time, the great cosmological abyss is completely different from the past. In the past, when the great cosmological abyss opened, even if there were people who had the opportunity to enter, there would not be too many of them. But this time, the entire star market has been swallowed up, and hundreds of thousands of people have been stranded here. Anyone with a little bit of brains should gather together for warmth, or even raise a banner to summon heroes like Ding. Although Brother Yang is brave, he is only one person after all. If he really gets into a conflict with others, he will be the one to suffer. Moreover, when we first arrived, we encountered a beast tide that attacked the star market. Who knows if there are other dangers in the great cosmological abyss? Over the years, many masters have fallen in the great cosmological abyss. If we are not careful, I'm afraid we will follow in the footsteps of our predecessors. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Meng Hong's idea was a little conservative, it was exactly what he wanted. What he had seen and heard today had a great impact on him. He really needed some time to digest and absorb it, especially the activation of the power of the Dao Seal. He had experienced too few battles outside this universe, so he had not discovered the effects of the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements before, and no one had told him about it. Since he knew about it today, he naturally wanted to study it carefully. Meng Hong sighed. Speaking of which, we have implicated Brother Yang. Otherwise, with Brother Yang's strength, he would have made great achievements in the great cosmological abyss. Yang Kai laughed. Brother Meng, you are too serious. You just said that there are many dangers in the great cosmological abyss. I'm just from the Emperor realm, so what can I do? While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a direction and frowned slightly. Soon, Meng Hong also sensed something and looked in that direction. At the same time, he frowned and called a few junior brothers not far away to come closer. Qin Yu came over and asked, Brothers, what's the matter? Although she was also from the Emperor realm, it could be seen that her spiritual force was not as strong as Meng Hong's. Otherwise, she would have noticed it. Yuhi sneered at the side. A large group of people is coming. They probably came from the star market. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly when she heard that. This place was not very far from the star market. It was only 1,000 miles away, so it was natural for people to come in this direction. Sure enough, after a while, a large dazzling light appeared in their field of vision. Figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes and rushed straight toward the valley. The leader had a strong aura and was covered in blood. It was Ding. There were at least 1,000 cultivators following behind him. Soon, a stream of light descended into the mountain valley, and Ding glanced at Yang Kai from afar and grinned. We meet again. It seems we were brought together by fate. Although he was smiling, it felt like a fake smile. Yang Kai naturally did not bother to pay attention to him. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude, Ding couldn't help but snort coldly. His eyes turned and fixed on Yuhi, lingering on her beautiful figure. Licking his lips, he said, Madam, what this Ding said before still stands. Do you want to reconsider it? Previously in the star market, Ding had threatened to take Yuhi. Yuhi naturally did not agree. At that time, she was alone and did not want to have any conflict with Ding and the others. She immediately fled, but unfortunately, she was chased back by the beast tide. In the face of a great calamity, Ding did not have such thoughts. He only wanted to survive. Now that he had killed his way out of the encirclement and gathered a large number of subordinates, his confidence was bursting. Those dark and despicable thoughts could not help but emerge again. After all, it was the 5th grade splitting the heavens. Ding did not know if he could reach the 5th grade in this lifetime. Once he left the great cosmological realm, he would not have such a good opportunity. If he could taste the fifth grade splitting the heavens here, this trip to the great cosmological realm would not be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of subordinates around him began to shout. "That woman, it's your blessing that I, Master Dition, fancy you. Why don't you obediently offer yourself to him? If you follow our master, we will ensure your safety in the future. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to move an inch in the great cosmological realm. That girl is not bad either. Master, do you want to take her in as well?" "Ha! Since Master is eating meat, we naturally have to drink some soup. How could Master take a fancy to that girl?" Shouts rang out. Ding Yi's face was flushed red as he stood there with his hands behind his back with a proud expression. Today, he had led Di Tian's troops out of the encirclement of the beast horde, taking the lead and leading the charge. Everyone had seen this and was filled with admiration for him. His actions could be considered to have made these motley crew slightly submit to him, raising their morale. Ding Yi believed that as long as he was given some more time, he would definitely make Di Tian famous in the great cosmological realm. At that time, he would be the ruler of the great cosmological realm. Whoever he wanted to live would live, and whoever he wanted to die would die. This feeling of being high and mighty made him extremely intoxicated. This was something that could never be experienced in the 3,000 worlds. The special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed the Emperor realm to have great achievements. Ding Yi felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, an opportunity given to him by the will of the heavens. Chen Yu's face turned pale when she heard this. She never thought that she would suffer such an unexpected calamity. She couldn't help but lean towards Yang Kai and Meng Hong, as if she wanted to seek more security. Yu He, on the other hand, was smiling. Her peach blossom eyes were almost seductive as she said with watery eyes, "Then you have to ask my young master. If young master agrees, I won't complain if you give me to anyone. But if young master doesn't agree, then I'll be young master's woman." As she spoke, she shamelessly held onto Yang Kai's arm and pressed her large body against Yang Kai's elbow. Yang Kai leisurely glanced at her. Yu He exhaled. "Young master, I'll listen to you." She looked like she was at the mercy of others. Coupled with her seductive temperament, it made many men breathe heavily. They were secretly jealous of Yang Kai. This guy was really lucky. They wondered which faction he came from to have such a servant girl by his side. Yang Kai gave a fake smile. "You really know how to attract hatred for me." As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Yu He's fair and tender face. He pinched until a red mark was left on her fair face. The corners of Yu He's eyes twitched. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't dodge. Meng Hong's face turned red. Chen Yu opened her mouth slightly. The few disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture also quickly looked away. The two of them were openly flirting, which made Ding Yi's face turn green. He came with the might of 1,000 people from Di Tian and expected that Yu He wouldn't be able to resist. He would definitely take her into his room and make her his woman. But now he suddenly felt insulted. He shouted coldly, "Brat, you're courting death. First master, let me kill him." Behind Ding Yi, a bald man stepped out from the crowd. His aura was soaring. He held a large saber in his hand. The blood on the saber hadn't dried yet. It was obvious that he had killed many strange beasts. Ding Yi nodded with a sullen face. "Since this brat doesn't want face, I'll teach him a lesson." The bald man laughed sinisterly. "Leader, don't worry. I'll let him know the power of our Di Tian." As he spoke, he pointed his saber forward and said ferociously, "Brat, come and accept your death." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Wait." The bald man sneered. "If you have any last words, say them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't look at him, only staring at Ding Yi as he said, "If you want, I'll give this cheap slut to you. In any case, I don't really want her." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pushed Yu He, causing her to stagger. Ding Yi was stunned and nodded in satisfaction. "Brat, at least you know what's good for you." Yu He was even more stunned. She turned around and glared at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. She was so angry that her body trembled. Chapter 3992. Enraged, he turned around and began to kick and punch Yang Kai. He didn't use much strength, which made it seem like they were flirting. Ding Yi's face darkened. "You dare to play with me?" He waved his hand and roared, "Kill the man, but leave the woman alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man had already slashed down with his blade. The blade was surrounded by a faint golden light, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. It was as if this blade could cut through any obstacle in front of it. Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that he was paying attention, he knew that the bald man had probably activated the metal element power in his seal. He reached out and pulled Yu He behind him. He raised his hand and pressed forward. His palm was scorching hot. He had activated the fire element power in his body. Yang Kai also wanted to try this method of fighting. Yang Kai's jade-like palm passed through the sharp blade wave and pressed down towards the bald man's chest. This bald man was also a ruthless man. Seeing this, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, the sharp metal attribute energy on his long blade became even more intense. Obviously, he wanted to exchange wounds with Yang Kai, a ferocious grin appearing on his face. With a clang, Yang Kai's body trembled slightly. The long blade had struck his chest, and his clothes were instantly cut open. The bald man was also sent flying. In this exchange, no one had the upper hand. Yu He was shocked. She quickly came over and touched Yang Kai's chest. Are you okay?" She lifted his torn clothes and saw that there was a white mark on Yang Kai's chest. It had only slightly damaged his skin, and there wasn't even any blood. Yu He was stunned. Although the bald man hadn't used his full strength, it was definitely not something that someone from the Emperor realm could block with their body. However, Yang Kai was completely fine. Was he still human? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his chest. "A piece of trash wants to hurt me? Go cultivate for another few hundred years." Yu He stared at him in a daze, and her beautiful eyes trembled. Chen Yu also had a look of worship on her face. She was also from the Emperor realm, but she didn't dare to take that kind of attack head-on. "Interesting." The burly bald-headed man stopped in his tracks and grinned fiercely as he pointed his saber at Yang Kai. "Boy, I hope you can still be so stubborn, don't." While speaking, the burly bald-headed man's face suddenly flushed red, and before he could finish speaking, he spat out a bloody mist. The bloody mist seemed to have been boiled, exuding a scorching aura. Ding Yi exclaimed, "What's wrong with you?" The bald man didn't have the time to answer this question. Blood bubbled out of his mouth, and his whole body quickly turned red, like a cooked lobster. In a short span of 10 breaths, the bald man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell straight to the ground, completely devoid of life. He had died just like that. The whole place was silent. The surrounding cultivators looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a ghost. After all, from beginning to end, Yang Kai had only used a single palm, but the might of that palm had actually taken the bald man's life. They didn't think they were much stronger than the bald man, so if they had encountered such a situation, wouldn't they have undoubtedly died? Yang Kai seemed to be an outsider, looking at the bald man's corpse with a pensive expression. This person's death reminded him of some things on the Sunstar. The low-grade heaven splitters had also been burned by the Golden Crow primordial flames. The Golden Crow primordial flames were extremely ferocious, and even those heaven splitters hadn't been able to last long before dying, let alone a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm. Without a way to neutralize the Golden Crow primordial flames that had invaded his body, only death awaited him. Fortunately, he had the wood element energy condensed from the immortal tree, or else he wouldn't have been able to suppress the Golden Crow primordial flames within the seal. This was the fire element energy of the 7th stage. Yue looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. With the fire element energy of the 7th stage, who in the Emperor realm could be his match in a one-on-one battle? "You're courting death." Ding Yi was furious at the tragic death of his subordinate. He waved his hand and said, "Kill him." After saying this, he took the lead and charged at Yang Kai. Although the others were afraid of Yang Kai's methods, they had the advantage in numbers. Even Ding Yi, the leader, had gone up, so how could they fall behind? In an instant, the light of secret techniques and secret treasures shone brightly, rumbling as they attacked Yang Kai. "Take care of them." Yang Kai transmitted his voice to Yueha. His figure flashed, and he charged into the crowd. His powerful physical body was enough to offset a large portion of the damage, and the activation of the space element energy made his figure as ethereal as a ghost. Without using any other methods, Yang Kai's palms flew, and he sent out palm after palm strike. Many people didn't even see Yang Kai's figure before they were hit by the palm strikes. Then, a scorching power rampaged in their bodies, burning everything wantonly. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of that scorching power. Clouds of scorching blood sprayed out, and the cultivator fell to the ground one by one, unable to get up. A pair of palms made Di Tian and the others tremble in fear. Ding Yi's eyes were about to split open, and his heart couldn't help but bleed. Di Tian had recruited more than 1,000 people, and dying a few wouldn't hurt his foundation. However, Yang Kai's actions were extremely damaging to the morale of the people. If he couldn't take down Yang Kai today, how could he convince the people in the future? He gritted his teeth and turned to look in the direction of Yueha and the others. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." With a whoosh, more than 100 people instantly gathered around him, and they rushed toward Yueha and the others. They couldn't defeat Yang Kai, but could they not do anything to these people? As long as they captured these people, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Meng Hong's face was slightly pale, and he gripped the secret artifact in his hand tightly. Chen Yu was also trembling in fear. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people rushed to a distance of 300 feet. Ding Yi raised his arm and said, "Capture them alive." Yue didn't panic, and she looked at Ding Yi and the others with a cold smile. She raised her hand and summoned a secret artifact that looked like a small flower umbrella. The umbrella opened up, and with a spin, transparent thin silk immediately hung down from the umbrella. This was a defensive secret artifact. Although it didn't look big, it could envelop everyone. Yueha couldn't use her full strength now, so the power of this secret artifact was naturally greatly reduced. With more than 100 people rushing over, it wouldn't be long before its defense was broken. At that time, apart from Yueha, who had some ability to protect herself, the people of Great Moon Province would have no choice but to leave their lives to the heavens. Yang Kai took a moment to glance at Yueha and the others, and after forcing them back with a few palms, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yueha, grinning at Ding Yi, and sending out a palm strike. Ding Yi's soul almost left his body. Having seen so many of his subordinates die with his own eyes, how could he not know the terror of Yang Kai's palms? His rushing figure suddenly came to a halt, and he quickly retreated. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was like a shadow, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Ding Yi's mouth was full of bitterness. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. It was not easy for him to kill his way out of the beast tide and gather a large number of people. It was the time when he was in high spirits. How could he think of provoking such a freak? He secretly made up his mind that if he could escape this time, he would avoid this young man as far as possible when he saw him in the future. Seeing that the palm was rapidly approaching him, Ding Yi could even feel the scorching power contained in that palm, and he screamed in his heart, "I'm going to die." At this moment, there was a rumbling sound, and the mountains shook. The ground cracked, making everyone unable to stand steadily. In the next moment, a huge body suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. The body was several feet thick, and it was pitch black. It didn't have any facial features, but there was a huge mouthpart at the front of the body. The mouthpart squirmed endlessly, like a rotating millstone, and emitted a terrifying devouring power. A few of Di Tian's cultivator were caught off guard and were directly swallowed by the mouthpart, and they disappeared in an instant. Earth Dragon? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at the strange beast that suddenly emerged from the ground with a surprised expression. When he came here, he had carefully checked the valley and didn't find anything unusual. He didn't know where the Earth Dragon was hiding, but he didn't notice it. He was afraid that the battle here had disturbed it, or it wouldn't have come out at this time. Furthermore, judging from the might of this Earth Dragon, its strength was probably not inferior to the thunder roar from before. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the Earth Dragon's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a earth dragon that was about 300 feet long, and every time it rolled, its huge mouthpart would be able to swallow several cultivator into its stomach. On the other hand, the attacks of the cultivator didn't hurt it at all. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a few cultivators slashed down with their secret treasures, but they were all slid away by the earth dragon's body. They were already in a complete mess because of Yang Kai, and now that such a strange beast had appeared, how could Di Tian and the others still have the mood to stay? Seeing this, Ding Yi could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He glared hatefully at Yang Kai before rushing out of the mountain valley. Since the appearance of the earth dragon, Di Tian and the others had all run away in less than 30 breaths. If they were given enough time to prepare, they might be able to kill this earth dragon, but Yang Kai was still massacring here. How could they cooperate? The earth dragon was still rolling, and a few cultivator that were slower to escape were directly swallowed by the earth dragon. Di Tian and the others fled, but the earth dragon turned around and rushed towards Yang Kai. Before it even got close, its huge mouthpart began to wriggle, causing Qinyu to feel nauseous and almost vomit. Kai Yang calmly stood in the same place, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing that the earth dragon was getting closer and closer, Meng Hong and the others' hearts were in their throats. Yu He even cursed angrily, "Are you courting death? Why aren't you dodging?" As soon as she finished speaking, the earth dragon had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, its mouthpart covering his head. Yu He kept her umbrella and was ready to stop him. Humph! Yang Kai coldly snorted. A scene that caused Yu He and the others to be in disbelief appeared. With that cold snort, the earth dragon actually froze in place. Its huge wriggling mouthpart was less than a meter away from Yang Kai, as if it could swallow him into its stomach at any time. The saliva from its mouth dripped onto the ground, causing huge holes to appear on the ground, displaying its terrifying corrosive power, but it didn't move an inch forward. Chapter 3993. A single thought was enough to summon an earth dragon. Just how powerful was that? But how did he do it? Meng Hong and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Yu He couldn't figure out what was going on. If this were a proper battle, Yang Kai could easily defeat or kill it. Yu He and the others wouldn't find it difficult to accept, but what they saw left them a little confused. What was this earth dragon afraid of? Or did Yang Kai have something that this earth dragon was afraid of? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the earth dragon froze in place for a while before slowly crawling to Yang Kai's feet, its huge squirming mouth tightly closed. Although no words were spoken, everyone understood what was going on. This earth dragon was actually expressing its submission to Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked again. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on the earth dragon's huge head, grinning, "At least you know what's good for you." If it were any other strange beast, there really would be no other choice but to fight, but this earth dragon more or less carried some of the dragon race's bloodline. Although it was very messy and thin, as long as it carried the bloodline of the dragon race, it would be affected by the bloodline's restrictions. Others couldn't sense the golden divine dragon source strength in Yang Kai's body, but how could this earth dragon not? With just a little urging, how could this earth dragon dare act presumptuously? "Since your cultivation isn't easy, I won't kill you today. Hurry up and live." Yang Kai shouted. The earth dragon seemed to be able to understand, or perhaps it could sense the meaning behind Yang Kai's words, slowly straightening its body, turning around, and slowly galloping in a certain direction. Wherever it passed, a large amount of mucus would appear on the ground, making for a disgusting sight. However, it hadn't gone far when it suddenly turned around and returned to Yang Kai, releasing some obscure divine sense fluctuations. At the same time, its head bobbed up and down, trying to express something. Yu He asked curiously, "What is it trying to say?" Yang Kai frowned and listened for a long time before he said with a strange expression, "It seems like it wants to take me somewhere." As soon as he finished speaking, the earth dragon lowered its head and directly placed the Yang Kai on its head. Then, without caring about anything else, it turned around and flew in a certain direction. Its 300 feet long body slid across the ground, making a rumbling sound. "Where is it taking you?" Yu He's figure flashed and arrived beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know." Although the Earth Dragon had some spiritual intelligence, it obviously had not cultivated to perfection. It could not express itself clearly, and its telepathic thoughts were also obscure. Yang Kai was confused, but he knew that the place was very important. Swish, 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 several people from the Great Moon Prefecture also flew over and landed on the Earth Dragon's back. The back of this strange beast was not spacious, but it was very long, so it didn't matter if several people stood on it. The only thing that made the two women repulsed was that the Earth Dragon had a strange smell, and its body was covered with mucus. They had to be careful, otherwise they would be contaminated. If that really happened, they couldn't accept it. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well go with it. Maybe there is something good, Yang Kai said. Meng Hong nodded and said, Brother Yang, you can make the decision. With such a strange beast under their control, everyone felt a great sense of security. At this time, they naturally followed Yang Kai wherever he went. Yu-He gently poked Yang Kai's waist and asked curiously, What did you do? Why is this guy so obedient to you and even took the initiative to take you to a good place? Yang Kai said frankly, I conquered it with my own personality and charm. Yu-He curled her lips. You are so shameless. They sped all the way and ran into Di Tian's troops who had scattered. Under Ding Yi's shocked gaze, they sped away. After Yang Kai and the rest were far away, Ding Yi said to his subordinates with a serious expression, Pass down my order. If we see this guy again in the future, we must not have any conflicts with him. The previous battle had really scared him. Not many people had died in Yang Kai's hands, but there were still dozens of them. However, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yang Kai's clothes. Now that he saw that he had the ability to subdue this strange beast, how would he dare to go against him? It didn't matter if people died, as they could always be replaced. The main thing was that it would hurt the morale, which was not good for his leadership. The Earth Dragon's speed was not slow. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some cultivator who had wandered around. However, before they noticed the Earth Dragon's great momentum, they would avoid them. After traveling for 3 days and 3 nights, Yang Kai, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. We are almost there. Yu-He turned to look at him. How did you know? Yang Kai stomped his feet and said, It said so. The Earth Dragon's divine sense clearly became more excited and anxious. It was obvious that they were almost there. Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. Where exactly was this guy bringing him to that it was so enthusiastic? A few hundred miles ahead, Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. He faintly felt a different aura coming from that direction. Dragon's breath. Although it was very weak and almost undetectable, it was extremely pure dragon's breath. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by outsiders, and only those who had the dragon race's origin could sense it. Yang Kai's heart jumped. There was a dragon race in the great cosmological abyss? Could it be that the Earth Dragon brought him here to look for this dragon? However, why did it come to find this dragon race? After another few hundred miles, the dragon's breath became more and more obvious. A majestic mountain peak came into view. It was continuous and undulating like a giant dragon crawling on the ground. The dragon's head and tail were both vivid and lifelike. Yang Kai looked at this mountain range and frowned slightly. A light suddenly lit up in front of them as a person blocked their path in midair. When they approached, he raised his hand and said, Little brother, please wait. Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and the Earth Dragon immediately stopped. He looked over and saw that the person blocking their path was a young man in a golden blue robe. He was handsome and elegant. Yang Kai couldn't see his strength for the time being, but Yang Kai felt that he should be in the heaven-opening realm. Meng Hong's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, It's Bi Jian of Thunderlight Sect. What do you mean? Yang Kai glanced at him. Meng Hong replied, Although there is no one in charge of Star City, there are 3 great forces in Star City, and Thunderlight Sect is one of them. This Bi Jian is one of Thunderlight Sect's leaders. I heard that he has a 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivation. After all, he had stayed in Star City for a long time and knew more about Star City than Yang Kai, so he recognized the young man blocking their path at a glance. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Yu-He. Seeing Yu He gently nod, he knew that Meng Hong was telling the truth. In addition to Bi Jian, who had flown out to block their path, there were over 100 people not far away who were staring at them with different expressions, many of them revealing curious looks. These people obviously belonged to the Thunderlight sect. However, Yang Kai didn't know what they had encountered before, but many of them were injured. It seemed that they had experienced a difficult battle. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai gently nodded. The young man smiled gently. "This king is Thunderlight sect's Bi Jian. How should I address little brother?" Yang Kai was silent for a moment before reporting his name. Bi Jian smiled. "So it's little brother Yang? Is little brother Yang going to the Crouching Dragon Mountain range ahead?" As a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, if it weren't for the great cosmological boundary, he probably wouldn't even look at Yang Kai, so calling him little brother Yang Kai was a compliment to him. Crouching Dragon Mountain? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the mountain peak in the distance. Bi Jian said, "That mountain is like a creeping dragon, so we call it Crouching Dragon Mountain." "Yes, I'm going there," Yang Kai nodded. "What advice does Sir have for us?" Bi Jian said, "To tell you the truth, little brother Yang, we just returned from Crouching Dragon Mountain." As he spoke, he sighed, a look of deep shame on his face. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Oh? Is there any danger there?" "There's a scarlet fire WM that almost transformed into a dragon and is extremely fierce." Bi Jian's expression turned solemn as he pointed to the side. "Although we have over 100 people, our formation was scattered by that scarlet fire WM and we suffered heavy casualties, so we had no choice but to retreat temporarily." Scarlet fire WM? Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Crouching Dragon Mountain leisurely, wondering if the dragon aura he felt belonged to this scarlet fire WM. But that wasn't right. That dragon aura was very pure, so it was impossible for a WM to possess it. But if there really was a dragon race there, how could a scarlet fire WM settle down there? No, this didn't make sense. While he was pondering, Bi Jian said, "I see that little brother Yang's earth dragon is extraordinary. If you can join forces with us, we may be able to take down that scarlet fire WM. When the time comes, we can discuss how to divide the benefits." "How do we divide?" "How about we divide according to numbers?" Bi Jian said with a smile. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this. "You have over 100 people and you want to divide them according to numbers?" Bi Jian said seriously, "Little brother Yang, Crouching Dragon Mountain doesn't only have scarlet fire WMs, but also many other precious treasures. As long as we can take down that scarlet fire WM, all the resources of Crouching Dragon Mountain will be ours. Why bother with such petty benefits?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No need, I'm not interested in your proposal. Farewell." The smile on Bi Jian's face turned cold. Among the 100 people, an elderly man took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Crouching Dragon Mountain is the land of my Thunderlight. Whoever dares to trespass will be my Thunderlight's enemy and will be killed without mercy." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at the elderly man, his slightly narrowed eyes filled with a cold light. A disciple from Great Moon Province also shouted, "Why? All the places in the great cosmological realm are ownerless. Why can't we enter just because you say so?" Just as the elderly man was about to speak, Bi Jian raised his hand to stop him and said with a smile, "You can enter if you want. Crouching Dragon Mountain is indeed ownerless. You can enter if you want. My Thunderlight will not stop you." Yang Kai looked at him deeply and chuckled. With a stomp of his foot, the Earth Dragon's body stretched out and headed straight for Crouching Dragon Mountain. Staring at everyone's backs until he was sure that Yang Kai and the others had stepped into Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bi Jian waved his hand and said, "Follow." Chapter 3994. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding scenery quickly receded as the Earth Dragon led the group into Crouching Dragon Mountain. Yuhi glanced back and nudged Yang Kai with her elbow. "Those people are following us." Yang Kai nodded with an indifferent expression. He only gazed deeply into the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. After arriving here, he was more and more certain that the dragon aura he felt before was not emitted by the Scarlet Fire Dragon. Firstly, the dragon aura emitted by a dragon-type beast could not be so pure. Secondly, the dragon aura was spread over a wide area, as if it covered the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain. Furthermore, it was hidden very deeply. Those who did not possess the dragon vein would not be able to detect it. The emotions of the earth dragon under his feet had clearly become excited. It had a sense of urgency like a wanderer returning home. As the earth dragon continued to approach, an extremely fierce aura erupted from the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them, filled with malice and rejection. Surprisingly, the scarlet fire dragon hiding in Crouching Dragon Mountain had sensed it. The earth dragon Silk was not afraid at all. Its 300 feet long body twisted and turned, and its speed became much faster. Its mouth part also wriggled, scattering large amounts of corrosive mucus, watering holes in the ground along the way. A dragon-like roar came from the front, containing a warning. Even the air became scorching hot. The earth dragon paused slightly, as if it was afraid. Under Yang Kai's urging, it continued to move as fast as it could. This completely enraged the scarlet fire dragon. A cloud of fire burned in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a huge creature approached from that side. From afar, before they could clearly see the appearance of the scarlet fire dragon, they could already feel its fierce aura. The people from Great Moon Prefecture were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Yuhi was slightly nervous. She could not use her full strength now. If she really encountered any danger, she could only protect herself and could not take care of others. Turning her head to look at Yang Kai, she saw that Yang Kai was absent-minded. She did not know what he was thinking, so she could not help but feel angry. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He seemed to have discovered something. Then, his expression changed and he said in surprise, "Dragon blood flower?" As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. It took only a moment for him to return to his original place. However, there was a red flower in his hand. The red flower bloomed, tender and beautiful, as if it was made from fresh blood. Although it was just a flower, it gave off an indescribable feeling of holiness. And it's the best. Yang Kai was shocked. Dragon blood flower? Yuhi also came over and said in surprise, "There's actually dragon blood flower here?" As a fifth-stage heaven splitter, it was naturally impossible for her not to recognize something like a dragon blood flower. However, even though her cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, her research on dragon blood flowers was not as thorough as Yang Kai's. Yang Kai remained silent. He had once plundered almost all the dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, but at that time, the dragon blood flowers he obtained were mostly mid and low grade. There were not even many high-grade ones, and as for the best quality, there were only 2 of them. However, in this Crouching Dragon Mountain, the first dragon blood flower he found was actually a top-quality one. "Brother Yang, there's more over there." Meng Hong suddenly pointed in a direction. Yang Kai followed his gaze and his eyes could not help narrowing. On a slope there was indeed a dragon blood flower in full bloom. However, this dragon blood flower was even more delicate than the one in his hand. Moreover, there was a 3-colored light flowing on the flower, as if it was a small rainbow. What grade of dragon blood flower was this? Yang Kai was confused. He had never seen such a dragon blood flower on Dragon Island. "Wow, so many dragon blood flowers!" Qin Yu exclaimed. At this moment, they had already entered the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Looking left and right, there was a dragon blood flower imprinted in their eyes every once in a while. As the earth dragon advanced, it would open its mouth from time to time and swallow the dragon blood flowers into its stomach. In just a short while, it had eaten 3 or 4 flowers. It shook its head and wagged its tail in satisfaction. A scorching heat wave rushed towards them as a huge figure rushed out from the forest. That figure had a pair of horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in solid red scales. Its momentum was astonishing. It was the Scarlet Fire Resistance Flood Dragon that caused the 100 people from Thunderlight Sect to return in low spirits. The Scarlet Fire WM was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a scorching flame, aiming to cover the Earth Dragon. Feeling that terrifying aura, Qinyu exclaimed. Yuhi glanced at Yang Kai and activated her power. She wrapped everyone up and flew out from the Earth Dragon's body, standing in midair. When they looked down, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire WM were already engaged in a fierce battle. These two strange beasts were both huge in size. They were rolling back and forth in the forest with astonishing momentum. Scorching flames and corrosive acid were constantly spraying out. From time to time, they would tear each other apart. It was an earth-shattering battle. In terms of size and power, these two strange beasts were evenly matched. However, from Yuhi's perspective, the Earth Dragon should not be the Scarlet Fire WRM's opponent. If this continues, the Earth Dragon will definitely lose. In the air, Yang Kai looked left and right with a gloomy face. When he plucked the first dragonblood flower, he had a bad premonition. Now, it seemed that this premonition had come true. In this crouching dragon mountain, there were countless dragonblood flowers. Moreover, there were no high, middle, or third-grade dragonblood flowers. Even the worst ones were top-grade dragonblood flowers. Yang Kai did not know how to classify them. Other than dragonblood flowers, there was also dragon saliva grass, dragonblood wood. The entire crouching dragon mountain was indeed a huge treasure trove. However, the treasures in this treasure trove were all related to the dragon race. They were rarely seen in ordinary places. Dragonblood flowers required dragon blood to grow. The same was true for dragonblood wood. In other words, in this crouching dragon mountain, there was probably a dragon race that had fallen. Otherwise, how could there be so many dragonblood flowers? Whether it was the Scarlet Fire WM or the Earth Dragon, they both had the bloodline of the dragon race. Naturally, they were very passionate about this place. Presumably, the Earth Dragon had obtained some benefits here in the past and could not forget about this place. However, with the Scarlet Fire WM guarding this place, it brought the Yang Kai here. Although it did not have much intelligence, it had instinctively made a choice. So many spiritual flowers and herbs. A cry of surprise was heard. It was a group of people from the Thunderlight sect. When the leader, Bi Jian, saw the grand scene in Crouching Dragon Mountain, his eyes lit up. The people from the Thunderlight sect were also excited, and many of them glanced at Yang Kai with ridicule. Just now, Bi Jian had invited Yang Kai to join forces to deal with the Scarlet Fire WM, but Yang Kai had refused, so what now? The Scarlet Fire WM was already entangled with the Earth Dragon, so they no longer had any worries. Spread out, don't miss a single one. Pick them all. Bi Jian waved his hand and the hundreds of people from the Thunderlight sect immediately scattered. Glancing at Yang Kai with a smile, Bi Jian said, "Many thanks, little brother. If it weren't for you bringing this strange beast, this matter would have been a bit more difficult." His smile was filled with pride and ridicule. Yang Kai glanced at him, put the dragonblood flowers in his hand into his space ring, patted his clothes, and said lightly, "It's too early to say thanks." Bi Jian frowned. Although he could hear the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words, he didn't care. After all, with over 100 people from the Thunderlight sect gathered here, who would they be afraid of? The people from the Great Moon Province all looked somewhat sullen. After all, the feeling of being taken advantage of so blatantly was really uncomfortable. They wanted to pick some dragonblood flowers, but seeing that Yang Kai and Yuhi were indifferent, they didn't dare to act rashly. The Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire WM were still entangled in a fierce battle. These two strange beasts should have fought each other before, so they were very familiar with each other's fighting style. This battle was truly like a battle between heavenly lightning and earthly fire, extremely lively. With Yang Kai not intervening to help, Yuhi and the others could only watch from the sidelines. Even Bi Jian was watching with interest. At the same time, he was also curious as to what kind of ability Yang Kai had to be able to subdue the Earth Dragon. In the great cosmological realm, it was not bad to be able to subdue such a strange beast. Although its appearance was a bit ugly, at least there was a guarantee of safety. Time slowly passed, and after a full 2 hours, the people from the Thunderlight sect returned one after another. All of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, they had gained a lot. Bi Jian exchanged a few words with an elderly man in a low voice and also laughed happily. After another incense stick worth of time, everyone returned. Bi Jian glanced at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire who were still fighting, then smiled at Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, this king will be leaving first. Let us meet again if fate wills it." This time, thanks to Yang Kai, he had gained a lot, so in his opinion, other than being a bit stupid, Yang Kai was quite good. No rush. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. Bi Jian smiled and said, "Little brother, what other advice do you have? You can go, but leave the things behind." Yang Kai flicked his hand. As soon as this was said, Bi Jian's expression became extremely strange. Even he looked at Yang Kai speechlessly, not knowing what was wrong with Yang Kai. The many cultivators from the Thunderlight sect looked at him like he was crazy. Bi Jian held back his laughter and pretended to say, "Little brother, what did you just say? This king didn't seem to hear you clearly." Yang Kai said, "I said you can go, but you have to leave the things behind. Everything in this mountain is mine." After a moment of silence, laughter broke out. Many cultivators from the Thunderlight sect were convulsing with laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Bi Jian was all smiles. "Little brother, you really know how to joke. Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bi Jian's expression gradually turned cold. "I don't care if you're joking or not, but there are some words that can't be said carelessly. Carelessly speaking can cause death." After a pause, he sneered, "Besides, what makes you think you can make me, Thunderlight sect, leave the things behind? You think you can do that with your mouth? Of course not." Yang Kai raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire that had been fighting endlessly suddenly separated as if they had received an order. Two huge bodies intertwined, instantly surrounding the 100 cultivators from the Thunderlight sect. A huge mouthpart squirmed, dripping mucus as it aimed downwards, as if it wanted to swallow someone whole. A two-horned dragon raised its head high, burning heat in its mouth. Everyone was silent. Chapter 3995. With these two things. Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Are they enough?" Cold sweat slid down the foreheads of the Thunderlight sect's members as they prepared to face a great enemy. Bi Jian's face was ashen and filled with disbelief, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Even he couldn't help covering her mouth. Meng Hong's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the majestic Scarlet Fire Dragon. Although he had seen the Earth Dragon instantly submit to Yang Kai, he couldn't understand why the Scarlet Fire Dragon was so obedient at this moment. A moment ago, it was still fighting the Earth Dragon, but now, it was obedient to Yang Kai. What's more, Yang Kai hadn't done anything to it since he came here. Could it be that this Scarlet Fire Dragon already knew Yang Kai? However, this was the great cosmological realm, so it didn't make sense. He was confused and couldn't explain it. Bi Jian looked at the Earth Dragon, then at the Scarlet Fire Dragon, and felt his teeth ache. Previously, just the Scarlet Fire Dragon alone was enough to make the Thunderlight sect's members lose face. At this moment, there was also the Earth Dragon, which was on par with the Scarlet Fire Dragon. If they really fought, it would be good if half of the Thunderlight sect's members could survive. How could the situation change like this? How could that brat command these two mutant beasts? Although the situation was unfavorable, he was a fourth-grade heaven splitter after all, so he naturally couldn't lower his head like this. He looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face and said, "Little brother's beast-taming technique is superb, truly admirable." He thought that Yang Kai was proficient in some kind of beast-taming technique, otherwise, there was no way to explain this scene. He couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. There were many ancient mutant beasts in the great cosmological realm, and he could even tame the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire Dragon, not to mention the other mutant beasts. With such a skill, what would he have to fear in the great cosmological realm in the future? He only needed to bring out an army of mutant beasts and he could do whatever he wanted. This time, Thunderlight sect, admit defeat. Bi Jian cupped his hands. "We'll leave half of the things here. What do you think, little brother?" Yang Kai said casually, "Cut the crap. Everything in this mountain is mine. Don't even think about taking anything away. If it were other treasures, it would be fine. However, everything on this mountain was related to the dragon race. How could he let it go? Especially those dragon blood flowers, which were very useful to him. Bi Jian's face sank. Little brother, don't go too far. That way, we'll be on good terms in the future. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Yang Kai glanced at him sideways. If you keep talking, I'll even take your space rings. Everyone from Thunderlight sect felt humiliated and many of their faces turned dark. Even Bi Jian's face was filled with anger. He wished he could rush out and fight Yang Kai to the death to protect his dignity. However, when he saw the two Earth Dragons and Scarlet Flood Dragons surrounding them, he could only suppress his anger. Lei Guang wouldn't be able to gain anything from a conflict in such a place. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with impatience. After a while, Bi Jian let out a heavy sigh, grit his teeth, and shouted, "Leave everything behind and we'll go." Yang Kai calmly said, "Don't even think about hiding anything. Just now, when you went to collect those things, I saw with my own eyes how much you harvested. The consequences of hiding something are not something you can bear." Bi Jian laughed in anger. "Little brother, we'll meet again in the future if fate wills it." Thunderlight sect was a big force in Star City and had far more than just 100 people. They just happened to be gathered in one place, so although they had suffered a loss this time, as long as he could gather all of Thunderlight sect's members together, they might not necessarily need to fear Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I hope we can get along just as well next time." Bi Jian put on a fake smile. "Definitely." Staring deeply at Yang Kai, Bi Jian turned around and left. Thunderlight sect's members put down the treasures they harvested from Crouching Dragon Mountain one after another and quickly left. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Thunderlight sect's 100 people had all left. Only then did Yang Kai step forward and collect the dragon blood flowers and the other precious treasures. During the entire process, the Earth Dragon's squirming mouth kept dripping, looking like it was hungry. Chen Yu and Yu he felt their scalps go numb, fearing that this brainless beast would not be able to restrain itself and swallow Yang Kai. On the contrary, the Scarlet Fire WRM's crimson eyes revealed a human-like expression of distress. Just from this point alone, the Scarlet Fire WRM's intelligence was much higher than the Earth Dragon's. "Don't feel bad, I'll give you something better later." Yang Kai raised his hand and patted the Scarlet Fire WRM's head. The Scarlet Fire WM laid its head on the ground, looking very dejected. "What's going on?" Yu-He stepped forward and asked with a frown. "What do you mean what's going on?" Yang Kai did not raise his head. "Don't play dumb." Yu-He glared at him. "What's going on with this Scarlet Fire W?" Yang Kai casually said, "It must have been conquered by my charm again." Yu-He gritted her teeth. "Do you know that sometimes I really want to beat you up?" Yang Kai ignored her and said, "I'm going into the mountains. You all stay here and don't run around. I'll come out in 3 to 5 days if I'm short and half a month if I'm long. Little Red and Little Black will protect your safety." "Little Red? Little Black?" Yu-He was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Yang Kai should be talking about the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire W. She could not help but be speechless. These two majestic beasts were actually given such casual names. Yang Kai left as soon as he said he was going. After giving his instructions, he leaped into the mountains and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Yu-He standing in the same place and angrily staring in the direction he left. Chen Yu tightened her clothes and approached. "Sister Yu-He, if Brother Yang isn't here, they won't go berserk and eat us, right?" As she spoke, she looked at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WM with a worried expression. Yu-He said unhappily, "You're so soft and tender. If they want to eat you, they'll eat you first." Chen Yu's face turned pale. Inside Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. When the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WM were fighting, he had communicated with the Scarlet Fire WM with his divine sense. The Scarlet Fire WRM's intelligence was very high, more than a level higher than the Earth Dragon. Although it had not reached the level of normal conversation, it could already describe some things in simple terms. It was also because of that communication and the release of a bit of dragon breath that the Scarlet Fire WIRM recognized the situation and submitted like the Earth Dragon. According to the information the Scarlet Fire WIRM sent, Crouching Dragon Mountain was originally Little Black's territory. It was considered a latecomer, but it was stronger than Little Black, so it took this land. That was why Little Black could not forget Crouching Dragon Mountain. After sensing the pure dragon breath on Yang Kai's body, it immediately brought him to Crouching Dragon Mountain, hoping that Yang Kai would stand up for it. The dragon blood flowers on Crouching Dragon Mountain had a huge effect on their growth. Other than that, Yang Kai also found out other information from the Scarlet Fire WIRM. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, the deeper one went, the thicker the dragon breath was. Whether it was the Earth Dragon or the Scarlet Fire WIRM, they did not go within 300 feet. That was because the pure dragon breath was not something they could withstand. The suppression of the dragon race's bloodline was enough to make them unable to move once they entered that area. This information made Yang Kai very concerned. All kinds of signs pointed to the possibility that there was a true dragon in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Moreover, it was most likely not an ordinary true dragon. Otherwise, it would not have been able to nurture the dragon blood flowers and dragon blood wood that filled the mountain. Those dragon blood flowers were at least of the highest quality. Although Yang Kai was born in the human race, he had the golden divine dragon's origin when he was very weak. After so many years of persisting in cultivating the dragon transformation art, the dragon blood flowing in his body was the blood of a dragon race. He even had a dragon race's adopted son, so he had long regarded himself as a part of the dragon race. It would have been fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, he naturally could not ignore the true dragon's Dharma molt. No matter what, he had to collect the corpse for it. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives obtained the true dragon's Dharma molt, it would be troublesome. He went deeper and felt carefully. Until a certain moment, Yang Kai stopped and stared at his feet. From what he could sense, the dragon breath here was more condensed than other places. This meant that the true dragon's Dharma molt was most likely hidden here. Taking a light breath, he tapped his foot and leaped into the air. With a twist of his body, he fell straight down with his head down. While in midair, he reached out and grasped the black dragon spear. His body wrapped around the spear and he began to spin like a top. Without a sound, a hole appeared in the ground. Yang Kai went all the way down, over 100 feet in an instant. The deeper he went, the thicker the dragon breath became. After 300 feet, as the Scarlet Jiao said, the dragon breath suddenly increased by a level. With the blood density of the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, they were unable to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, he went down another 100 feet. The dragon breath rose again. The black dragon spear had a spirit, and the faint roar of a dragon resounded through the universe. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao both trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Yang Kai was neither sad nor happy as he went all the way down. After an unknown amount of time, the obstruction in front disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he had fallen into a spacious space. Putting away the spear, he looked around. It was pitch black and he could not see anything. Although there was no light, Yang Kai was still surprised when he probed with his divine sense. He discovered that he had actually entered the body of a colossal being. However, this colossal being had long since lost its vitality. In the direction he had come from, there was a huge tear. It seemed that this colossal being had fought a life and death battle with some powerful enemy when it was alive. A true dragon's molting. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He slowly closed his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate the situation of this true dragon's molting. This investigation gave him quite a shock. After a full incense's time, he opened his eyes, which were full of shock. This true dragon's molting was more than 1,000 feet long. It stretched across the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain, and the direction of Crouching Dragon Mountain was the direction of its corpse. A dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. Yang Kai was stunned. When he transformed into a dragon, he was more than 1,000 feet long. He thought that was already big enough, but compared to this true dragon, it was like the difference between a grandfather and a grandson. This true dragon was more than 10 times bigger than him. He did not know how long this true dragon had been dead, nor did he know what kind of fierce battle it had gone through before it died. Its body was covered in wounds, many of which were extremely terrifying lacerations. If not for that, he would not have directly entered its abdomen when he came down. Chapter 3996. The 1,000-feet-long dragon's corpse lay at the foot of crouching Dragon Mountain. The flowing time Great Emperor had changed, and the dragon's blood had long flowed dry. However, even though it had been dead for countless years, the dragon's body did not show any signs of decay. It was clear that its body was very powerful. It only lacked blood and looked withered. Yang Kai also discovered that the dragon's internal organs were missing. Thinking of the huge wounds all over its body, it was not difficult to imagine how difficult the battle had been. Even though such a dragon had been dead for countless years and was only a dragon corpse, its entire body was still a treasure. Its dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon tendons could all be used to refine weapons. Its value was immeasurable. Yang Kai could not figure it out. This dragon was so huge, so its strength should be very terrifying. What could have killed it? Moreover, looking at the traces of its wounds, the size of the thing it fought should not be too small. The dragon race was the leader of all creatures. What could threaten their existence? Mie Meng was so powerful back then, but he was still imprisoned by the dragon race. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of an existence, and that existence was known as the nemesis of the dragon race. It fed on the dragon race. Such a dragon race was definitely not a native creature of the great cosmological realm. It was very likely that it had been swallowed by the great cosmological realm like him. After arriving here, it was too severely injured and died here. Not knowing if his guess was correct, Yang Kai's attention was quickly attracted by something. Somewhere inside the dragon's body, there was an unusual energy fluctuation. Following the direction of the energy fluctuation, Yang Kai moved forward in the dragon's body. After a full incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the dragon's corpse's chest. At this place, a round ball about the size of a table appeared in Yang Kai's vision. The round ball was round and emitted a faint light. It was earthy yellow in color, like a glowing ball of light. The dragon blood in Yang Kai's body surged as he stared at the ball in a daze. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Dragon Ball!" The dragon race had the Dragon Ball, which was the foundation of the dragon race. Just like the Niden of other monster beast, it was a treasure that gathered the essence of the dragon race. The dragon corpse had been hidden here for countless years. Although Little Black and Little Red knew that there was something strange down here, they were limited by their bloodlines and couldn't search for it. Thus, the dragon pearl had been preserved until now. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that this Dragon Ball was actually an Earth attribute Dragon Ball. What he desperately needed now was the power of the Earth attribute. He had already condensed wood and fire out of the 5 elements of Yin and Yang. Wood gave birth to fire, and fire gave birth to earth. The next thing he needed to condense was the earth elemental power. Previously, he was still thinking about where he should go to find a suitable earth elemental power. During this period, he had also made many inquiries. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. He did not expect to find it here. However, whether or not this Dragon Ball talisman met his requirements remained to be tested. It should be possible, Yang Kai thought. After all, this giant dragon was thousands of feet long when it was alive, so the quality of the Dragon Ball should not be too bad. Reaching out his hand, he touched the Dragon Ball. The moment his hand touched it, a fierce dragon pressure rushed out from the Dragon Ball. In an instant, a lifelike illusion appeared in front of Yang Kai, as if a giant dragon was about to swallow him whole. Yang Kai's body shook as he urged the golden divine dragon soar strength. With a dragon roar, the illusion instantly collapsed. Gentle and heavy earth elemental power came from the Dragon Ball. Feeling the purity and richness of the earth elemental power, Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. If he wasn't wrong, the earth elemental energy contained within the Dragon Pearl did indeed satisfy his needs. Although he didn't know how to judge its specific grade, he felt that it wasn't much inferior to the Golden Crow True Fire. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Yang Kai had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh. Just this alone made this trip to the great cosmological realm worth it. Rubbing his hands, Yang Kai bowed respectfully to the huge Dragon Ball and muttered, "Senior has been dead for many years. Leaving the Dragon Ball here is a waste of God's gift. Today, Junior will borrow Senior's Dragon Ball. In the future, when my cultivation is successful, I will not disgrace Senior's name. Please forgive me, Senior." After muttering, Yang Kai rubbed his hands and walked around the Dragon Ball a few times before finding a more comfortable position to sit down cross-legged. Spreading his palms over the Dragon Ball, he slowly closed his eyes and urged the Tao Seal to absorb the Earth elemental power in the Dragon Ball. In an instant, the Dragon Ball lit up and the rich Earth elemental power contained in it for countless years poured into Yang Kai's body along with Yang Kai's breathing, like a whale swallowing water. In the Tao Seal, there were only two colors, black and green, but with Yang Kai's actions, a layer of earthy yellow slowly appeared, giving off a thick and solid feeling. The Earth elemental power was meant for defense, not to mention the power of the Dragon Ball of 1,000-feet-long dragon. Slowly, Yang Kai forgot about time and devoted himself to the great cause of condensing the Earth elemental power. Days passed, and outside Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yu-He and the others found a place to camp. With the two great exotic beasts, Little Black and Little Red, guarding them, no one dared to cause trouble. Occasionally, some cultivator would pass by, but after feeling the ferocious aura of the two exotic beasts, they would avoid them. However, Little Black and Little Red seemed to be natural enemies and couldn't get along with each other. They would often get entangled with each other for some inexplicable reason and fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Fortunately, they both knew their limits and didn't really fight to the death. However, in a fight of this size, injuries were inevitable. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, everyone was living leisurely, but Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen. This made Yu-He a little worried. Before Yang Kai left, he had said that he would be back in 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month. Now that the time limit had passed, and there was still no sign of him, Yu-He was naturally worried. Just as she was about to investigate further, she suddenly felt the movement of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth change. Silently sensing it, she found that the source was in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, which was the direction Yang Kai left in. This made her frown slightly. She did not know what Yang Kai was doing there. Why did he take so long? Now, he had even caused a change in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. However, this way she could be sure that Yang Kai was safe. After a few more days, the change in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth became more obvious. It had turned into a tide of Yuan Qi, as if there was a huge monster breathing in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Every breath it took could cause turbulence in the Yuan Qi of 1,000 miles. Yu-He's expression was bewildered. Little Black and Little Red also stopped fighting. They straightened their bodies and looked towards the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obviously, they also felt something. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. It was loud and clear, and it reached the 9 heavens. Yu-He and the others all turned their heads to look in that direction. Their eyes trembled. Little Black and Little Red crawled on the ground together, trembling. Chen Yu came over and asked nervously, "Senior, what was that sound just now?" Yu-He said solemnly, "A dragon's roar." Meng Hong said in surprise, "There's a dragon here?" Yu-He frowned and said, "You guys stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look." When she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. In the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged in the same posture as before. However, at this moment, his clothes were fluttering without any wind, and even his black hair was fluttering. A 3-colored light lingered around his body. The vitality of the immortal tree's essence, the violent golden crow primordial fire, and the thick power of the dragon orb. These 3 powers were like 3 halos of light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. The huge dragon orb in front of him had already dimmed. The earth elemental power that had been stored inside for countless years had been completely absorbed by Yang Kai. When he opened his eyes were overflowing with light. With a crash, the huge dragon orb shattered and turned into fine powder that scattered between heaven and earth. Yang Kai slowly stood up and gently clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that his body was filled with explosive power. Looking inside his body, he saw that the 3 powers of wood, fire, and earth coexisted perfectly within his seal. His body trembled, and the three-colored light that had been lingering around his body collapsed. Everything returned to nothingness. Standing in place, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The process of condensing the earth elemental power this time could be said to be extremely smooth, much better than the last time he condensed the Golden Crow primordial fire. Firstly, it might be because he was familiar with the process, and secondly, it might be related to condensing the power of the dragon orb this time. After all, he was also a member of the dragon race, so he had a unique advantage in condensing the power of the dragon orb. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that not only had he successfully condensed the earth elemental power in the dragon orb this time, but there seemed to be something else in the earth elemental power. Reaching out, he tapped the void in front of him and a prismatic yellow shield-like object appeared out of thin air. Although it looked as thin as a cicada's wing, Yang Kai could feel its firmness. This was the innate dragon technique contained in the dragon orb. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Although he had entered the dragon temple on the dragon island in the star boundary and cultivated many of the dragon race's secret techniques, and could simulate the power of those secret techniques with the golden divine dragon source, it was only a simulation after all, and it required a certain amount of time to display them. But now, this dragon technique could be used at will, just like some of the innate divine techniques. Not only was it fast, but the consumption was almost negligible. Yang Kai pondered. It seemed that he had inherited some of the innate dragon techniques mastered by this giant dragon when it was alive. It wasn't just the move just now, there should be some more, but now that he had just condensed the earth elemental power, he could only slowly unearth them in the future. Yang Kai couldn't help but think again. Now that he had absorbed the dragon orb and obtained the innate dragon technique of this giant dragon, what about the Golden Crow True Fire he had absorbed before? Did the Golden Crow True Fire also contain some secret technique of the Golden Crow? There was also the essence of the immortal tree. Could he also comprehend something from it? All of these required time to examine, so he couldn't rush it for a while. Sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Now that the earth elemental power had been condensed, the next thing to do was to collect the giant dragon's corpse. A giant dragon's corpse was hidden deep under Crouching Dragon Mountain. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to find it. Space rings didn't have so much space, unless they took apart the dragon's corpse and put it inside. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the small sealed world. Chapter 3997. A rumbling sound rolled across the depths of the earth as Crouching Dragon Mountain collapsed, as if doomsday had arrived. The people from Great Moon Prefecture all flew into the sky and watched in shock. They saw that the earth below had caved in and the entire mountain range had collapsed. They did not know what had happened. After a while, the dust settled and a figure flashed out from the depths of the earth. His face was pale and he was gasping for breath. It was Yang Kai, who had disappeared for nearly 20 days. Yu He, who had been searching for Yang Kai nearby, immediately rushed over and supported him. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her before slowly shaking his head. "I'm fine." Forcibly taking the 1,000-meter dragon's body into the small sealed world had put a heavy burden on him. Fortunately, the dragon had died many years ago, otherwise, the consumption would have been even greater. Even so, he was exhausted and felt as if he had been hollowed out. "Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you for so many days?" Yuhi asked while supporting him to fly back. Yang Kai just grinned and did not answer. Yuhi was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. However, although she did not know what Yang Kai and the other heavenly deities were doing, Yuhi could faintly feel that this guy had become much stronger. He had not been idle these days and should have encountered some opportunities. After returning to his resting place, Yang Kai threw some spirit pills into his mouth and recovered for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the big scarlet flood dragon lying not far away, staring at him eagerly. He was speechless. The two of them have been staring at you like this. Do they want those dragon blood flowers? Yang Kai snorted. "You two gluttons, wait a little longer." Saying so, he directly took out an alchemy furnace. Dragon blood flowers naturally had to be refined into dragon blood pills to maximize their medicinal efficacy. Swallowing them whole was the most wasteful, especially since the dragon blood flowers harvested this time were extraordinary. Most of them were existences that surpassed the best quality. How could Yang Kai tolerate wasting God's gifts? This kind of dragon blood flower could only be used once. He didn't know when he would be able to get his hands on it again. You also know how to refine pills? Yuhi looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. I know many things. Yuhi couldn't help but laugh with ridicule, and she didn't take it seriously. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a large pile of medicinal herbs. They were all supplementary herbs that he had picked from the herb garden to refine the dragon blood pill. Looking at the things he obtained from Lei Guang, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel elated. Previously, he was in a rush to investigate the situation in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, so he did not check carefully. Now that he looked at it, he found that he had obtained several hundred supreme-grade dragon blood flowers. There were even more flowers that were beyond supreme grade. The flowers had 3, 5, and 7 colors. He did not know how to classify them, but there were probably thousands of them. From this, it could be seen how powerful the giant dragon that had fallen on Crouching Dragon Mountain was. Only the blood of such a giant dragon could produce such a high-quality dragon blood flower. Yang Kai casually took out 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers that were shrouded in 3-colored radiance. Activating his power, he threw the medicinal herbs into the furnace one by one. Back when he was on Dragon Island, he had refined the dragon blood pill many times. Although he had not refined it for many years, he had never forgotten. His movements were smooth and natural. Yuhi was extremely surprised as she watched from the side. Only now did she know that Yang Kai really knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he seemed to be very familiar with the process. Gradually, an alluring pill fragrance wafted out from the furnace. Little Black and Little Red became more and more anxious, especially Little Black. Mucus flowed down from his mouth like a river. For exotic beasts with the bloodline of the dragon race like them, the smell of the dragon blood pill was enough to make them go crazy. If Yang Kai was not sitting here, they would have immediately rushed up to snatch it. In less than half a day, the first batch of dragon blood pills had condensed. When the pills were collected, there was a faint dragon roar from the furnace, which made Yuhi click her tongue in wonder. There were 9 pills. Yang Kai casually threw one into his mouth to test the medicinal effect. He found that it was okay. Although he had not refined pills for many years, his skills had not fallen behind. The medicinal effect of the dragon blood flower and various supplementary herbs were completely stimulated. 2 obscure divine senses were transmitted over, containing a desire. It was the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon who were waiting anxiously. Their huge bodies were rolling around restlessly. Yang Kai chuckled and threw a pill to each of them. They immediately calmed down a lot. In the next 10 days, Yang Kai had been refining the dragon blood pill. The amount of dragon blood flower he obtained this time was really too much. Yang Kai reckoned that even if he refined non-stop for a year, he would not be able to finish refining all of them. While refining, his body was also constantly swallowing the pure dragon race bloodline of the dragon blood pill. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his dragon bloodline had indeed improved a little. However, he did not use the dragon transformation art, so he could not see much of a change for the time being. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon became more and more submissive. Taking the dragon blood pill improved them more than directly swallowing the dragon blood flower. As strange beasts, they were particularly sensitive to this. Even Yuhi and the people of the Great Moon Prefecture also obtained some dragon blood pills. However, they did not swallow them directly. Instead, under Yang Kai's instructions, they dissolved them in water and took 1 pill over many days. The dragon blood pill itself was used to improve the bloodline of the dragon race and creatures with the bloodline of the dragon race. If ordinary people took it, it would also strengthen their physical body. However, the medicinal effect of the dragon blood pill was too overbearing. Ordinary people could not bear it, so they could only use some gentle methods. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai stopped. It was not that he was tired of refining, but that he had run out of auxiliary herbs. Although there were many medicinal herbs in the herb garden and there were too little wood spirits taking care of them, it could be said that they were inexhaustible. However, the growth of medicinal herbs required a certain period of time. In the past 10 days or so, he had been refining the dragon blood pill continuously. All the auxiliary herbs needed had been picked clean, so he naturally could not continue. For this great cosmological realm, Yang Kai originally had the mentality of going with the flow and did not desire anything. But now, not only did he obtain a large number of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, but he could even condense the power of the earth element. It could be seen that this great cosmological realm was indeed a huge treasure trove. Since he could condense the power of the earth element, would he be able to find suitable metal and water elements? If he could accumulate the 5 elements of yin and yang here, then after leaving this realm, he could instantly open the sky. At that time, he would have a foothold outside this universe and the ability to protect himself. Yang Kai could not help but have a lot of expectations for this great cosmological realm. But no matter what, waiting here would not be an opportunity. Not to mention, the auxiliary herbs to refine the dragon blood pill also needed to be found. They had also been delayed in this crouching dragon mountain for more than a month, so he did not hesitate and immediately called for everyone to set off. When they came, they used the earth dragon as their mount, but this time it was changed to the scarlet dragon. In comparison, the scarlet dragon was undoubtedly more awe-inspiring and more suitable. At the very least, it did not have that kind of sticky and disgusting mucus on its body, nor did it have a heavy smell. Little Black was obviously a little disappointed. There were indeed a lot of resources in the great cosmological realm. Along the way, they had collected a lot of natural treasures, but compared to Yang Kai's needs, it was still a little inadequate. On this day, a group of people shuttled through a misty forest, searching for various medicinal herbs. They had been in this forest for 7 or 8 days, but because they did not have a special destination, they were not in a hurry to leave. Yuhi suddenly came over and said, "Did you notice that we've met more people in the past few days?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I felt it." When they first entered this forest, they had not met many people, but in the past 2 days, they began to frequently encounter some cultivator walking towards them. They were basically in groups of 3 to 5, and several people were walking in pairs. There were even people who were frightened by the earth dragon and scarlet dragon and directly attacked. Fortunately, Yang Kai stopped them in time to avoid some unnecessary trouble. "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yuhi. Yuhi's beautiful eyes flashed. This situation shows that either there is some treasure here that attracted these people, or there are already many people gathered here. "Which one do you think it is?" Yang Kai asked. "What do you think?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying. "The second possibility is that the people we met didn't show any signs of being in a hurry. Instead, they all acted in an orderly manner, as if they had just come out from somewhere. This means that somewhere in this forest, there should be a gathering place for cultivators." Yuhi nodded and said, "I think so too." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then let's go and take a look." Compared to them searching everywhere for medicinal herbs to refine the dragon blood pill, it was naturally more convenient and faster to trade with others. If there really was a cultivator gathering place in this forest, it would be a good thing for Yang Kai. They searched in the direction that the cultivator came from, and a day later, they found a cultivator gathering place. Somewhere in the forest, outside a large open space, the travel-worn people looked at the continuous buildings in front of them in a slight daze. Yang Kai laughed and said, "This is part of the star market, right? When the great cosmological abyss was filled with fog, the entire star market was wrapped in it. However, the star market where Yang Kai and the others appeared was not complete. There were hundreds of thousands of people there, and only a few tens of thousands were there. This meant that when it was swallowed, the entire star market collapsed under the influence of an unknown force, turning into fragments scattered all over the great cosmological abyss. Then, a beast tide appeared where Yang Kai and the others landed, forcing everyone to flee for their lives. Naturally, they lost their natural protection. However, the part of the star market in front of them was well preserved. With the original star market as the center, the cultivator here had built many new buildings, occupying a large area. It had vaguely formed a small city located in this foggy forest, and even the surrounding walls had been built. There was a city gate in the direction that they came from, and there were cultivator guards at the gate. Many people were coming in and out of the city gate. Using his divine sense, he found that there were as many fires of life in this city as there were stars in the sky. There were at least 10,000 to 20,000 people living there. In this chaotic great cosmological abyss, a city with a cultivator gathering place suddenly appeared in front of them. Both Yang Kai and the people of the Great Moon Prefecture were delighted. Chapter 3998. However, there was a problem with entering the city. Xiao He and Xiao Red were too big and looked too fierce, so they definitely couldn't be brought in. Yang Kai also didn't dare to use the sealed world bead to contain them. He had tried it before, and the sealed world bead could only accommodate existences below the heaven opening realm. If he forcibly contained existences with the ability to split open the heavens, the sealed world bead would risk collapsing. In Yang Kai's perception, whether it was Xiao He or Xiao Red, they probably had the ability to split open the heavens, but because they were in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, they couldn't fully display their strength. Fortunately, he had the 6 Unity Wish bag, so even though it was a little crowded, he could only let them suffer a little. He put the 2 big guys into the 6 Unity Wish bag, regardless of whether they were willing or not. Yuhi was amazed. After all, even outside the universe, there weren't many artifacts that could store living beings. They were really rare, and she couldn't understand where Yang Kai had obtained such an artifact. Only then did the group of 6 slowly walk towards the city gate. Unsurprisingly, they were stopped at the city gate and had to pay 100 heaven-opening pills per person to enter the city. For any Emperor Realm Master, 100 heaven-opening pills was a hefty price, causing Meng Hong to feel extremely pained. If it were before, Yang Kai would not have had many heaven-opening pills on him, but fortunately, he had obtained the space ring of Su Lao from the Wind Cloud auction house. As a 4th-order heaven-opening master and a powerful figure from the auction house, Yang Kai's wealth was not small. The entrance fee of 600 heaven-opening pills was no pressure for Yang Kai. He paid it happily and easily entered the city. After entering the city, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The city still maintained the appearance of a star market. On the streets, people were jostling and there were many shops all around. There were also many stalls on both sides of the street with all kinds of strange goods on display. If it weren't for the vivid experience of the past few days, everyone would have thought that they had entered a star market instead of the great cosmological realm. Along the way, Yang Kai spread his divine sense and bought the herbs he needed. It was rare to come across such a place where cultivators gathered. Naturally, he had to make a large purchase. The dragon blood flower had already been picked. He needed to refine the dragon blood pill as soon as possible to ensure that the medicinal effects would not fade away. Yang Kai estimated that he would have to stay in this city to refine pills for a long time. After sweeping through several streets of medicinal herbs, the harvest was huge. Along the way, everyone learned that this small city was now controlled by a force called Crimson Star. Like Lei Guang, Crimson Star was one of the 3 major forces that existed in the Star City. Their luck was relatively good. The Star City they were in was swallowed up by the great cosmological abyss fog, so they didn't encounter any attacks after arriving here. The only few attacks by exotic beasts had been repelled by them. They had accumulated a lot of popularity, so they took the opportunity to take over this place and become the ruler of this place. Now, in order to maintain order in Star City and set the rules, the people who collected fees at the city gates were all from Crimson Star. By occupying such a territory in the great cosmological realm, Crimson Star could reap huge benefits just by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. In this city, the people of Crimson Star could be said to be like local emperors, and no one dared to provoke them. After walking for half a day and buying almost all the medicinal herbs in this place, Yang Kai led everyone to find an inn to stay in. He wanted to book 6 rooms, but there was a shortage of rooms in this place. In the end, he could only book 3 rooms. He definitely wanted a room alone. After all, he needed to refine pills for a long time and could not be disturbed. Yu He and the other women shared a room, leaving Meng Hong and the two disciples of the Great Moon Province to share a room. After the arrangements were made, everyone returned to their rooms. Before parting ways, Yang Kai gave all his remaining heaven-opening pills to Meng Hong and told him to walk around the Star City if he had time. If he encountered any medicinal herbs he needed, he could buy them all as long as the price was not too expensive. Meng Hong naturally agreed. After all, this wasn't a difficult task. As for the herbs Kai Yang needed, he had followed him all the way here, so he had memorized all of them. The following days were calm. Yang Kai hid in his room, set up layers of restrictions, and concentrated on refining pills. Day after day, there were several furnaces of dragon blood pills every day. While refining, he did not stay idle. From time to time, he swallowed dragon blood pills to improve his bloodline. Even Little Black and Little Red, who were kept in the Rui pouch, benefited a lot. Every 78 days or so, Meng Hong would come over and send the purchased medicinal herbs to Yang Kai so that he could continue to refine pills. Only at this time would Yang Kai stop and rest for a while. He also chatted casually with Meng Hong to learn about the situation outside. From Meng Hong, Yang Kai learned that Star City was well managed by Crimson Star. Many people knew that there was such a place in the great cosmological realm. Not only were there many cultivator gatherings, but it was also very safe. Therefore, in recent days, almost every day, there would be people coming and joining. The most direct manifestation of this was that the price of the rooms in the inn was increasing. In less than a month, the price of a room had increased 3 times. Now, the price of a room was more than twice as expensive as when they first checked in, but it was still full every day. Crimson Star's influence was growing larger and larger. Many people wanted to join, but there was no way to do so. Because Star City was located in the misty forest, the surrounding materials were abundant. No matter which direction one went after leaving Star City, they would be able to harvest something if they were lucky. It was said that some people had already obtained 5th grade and 6th grade heaven-opening materials here. As for 4th grade heaven-opening materials, they were endless. For any cultivator in the Emperor realm, this was a huge temptation. Compared to other gains, whether it was pills or heavenly treasures, they were not as practical as those heaven-opening materials. What the Emperor realm needed the most were these heaven-opening materials. It was indeed impossible to advance to heaven-opening in the great cosmological realm, but as long as one could accumulate enough power here, when they left the great cosmological realm, they could instantly achieve heaven-opening and become a powerhouse. Therefore, every day, countless cultivator groups went out to train in order to obtain the cultivation materials they needed. Many people got what they wanted, but some people met with danger halfway and never returned. However, the path of a cultivator had always been like this. After going through hardships and overcoming obstacles, what they finally saw might not be fruitful. It was more likely to be the cold of death. On this day, Meng Hong sent a lot of medicinal materials as usual. After Yang Kai thanked him, he said, "If you come again, you don't need to accept them." After 3 months of refining pills, he had finally consumed most of the dragon blood flowers. He had refined thousands of dragon blood pills. He had consumed a small portion, but most of them were stored in his space ring. It would probably take him at least a year to finish eating all of them. Meng Hong responded casually. Yang Kai said again, "Haven't you used up the heaven-opening pills I gave you?" Although he had obtained a space ring from Old Man Su and made a fortune, purchasing medicinal materials in large quantities for such a long time would definitely consume a lot of them. Originally, he had been a little worried that he wouldn't have enough heaven-opening pills, but since Meng Hong had been sending medicinal materials over all this time, he didn't ask any questions. Meng Hong said, "I used them up long ago. Now, it's Lady Yu He who is paying for these medicinal materials." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, not expecting it to be like this. Meng Hong said, "Lady Yu He has deep feelings for Brother Yang. Brother Yang is so lucky." His face was filled with envy. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, not knowing what to say. However, thinking about it, Yu He was a 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her wealth was definitely not low. Spending this kind of money shouldn't be a problem. In any case, he would remember it in his heart and find an opportunity to pay her back in the future. He wouldn't take advantage of her. Did something happen to Brother Meng? Yang Kai looked up and saw that Meng Hong's expression was quite gloomy. It's nothing, it's nothing. Meng Hong forced a smile and said his goodbyes. Brother Yang, I won't disturb you any longer. Saying this, he left the room. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the door and muttered to himself for a while. He didn't think too much about it and continued to refine pills. Half a month later, the room was filled with the fragrance of pills and the pill furnace was buzzing. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace, his hands constantly changing seals. At a certain moment, he reached out and slapped the pill furnace. When the lid flew up, several crimson spirit pills filled with the smell of blood flew out. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand and sucked these spirit pills into the bottle with a suction force. As the bottle began to spin, Yang Kai stared at the spirit pill in the bottle and grinned silently. After 4 months of alchemy, he had finally succeeded. All of the dragon blood flowers had been used up, which had exhausted him. How many years had it been since he had focused on alchemy like this? Sitting in his room all day was quite a test of his temperament and willpower. Fortunately, he could finally call it a day, so Yang Kai was in a good mood. Removing the many restrictions in his room, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out, feeling as if he had been reborn. Yang Kai wanted to find Meng Hong and the others to have a good drink, but unexpectedly, there was no one in the room. In the other room, Yu He was also nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Ever since he came to Star City, he had been holed up in his room refining pills for 4 months. Regarding the situation outside, he only knew about it from Meng Hong's rare explanations. Other than that, he didn't know what Yu He and the others were doing. Taking out his communication bead and sending a message, Yang Kai learned that they were all in the lobby. Coming to the lobby, Yang Kai saw that they were all there. The 4 of them occupied a table full of empty wine bottles. Yu He called out to Yang Kai and patted the seat next to her. Come here. Yang Kai didn't refuse and directly sat down. Yu He smiled and leaned over. You finally came out. If you didn't come out, I would have forgotten about you. Her breath reeked of alcohol. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked at the others and frowned. Why are you drinking so much wine in the middle of the day? Did you run into something good? Yu He pointed to the opposite side and whispered, drinking to drown my sorrows. Yang Kai looked over and saw Meng Hong sitting there in low spirits. He didn't know what he had encountered, but he seemed to have lost his soul. Chapter 3999. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Yu He replied, troubled by love. Only then did Yang Kai realize what was going on. He turned his head and did not see Qinyu. Meng Hong was interested in Qinyu. This was something he knew. Now that he heard what Yu He said, he immediately understood that Meng Hong was like this because of Qinyu. Yang Kai had not known Meng Hong for a long time, but he was straightforward and generous. Only when it came to matters between men and women did he seem to be somewhat introverted. As for Qinyu, Yang Kai's impression of her was neither good nor bad. He just felt that the girl seemed to be a little ambitious, but her character was not bad. Of course, this was also because they had not had in-depth contact with each other. As for what kind of person she was, Yang Kai did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, one may know a person's face but not his heart. Often, people who he thought were good were bad. Knowing that it was because of Qinyu, Yang Kai laughed and said, since Brother Meng is interested, then boldly pursue her. Why are you complaining here? There is no chance. Yu He looked like she wanted to see the world in chaos. She clicked her tongue and said, someone took away his love. As soon as this remark came out, a trace of pain flashed across Meng Hong's face. He grabbed the wine pot in his hand and gulped it down. Brother, don't drink anymore. A disciple of the Great Moon State could not stand it anymore. He reached out to grab the wine pot and said angrily, since that woman is so fickle, she is not worth brother's concern. There are many good girls out there. Brother, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? Unfortunately, his strength was not as strong as Meng Hong's, so he failed to grab it after several attempts. After gulping down the wine, Meng Hong's eyes turned red. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai was confused. Stealing someone's love and being fickle? Something seemed to have happened while he was in seclusion to perform alchemy. He sighed softly and explained, while you were away, they got to know a person. He seems to be a small leader of Red Star, and he helped them a lot. After a while, they became familiar with each other. They thought that this guy was a righteous and warm-hearted person, but who would have thought that he had an ulterior motive? He simply took a fancy to that girl. The lady. Water flows to the bottom, and people strive for the top. With a backer in the great cosmological realm, I won't have to worry about anything in the future. Although it was only a few words, Yang Kai was able to understand what was being said. On top of that, since he was an outsider, her judgment should be relatively fair. If he was not wrong, then Yu should have gone to curry favor with that person. This was human nature. Just as he had said, if one could have a good backer in the great cosmological realm, it would be convenient for them to do anything in the future, and it would also increase their sense of security. Qi Xing's influence was now enormous, occupying the star market and using it as a base to recruit disciples. Even if it was just a small leader, it was still a target for many people to curry favor with. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall that Yu seemed to have tried to curry favor with him before. Others couldn't intervene in the affairs of men and women. Although Yang Kai sympathized with Meng Hong's experience, he really couldn't say much, so he could only persuade him, Brother Meng, if you can't let it go, it shouldn't be too late to catch up now. If you can let it go, then don't think too much about it. Go back and have a good rest. We'll leave here tomorrow. Meng Hong gripped the wine pot, his knuckles turning a little white. His mouth moved, but he didn't say a word. Yang Kai could see that this guy had truly fallen for Yu. He probably couldn't bear to leave just like that, but staying here would only add to his worries. He gave the two disciples from Great Moon State a look, indicating that they should take Meng Hong back to rest. But before they could do anything, Meng Hong suddenly raised his head and looked at the door excitedly. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Yu was standing at the door, staring at Meng Hong with a slightly awkward expression on her face as she tried to avoid his gaze. Meng Hong got up excitedly and opened his mouth, but before he could call out, Junior Sister Chin, another person flashed in from the door. The person who came in was a handsome blue-robed young man with a fair complexion and a bright smile. After entering the shop, he unceremoniously put his hand on Yu's slender waist and affectionately hugged her, turning his head and saying, Come in. Why are you standing here? The awkward expression on Yu's face became stronger and she twisted her body slightly. The young man seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and met Meng Hong's crimson eyes. He immediately grinned and tightened his grip on Yu's waist. He didn't care whether Yu was willing or not and walked over with her. He jabbed Yang Kai with her elbow and sent him a message. It's this guy, I think he's called Zhao Xingqin. When he spoke to me before, his words were quite presumptuous. He's definitely not a good thing. Yang Kai nodded imperceptibly and frowned slightly. When he heard that Meng Hong was robbed of his love, he didn't think too much about it. The matter between a man and a woman was consensual. Although he was biased towards Meng Hong, since Yu didn't like Meng Hong, he couldn't help her. For a woman like Yu who lacked a sense of security and was willing to rely on the strong, the only way to capture her heart was to be strong. But now, it seemed that no matter what Yu was like, this Xingxing Zhao gave Yang Kai a bad impression. Since he had already won the girl's heart, he should just talk about love. Why did he come to disturb Meng Hong's thoughts and deliberately put on such an attitude, making it seem like he was here to show off? It could be seen that Zhao Xingxing Zhao had some status in the star market. After entering the shop, many cultivators in the lobby stood up and cupped their fists. Commander Zhao. Voices rose one after another. Zhao Xingxing smiled reservedly and his eyes were full of pride. He ignored the others and went straight to Yang Kai and the others' table. He looked at Meng Hong with a smile and said, Brother Meng, you're all here. Meng Hong clenched his fists and stared at Yu, but the latter didn't dare to look at him and just stood there with her head lowered. Brother Meng. Zhao Xingxing shouted again, his voice slightly cold. Meng Hong came back to his senses and turned his gaze. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said weakly, Brother Zhao is here. Zhao Xingxing said, This time I specially brought you, here to thank Brother Meng for taking care of you, before. You, said that if Brother Meng hadn't protected her when she entered the great cosmological realm, she would have died. If that was the case, then this Zhao and you, wouldn't have known each other. He called her you, affectionately, but Meng Hong's face was getting uglier and uglier. Zhao Xingxing acted as if he didn't see it and gently pushed Qin Yu. Didn't you say you wanted to thank Brother Meng personally? Brother Meng is right here. Chen Yu was pushed forward a step and lowered her head in silence. Meng Hong stared at her, his dry mouth opening and closing several times, but he didn't say a word. The two disciples from Great Moon State sat next to him and looked at Qin Yu with fire in their eyes. It seemed that they couldn't wait to cut Qin Yu into pieces. Zhao Xingxing's eyes flashed and he just looked at them with a smile, as if he was an outsider. Brother Meng. After a long while, Qin Yu called out softly. Meng Hong hurriedly answered, Junior Sister Qin. Chen Yu looked up at him and said, Thank you, brother, for taking care of me during this time. We'll remember it and be very grateful. Meng Hong said, It's my duty. You and I have known each other for so many years, but I haven't had the chance to do anything for you. Just that in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you anymore. Junior sister, you have to take good care of yourself. Meng Hong's body trembled slightly when he said this. Chen Yu nodded gently, looking quite obedient. Zhao Xingxing smiled and said, Brother Meng, don't worry. As long as I, Zhao Xingxing, am here, you will not be wronged. And I found a place for her to live in the city. She won't be in any danger if she lives there. Meng Hong forced a smile and said, Then I can rest assured. Zhao Xingxing said again, Brother Meng, do you want to work under this Zhao? Red Star is now expanding and is short on manpower. If Brother Meng can come, I dare not say anything else, but within 3 years, you will definitely be a captain. As soon as this remark came out, many cultivator in the lobby looked over enviously. Red Star was now in the limelight and many people wanted to join, but not everyone had this opportunity. Now, with Xingxing's guarantee, Meng Hong could become a captain within 3 years. Many people were tempted and secretly envied Meng Hong. They didn't know what kind of luck he had to be so valued by Commander Zhao. We don't need your hypocrisy. A disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Meng Hong was their brother. Seeing the woman their brother liked being snatched away, the person who snatched her away deliberately brought that fickle woman over to show off. Now, he even wanted Meng Hong to work under him. This was clearly intentional or unintentional humiliation of Meng Hong. How could they tolerate it? As soon as this remark came out, the smile on Zhao Xingxing's face instantly turned cold. He turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. What did you say? The disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help but turn pale. He was just angry just now and didn't think too much. Now that he reacted, he was naturally a little scared. No matter how bad Zhao Xingxing's character was, no matter how much they hated Qin Xingxing for hurting Meng Hong, Zhao Xingxing was still a member of Red Star. Moreover, he was a commander-level character. How could they offend him? Therefore, under Zhao Xingxing's questioning, the disciple didn't dare to speak. Meng Hong was also shocked. Although Zhao Xingxing was standing here and calling him brother, in fact, their relationship wasn't that good. Now that his junior brother spoke without thinking, he could only apologize. Brother Zhao, please calm down. This bastard drank too much and spoke nonsense. Brother Zhao, please don't take it to heart. Zhao Xingxing sneered. Brother Meng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Some words can cause death. Seeing that he didn't want to let it go, Meng Hong hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Brother Zhao, please don't be angry. This Meng didn't teach him well. I will teach him a lesson later and let him know what he can and can't say. Chapter 4000. Zhao Stars leisurely stared at the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, making his scalp tingle. After a while, Zhao Stars coldly snorted and said, Since Brother Meng has said so, this Zhao will give Brother Meng some face and let it go this time. If there is a next time, I will not let it go so easily. Meng Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Thank you, Brother Zhao Master, for your magnanimity. Zhao Stars didn't comment and turned to look at Qin Yu and said, It's fate that you all know each other. Since you are here today, let's toast Brother Meng and the others. Chen Yu obeyed Zhao Stars' orders and came forward to pour a glass of wine. Seeing her like this, Meng Hong's expression became more and more painful. His face was pale, and he secretly hated himself for not being strong enough to provide Qin Yu with a safe shelter. He could only watch his beloved woman throw herself into the arms of others. It really felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chen Yu raised her cup, and her beautiful eyes stared at Meng Hong as she said, "Senior brothers, I toast to all of you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely not refuse if it's within my ability." Zhao Stars also nodded and said, "Yes, here, Zhao Stars, still have some face. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to me." The three people of the Great Moon Prefecture all raised their glasses helplessly and drank it. Zhao Stars' eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and he said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "Friend, are you not going to give me face?" After entering the door, he didn't notice Yang Kai, but now that Qin Yu obeyed his order to toast and Yang Kai was sitting still, he was particularly conspicuous. Naturally, he noticed it. As for Yu He, who also didn't raise her glass, he didn't want to provoke her. After all, she was a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Qi Xing had always intended to invite Yu He to join them and generously offered her the position of commander. Unfortunately, Yu He hadn't given a clear answer. "Am I very familiar with you?" Yang Kai looked up at him and said lightly, "How much is your face worth?" Yang Kai had been sitting here and watching coldly. He had seen everything. Originally, if people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to intervene. Who knew that Zhao Stars would take the initiative to provoke him? Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be too polite to him. Although it was the first time they met and they weren't close friends, Zhao Stars gave him a very bad feeling. Yang Kai was too lazy to treat this kind of person nicely. Zhao Xingxing's face immediately darkened. "Friend, you're crazy enough. How should I address you? You don't look familiar." Meng Hong did not expect that Yang Kai would do such a thing. He quickly smoothed things over and said, "Brother Zhao, this is Brother Yang Kai." "You are Yang Kai?" Stars Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai looked at him lightly. "Do you know me?" Zhao Stars grinned and cupped his fists. "So it's Brother Yang. Pardon my rudeness. I've heard you or mentioned you many times before. This time, this Zhao intended to pay a visit to Brother Yang, but I never expected to meet you here. It seems we are really fated to meet." His attitude was extremely warm, and as he spoke, he actually pulled out a chair and sat down. Meng Hong and the others were confused and looked at Qin Yu suspiciously. They didn't know what she had said to Zhao Stars, but this Zhao guy's attitude towards Yang Kai was actually so warm. Yang Kai also glanced at Qin Yu thoughtfully. The latter couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. After they sat down, Zhao Stars waved his hand and set up a layer of restrictions in the surroundings, isolating them from the outside world. Based on this display of strength, his strength could be considered to be extraordinary, and it seemed to be slightly stronger than Meng Hong and the others. Only then did she come over and say with a glowing face, "Brother Yang, I heard you say that Brother Yang possesses the ability to control beasts? You've gathered a Crimson WRM and an Earth Dragon under your command? I wonder if it's true?" Meng Hong's face couldn't help but sink when he heard this, and he turned around to look at Qin Yu with a faintly slightly blaming expression. Even though Qin Yu wanted to climb up the social ladder and throw herself into Zhao Stars' arms, Meng Hong only hated himself for not having the ability to make her stay. But revealing this information about Yang Kai shouldn't have been done. Most of the time, this information was related to life, death, and benefits. Not to mention that Qin Yu had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace in the past, and it was Yang Kai who brought her all the way here. It was fine if she didn't know how to repay her kindness, but now she revealed such important information to an outsider. Wasn't this equivalent to being a traitor? Qin Yu could be considered to have gotten to know Yang Kai through him, so he felt rather ashamed when he saw this. So what if it's true? So what if it's false? Yang Kai glanced at Qin Yu with a mocking expression, Yet he saw her constantly lowering her head with an embarrassed and uneasy expression. Presumably, she knew that what she did was slightly wrong, and she had no face to see others. Zhao Stars chuckled. Since you said this, then it ought to be true. Brother Yang is extraordinary, and his ability to control beasts has attained perfection. I admire you. Come, let this Zhao offer you a toast. As he spoke, he raised his wine cup and raised it. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, not even sparing him a glance. The muscles on Zhao Stars's face twitched slightly, but he chuckled, not taking it to heart. He put down his wine cup and continued, It's like this, Brother Yang. This Zhao has an older sister who heard about this matter and is interested in one of Brother Yang's strange beasts. She wants to raise one, but I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to part with it. The price can be discussed, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Your older sister wants to raise one? Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Which one does she want to raise? My older sister is more interested in the Scarlet Dragon, but forget about the Earth Dragon. Brother Yang, you also know that the Earth Dragon's appearance isn't very likable, hee. Yang Kai nodded and said, That's true. Zhao Stars said, Brother Yang, you name a price. This Zhao will buy it no matter how much it is. Let's just treat it as making friends. In the future, if Brother Yang needs any help, just ask. This Zhao will definitely not refuse. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but whether it's the Scarlet Dragon or the Earth Dragon, I'm not selling them. Zhao Stars became anxious when he heard this. He raised his hand and said, Brother Yang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you listen to this Zhao's price first before making a decision? Yang Kai still shook his head. Not selling means not selling. No matter how much you name, I won't sell. You're really not selling? Zhao Stars narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai stared at him. I don't want to say the same thing a third time. For pairs of eyes met. Zhao Stars' eyes were cold, Yang Kai's face was indifferent, and Meng Hong and the others were nervous. Only He sat beside Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She looked at him from the side without blinking, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. After a while, Zhao Stars laughed. All right, since Brother Yang has said so, then this Zhao won't steal what you love. Changing the topic, he said, let's not talk about the two strange beasts. Let's talk about the dragon blood pills. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, You know quite a lot. Needless to say, it was Qin Yu who revealed the existence of the dragon blood pills. Before this, Yang Kai had refined a lot of dragon blood pills, and in addition to giving some to Little Black and Little Red, Meng Hong and the others had also obtained a few. After diluting this thing, it had the effect of strengthening the body of a cultivator, so it was very useful to anyone. Since Zhao Stars knew about the existence of the dragon blood pills, how could he not care? Ignoring the ridicule in Yang Kai's words, Zhao Stars' expression became solemn as he said, Qi Xing wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. Price is not a problem, we'll take as many as you have. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly became Qi Xing's representative. In other words, he was representing Qi Xing to negotiate with Yang Kai, using his influence to pressure him. Qi Xing wants to buy my dragon blood pills? Yang Kai laughed. Zhao Stars nodded, yes. Not for sale. Yang Kai decisively refused. After so many years, it was not easy to come across a batch of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, and it took him 4 months to refine the dragon blood pills. This was the perfect time to improve his bloodline, so how could he sell them? He felt that they were not enough for him. Zhao Stars seemed to have expected this and just smiled faintly when he heard this. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip before calmly saying, Brother Yang, I heard that you have been in seclusion recently, so you may not know much about the situation outside. Now, this entire Star City is my Qi Xing's territory. Once you enter Star City, you will be under my Qi Xing's jurisdiction. Those who do not obey will not live for long here. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said calmly, Are you threatening me? I'm just helping Brother Yang to analyze the situation. Zhao Stars put down his wine cup. Now, my Qi Xing has 7 masters, all of whom are at the 3rd grade or above opening the heavens, with 3,000 subordinates. To be blunt, There are very few in the Great Void Realm who can compare to Qi Xing. Brother Yang has been cultivating all this time, and it is not easy for him to have today's achievements, so he must know what it means to judge the situation and size up the situation. Qi Xing just wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. So why is Brother Yang so unreasonable and unapproachable? Saying so, a smile bloomed on his face. Moreover, since Brother Yang can refine dragon blood pills, you must also have some attainments in the alchemy Dao. What my Qi Xing lacks is a talent like Brother Yang. This Zhao is willing to be a referrer. As long as Brother Yang is willing, it is not a problem for him to come to my Qi Xing as an honored alchemist. In the future, we will all be one family. Brother Yang, what do you think? With this last sentence, Zhao Xing stared at him with a burning gaze. Yang Kai said, "Not selling means not selling, no matter what you say, it is useless." Zhao Xing's expression turned cold. "Brother Yang, won't you consider it carefully? I am afraid Brother Yang will regret it." Yang Kai glared at him coldly. "If you dare to be long-winded again, I will make you regret sitting down." Zhao Xing's expression sank as he slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yang Kai with murderous intent. After a while, he turned to Yu He and said, "Miss Yu He, why don't you persuade him?" Yu He had a love-struck expression as she faintly said, "Whatever young master says, I will listen to young master." Good. Zhao Xing was so angry that he laughed. "Very good." Stretching out his hand, he clapped and shouted, "Men!" More than a dozen people rushed in from outside, each of them exuding a powerful aura as they stood behind Zhao Xing. Zhao Xingchen pointed to the front. This commander suspects that these people are spies planted here by other forces. Take them all down. Chapter 4001. As soon as these words came out, Meng Hong and the others were shocked. They never thought that things would develop to this point. Chen Yu was also shocked and her face turned pale. She stepped forward and said, "Brother Zhao, this is a misunderstanding." Saying so, she tried to pull Zhao Xingxing away. Zhao Xingxing's body shook and he impatiently shouted, "Get out of my way." His strength overflowed and he directly pushed Chen Yu to the side, almost causing her to fall to the ground. "Junior sister Chen." Meng Hong quickly stepped forward to support her, but Chen Yu stealthily avoided him. Seeing this, Meng Hong couldn't help but look gloomy. Zhao Xingxing turned his head and glanced at her before coldly snorting and turning to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, this commander saw that you were a talented person and wanted to recruit you, but unfortunately, Brother Yang did not appreciate it. In that case, I would like to invite Brother Yang to my Qi Xing dungeon for a chat." Waving his hand, he shouted, "Arrest them all. If they dare resist, kill them all." As soon as these words fell, the dozen people rushed forward and reached out to grab Yang Kai, Meng Hong, and the others. The three Great Moon Province disciples were suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. They wanted to resist, but this was Qi Xing's territory after all, so if they couldn't clean up the mess, they wouldn't be able to eat anything good. On the contrary, the people who rushed towards Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and were all sent flying, smashing the tables and chairs in the lobby. Zhao Xingxing was shocked. "You dare fight back?" In recent months, Qi Xing's momentum had soared rapidly. In this star market, the Qi Xing cultivator ran amok and no one dared to provoke him, so he never expected that someone would actually attack his people in public, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Yang Kai sneered, "You dare to attack me, why wouldn't I dare to fight back? Come at me." He reached out to grab Zhao Xingxing, and with a sudden suction force, Zhao Xingxing involuntarily threw himself in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck with one hand and pressed him down on the table. The scorching power in the center of his palm was concealed, and he looked down coldly at him. "You dare to be impudent in front of me with just this little ability?" Zhao's stars flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You're dead, you're dead. Do you know who I am? I'm Stars Zhao, and the Red Star 5th manager is my brother-in-law. Brat, you better let me go quickly, or else you'll be in trouble." As he shouted, he struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get up. The large hand around his neck was like an iron hoop, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to exert any strength. Zhao Stars was astonished. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed a few types of heaven-splitting powers. He had never thought that at the level of the Emperor realm, he would be suppressed to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. With their commander being captured so easily, those Red Star cultivator didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. Zhao Stars slammed the table and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack." Everyone was helpless and could only rush up. However, in fear of harming the innocent, they couldn't even get within 30 feet of Yang Kai before they were all blasted away and fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Meng Hong and the others were stunned. Chen Yu's mouth was slightly agape, and she had an anxious look on her face. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful and had personally seen Yang Kai sweeping through the 100 people from Tian, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so gutsy and actually dare to make a move here. However, it had already happened, and it was already too late for her to stop it. She could only be anxious and didn't know where to start even if she wanted to persuade him. "I advise you to quickly let me go, kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." Although Zhao Stars was in a miserable state, his mouth was still unyielding. With his status as a Red Star Junior Commander, he believed that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "You like to kneel down, kowtow, and apologize?" Yang Kai sneered. He suddenly raised his hand and kicked out, "Then you can kneel here properly." With a crisp crack, Zhao Stars's face suddenly paled. Immediately after, he let out an earth-shattering cry and directly knelt on the spot. Many of the cultivator in the lobby paled. How would they dare to stay here? They all paid for their drinks and ran out. Some people looked at Yang Kai with pity before they left. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling that Yang Kai would regret it sooner or later. There was even a middle-aged man who advised him earnestly, "Young man, quickly leave before things get out of hand. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. After all, this is Red Star's territory." Yang Kai grinned at him. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, all the guests in the lobby ran away, leaving the shopkeeper with an ashen face and trembling. Red Star Junior Commander was beaten up in his inn. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. This inn could forget about continuing to operate. After being kicked to the ground by Yang Kai, Zhao Stars wailed for a while. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Today's shame, this junior commander will remember it. I will repay you 100 times, 1,000 times. I'll sit here and wait." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yu Hua's infatuation became even stronger. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai's side profile. Zhao Stars turned his head again and glared at Chen Yu, who was standing in a daze. "You bitch, you only know how to watch the show. Don't you know how to save me?" Chen Yu's face turned pale. She pursed her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. "Brother Yang," Yang Kai chuckled, "Miss Chen must be joking. You and I have only met by chance. I don't deserve you calling me brother. There is no need to mention the word brother in the future." Chen Yu's face turned even paler when she heard this. She knew that Yang Kai wanted to draw a line between them. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. But then again, she and Yang Kai had nothing to do with each other. They only knew each other because of Meng Hong. Unable to beg Yang Kai, she could only turn her head and look at Meng Hong. Meng Hong clenched his fists and lowered his eyes, not saying a word. Seeing this, Chen Yu sighed in her heart. How could she have the face to say anything? "You can't help it all. What use do I have for a bitch like you?" Zhao Stars said angrily. Yang Kai glanced at Chen Yu coldly. "Your taste in men is really not very good." These words made Chen Yu tremble and bury her head in her chest. Yang Kai threw out another slap, directly slapping several of Zhao Star's teeth away. Half of his face was swollen. Looking at him coldly, he said, "Dare to be long-winded again and I'll take your dog life immediately." Zhao Stars's eyes were wide and crimson, clearly unconvinced. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he could only swallow his broken teeth and swallow it. The hall was silent for a while. Only the sound of Yang Kai drinking by himself could be heard. Yuhi looked at this, looked at that, and transmitted her voice with a grin. How are we going to clean this up now? The likes of Stars Zhao did not enter her eyes at all. Not to mention Stars Zhao, even that whatever fifth head behind him, Yuhi might not even look him in the eye. But this was the great cosmological realm after all, and this was Qi Xing's territory. Yang Kai had made such a ruckus, so it would not be easy to deal with it. I can understand that you are standing up for your friend, but this matter is a bit too big. Yuhi continued to transmit her voice. If we want to leave, we have to leave now. Otherwise, if the news spreads, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Yang Kai heard this and replied, Do you think I am standing up for Meng Hong? Isn't it? Yuhi asked back. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, It can be considered a part of it, but the most important thing is that they have their eyes on my treasure. Since they are unwilling to give it to me, I can only establish my power and let them know that my things are not something that anyone can covet. Saying so, he smiled proudly. If I want to leave, how can trash like Qi Xing stop me? Under the urging of the space law, unless Qi Xing set up a shocking array in advance to isolate the world, Yang Kai could come and go as he pleased. You're amazing, okay? Yuhi glared at him. Scarlet Star Junior Commander Zhao Xingchen was beaten and forced to kneel on the ground. This news quickly spread throughout the Star City. Many people didn't dare to believe it. After all, who in the Star City would dare to make a move against the people of Scarlet Star? However, the people who passed on the news said with certainty that they had seen it with their own eyes. Zhao Xingchen was still kneeling in an inn. Some people who did not believe it secretly came to take a look, and after a glance, they found it to be the case. They all felt that it was a little unbelievable, and even the one who had beaten him up was a celestial being. In the northwest corner of Star City, in the back garden of a mansion, there was a small bridge overflowing water, a rockery, and strange rocks. Beside a pond, a fat man was holding fish food in his hand and gently splashing it, causing the koi in the pond to compete for food. Suddenly, an earth-shattering cry came from a corner of the courtyard, and the fat man's hand trembled when he heard it, a look of headache appearing on his face. The cry quickly approached, and it turned out to be a well-endowed woman wearing jewelry. It was unknown what she had encountered, but at this moment, she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, making people feel pity for her. Arriving in front of the fat man, the woman knelt down with a thud and said in a heart-wrenching voice, Master, you have to uphold justice for me. The fat man turned his head and looked at her speechlessly, then he sprinkled the fish food in his hand and bent down to support the woman. If you have something to say, get up and talk. Why are you crying? The woman did not get up and wailed, If Master does not agree to uphold justice for me, this concubine will not get up. The fat man reached out and rubbed his forehead. Did your little brother cause some trouble again? Didn't you give him the position of junior commander last time? What is he doing this time? The woman raised her head and said in a tear-stained voice, Master, how do you know it's about Xing? Did you hear something? The fat man said in annoyance, Apart from your useless little brother, what else can you come to me for? Tell me, what kind of trouble did he cause this time? The woman refused to comply. Master, you've wronged the Xing. This time, it's not him who caused trouble, it's someone who provoked him. The subordinates who went out with him came back and said that he was beaten up. The fat man coldly snorted, With his character, he'll be beaten up sooner or later. I've already told you to restrain him a little and not cause trouble everywhere. The woman cried, It's not the Xing who caused trouble, but the subordinates said that Yang Kai was bullying the weak. Not only did he beat the Xing, he also forced him to kneel there. The Xing's legs were broken, his face was swollen, and many of his teeth fell out. As she spoke, sorrow welled up in her heart and she wailed incessantly. Chapter 4002. The stars were forced to kneel there? A sinister look flashed across Fatty's face when he heard this. If they were just beaten up, it was only because their skills were inferior, but being forced to kneel there was a complete humiliation. No matter what, Zhao Stars was still a small commander of Crimson Star and one of his people. Being treated like this, wasn't it a slap to his face? As the fifth master of Crimson Star, how could he endure this? Seeing this, the woman hurriedly recounted what she had heard, adding fuel to the fire. Fatty snorted coldly. You stay here, I'll go and see who is so bold. Saying so, he walked out with his hands behind his back. The woman shouted from behind, Master, you must bring the stars back. If anything happens to the stars, I don't want to live anymore. I know. Fatty waved his hand impatiently. After gathering his subordinates, Fatty left the manor and headed straight for the inn. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. When he came to the door and looked inside, he saw his brother-in-law, Zhao Stars, with a bruised face and a swollen nose. Sure enough, he was kneeling there with 3 men and 1 woman standing to the side. There was also a man and a woman sitting on a chair. The young man sitting on the chair was calmly pouring wine for himself. The others were fine, but when he saw the woman sitting there, Fatty couldn't help but frown. He had been in and out of the star market many times before. As a 5th-grade heaven splitter, she was naturally not an unknown person. Even if the higher-ups of Crimson Star had never dealt with her, they all knew her. If it were in the outside world, Fatty would not dare to provoke a 5th-grade heaven splitter at will. After all, he was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between them, their real combat strength was worlds apart. However, this was the great cosmological realm after all. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe. No matter what grade the heaven splitter was, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, their strength would be greatly reduced. When Fatty walked in, the entire inn shook along with his footsteps. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a rolling meatball at the door. With every step, the floor trembled, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In his entire life, he had never seen such a fat Fatty. This person's height and width were almost the same. At first glance, he really looked like a rolling meatball. The facial features on his face were blurry because of the fat that was squeezed together. Who is this guy? Yang Kai looked surprised. He knew that he had been in seclusion to refine elixirs and knew nothing about the situation outside. She immediately whispered to him, This is the Crimson Star's 5th head, Qin Tianfei. He seems to have cultivated a special cultivation technique. People call him Qin Tianfei. Zhao Stars, who was kneeling on the ground, also saw Qin Tianfei. He was overjoyed and shouted, Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, save me. As he spoke, he struggled to get up. Did I let you get up? Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his finger, sending out a stream of energy. Zhao Xing screamed and fell to his knees again, blood flowing out of his thigh. This time, he couldn't get up. Qin Tianfei's footsteps did not stop. The fat on his face trembled slightly, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. Soon, Qin Tianfei arrived in front of the table and stood there like a mountain of flesh, blocking all the light and giving off a silent pressure. This was the first time Meng Hong and the others had seen such a character, so they were surprised. At the same time, they were secretly worried for Yang Kai. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xingchen looked up miserably with a pleading look on his face. His face was full of humiliation. Waste. Qin Tianfei coldly snorted and waved his hand, taking out a chair from his space ring and placing it behind him. He then sat down. His chair was obviously custom-made. It was wide and sturdy, otherwise, an ordinary chair would not be able to bear his size. After sitting down, Qin Tianfei leaned back in his chair and squinted at Yu-He. Young lady Yu-He, it's been a long time. Master Qin. Yu-He pursed her lips and smiled. Qin Tianfei said, Young lady Yu-He, aren't you going a bit too far this time? If my little brother-in-law really did something wrong, you can just beat him up and scold him. At worst, you can just kill him. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to have him kneel here? Yu-He blinked her big eyes and smiled. Master Qin, you found the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was my young master who did it. If you want to say something, you might as well say it to my young master. Young master? Qin Tianfei was stunned and turned to look at Yang Kai. When he saw Yu-He here, he assumed that she was the one in charge here, but who knew that a young master would suddenly appear? At a glance, this young man didn't seem special. He really didn't know what kind of ability he had to make a 5th-grade heaven splitter call him young master. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Tianfei asked, Little brother, how should I address you? Yang Kai grinned at him and introduced himself, Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei nodded slightly, so you are that Yang Kai. His concubine had been making a lot of noise before, saying that some Yang Kai had hit his little brother-in-law, but now he knew that the one who hit him was right in front of him. Little brother Yang, do you have something to say to this king? Chen Tianfei asked. Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The fat on Chen Tianfei's face trembled, seemingly smiling. You hurt someone but didn't run, instead deliberately sitting here and waiting for this king. Don't you have something to say to this king? His tone became cold. Or does little brother not put my crimson star in his eyes, thinking that you can come and go as you please in Star Market? If that's what you think, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Master Chen is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. His expression became solemn as he said, I want to join Crimson Star. Yuhi turned her head and glanced at him when she heard this. Yang Kai had not mentioned this to her, and even Meng Hong and the others were surprised. Chen Tianfei heard this and chuckled, Join Crimson Star? You hurt my Crimson Star's people and still haven't given this king a satisfactory explanation, and now you want to join Crimson Star? In little brother's eyes, what is Crimson Star? If Master Chen wants an explanation, I'll give you one. Yang Kai said as he raised his hand and gently pressed it towards Chen Tianfei. Chen Tianfei's face froze, and he also raised a big fat palm to meet it. The two palms met silently, as if they had just touched each other lightly. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and picked up the wine glass on the table to play with it. Chen Tianfei's fat body suddenly shook, and his fat rippled. The chair he was sitting on suddenly shattered into pieces, filling the air with debris. Looking around, Chen Tianfei's face had become extremely red, as if he had been cooked, and steam was rising from the top of his head. With a roar, Chen Tianfei stomped his feet on the ground, and the floor of the inn instantly collapsed. At the same time, a surge of heat poured out from Chen Tianfei's pores, and a large amount of sweat poured out. In an instant, Chen Tianfei looked as if he had just been fished out of water. He was drenched from head to toe. Not only that, his round, fat body seemed to have shrunk, and his close-fitting clothes became loose. Looking at Yang Kai with a look of horror, the fat on Chen Tianfei's face twitched. Does Master Chen think this explanation is enough? Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Chen Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, then turned his head and glanced at Zhao Xingxing who had been kneeling there, and nodded under his desperate gaze. It's enough. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xingxing's face turned ashen in an instant. He had been counting on his brother-in-law to come and avenge him, but who knew that the situation would develop like this? Now that he had shouted, enough, how could he take revenge? The shame of today would not be washed away for the rest of his life. Shut up. Chen Tianfei snorted coldly, raised his hand, took out a chair from his space ring, and placed it under his buttocks, then looked at Yuhi and said, Miss Yuhi, your young master's future is limitless. Yuhi smiled triumphantly. Do I need you to tell me that? Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Little brother Yang stayed here to wait for me because you want to join Crimson Star? Chen Tianfei said, Can I ask why? With little brother Yang's ability, you must have great achievements in the great cosmological realm, so why did you choose my Crimson Star? Yang Kai grinned and said, I just happened to be here at the right time, there's nothing special about it. As for why I want to join, I want to find something. Crimson Star has many people, so it's easy to find. Now that he had condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth, and the power of earth was found in the great cosmological realm, he naturally wanted to find more power. Crimson Star had many people and was well informed. That's all? Chen Tianfei was still in disbelief. That's all. Chen Tianfei looked at him seriously, and after a while, nodded. I understand what little brother Yang means. Crimson Star also welcomes talents like you very much. This king will make the decision to accept you into Crimson Star. As for your position, how about you be the same as Stars, a junior commander? Zhao Xingxing was dumbfounded. The person who had beaten him and forced him to kneel was not only accepted into Crimson Star by his brother-in-law, but was also given the position of a junior commander, on equal footing with him? How could he take revenge like this? Junior commander? Yang Kai looked at Chen Tianfei with a faint smile. Chen Tianfei asked curiously, "Are you not satisfied? Although little brother Yang's strength is good, you have just joined Crimson Star after all and have not made any contributions. A junior commander position is already the limit of this king's promotion. It is impossible for this king to promote you above senior commander." Suddenly changing the topic, he said, "If Miss Yu He is willing to join Crimson Star, the position of senior commander will be vacant." Yu He chuckled and declined to comment. Among the several masters of Crimson Star, the strongest was only on par with her, a 5th stage heaven opening master. She was also a 5th stage heaven opening master, so how could she accept the position of senior commander and listen to someone else's orders? There is no need for a junior commander, and I am not interested in a senior commander. Chen Tianfei was stunned. What does little brother Yang mean? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. "I want to be a master of Crimson Star." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even Yu He looked at him blankly, wondering if she had heard wrong. Chapter 4003. You want to be the head of Crimson Star? Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Like Yu He also wondered if he had heard wrongly. Originally, promoting Yang Kai to a junior commander was already very generous, but who would have thought that he would be so greedy as to ask for the position of head? Chen Tianfei had never seen such an arrogant person and could not help but feel a little angry. "Head Chen, do you think I am not qualified?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Chen Tianfei said solemnly, "My Crimson Star's 7 heads are all at the heaven-opening realm. Although little brother Yang is strong, you should not have reached the heaven-opening realm yet, right? If your realm is not enough, even if you sit in that position, how will you convince the others?" Yang Kai shook his finger and said, "There is no heaven-opening realm in the great cosmological abyss. It is meaningless for Head Chen to talk about realms with me." Chen Tianfei said solemnly, "That may be the case, but since ancient times, my Crimson Star has never had a head who has not reached the heaven-opening realm. There are always exceptions to everything, aren't there?" Chen Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, and the aura on his body became ethereal. After a while, he laughed loudly. "Little brother Yang is so ambitious. This king has learned something today. It is not impossible for you to be the head of Crimson Star, but Crimson Star has its own rules. Now that Crimson Star has 7 heads, if you want to arrange another position, you will need the approval of more than 4. Then I will have to trouble Head Chen to take me to see the other heads." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chen Tianfei narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, of course, it is a small matter to take you to see them, but whether you can get their approval will depend on your own ability." "As it should be." Yang Kai nodded gently and got up. "Please." Chen Tianfei put on a fake smile, got up and walked out. Yang Kai followed closely behind, and he also hurriedly followed. Seeing this, how could the 3 from Great Moon Province dare to stay here? They all followed behind. "What are you doing?" He asked quietly, "Are you really going to see the heads of Crimson Star?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could he have gotten their approval?" He said huffily, "Can't you tell that this Chen Tianfei is up to no good? This trip was definitely a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Moreover, even if he really became the head of Crimson Star, what benefits would there be? I really don't understand what you're thinking." "You'll know when the time comes," Yang Kai replied casually. He snorted and said, "You like to mess around so much, how on earth did you survive until now?" "This young master is blessed by the heavens," Yang Kai replied calmly. He was exasperated. Although she was angry, she still hurriedly told him some information she knew. He had never seen the heads of Crimson Star, but she had heard of them, such as Madame Qin, who was proficient in music, Gan Hong, who was good at assassination, and the twin Ouyang brothers. They had been cultivating together since childhood and were all 4th grades splitting the heavens. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and even outside with her strength, she would have a headache if she encountered them. In addition to these 4 people, there was also Bei Yushan, who was extraordinarily talented and powerful. There was also the Poison Lady, who had poison all over her body. Her Tao of poison had reached perfection, and even many heaven splitters had died tragically at her hands. Including Chen Tianfei, the heads of Crimson Star could be said to all have unique skills and were not to be trifled with. As for the head of Crimson Star, it was said that he had been trying to break through to the 6th grade splitting the heavens, but there had been no news for many years, so it was unknown whether he had succeeded or not. If he succeeded, he would be a character on par with the lady boss, and even Yu-He would have to avoid him. Along the way, Yu-He chattered endlessly, instilling all the information she had to Yang Kai as much as possible. Yang Kai silently noted this down. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of a large hall. The door to this hall was extremely thick and was about 10 meters high. Chen Tianfei stepped forward and pushed the door open, and with a creaking sound, the door opened a crack. "Little brother Yang, please, the heads of Crimson Star are basically all inside." Chen Tianfei gestured with a faint smile on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and said to Yu-He, "You wait outside." After saying that, he walked inside. Yu-He's figure flashed, "I'll go with you." How could she feel at ease letting Yang Kai rush into this tiger's den alone? She had already made up her mind to advance and retreat together with him, so naturally, there was no reason to retreat at this time. On the other hand, Meng Hong and the others knew that they were not strong enough, so even if they followed in, they would not be of much help, so they all stood at the door and waited. The thick door closed again, isolating the inside from the outside. Inside the huge hall, it was pitch black, and the moment the door closed, there was a rustling sound all around as flames ignited. The flickering light illuminated the figures on the chairs around the hall, making them look like a group of dancing demons, and the atmosphere of the entire hall became gloomy at this moment. There were not many people in the hall, and apart from Yang Kai and Yu-He, there were only 5 people sitting on 5 chairs. Chen Tianfei's figure flickered and he came to an empty chair and sat down. A sweet voice suddenly sounded, "Old Fatty Chen, is this the boy who wants to be the head of Crimson Star? Then you obediently brought him here?" Not only did this woman's voice sound incomparably sweet, but as her voice sounded, there seemed to be a sweet smell floating in the air, causing those who smelled it to feel as if they were enjoying it. "Poison!" Yu-He's expression changed slightly, and a layer of 5-colored lights suddenly appeared on the surface of her body to protect her. Turning her head to look, she found that the person who spoke was a petite woman who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was pure and lovely, obedient and cute, but Yu-He recognized this woman at a glance as the Poison Lady of Crimson Star. Only she could display such superb poisoning methods. The Poison Matriarch was only at the 4th stage, but she had once relied on her own strength to poison a 5th stage heaven opening, 2 4th stage heavenly openers, and 5 3rd stage heavenly openers. After that battle, her fame had soared, and no one dared to look down on this delicate little woman who had not yet grown up. Looking at Yang Kai with some worry, she saw that Yang Kai was completely fine, not showing the slightest sign of being poisoned, but instead looking at the Poison Matriarch with shining eyes. She could not help but click her tongue in wonder, wondering how Yang Kai was able to resist the poison. What she did not know was that the pure dragon blood flowing through Yang Kai's body was a half-dragon, and the dragon race had an extremely strong resistance to poisons. Not to mention the poison that the Poison Matriarch had secretly used, even if she really fed him poison, he would still be fine. What's more, he still had the wood attribute condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the fire attribute condensed from the golden crow true fire. Even if some of the poison entered his body, it would disappear without a trace after being cleansed by these 2 forces. Hearing the Poison Matriarch's words, Chen Tianfei chuckled, "Don't underestimate this little brother Yang. This king suffered a loss at his hands just now. If this king is not mistaken, he has condensed a 6th stage fire attribute strength. Only the fire elemental energy of the 6th rank could make it so difficult for him to receive that palm strike." Under that palm strike, Chen Tianfei clearly felt a scorching energy invading his body, and it took him a lot of effort to neutralize it. This was also because Yang Kai had not used his full strength, otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have come to the wrong conclusion that he had condensed a 6th stage fire attribute strength. 6th stage fire attribute strength. As soon as these words came out, Qi Xing and the other family heads were all shocked. Being able to condense a 6th stage fire attribute strength was also a skill. Most people would not be able to withstand the pressure of condensing a 6th stage opening heaven material, not to mention the fact that 6th stage fire attribute strength was priceless, enough to make even the blessed enclaves fight over it. Generally, only those from the top forces were qualified to condense a 6th stage fire attribute strength. Little brat, you're quite ambitious. The poison matriarch could not help looking Yang Kai up and down. Do you want to reach the 6th stage opening heaven material? Yang Kai grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. First. The poison matriarch frowned, having a bad feeling, as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, causing her hair to stand on end. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. Daring to not put Qi Xing in his eyes, a trivial Emperor Realm Master dares to boast shamelessly that he wants to be a family head? Simply ridiculous. From a chair on the right side of the hall, a cold voice came from an illusory shadow. This person was like a distorted shadow, making it impossible to see his face clearly, and even his voice was erratic. Surprisingly, this was the one Yu he had mentioned before, Gan Hong, who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. Second. Yang Kai nodded. A thunderous voice came from the left side, causing the entire hall to buzz incessantly. Is this brat sick? What first and second? Yang Kai ignored him and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. Family head Chen, this is different from what you said. Didn't we come here to discuss joining Qi Xing and becoming a family head? The other family heads don't seem very enthusiastic. Chen Tianfei looked at him with a smile and said, yes, as this king said before, if you want to become a family head, you need to obtain the approval of at least 4 of them. But now it seems that no one agrees with you. Moreover, the rules of Qi Xing's 7 family heads have been around for a long time, so there are no more chairs for you to sit on, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. If Yang Kai had agreed to be a junior commander before, Chen Tianfei would have been happy to see it happen. Having a powerful subordinate like Yang Kai was also beneficial to Chen Tianfei, and he could write off the matter of Zhao Xingxing being beaten up. However, Yang Kai's bias was higher than the heavens, and he did not put junior commanders or senior commanders in his eyes, actually wanting to be on equal footing with him. How could Chen Tianfei agree to such a thing? Leading Yang Kai here was just to invite him into a trap. Now that the family heads of Qi Xing were here and the spirit arrays in the hall had been activated, Yang Kai would not be able to escape even if he had wings, so how could he be in the mood to feign civility with Yang Kai? Chapter 4004. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. I understand what Master Chen means. In other words, Crimson Star will only ever have 7 masters? You can say that. Chen Tianfei smiled slightly. Then it's simple. Yang Kai also grinned. As long as I can kill one of you, then replace you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and like a great rock spreading its wings, he pounced straight towards the poison lady. Yang Kai made his move as soon as he said so. He was extremely decisive. No one expected him to be so decisive. Everyone thought that he would be restrained in this place, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Who would have thought that he would be the one to lead the attack? How dare you! How dare you! A few angry shouts sounded out at the same time, and several figures flew out from the chairs. Gan Hong's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, completely blending into the darkness. The 2 Ouyang brothers, who had been sitting motionless like mountains, also moved swiftly. Their auras were closely connected, as if they had turned into one person. Chen Tianfei's fat body bounced up like a rubber ball, straight towards Yang Kai. Dong Yushan, who was like an iron tower, took a step forward, and every step he took caused the hall to tremble. His 2 to 3 zhang tall body was filled with muscles, and was filled with explosive power. He blocked in front of the poison lady like a small mountain, grinned at Yang Kai, and punched out. A sonic boom sounded out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. This punch was extremely heavy, and even if there was a mountain in front of it, it could shatter it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai did not dodge, and waved his fist to meet the attack. Yuhi's face turned pale. Be careful. Her heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She had clearly told Yang Kai before that this Bei Yushan was born with divine strength, enough to uproot a mountain, so how could Yang Kai think of taking his fist head-on? Wasn't this just asking for humiliation? Seeing this, the others could not help but laugh. Among the Crimson Star clan's leaders, this Bei Yushan was the most talented. He had a special physique, and his brute strength was almost comparable to that of a mutated beast. Under the premise that they were at the same level, no one could take a direct punch from him. Not to mention that he was a 4th-grade sky splitter, while Yang Kai was just a venerable emperor. Although there was no sky splitter in the great cosmological abyss and Bei Yushan couldn't display his full strength, could an ant compete with an elephant? That was impossible. Only now did Chen Tianfei realize that this Yang Kai seemed to be a hothead. He had spent so much effort to bring him here. It was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. If he had known that this person was so arrogant, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. With all kinds of thoughts flashing through their minds, the leaders of Red Star instantly stopped and quietly watched, as if they could predict Yang Kai's next fate. A loud boom resounded. A scene that made the corners of everyone's eyes twitch violently appeared. When the two fists collided, the one who was sent flying was not the smaller Yang Kai, but the 20 to 30 zhang tall Bei Yushan who was like an iron tower. His huge body was like a ragged sack as he slammed into the wall, creating a huge hole in the solid wall. The entire hall shook with a loud bang. On the other hand, Yang Kai's body only paused for a moment before he pounced forward without slowing down. Impossible! Chen Tianfei almost bit his tongue. Because of the squeezing of his fat, his eyes, which had always been narrow and long, were now wider than an ox's. What he saw in front of him had completely overturned his understanding, and he couldn't believe it. The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin were also stunned. In an instant, Yang Kai had pounced 10 zhang in front of the poison matriarch, grinning sinisterly. The poison matriarch obviously hadn't reacted to what had happened, and when she came back to her senses, Yang Kai's sinister smile was already in front of her. Her expression couldn't help but change, and she opened her mouth and spat out a pink mist at Yang Kai. At the same time, her body smashed through a chair and directly flew backwards. The mist was extremely poisonous, and even if a heaven-opening master was hit, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. If they didn't think of a way to neutralize it, they would quickly turn into a pool of pus. When Kai Yang crashed into the fog, his body suddenly shook slightly. Obviously, he was affected by the poison. The poison matriarch laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you have some ability actually sending this big guy flying, but this old lady's soul-devouring smoke isn't so easy to endure. You'll slowly experience the pain of soul-devouring bone and soul-devouring smoke." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened as she stared in front of her with a look of horror. Amidst the pink mist, Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, like a whale swallowing water, directly sucking in a large amount of the mist. Looking up, his eyes shone with a terrifying light, piercing the poison matriarch's soul. The poison matriarch couldn't help but scream, her petite body frantically fleeing backwards. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and stretched out a hand to grab her. Using the space principles, he ignored the distance between them and grabbed the poison matriarch's slender neck, bringing her in front of him. The poison matriarch struggled madly, but the big hand holding her neck didn't move at all. With a bang, Poison Woman's body exploded with a burst of highly toxic liquid that splashed onto Yang Kai's body. Sizzling sounds rang out as Yang Kai's clothes were completely corroded, revealing his slender and well-proportioned muscles. However, there was a layer of earth-yellow light covering his body. The highly toxic liquid splashed onto this earth-yellow light, but was unable to affect it at all and was completely isolated. The poison matriarch looked at Yang Kai with extreme fear. She really couldn't understand why the poison she was so proud of was completely ineffective against this person. He covered her red lips with her hand, looking at the earthen yellow light on the surface of Yang Kai's body. She muttered, "Earth element power." If she remembered correctly, a few months ago, Yang Kai had told her that he had only condensed wood and fire, so where did this earth element power come from? Moreover, it seemed to be of high quality. Otherwise, how could it resist the poison matriarch's poison? He couldn't help but recall that Yang Kai had disappeared from Crouching Dragon Mountain for more than 20 days. Could it be that he had condensed the earth element power at that time? What other abilities do you have? Yang Kai coldly stared at the poison matriarch. The poison matriarch's pupils dilated. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her entire body was being held in Yang Kai's hands, and she was shivering like a quail in the cold winter. The poison that she was so proud of was completely useless in front of Yang Kai. She was already at her wit's end. Then it's my turn. Yang Kai smiled cruelly. He reached out and pinched open the poison matriarch's cherry lips, then moved his head closer. Under the poison matriarch's terrified gaze, he took a deep breath, and his chest and abdomen swelled up. Fire dragon. With less than 3 inches between them, Yang Kai exhaled and spat out a scorching energy from his mouth, crazily pouring it into the poison matriarch's body. That scorching heat was the scorching heat of the golden crow true fire. A blood-curdling scream instantly rang out. The poison matriarch struggled frantically, but she couldn't break free at all. The poison all over her body exploded, but Yang Kai didn't dodge at all, allowing the poison to corrode his earth element power. Stop! Chen Tianfei roared, his round and rolling body instantly turning into a meatball, rumbling as he charged towards Yang Kai. At this moment, the rest of the people also began to attack. When they saw Yang Kai being enveloped by the soul-devouring smoke, they all thought that Yang Kai's death was certain, so they relaxed for a moment. Who would have thought that this short moment of hesitation would cause the poison matriarch to fall into the enemy's hands? How could they dare delay? In the blink of an eye, Chen Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan, who had just crawled back up, rushed in front of Yang Kai, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. Roar! The roar of a beast resounded throughout the main hall as 2 enormous figures, one crimson red and one pitch black, suddenly appeared. One of them spat out raging flames from its mouth to defend against the enemy, while the other wriggled its mouthpart and sprayed out mucus, forcing Crimson Star and the other leaders to be flustered. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also made their appearance. 2 strange beasts, each more than 300 meters long, circled around Yang Kai, protecting him without leaving the slightest gap. All the incoming attacks were blocked by these 2 strange beasts. Chen Tianfei and the others were dumbfounded. Asterisk. The sound of spitting flames continued as the poison matriarch's screams became hoarse as she stared at Yang Kai with pleading eyes. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Ding dong. A crisp sound rang out, as if someone was plucking the strings of a zither. When this sound entered one's ears, it caused one's eyes to be filled with illusions, causing one's mind to become unstable. Madame Qin had summoned a zither from somewhere and was gently plucking the strings, creating an invisible sound attack. He snorted lightly and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai in a flash, summoning her little flower umbrella and twirling it around. Immediately, ripples appeared on the umbrella's surface and spread out in all directions. The melodious sound of the zither instantly became chaotic, and Madame Qin's beautiful face couldn't help but sink. With the protection of the 2 strange beasts, and he taking the lead to block in front of them, Qi Xing and the other leaders were unable to move. They wanted to rescue the poison matriarch, but they couldn't find the opportunity at all. They could only watch as the poison matriarch was killed, and their hearts were filled with grievance. The screams went from loud to hoarse, then from hoarse to low, and finally stopped. The poison matriarch's life force also disappeared in a short span of a few breaths. Yang Kai stopped talking, and the scorching power was instantly annihilated. He shook the poison matriarch in his hand, and the originally delicate and charming person seemed to have no bones at this moment. As he shook, boiling blood foam flowed out of his 7 orifices, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The first one. Yang Kai casually threw the corpse of the poison matriarch to the side, as if he was throwing away trash. The whole place was silent, and the eyes of Qi Xing and the other leaders trembled violently, from time to time moving between the corpses of Yang Kai and the poison matriarch. They couldn't believe that the poison matriarch, who had lived with them for hundreds of years, had died just like that. Moreover, she had died at the hands of the Emperor Realm, and had died so miserably. If it was outside, with the poison matriarch's strength at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai would have been no match for her. The mighty world force was not something he could contend against right now. Not to mention the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm, even if it was the 2nd grade or the 1st grade, as long as Yang Kai was in the heaven-opening realm, he would have to avoid them. However, the special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed Yang Kai to display his skills in front of the heaven-opening realm. The mini-universe world in his body was sealed, and he couldn't use the mighty world force, so these heaven-opening realm cultivators were not as difficult to kill as those from the Emperor realm. Chapter 4005. In the flickering candlelight in the hall, Yang Kai's voice was bone-chilling, turning into a chill that swept through the hearts and minds of the Crimson Star clan leaders. Only now did everyone understand what Yang Kai meant when he said, "the first." The femme fatale was the first to attack Yang Kai and the first to be killed. Since there was the first, there would be the second. With a light clang and sparks flying, Gan Hong's figure appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, the curved blade in his hands silently slashing down. The earth elemental power protecting Yang Kai's body was unable to withstand the sharpness of this blade, and with a loud sound, the sharp blade cut into Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, directly cutting a foot-long wound there. Immediately, flesh and blood rolled and blood flowed out. Gan Hong, who had revealed himself, was stunned and in disbelief. It was all because this slash didn't have the desired effect. That foot-long wound was indeed terrifying, but his slash should have cut Yang Kai in two. The feeling of the curved blade cutting into flesh made Gan Hong realize that the body of this young man in front of him was unreasonably strong. This sturdy body was actually able to withstand his destructive blade. Shocked, Gan Hong's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness, and was about to retreat. His concealment technique was unparalleled in the world, and even a master 1 or 2 minor orders higher than him would not be able to see through him. As Gan Hong hurriedly retreated, he looked up and happened to meet Yang Kai's eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. He saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye, like a snake's pupil, causing people to feel intimidated. Under the gaze of this golden vertical slit, Gan Hong could not help but feel that there was nowhere to hide. The next moment, Yang Kai smiled at him, raised his hand, and grabbed a long spear from the void. Without seeing how he moved, he thrust out his spear, the tip of the spear rapidly expanding in his field of vision, carrying with it a murderous intent that caused one's soul to tremble. Gan Hong paled in fright and used his blade to block. With a bang, a great force came crashing down, causing Gan Hong's thin and weak figure to be sent flying, instantly feeling like a canoe in the middle of a stormy sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The figure hidden in the void was forced to reveal itself, and Gan Hong cried out, "Save me!" At the same time, his figure rushed towards Chen Tianfei. Seeing this, Chen Tianfei's face twitched. He cursed Gan Hong for being such a nuisance, but he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. He wrapped his body and turned into a meatball that rolled over. The rolling meatball contained a terrifying lethality, and the violent power was unrestrained. The Ouyang Kai and Yang Kai's scarlet flood dragon's body moved, blocking Yang Kai. The scarlet Jiao twisted his body moved, blocking scarlet flood dragon scarred. Madame Qin's zither sounded again, but was blocked by Yu He, and the two women fought in the air. At the same time, the earth dragon's mouth wriggled, spraying mucus towards Bei Yushan. Bei Yushan had the strength to pull up a mountain, but facing this slippery loach-like strange beast, he was unable to break through the earth dragon's defense. Inside the hall, chaos reigned as many forces were scattered everywhere. Chen Tianfei shouted, "Little brother Yang, stop. Listen to me. If you have anything to say, say it later." Yang Kai grinned as he stared at the rolling meatball, not slowing down in the slightest as he thrust his spear forward. Above the tip of his spear, a black sphere flashed and a terrifying space principles burst forth. With a boom, the void collapsed, and Chen Tianfei was sent flying. He retreated continuously in the void, and with every step he took, the sound of violent qi erupting could be heard from behind him. That was the sound of the energy being unloaded, and as he retreated, his fat ball-like body rapidly shrank. His clothes became incomparably loose, and his entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. After he regained his footing, he had returned to the state of an ordinary person, and his face was extremely pale. Seeing this, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Gan Hong had been forced to the foot of the wall, unable to retreat, a look of panic on his face. Yang Kai's eyes overflowed with light as he stabbed out with his spear. Words could not describe the elegance of this spear, and it seemed that there was only the tip of this spear left in the world. Gan Hong screamed in horror. He had the power to split open the heavens, but he could not display it in the great cosmological realm, so he felt extremely sullen. He summoned his strength, poured it into the curved saber in his hand, and slashed down. The saber light was like the Milky Way spilling out, sprinkling toward Yang Kai. Wherever the black dragon spear passed, the saber light shattered, and with a soft sound, time seemed to freeze. The corners of Chen Tianfei's eyes twitched even more as he stared blankly at the scene at the foot of the wall. The bitterness in his heart was like eating Chinese gold thread. The Ouyang brothers also stopped. Madame Qin stopped playing the zither, and Bei Yushan turned his head to look. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai's long spear was raised high, and a thin figure was hanging on the tip of the spear. Who else could it be but Gan Hong? The black dragon spear pierced through Gan Hong's chest and abdomen and came out from his back. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one arm and raised it high. His heroic figure was like a god descending to the mortal world, causing the remaining Crimson Star clan leader's eyes to tremble in disbelief. Cough. Gan Hong coughed lightly, blood filling his mouth as he said with difficulty, "If you kill me, First Master will not let you go." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning. "Are these your last words?" Gan Hong's eyes widened as he roared, "You dare!" Yang Kai's arm shook, and a violent force poured into Gan Hong's body through the black dragon spear. Gan Hong screamed miserably, but he only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before his whole body exploded, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Yang Kai's voice came out like a ghost, "Look at me. Do you dare, or don't you dare?" With a shake of the long spear, Yang Kai turned to look at the remaining people and smiled. "Second one." Madame Qin's fingers trembled, and she accidentally plucked the strings of her zither. The Ouyang brothers' faces sank, Bei Yushan's brows furrowed, and Chen Tianfei's head was dripping with sweat. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Master Chen, you're much more handsome now." In truth, Chen Tianfei was also quite handsome under normal circumstances, but because he cultivated a special secret art, he had no choice but to maintain an extremely fat figure all year round. Now that most of his fat had disappeared, he had regained quite a bit of his elegance. Facing Yang Kai's ridicule, Chen Tianfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his expression extremely conflicted. Yang Kai looked around and rested his spear on his shoulder. "Master Chen said just now that Qi Xing's 7 masters didn't have many seats for me to sit on, but now that there are, I want to sit on one of them. Does anyone have any objections?" No one answered, no one daring to speak casually, their hearts tense, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly attack again. After this battle, Qi Xing's masters discovered that this guy was a complete madman, daring to challenge the might of splitting the heavens with just the strength of an Emperor Realm cultivator and beating a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators into falling flowers. If news of this spread, none of them would be able to go out and see anyone in the future. They really didn't have the face to do so. "This is your territory, so we'll follow your rules." Master Chen said before that if I want to become Qi Xing's master, I need the agreement of at least 4 people. Everyone, please state your position. Do you agree or not? Hearing this, Chen Tianfei and the others cursed in their hearts. "You still know this is our territory?" Even though they had complaints in their hearts, at this moment, they had no choice but to consider them seriously. The poison matriarch and Gan Hong were already dead, and although they had some friendship with them, it wasn't to the extent that they would take revenge for them. Offending such a murderous god for 2 dead people was naturally not worth it. Moreover, the strength Yang Kai had displayed in this battle was frightening, so if they could really accept him as Qi Xing's master, it would be of great benefit to Qi Xing. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Tianfei was the first to raise his hand and say, "I agree." The sound of a zither rang out and Madame Qin smiled, "I also agree." The Ouyang brothers looked at each other and nodded lightly. Bei Yushan stood there scratching his head as he glanced at the poison matriarch's corpse and said, "Then I also agree." Chen Tianfei immediately cupped his fists and said, "Little brother Yang, welcome to Qixing. From now on, we will be a family. There will be many things we will need to rely on you in the future, so please don't refuse when the time comes." Yang Kai smiled faintly, Of course. Yu He said from the side, "I also want to be Qi Xing's master." Seeing everyone look over, Yu He said matter-of-factly, "Your Qi Xing is missing 2 masters this time, can I make up the numbers?" Chen Tianfei blinked and smiled, "Of course, you're most welcome." They had intended to recruit Yu He before, but Yu He did not agree. Now that she had taken the initiative to mention it, how could Qi Xing refuse? Moreover, as she said, Qi Xing was missing 2 masters this time, so they needed to make up the numbers. What's more, Yu He herself was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, stronger than Chen Tianfei and the others, more than enough to be a master. After this battle, Crimson Star's 2 positions changed hands. Yang Kai and Yu He both became Crimson Star's 6th and 7th masters respectively. Although this was not a happy ending, it did not have much of an impact on Qi Xing's overall strength. On the contrary, it had actually increased. Chen Tianfei and the others could accept such a result. Since they had already been branded as Qi Xing, there was naturally no need to be so hostile. Yang Kai put away his Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon before casually chatting with Chen Tianfei and the others for a while. After a while, Yang Kai said, "Where is our great master? I have just entered Qi Xing, shouldn't I pay him a visit?" Chen Tianfei smiled lightly, "Great master is in seclusion all year round, so we don't get to see him much. If there is a chance later, I will introduce him to Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly and couldn't help feeling a little curious about Qi Xing's great master. He hadn't seen him at all in today's battle, so he was really a bit elusive. Yang Kai wondered if he was trying to break through to the 6th-stage heaven-opening realm like Yu He had said. Chapter 4006. Outside the main hall, the 3 from Great Moon Province waited anxiously. Some Crimson Star cultivator glanced at them from time to time, full of malicious intent. This situation made Meng Hong and the others feel uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. The door of the main hall was closed, so they didn't know what was going on inside, but Meng Hong could faintly feel that Yang Kai and Yu He were going to a dangerous place. Just as Meng Hong and the others were feeling anxious, the door of the main hall suddenly opened. Meng Hong's expression brightened and he quickly looked up. What he saw was Yang Kai taking the lead, followed by Yu He, and a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar. The middle-aged man was dressed strangely, wearing a loose robe. His face was a little pale, but there was a smile on his face. When they got closer, they heard the middle-aged man say, "6th Master, 7th Master, please stay at the inn for a few days. Wait until I have people tidy up the place before moving in. If the 2 of you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. I will have people arrange them properly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "As you wish, there is no special request." The middle-aged man said, "Then this Chen will arrange it as he sees fit. If 6th Elder and 7th Elder don't like it, I will change." "Thank you, Elder Chen." Yang Kai cupped his hands slightly. The middle-aged man returned the courtesy and said, "Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai nodded and called Meng Hong and the others to follow, striding towards the inn. After walking for a long time, Meng Hong asked, "Brother Yang, was that Chen Tianfei from Crimson Star?" Yang Kai nodded. Meng Hong was surprised. How did he become like that? Wasn't he a fat man before? Yu He pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Of course he was beaten up. This time his Yuan Qi was seriously injured. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover." Beaten up. The people from the Great Moon Prefecture looked at each other, thinking that Chen Tianfei had been beaten up by Yu He. They knew that there must have been a fierce battle in the hall just now. Otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to distinguish himself. What's going on with 6th Elder and 7th Elder? Meng Hong asked, puzzled. Yang Kai said, "You, he and I will be Crimson Star's elders from now on." Crimson Star's elders? Meng Hong was shocked. He had heard that Yang Kai wanted to be Crimson Star's elders in the inn, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, this was a good thing for them. Yang Kai and you, he and you, he, you, he and you, he, you could provide them. Meng Hong couldn't help sighing in admiration. Looking at Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master who had entered Crimson Star, and thinking about himself, he couldn't even hold on to the woman he loved and had instead thrown herself into the arms of another man. Meng Hong couldn't help feeling a little sad. Yang Kai was elder too. To Meng could only two to the two. Returning to the inn, Zhao Xingxing was nowhere to be found and the inn was deserted. The innkeeper was sitting behind the counter, feeling sorry for himself, but when he saw that Yang Kai and the others had returned alive, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. After settling in, Yuhi did not stay in her own room but instead ran over to Yang Kai's, sat down at the table, and stared at him with an infatuated look on her face. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman was a bit crazy, so it was best not to provoke her. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was a little concerned about and could not help asking. Isn't there only 7 elders in Crimson Star? But I saw 7 in the main hall before, including the first elder. Doesn't that make 8? Chen Tianfei, Bei Yushan, the Ouyang brothers, and Madame Qin, that made 5. Including Gan Hong and the poison matriarch, who were killed by Yang Kai, that made 7. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Ouyang has always been together, so he can only be counted as 1. Yang Kai understood and threw a dragon blood pill into his mouth and closed his eyes to refine it. I have something to ask you. Yu He suddenly turned around and sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a delicate fragrance, her beautiful eyes looking at Yang Kai. What? Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. Yu He said, have you already condensed earth element power? As expected. Yu He sighed slightly. Previously, when she saw Yang Kai's earth element power appear in the main hall, she had already guessed. Now, she had just confirmed it. Is it in Crouching Dragon Mountain? Yu He thought about it. Only in the 20-odd days in Crouching Dragon Mountain did Yang Kai have the opportunity to condense earth element power. It was just that she did not understand what was in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Why are you asking this? Yang Kai frowned. 7th grade? Yu He did not answer the question and stared at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes and was too lazy to say more. Yu He sighed. It seems that you did not listen to what I said before. Do you know that you are digging your own grave? Yang Kai said unhappily, if you have anything to say it clearly. I am just condensing 5 elements power. How is that digging my own grave? Yu He opened her mouth and hesitated several times before turning her head and saying, when you are out of the great cosmological realm, you can ask Lan Yuro. If she wants to tell you, she will tell you. If she doesn't want to tell you, you can come to me. She changed the topic and said seriously, I will say the same thing again. Do not let others know that you have condensed 7th grade heaven-splitting force. Otherwise, no one in the 3,000 worlds can save your life, not even Lan Yuro. After saying that, she left the room, somewhat dispirited. Yang Kai frowned. Yu He had told him about this last time, but she did not say it clearly. There seemed to be some hidden meaning in it. This made Yang Kai full of doubts. He did not know how he was digging his own grave. Yu He only thought that he had condensed 7th grade heaven-splitting force. If she knew that he had condensed power above 7th grade, she would probably go crazy. Although Yang Kai did not completely trust Yu He could feel that she had no malicious intentions towards him. It seemed that when he was out of the great cosmological realm, he really had to find an opportunity to ask the lady boss. Qi Xing's efficiency was very high. In just 2 days, Chen Tianfei had already arranged everything. He personally came to the inn and led Yang Kai and Yu He to the mansion. After all, they were Qi Xing's 6th and 7th masters. It would be detrimental to Qi Xing's reputation if they kept staying in the inn. The mansion occupied a considerable area, and its location was also quite good. It was not inferior to the mansions of other masters. He led Yang Kai and Yu He around the mansion and introduced them to the situation here. After a while, they came to a side hall. The guests and hosts took their seats, and a maidservant served tea. Chen Tianfei sat at the head of the table with a smile. Are the two of you satisfied with the arrangements in this mansion? If you are not satisfied, just tell this Chen and I will let them adjust it. After not seeing him for 2 days, this guy seemed to have put on weight. When he smiled, the fat on his face jiggled. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Chen is considerate. There is no need to trouble yourself. To him, this mansion was just a place to live, so there was naturally no need to pay too much attention to it. Chen Tianfei said, That's good, that's good. After speaking, he coughed lightly and clapped his hands. Come in. 2 people immediately walked in from the door, a man and a woman. The man walked with a limp. It was Zhao Xingxing, whose leg had been broken by Yang Kai before. It was likely that he had taken some pills in the past 2 days, otherwise his injury would not have healed so quickly. When he saw Zhao Xingxing, Meng Hong, who was standing to the side, did not react, but after seeing the woman's appearance, Meng Hong's expression could not help but become complicated. The woman was surprisingly Qinyu. The two of them walked in one after another. Zhao Xingxing had a flattering smile on his face, while Qinyu was looking down at her feet. The hair hanging in front of her chest covered her face, so it was unknown what kind of expression she had at this moment. Greetings to 6th Master and 7th Master. Zhao Xingxing's face was still a little bruised, and several of his teeth had fallen out. When he spoke, his speech was a little sluggish. At this moment, he no longer had the high-spirited and arrogant attitude he had 2 days ago. His face was accompanied by a smile that was uglier than crying, and his face was full of flattery. Chen Yu also bowed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Greetings to the 2 masters. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Chen Tianfei with a faint smile. Brother Chen, what is the meaning of this? Chen Tianfei said solemnly, 6th Master, this boy had eyes but failed to see before and offended you. Although he has already been taught a lesson, he has still offended his superiors. My Red Star has strict rules, and anyone who dares to offend his superiors will be severely punished. Today, I asked this boy to come here and apologize. Whether he is to be killed or tortured, 6th Master can decide. This king will not stop you. His words were powerful and resonant, and he appeared to be fair and impartial. Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this and hurriedly turned to look at him, saying pitifully, Brother-in-law. You still have the face to call me brother-in-law. Chen Tianfei coldly snorted, This king's face is about to be lost because of you. I told you long ago not to use your status as a little commander to cause trouble. I told you long ago that there is always someone better than you, but you didn't believe me and thought that the sky is the greatest. You are the 2nd Master. The day before yesterday, you were just lucky enough to meet 6th Master. If it were anyone else, you would have died many times over. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said, 6th Master, I have brought him to you. If you want to kill him, just do it. Chen Tianfei will not stop you. After saying this, he actually closed his eyes, as if out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Xingxing was horrified. Seeing that he could not count on Chen Tianfei, he could only kneel on the ground and beg Yang Kai, 6th Master, please spare my life. This lowly one was blinded by greed and offended 6th Master. This lowly one deserves 1,000 deaths. I won't dare do it again. 6th Master, please spare my life. As he spoke, he coughed and kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. After a few kowtows, his head was bleeding. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, he said, Commander Zhao, there is no enmity between you and me. Even if there was, it was settled the day before yesterday. You offended this king, so this king broke your leg. Let's call it even. If you want to live, the one you should be begging is not me. Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this, but quickly reacted. He turned his head to look at Meng Hong and squeezed out a sad smile. Brother Meng. Chapter 4007. Zhao Xingxing's sorrowful cry woke up the absent-minded Meng Hong. He raised his head and saw Zhao Xingxing looking at him with a pitiful and pleading face. He couldn't help but think of how this person had flaunted his strength to him the day before yesterday. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Knowing that Yang Kai was giving him a chance to take revenge, he couldn't help but look at him gratefully. However, it was not his own strength that made Zhao Xingxing lower his head, but it was a fact that his beloved woman had thrown herself into his arms. How could Meng Hong have the mood to be entangled with him? The expression on his face was indifferent, and his interest waned. Zhao Xingxing said in fear, "Brother Meng, on account of the many times I have helped you before, I ask Brother Meng to spare me. I know my wrongs, I won't dare to do it again." Meng Hong still didn't say anything. He just looked at him indifferently, as if he was watching a clown's funny performance. The two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were filled with righteous indignation. One of them stepped forward and scolded, "Shameless thing, our big brother calls you brother in vain, but you used dirty tricks behind his back to seduce big brother's woman. Now you still have the face to beg for mercy?" He turned his head and shouted in a low voice, "Big brother, let me kill him." Zhao Xingxing turned pale with fright. Before coming here, Chen Tianfei had told him that whether he lived or died this time would depend on his own luck. He couldn't afford to offend the new sixth leader at all. Previously, in the main hall, he had killed the poison lady and gone hung by himself. If he really provoked him, Chen Tianfei himself would be unable to protect himself. If not for this, why would Zhao Xingxing follow Chen Tianfei to come here to apologize? If the other party were to make a move at this time, his brother-in-law might not be able to count on him. Knowing that his life and death was in Meng Hong's hands, Zhao Xingxing didn't care about his face and hurriedly said, "Brother Meng, this is a misunderstanding. Miss Qin Yu and I are innocent. Nothing happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." He turned his head to look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu only lowered her head, her body slightly trembling. Zhao Xingxing anxiously said, "Brother Meng, I brought Miss Qin Yu here today and returned her to you. Let's pretend that nothing happened, okay?" "Shut up." Meng Hong, who hadn't made a stand since the beginning, suddenly shouted out explosively, and he stared at Zhao Xingxing with a gaze that seemed to shoot out flames as he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhao Xingxing, what do you take Miss Chen for? She's a person and not a good that can be casually given away. Are your actions worthy of her sincerity?" Zhao Stars opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself that Qin Yu was just trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. How could she possibly be sincere? It was clear that Meng Hong was very worried about Qin Yu. If he really said those words, he would probably die here immediately. After Meng Hong finished drinking, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Leave. I don't want to see you again." In the end, he did not kill him. Firstly, Zhao Xingxing bowed his head and begged for mercy not because of his own ability, but because of Yang Kai's prestige. Secondly, Yang Kai had just become the sixth head of Crimson Star. If he really killed Zhao Xingxing, it would definitely bring him some trouble. At the very least, he would definitely be on bad terms with Chen Tianfei. Although what he said before sounded good, if he really killed Zhao Xingxing in front of him, he would definitely not be happy. Zhao Xingxing was overjoyed when he heard this, and a smile bloomed on his bruised face. "Many thanks, Brother Meng, many thanks, Brother Meng." He then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Many thanks, sixth head. Why haven't you left yet?" Chen Tianfei kicked him to the ground. Zhao Xingxing didn't even bother to stand up and quickly ran out. After surviving a disaster, he was in a good mood. After he left, only Qin Yu remained standing there by herself, and she was extremely conspicuous. Her originally delicate and pretty face was pale at this moment, and her delicate figure was trembling lightly. It was unknown if she was afraid or ashamed to show her face. Meng Hong glanced at her and sighed slightly, but didn't say anything. He simply cupped his hands to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Chen Tianfei saw this and chuckled, cupping his fists and saying, "Sixth head, seventh head, this Chen still has some matters to attend to and will take his leave first. I have left some people in this house for you to use. If you have any requests, just let them know. Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Chen Tianfei nodded and got up to leave. After Chen Tianfei left, He turned to Qin Yu, who was standing below with her head lowered, and asked Yang Kai, "How should we deal with this?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. How would he know how to deal with it? Meng Hong should have been the one to speak, But this guy left without saying a word, leaving such a difficult problem here. How could Yang Kai intervene? I'll leave it to you to decide, Yang Kai said before turning around and leaving. In the inner courtyard, Meng Hong stood alone by the pond, quietly looking at the fish swimming in the clear water below. Not far away, two disciples of the Great Moon State stood there with worried faces, looking at Meng Hong's back. Hearing footsteps, they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai. One of them whispered, "Brother Yang, will Big Brother be okay?" The other disciple of the Great Moon State was also worried. "I heard people say that being troubled by love is very likely to lead to inner demons. Can Big Brother get over this hurdle?" The disciple of the Great Moon State who spoke first said angrily, "We should have killed that bitch just now and ended all troubles. What's the use of keeping such a flattering woman? She disturbed Big Brother's state of mind for nothing." The other disciple said, "You know how much Big Brother likes her. If you really kill her, Big Brother will fall out with you. Then what should we do?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Don't quarrel, I'll go and take a look." The two disciples of the Great Moon State looked at Yang Kai as if he was their savior. "Brother Yang, you must persuade Big Brother." Yang Kai didn't comment. He couldn't agree to this kind of thing rashly. Love was the most difficult thing to understand. Meng Hong still had to rely on himself. When it came to this kind of thing, no matter what others said, it was useless. Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's side and looked at him. To his surprise, Meng Hong's expression was quite good, not as bad as he had imagined. Before Yang Kai could speak, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, are you worried about me?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "Your two junior brothers are afraid that you will have inner demons." Meng Hong smiled slightly and said, "That's not the case. Although I like you, she has made her own choice. We are not destined to be together. I just feel sad for her. She didn't know how to judge people and ended up being abandoned. That's also her own choice." Meng Hong nodded slightly. "Yes, the ups and downs of life are like fish in a pond. After going around in circles, we still can't jump out of those shackles." After a moment of silence, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, I want to become stronger." Yang Kai turned to look at him. On the path of cultivation, everyone is walking on the path of becoming stronger. Meng Hong turned around, his eyes burning. "I want to become stronger." Yang Kai frowned. He knew that although Meng Hong said it casually, Qin Yu's matter still had some impact on him. Otherwise, how could he have such thoughts? Only after suffering setbacks and blows would one have a greater desire for power. There is no opening of the heavens in the great cosmological realm. If you want to become stronger, you can only continue to condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. When you leave the great cosmological realm, you can advance to opening the heavens. A pleasant voice sounded. It was Yueha walking over and standing beside Yang Kai. A strand of hair was blown by the wind and scattered on Yang Kai's cheek. Yang Kai brushed her hair aside and nodded. There are many heaven-splitting talents in the great cosmological realm. They should be able to meet Brother Meng's needs. "Brother Meng, what grade are you condensing?" Meng Hong said, "3rd grade." Yang Kai understood. After all, the Great Moon Province was not a very powerful force. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfeng, whom he had met before, were both 3rd grade heaven-splitting. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, it was natural for Meng Hong to condense 3rd grade. "I thought that 3rd grade was enough, but now it seems that 3rd grade heaven-splitting is just a nobody in the 3,000 worlds. I want to achieve a higher grade." Yang Kai frowned. "But Brother Meng, if I'm not wrong, you should have already condensed several types of heaven-splitting power. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, he could not always stay in the Emperor realm. He had definitely condensed more than 3 types of heaven-splitting power in his seal. Since the foundation had been laid, he could only continue forward. There was no turning back. Meng Hong nodded. "Yes, I have already condensed 4 types of power." "Then what about you?" Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed slightly. "Tai divine purifying water?" Meng Hong nodded solemnly. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his palm. The bottle seemed to be filled with some liquid. When he shook it, the sound of liquid could be heard. You are courting death. Yuehe's expression was extremely solemn. What is Tai divine purifying water? Yang Kai asked blankly. Yuehe said, you also know that in order to achieve heaven splitting, one needs to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the seal to create a small world in one's body. Only by possessing the power of the world can one achieve heaven splitting. Once the cultivator has chosen a certain grade of heaven splitting power, it can't be easily changed. Moreover, the final blossoming of the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements is closely related to the power of the lowest grade. For example, if he condenses 3rd grade power, if one of them is 2nd grade, then the heaven splitting he achieves will be 2nd grade. It won't change because the other 6 are 3rd grade. Yang Kai nodded. I know this. The process of achieving heaven splitting was like filling a wooden barrel with water. It could only be filled to the position of the shortest plank. Yuehe continued, but there are always some people in this world who are not satisfied with the grade of the yin, yang, and 5 elements they condense. They want to reach a higher level when they achieve heaven splitting, but their foundation has already been laid. How can they change it at will? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Can't change it at will? In other words, it can still be changed? Yuehe nodded solemnly. Relying on this Tai divine purifying water, there is a chance to change it. After consuming it, the yin, yang, and 5 elements in the seal will be stripped away. If one can survive, it will give one a chance to start all over again. Is the risk high? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Only now did he understand what Meng Hong was planning. He obviously wanted to consume this Tai divine purifying water to start all over again. Chapter 4008. He sneered when she heard this. The risk depends on how much power the person who consumes it condenses. The less power one condenses, the lower the risk. If one only condenses one type, there is basically a 50% chance of success. Condensing one type only gives a 50% chance. Yang Kai could not help but change his expression. What about 4 types? Meng Hong had just said that he had already condensed 4 types of splitting the heavens power, so the chances of success were even lower. About 10%, Yuhi said. 10%? Yang Kai was horrified. This was simply a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Yuhi looked at Meng Hong with a sneer. Even so, do you still want to do this? Meng Hong clenched the jade bottle in his hand and nodded calmly. I have made up my mind. After a pause, he said, Brother Yang, you don't have to persuade me. I had this idea a long time ago, but I never had the courage to put it into action. Outside, with the power of the Great Moon Province, there is no way to find enough natural treasures for me, but it is different here. This is the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove. Brother Yang, you may not know this, but during the few months you were in seclusion, I often heard that someone had found 4th grade, 5th grade, or even 6th grade treasures. This is my opportunity, and if I don't try, I may regret it for the rest of my life. Yang Kai was silent. If Meng Hong was just impulsive because of Qinyu, he might have persuaded him. After all, it was unwise to take such a big risk for a moment of anger, but Meng Hong had also said that he had this idea a long time ago, but he did not have the courage to put it into action. What happened this time might have really given him the courage to make up his mind. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, Since you said so, then I can only wish you success. He turned to look at Yuhi and asked, What are the consequences if you fail? Yuhi said solemnly, The function of Tai divine purifying water is to strip the power of yin-yang and 5 elements from the Tao seal. If you fail, the Tao seal will definitely shatter. What do you think the consequences will be? If the Tao seal was shattered, how could there be a good end? Either his soul would be destroyed and his body would perish, or his cultivation would be crippled and he would become a cripple. Now I'm a little curious. Where did you get this Tai divine purification water from? Although it's not rare, it's not something that someone from the Emperor realm can get their hands on. Just this portion of Tai pure divine water is comparable to a portion of a 5th grade material. Yuhi frowned. 5th grade materials were worth at least 1.5 million heaven opening pills. Such wealth was definitely not a small number for a force like the Great Moon Prefecture. When Meng Hong heard this, he smiled and said, "A long time ago, I obtained it by chance during an experiential training. I kept it and could not bear to sell it, thinking that this day might come." From this, it could be seen that Meng Hong's desire to come here again was not a whim, but a thought that had been in his mind for a long time. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since Brother Meng has made such a decision, then I won't say anything more. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask." He sneered, "There's nothing you can do except find a quiet place for him." Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, please keep this matter a secret for my 2 junior brothers. If this matter succeeds, I will personally explain it to them. If not, Yang Kai, please burn my body and hand my corpse to my 2 junior brothers to bring back to the Great Moon Prefecture." Meng Hong clearly didn't have much confidence in himself since he was already making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai wanted to persuade him, but he did not know how to say it. If he were in Meng Hong's shoes, what would he do if he had such an opportunity? Even if he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, he would still press forward. "When will it begin?" Yang Kai asked. Meng Hong said, "There's no time like the present. Let's do it today." He was very swift and decisive. Yang Kai could only find a quiet secret room for him and set up a formation with he to prevent him from being disturbed at a critical moment. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know why Meng Hong suddenly went into seclusion. They only thought that it was because of Qin Yu's matter, so they hated Qin Yu even more. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai and he were busy, and it took them a lot of effort to arrange everything. Staring at the secret room, he sighed softly, "Don't worry, it's useless. The result will be out in 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I hope everything goes well for him." Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "What did you do with Qin Yu?" He said, "If she stays, can we drive her away? She's just a weak woman. If we chase her away, she'll be eaten up by others in a few days." Yang Kai laughed, "You are kind." He snorted coldly, "You can also see that Meng Hong still has feelings for Qin Yu. If we really drive her away, how can Meng Hong feel at ease? Leave her here and let Meng Hong deal with her himself." Yang Kai nodded, "You did well." He smiled and bowed, "Thank you, young master, for your praise." "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai flicked his sleeves and left with his hands behind his back, leaving he giggling behind him. Before Chen Tianfei left, he said that he left some people in the mansion to listen to his orders. Yang Kai soon met the leader of these people, a guy named Guizian. Yang Kai was now Crimson Star's 6th manager after all, so it would be unreasonable for Crimson Star to not transfer some people to him. In Crimson Star, Guizian was also a commander-level figure with a 2nd stage heaven opening cultivation. His strength was not bad. If it were in the outside world, he might not even look at Yang Kai. Amir the Emperor realm was nothing to him, but here in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai had killed Poison Lady and Gan Hong. Even if Guizian's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he had no choice but to bow his head to him. After a series of questions and answers, Yang Kai somewhat understood the personality of this Guizian. He was relatively taciturn and originally worked under the Poison Matriarch, but now that she was dead, the power under her control was naturally divided among the other leaders. Leaving Guizian behind to share with Yang Kai could be considered a good way to account for his actions. Guizian's subordinates weren't many, but they weren't few either, at least 100 or so. This was all of Yang Kai's subordinates. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least, there were still people he could use. Without saying anything, Yang Kai followed Guizian to meet the 100 or so people under him. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to enter Crimson Star and fight for the position of manager was that he wanted to use Crimson Star's power to search for the heaven-opening materials he needed. With more people, he was more well-informed. It was difficult for him to find out where in the great cosmological realm high-quality heaven and earth treasures were found. However, Crimson Star was different. With Star City as their foundation, their influence spread out in all directions. Even the slightest movement in the wind could not be hidden from Crimson Star's investigation. Crimson Star was a relatively loose organization, and its members were from all walks of life. Their strength was also mixed, and many of them were unruly. When they heard that the new sixth manager was from the Emperor realm, they did not pay much attention. The 100 or so people stood there loosely, but Yu-He, who followed them, made them wait with rapt attention. After all, Yu-He was a 5th-grade heaven-opening cultivator. Such a person could be considered an expert in the 3,000 worlds. Any cultivator would instinctively revere powerful strength. Yang Kai did not care much. After a few words of encouragement, he asked Guizian to take the 100 or so people to spread out and scout for information. He ordered Guizian to report immediately if there was any news of high-quality heaven and earth treasures. Guizian naturally agreed. The next few days were peaceful. Yang Kai took dragon blood pills every day to purify his dragon veins and comprehend the power of the wood and fire elements that he had already condensed. Previously, he had comprehended a dragon race innate dragon technique from the dragon pearl, which made Yang Kai faintly feel that he had not yet developed the full power of the wood and fire elements. Between the two forces condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the golden crow true fire, he should be able to nurture a powerful divine technique. If he could successfully comprehend it, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would have more means to deal with powerful enemies. Every day, he would go to see the situation with Meng Hong. Unfortunately, since Meng Hong was in seclusion, the secret room where he stayed was silent. There was a large array blocking it, so Yang Kai did not know what was going on inside. The two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know what Meng Hong was doing at all, so they did not show too much worry. On this day, Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's place of seclusion to investigate as usual. However, he saw that Yu-He had already arrived. Their eyes met, and Yu-He slowly shook her head. Yang Kai frowned and said, "It's already been 8 days." Yu-He sighed slightly, "I'm afraid he's done for." "Is there no way to help?" Yu-He said, "After taking the Tai-E divine purification water, whether he lives or dies will depend on his own ability. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Even if you go in now, you will only disturb him." Yang Kai remained silent. Since Yu-He said so, even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. "Let's wait for another 2 days. If he still doesn't come out, it means he has failed. At that time, we can only collect his corpse." Yu-He stroked her hair behind her ear. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stared at the secret room in front of him. Using his divine sense, he seemed to sense some subtle movements coming from inside the secret room. Yu-He obviously also noticed this and turned her head to look at Yang Kai in surprise. After a while, the large array arranged in the secret room slowly closed. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and took a step forward, opening the door of the secret room and rushing in. Yu-He followed closely behind. Inside the secret room, a strong smell of blood filled the air, and the entire secret room was a mess, as if it had been swept away by several violent forces. At the center of the secret chamber, a figure sat cross-legged quietly with his head lowered. His black hair hung down disheveled and covered his face. Meng Hong was in an extremely miserable state at this moment. His entire body was covered with traces of dried blood. Obviously, he had suffered a lot. Moreover, his aura was so weak that Yang Kai could not tell at a glance whether he had succeeded or failed. Somewhat worried, Yang Kai stepped forward, stood opposite Meng Hong, and called out softly, "Brother Meng." Chapter 4009. Meng Hong slowly raised his head. His eyes were sunken and his face was extremely pale, but his eyes were really bright. Looking at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a smile. "God bless me." Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and he also laughed. "Brother Meng, you're really lucky." Meng Hong had fought for a future in a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Although Yang Kai did not know how Meng Hong had spent the past 8 days, he knew that Meng Hong must have been hovering between life and death in these days, judging from his current state and the situation in the secret chamber. After asking him to take a few elixirs and regulate his breathing for a while, Yang Kai sent him back to his room to rest. Meng Hong called the two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture over and personally explained the whole story to them. The two disciples looked scared. One blamed his big brother for taking such a big risk without telling them. What if something unexpected happened? The other was indignant and clamored to kill that bitch Chin Yu now to vent the anger in his big brother's heart. After arguing for a while, Yang Kai and Yuehe left, leaving the three brothers to talk. In the next few days, Meng Hong's state was getting better day by day. The Tai pure divine water had stripped away the 4 kinds of level 3 strength that originally existed in his Taoist seal, allowing him to return to the state when he first condensed his Taoist seal. It was tantamount to giving him a chance to start over. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not available to everyone. This time, Meng Hong would naturally not make do with it casually. He would definitely seize it well. A few days later, Yang Kai visited Meng Hong again and asked him about his future plans. Meng Hong said, "I destroyed my 3rd rank foundation because I naturally desire to achieve a higher rank. 4th rank is not within my consideration. 6th rank is too far away and rare, and it is not something I can bear. If I can achieve 5th rank splitting the heavens, then my life and death experience will not be in vain." Yang Kai nodded slightly when he heard this. Meng Hong's ambition to open the heavens in the 5th stage was indeed not great. However, for the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture, reaching the 5th stage was definitely an extravagant hope in the past. After all, any 5th stage material was worth 1.5 million opening heaven pills. 7 materials would cost at least 10 million opening heaven pills. The Great Moon Prefecture might be able to raise this amount of money by selling everything they had, but it was meaningless to buy it without any connections. It had to be known that even with such a powerful backer like the Lady Boss, Bai Qi had only reached the 5th stage of splitting the heavens and had been disturbed at a critical juncture. If it weren't for Yang Kai giving him some worldly source liquid, he would have died long ago. If Meng Hong could reach the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, then he could look forward to the 7th stage in his lifetime. He wouldn't be stuck at the middle stage of splitting the heavens for the rest of his life. He would also have the opportunity to experience the high stage of splitting the heavens. Moreover, Meng Hong had also said that the 6th stage material was not something he could bear. Someone had told Yang Kai before that for a cultivator, the higher the grade of the material they condensed, the better. Everyone had their own tolerance limit. If this limit was exceeded, the higher the grade of the material, the more likely it was that the cultivator would die in vain. Meng Hong had set himself at the 5th stage, which was the limit that most cultivators could bear. If it was higher, neither their physical body nor Dao seal would be able to bear it. "If I reach the 5th stage, I can give Brother Meng something." As he spoke, Yang Kai flipped his hand, and a scorching light immediately appeared on his palm, as if he had caught a small sun in his hand. Meng Hong's expression froze as he shouted, "True sun flame! Is this something you obtained from the sun's star?" He had seen the true sun flame before. After all, when the sun's star was extinguished, a group of disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture were also present. They had followed Wei Kei to search for the true sun flame, so Meng Hong recognized it at a glance. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I obtained it from the sun star." In the sun star, not only had Yang Kai obtained the golden crow's corpse under the watchful eyes of many heaven-opening realm cultivators, but he had also obtained a lot of true sun flame. There were 4th stage and 5th stage true sun flame, but there were not many 5th stage true sun flames, only 3. They had never been of much use to him. Since Meng Hong needed them, Yang Kai would not be stingy. Staring at the true sun flame in a daze, Meng Hong wanted to refuse, but he was reluctant to do so. The Great Moon Prefecture had obtained a 5th stage true sun flame before, but they had not given it to their own disciples. Instead, they had exchanged it for some 4th stage true sun flame. With such careful planning, it was possible that a 4th stage true sun flame could be brought to the Great Moon Prefecture in the near future. At that time, the Great Moon Prefecture would have a middle stage true sun flame, barely becoming a 2nd-grade force. Observing Meng Hong's expression, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Meng, please accept it first. Just treat it as a loan from me. If there is a chance in the future, just return it to me." Hearing him say this, Meng Hong didn't continue to be polite and immediately nodded. This Meng will not fail to live up to Brother Yang's good intentions. Circulating his strength, Meng Hong received the true sun flame. In an instant, a wave of heat hit him in the face, and he could not help but groan, his expression changing slightly. Previously, he had been refining third-grade materials with ease. Now that he had come into contact with fifth-grade materials, he realized that these high-quality materials were not something that could be refined by just anyone. If one's foundation was slightly weaker, it was very likely that they would be burned to death by this scorching power. How could they talk about the power to split the heavens? He secretly rejoiced that he had not bitten off more than he could chew and had only set his goal as a fifth-stage true sun flame. Now, it seemed that this was a wise decision. Leaving Meng Hong to refine the true sun flame and condense his fire attribute true sun flame, Yang Kai called over 2 disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture to protect him before leaving. Passing through a corridor, he suddenly saw a familiar figure sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard and was slightly startled. As if sensing something, Chen Yu raised her head and looked over. When their eyes met, she quickly bowed her head and saluted, "Sixth Master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and had no intention of talking to her. He left the woman behind, intending to let Meng Hong deal with it himself. Unfortunately, Meng Hong had been in seclusion before, and now that he had obtained the true sun flame, she was afraid that he would not be in the mood for love in a short time. Just as he was about to leave, He hurried over. Guizian sent a message that his subordinates have found a primary magnet mountain. Primary magnet mountain? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He said, primary magnet divine stones are nurtured in the primary magnet mountain, which is a treasure used to condense metal attribute true sun flame. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Where is it located? He had just finished condensing earth attribute true sun flame, and the next thing he needed to condense was metal attribute true sun flame. At this time, Guizian's message was really like a pillow being sent when he was sleepy. He just didn't know if there were primary magnet divine stones above grade 7 in the primary magnet mountain. He handed Yang Kai a jade slip. Yang Kai took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that it was a map, and it was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Star City. He continued, our people are not the only ones who have discovered the primary magnet mountain. There are many others. According to Guizian, someone has already found primary magnet divine stones inside. What grade? Yang Kai asked. There are 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade. He seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and after she finished speaking, her red lips squirmed. Materials above grade 5 are very rare, and it is difficult to find even in the great cosmological realm. You'd better not have too much hope. Yang Kai was non-committal. I'll go take a look. Meng Hong is condensing fire attribute true sun flame. You stay behind and take care of him. I can't be bothered with his life or death. He curled her lips and turned to look at Chen Yu. I'll leave it to you. Chen Yu blinked, pointed at herself, and asked, Me? Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai and Yuhi. The 2 of them had long since disappeared. After leaving the mansion, Yang Kai soared into the sky, identified the direction a little, and then rushed off in a certain direction with Yuhi following closely behind. In a corner of the Star City, 2 figures stood quietly, staring in the direction Yang Kai and Yuhi had left. Of the 2, one was a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a python robe with a dignified expression, and the other was a fat man. The fat man was none other than Chen Tianfei of Crimson Star. As the Crimson Star's head, Chen Tianfei was also a figure above all in the Star City, but at this moment, he had fallen behind the middle-aged man. Is that the new head? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Yes, it's him, a boy named Yang Kai, Chen Tianfei replied respectfully. These past few days of recuperation had allowed his body to return to its original fat state. At this moment, his face was glowing red and his face was glowing. Observing his expression, Chen Tianfei carefully asked, What is the head's plan? This middle-aged man was the mysterious head of Crimson Star. When the Poison Lady and Gan Hong had died at the hands of Yang Kai, this person had not appeared, but now, for some reason, he had appeared. What do you want to do? The head asked indifferently. Chen Tianfei deliberated for a moment before saying, "After all, the Poison Lady and Gan Hong were killed by him. Previously, I had no choice but to admit his position as the head of the family, but this matter has already spread. If I don't give my subordinates an explanation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince them in the future." "You want to kill him?" the head said. Chen Tianfei said, "It's up to the head." The head said, "If it's really as you say, then this brat can kill the Poison Lady and Gan Hong in such a short period of time, then he is a rare talent. With Qi Xing's current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill him." Chen Tianfei was shocked. Even the head is not confident? This surprised him quite a bit. He had thought that the head would not let Yang Kai off so easily. If not, how could he and the remaining heads have compromised so easily? But now, listening to the head's words, it seemed that there was no way to deal with Yang Kai. Could it be that they really wanted him to take over the Poison Lady and Gan Hong's position? The head said indifferently, "To be able to kill the Poison Lady and Gan Hong under your joint efforts, this person is already invincible in the Emperor realm. In the Great Void realm, this king is not confident in taking him down." Chen Tianfei could not help but widen his eyes. Although Qi Xing was a loose organization, the head had a great background and was extremely insightful. Even he said that Yang Kai was invincible in the Emperor realm. Chapter 40:10. It was clear that Yang Kai was indeed quite capable to receive such a high evaluation from the head. Chen Tianfei pondered for a moment before saying, "Head means, wait and see." The head turned around and walked towards the seclusion grounds. "It won't be too late to deal with him after we leave the great cosmological abyss. It's just the Emperor realm." Chen Tianfei cupped his hands and sent him off. Head is wise. The Origin Magnet Mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from the Crimson Star Faction's base, which was beyond the Crimson Star Faction's range. Yang Kai and Yu He sped all the way and spent more than 2 hours to reach their destination. There was a continuous mountain range in front of them. It was unknown how long it was, but it wasn't too high. The mountain peaks were scattered randomly, and they could sense the aura of many cultivator activities in the mountain range. Before he could even get close, Kai Yang felt an extremely strange power lingering around his body. This power had a metallic feel to it, but it wasn't completely metallic. It was extremely strange, and this power was unpredictable. Sometimes it seemed to push and pull, and sometimes it seemed to revolve. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Is this the Origin Magnet Force?" Yu He nodded. "The Origin Magnet Force is unpredictable. If we can use the Origin Magnet Divine Stones to condense the metal element power, we might be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin Magnet Force." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was even more certain that he hadn't fully developed the power of the Immortal Tree and Golden Crow Primordial Fire. He was looking forward to the Origin Magnet Mountain. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. It was none other than Guizian. Obviously, he had received the news and specially came to welcome Yang Kai and Yu He. When he got close, Guizian cupped his hands. "Sixth head, seventh head." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "How's the situation?" Guizian said, "We've gained something, but it's not much. They're all Origin Magnet Divine Stones below grade 3. "Let me see." Yang Kai extended his hand. Guizian didn't say a word and handed a stone the size of a millstone to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked down and saw that this thing was pitch black. At first glance, it didn't look special, but upon closer inspection he could feel the rich metal element power contained within it. The Origin Magnet Force he had felt before was becoming more obvious and direct. Yang Kai nodded lightly and handed the Divine Essence magnetic stone back, lowering his head to look down below and seeing a group of people bustling about. "But we only have about 30 people. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need. Since the news has already spread, they can come if they want. If they don't want to come, it's useless to send a message." Guizian agreed. Many people already knew about the Origin Magnet Mountain. The other heads might have also received the news, but they still hadn't seen anyone. They didn't know if they didn't want to come or if they were already on their way. After flying with Guizian for a while, they landed on a mountain top. There were many people busy here. Yang Kai's 30 or so subordinates were all gathered here. There were many holes in the mountain, some deep and some shallow. From time to time, there would be clanking sounds coming from the holes. It was obvious that they were all working hard to find the origin magnet divine stones. Yang Kai turned to Guizian and asked, "How do you divide the benefits from the work you've done?" Guizian replied, "All the benefits are assessed together and then divided according to how much effort each person put in. But generally speaking, the head will take more than half." Yang Kai nodded. More than half was reasonable, but he obviously wasn't going to follow suit. Pass down the order. All origin magnet divine stones below the 5th grade can be kept. There is no need to hand them over. I only want 5th grade and above origin magnet divine stones. If anyone dares to hide them, kill them without mercy. Guizian's expression turned serious when he heard this. 6th head, are you serious? Although Yang Kai only wanted 5th grade and above magnetic divine stones, which sounded a bit like robbery at first glance, it had to be known that after searching here for so long, they had yet to find a single 5th grade divine stone. However, they had already found a few 3rd grade divine stones. In other words, Yang Kai was risking returning empty-handed. On the other hand, as long as the 30 people found 5th grade and below origin magnet divine stones, they could keep them for themselves. From another point of view, this was very beneficial to the 30 people. After all, if Yang Kai imitated what the poison matriarch did in the past, even if they really found 5th grade divine stones, they wouldn't have a share. Yang Kai said, "I told you to pass down the order, so do it. Don't talk nonsense." Guizian hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes." The order was quickly passed down, and the 30 or so people were all extremely excited. They worked even harder to search, and even Guizian went into a hole and disappeared without a trace. Yuhi turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "What do you want 5th grade divine stones for?" In this vast universe, only she knew that Yang Kai had condensed 7th grade divine stones, so she was a little puzzled at this moment. "If I want them, then I'll take them," Yang Kai casually replied. 5th grade divine stones were useless to him, but there would be a day when a lot of his friends and family in the star boundary would come out of this universe. When that time came, they would definitely need them. Yang Kai's own strength was very high, so he naturally didn't care about those low-grade divine stones. 5th grade divine stones were barely the threshold to enter his eyes. There was no harm in making plans for the future. What's more, even if he didn't use them, the value of 5th grade divine stones was still there. Turning his head to look at the mountain to the side, there was no one. Yang Kai flew to the mountain and raised his hand to release the earth dragon. His divine sense surged, and after communicating with it for a while, the earth dragon turned around and plunged into the ground, quickly drilling a large hole. The earth dragon was an exotic beast that lived underground. Digging a hole was a piece of cake for it. Rumbling noises came from the hole, and they soon went far away. The solid rocks could not withstand the corrosive power of the earth dragon's venom. Just this earth dragon alone was equivalent to the efficiency of hundreds of people. Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He ordered Yuhi to stay in place while he followed the earth dragon and drilled into the ground, releasing his divine sense to search. After a while, he had a harvest. A 3rd grade divine essence magnet stone was in his bag. With the earth dragon leading the way, Yang Kai easily penetrated 1,000 meters into the ground. No one had set foot in the great cosmological realm for thousands of years, so many rare treasures had been born here. The number of divine essence magnet stones in this divine essence magnet mountain was also quite large, and the deeper one went, the denser they became. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already found 5 or 6 pieces of divine essence magnet stone, but unfortunately, their quality was not very high. The highest was only 3rd grade, and there were even some 1st grade and 2nd grade ones. Not being picky, Yang Kai put them away into his space ring. Although these divine essence magnet stones were not of much use, they could still be sold for some heaven-opening pills. Now that he had run out of heaven-opening pills, and it was Yuhi who had paid for the herbs in the star market, Yang Kai felt a little apologetic. As the earth dragon continued to explore, Yuhi's divine sense suddenly rang in his ears. "Come out quickly, something's happened." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, and his figure suddenly came to a stop as he followed the Earth Dragon. His figure flickered as he pushed his space principles and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Yang Kai had arrived at the mountain peak from before. Looking down, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he saw that below, led by Yu He and Guizian, his subordinates had gathered, but at this moment, they were surrounded by another group of people. The number of people in this group was not small, at least 300 to 400, almost 10 times the number of people on his side. The auras of the leaders were even more powerful, so it was obvious at a glance that they were not pushovers. The two groups of people were facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Yang Kai could not help frowning. It seemed that some kind of conflict had occurred, but he had been following the Earth Dragon to search for divine essence magnet stones on another mountain peak before, so he did not know what was going on here. With a flicker, Yang Kai arrived beside Yu He and glanced at the other side's people before asking, "What's wrong?" Yu He smiled bitterly and flipped her hand, summoning a fist-sized divine essence magnet stone. However, although this divine essence magnet stone still had a pitch-black luster, there were some unpredictable colors flowing on its surface. A strange force lingered around this divine essence magnet stone, no different from the divine essence magnet Yang Kai had felt before. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "What grade is it?" He could tell at a glance that this divine essence magnet stone was different from the others. It was on a completely different level from the third-rank divine stones he had found before. Although this divine stone was much smaller, its quality was extremely high. "Fifth rank." Yu He replied, "My subordinate found this thing and shouted out in excitement, leading them here." Saying so, she turned her head and glanced at a thin man beside her. This fifth-rank divine stone was obviously found by this man. At this moment, the man's face was filled with guilt as he secretly blamed himself for being too careless. He was simply too excited at the time and could not control himself. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen a fifth-rank material. So it was because he was greedy. Yang Kai understood and reached out to take the fifth-rank divine stone, stuffing it directly into his space ring before patting the thin man on the shoulder and praising, "Well done, I'll remember your contribution." The man was startled when he heard this and looked up at Yang Kai, his face filled with excitement. He had thought that the sixth young master would scold him for acting rashly, but unexpectedly, not only was he not reprimanded, he was even praised. This new sixth young master seemed to be a little different. At this moment, one of the people on the other side stepped forward and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard." As he spoke, he gnashed his teeth, as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between him and Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyes and found that this person was somewhat familiar. Obviously, he had seen him somewhere before. After taking a closer look, he could not help grinning. "We meet again." This guy was none other than Bijian, whom Yang Kai had met a few months ago on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Chapter 40:11. Since Bijian was here, there was no need to think about the background of the people gathered here. They were definitely from the Thunderlight sect. A few months ago, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bijian had led the Thunderlight sect's group to collect a lot of dragon blood flowers. However, they were intimidated by the might of Yang Kai's Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon, so they had no choice but to leave behind all their gains and retreat. At that time, Bijian did not have many subordinates he could use. Dealing with a Scarlet Flood Dragon was already a difficult task, and with the addition of an Earth Dragon, he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Every time he thought about it over the past few months, he would be filled with hatred and secretly vowed to take revenge when he saw Yang Kai again. However, the great cosmological realm was not small, and he did not know where Yang Kai was, so there was naturally no way to take revenge. He did not expect to meet him in Origin Magnet Mountain today. Naturally, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After recognizing Yang Kai, Bijian sneered, "Brat, to think you would have such a day. I told you long ago to leave some leeway when doing things. I wanted to see you again in the future, but you insisted on killing me. Let's see if you die today." That day in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bijian admitted that his strength was inferior and had proposed to leave half of the dragon blood flowers behind, but Yang Kai did not agree. In the end, Bi Jian had no choice but to leave everything behind in order to escape unscathed. Now that he met Yang Kai in Origin Magnet Mountain, he naturally wanted to vent the hatred in his heart and repay the humiliation of that day. Yang Kai chuckled, "Whether I die or not depends on whether you have the ability." "You know him?" an elderly man beside Bi Jian asked. He could also see that there should be some grudges between Bi Jian and Yang Kai. Bi Jian sneered, "Brother Zhu, do you remember Crouching Dragon Mountain I told you about before?" Old man Zhu raised his eyebrows. "It's him." "It's him." Bi Jian gritted his teeth. At that time, he controlled two powerful exotic beasts, so this king had no choice but to temporarily avoid them. "I have been searching for him for the past few months, but unfortunately, I did not find him. I did not expect to meet him here." Old man Zhu nodded slightly. "Since that is the case, there is no need to be polite." Raising his eyes to look at Yang Kai, he said, "Little brat, I heard that you obtained a lot of dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obediently hand over those dragon blood flowers and the grade 5 divine stone you just obtained. Perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Dragon blood flowers to be, which heaven-opening heaven realm cultivator would not to covet them. Once one's strength reached the heaven-opening realm, besides slowly increasing one's grade, heaven-opening realm experts would focus on cultivating their physical body. The dragon blood flower was a treasure needed to cultivate one's physical body. If he could obtain those dragon blood flowers, Old Man Zhu was confident he could raise the quality of his physical body by several levels. At that time, even if his grade didn't increase, his strength would greatly increase. As for the 5th rank divine stone, he naturally couldn't let it go either. A 5th rank divine stone was worth at least 1,500,000 heaven-opening pills. "Master Zhu, Lord Yang is my Crimson Star's 6th manager. For you to be so aggressive, do you want to declare war on my Crimson Star?" Guizian took a step forward and said firmly. Bi Jian and the old man surnamed Zhu were both taken aback by these words. Old man Zhu sized up Guizian and suddenly asked, "You are from Crimson Star?" Whether it was Thunder Light Sect or Crimson Star, both had dominated Star City for hundreds or thousands of years and had many dealings with each other. As Crimson Star's great commander, Guizian was naturally not a nobody. Old man Zhu had seen him a few times before, but he had not paid much attention to him. Hearing him say this, Old man Zhu came to a realization. Guizian quickly said, "Yes." Bi Jian was even more stunned. "Isn't Crimson Star's 6th manager the Poison Matriarch? When did it become this boy?" Guizian said, "The Poison Matriarch has fallen. This is my Crimson Star's new 6th manager." Bi Jian and Old Man Zhu looked at each other in dismay when they heard this, unable to believe that the Poison Matriarch had actually died. That woman was a poison master, and even the two of them did not dare provoke her lightly. They did not know how the Poison Matriarch had died and who killed her. However, Guizian was a great commander of Crimson Star. Since he had said so, it was definitely not wrong. Bi Jian snorted and said, "Your Crimson Star is really getting worse and worse. You actually appointed someone from the Emperor Realm as your 6th manager? Is there no one else in Crimson Star that you can use?" Old Man Zhu also snorted, "So what if it is Crimson Star? It's not like my Thunderlight sect has never fought with your Crimson Star before. Who is afraid of who?" Guizian's face sank. "Are you two not going to give me face?" Old Man Zhu shouted angrily, "What face do you have? Enough nonsense. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over that thing." Bi Jian raised his hand and said calmly, "Guizian, I'll show you the way. Do you want to listen or not?" Guizian frowned and said, "Master Bi Jian, if you have something to say, just say it." Bi Jian grinned at Yang Kai and pointed at him, saying, "He's dead for sure today. No one can save him. If you don't want to die, surrender obediently and join my Thunderlight sect. You may live." Yang Kai only had 30 people around him, but Thunderlight sect had dispatched 300 people this time. With a 10-fold difference in numbers, it was almost a crushing situation in the great cosmological realm. Even if Yang Kai had the ability to reach the heavens, he could forget about escaping safely. However, it was not bad to admire his despair before killing him. Jian was not worried about the choice of Crimson Star and the others. If they surrendered, they would naturally follow their wishes. If they were stubborn, he would just kill them all. At the moment of life and death, there would always be someone who would make a wise choice. I will only count to 3. Those who do not come forward after 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. Jian raised his hand high and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. Dragging out his last word, he shouted, 1. With this shout, the 30 people behind Yang Kai suddenly became restless, all of them panicking and wearing ugly expressions. 2. Jian shouted again, and his raised fingers became 2. The 300 people of Thunderlight sect secretly urged their strength, as if they were ready to kill the enemy at any time. The silent pressure made most of Crimson Star's people pale. In just a short moment, there were people who could not bear the threat of death and quickly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, shouting, I surrender, don't kill me. With one person, 2 more followed, and in an instant, 7 or 8 people rushed out. Guizian's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed, a bunch of idiots, my Crimson Star and Thunderlight sect have been fighting for many years, and the blood feud between us is irreconcilable. Even if you surrender, what kind of good days will you have in the future? It is better to follow the 2 masters and open a bloody path. Even if you die here, don't bring shame to my Crimson Star's name. As soon as these words came out, the people who were still a little restless immediately extinguished their thoughts. What Guizian said was right. Crimson Star and Thunderlight sect had been fighting for many years, and the hatred between them was irreconcilable. At this time, even if they could keep their lives, they would suffer a fate worse than death in the future, so they might as well give it a try. However, not everyone thought so. After the 7 or 8 people left, nearly 10 people rushed to Thunderlight sect's side. Yang Kai did not have many people under his command, and now that nearly 20 people had run away, only a dozen or so people remained behind him, forming a sharp contrast with the hundreds of people from Thunderlight sect. Guizian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the defectors, wishing he could rush up and tear them to pieces, but now that he could not even protect himself, how could he spare the energy to kill these traitors? Jian laughed loudly and proudly declared, Crimson Star, you're nothing but trash. This king casually threatened you and you all turned into a mass of scattered sand. How could you accomplish anything? The people from Thunderlight sect also burst into laughter. Jian's expression suddenly became cold as he snorted, this king hates defectors the most, they have no sense of responsibility at all. What use is there in keeping such people? Cut them all down. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator who had rushed to Thunderlight sect's side changed greatly, but before they could beg for mercy, they were enveloped by an overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. Not even a scream could be heard as the dozen or so people died on the spot. The smell of blood soared into the sky as more than a dozen mutilated corpses were strewn across the mountain, the aftermath of the energy slowly spreading out. The dozen or so people standing behind Yang Kai watched in horror, secretly rejoicing that they had not rushed over just now, otherwise, the ones lying on the ground would have been their own corpses. But now, their lives were still in the hands of others, and facing an enemy dozens of times their number, their chances of survival were slim. Guizian glared at him and said, You went back on your word. Jian chuckled, So what if I did? Guizian ground his teeth. Although he hated those defectors and wished he could personally kill them to vent his anger, seeing them being killed by Thunderlight sect like this, he could not help feeling sad and angry. Secretly regretting it, if he had known this would happen, he would have sent a message to the other masters and asked them to bring more people over. Now that he only had a dozen or so people on his side, surrounded by hundreds of enemy forces, he was afraid that today would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Guizian approached Yang Kai and said in a low voice, 2 masters, when the battle starts, leave immediately. This humble one will be responsible for bringing up the rear. I only hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will avenge my brothers. Yang Kai turned to look at him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, When it comes to taking revenge, I have never liked to delay it. Guizian was stunned. 6th Master, Yang Kai smiled at him, You are very good. Regardless of the reason why Guiziyen hadn't defected, just based on the words he had just said and his promise to bring up the rear for Yang Kai would definitely ensure his safety. Previously, he only thought that Guiziyen was a taciturn person, but now he knew that his character was not bad. It seemed that Qi Xing had assigned him a very good commander. He pursed her lips and chuckled, "You have not seen our sixth master's ability. Today is a good opportunity to broaden your horizons." Guiziyen was confused and looked at the two masters in a daze. They were clearly surrounded by hundreds of people and their lives were hanging by a thread, but they were still able to talk and laugh like this, full of confidence. Although he did not know where their confidence came from, Guiziyen's heroic spirit was aroused and he quickly said, "Two masters, please give the order, even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, this humble one will go." Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk Bijian clapped his hands and chuckled, "What a good show of filial piety, truly touching." His face suddenly sank and he said in a cold voice, "But this is meaningless. Today you will all die here." Chapter 40:12. Who will die and who will live has yet to be determined. Don't boast so early. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly as he shook the Six Directions Rui pouch. With a boom, a colossal creature appeared. The crimson flood dragon's roar shook the heavens as a scorching aura lingered around its 30-meter-long body. The crimson scales that covered its body were incomparably sturdy. It raised its house-sized head and looked down at the world. Feeling the might of this vicious creature, everyone from Thunderlight sect turned pale with fright, especially those who had followed Bijian and fought with the Crimson Flood Dragon in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Their faces turned pale. Last time, they had quite a number of people and had fought a great battle with the Crimson Flood Dragon under Bijian's lead. However, in the end, they were all covered in dust and grime. If it weren't for Bijian's prompt decision to retreat quickly, many people would have died that day. Learning from their mistakes, how could they not be afraid when they saw the Crimson Flood Dragon again? "It's this damn thing again." Bijian's face darkened. He never would have thought that the Crimson Flood Dragon would actually follow by Yang Kai's side. He hadn't seen the Crimson Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon before and thought that the two mutated beasts had abandoned Yang Kai. Now, he knew that Yang Kai could summon them at will. Old Man Zhu's eyes lit up as he stared at the Six Directions Rui pouch in Yang Kai's hand and greedily said, "Good treasure." He could tell at a glance that this pouch was a space artifact that could hold living things. Otherwise, how could the Crimson Flood Dragon be summoned so easily? Yang Kai stared deeply at him and grinned. He waved his hand and said, "Kill them all." A dragon's roar shook the heavens as the Crimson Flood Dragon rushed out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It opened its huge mouth and spat out raging flames that attacked the people from Thunderlight sect. The flames that were scorching hot enough to burn all things instantly swept through the entire area. There were too many people from Thunderlight sect, more than 300 of them. There were people everywhere, so the Crimson Flood Dragon didn't need to choose anything to attack. It only needed to spit out flames. When the Crimson Flood Dragon moved, Thunderlight sect was shocked. Bijian sternly shouted, "Spread out, be careful of this beast." Even though his shout wasn't too late, there were still people who couldn't avoid it in time. The main reason was that the appearance of the Scarlet Flood Dragon was too sudden, and no one was prepared for it. The scorching flames instantly enveloped 7 or 8 people. Pain screams rang out, and those people turned into 7 or 8 balls of fire. This was not the end. While the Crimson Flood Dragon spat out fire, its enormous body coiled and coiled. With a rumbling sound, it instantly broke apart the Thunderlight's formation, separating several hundred people. A strong and powerful tail swept out, bringing with it a terrifying and irresistible force, sweeping towards the Thunderlight sect's members. Those who stood in its way died upon contact, or were injured upon contact. When the Scarlet Flood Dragon attacked, everyone from Thunderlight was flustered. However, after merely 3 breaths of time, there were attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth that flew towards the Scarlet Jiao. Having a large body had its disadvantages, and the attacks it received were also many. Those destructive attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing sparks to fly and scales to fall off. In an instant, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was riddled with wounds. the Scarlet Flood Dragon cried out in pain. Not only did the pain of being attacked not cause it to retreat, but it instead stimulated its vicious beast's brutality. Forcibly enduring the various attacks, it rushed in front of a group of Thunderlight Sect's disciples and spat out flames. Pain screams rang out again, and the dozen or so Thunderlight Sect's disciples in front all turned into balls of fire, rolling on the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Yang Kai also brazenly attacked. Under the urging of space principles, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became as viscous as a swamp, making it difficult for all the enemies here to move or circulate the energy in their bodies. With a raise of his hand, pitch-black moon blades cut through the void and shot out in all directions. Those who stood in his way were all cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere. The small mountain tops suddenly became like purgatory. Guizian was stunned, and so were the dozen or so people from Qixing. Only He seemed to have expected this, her eyes fixed on Yang Kai's movements, but there was also a strange light in her beautiful eyes. For Qixing and the other dozen or so people, what they saw today was really hard to believe. Although they had long heard from different sources that this new sixth manager had killed Poison Lady and gone hung by himself and taken the position of sixth manager, after all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. What's more, on that day Qixing and the other managers were suppressed by Yang Kai to the point of being unable to breathe. Therefore, except for a few people, no one knew just how terrifying Yang Kai was. Until now, Guizian had watched the cultivator belonging to Lei Guang fall like straw in front of Yang Kai. No one was able to block the dark crescent moon-like attack. Even if some people were able to stimulate their protective strength, they would still be easily broken through and die. Only now did Guizian realize just how terrifying this new sixth manager was. This crescent moon-like attack contained extremely mysterious power fluctuations that were unfathomable and definitely not something an ordinary person could comprehend. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 30 people had fallen at the hands of Yang Kai, all of them dying extremely miserable deaths. This kind of battle record was even more ferocious than Qi Jiao's. It turns out, this new sixth manager is so powerful. Guizian stared at this scene in a daze, the blood in his chest surging up, causing his mouth to go dry. Raising his hand, he summoned out a long stick-shaped artifact and rushed forward in quick steps. He grabbed him back and stared at him. "What are you doing?" "Helping," Guizian replied without hesitation. He sneered, "What can you do to help? If you really rush over, he will have to take care of you. Don't cause trouble and just obediently stay behind me." Saying so, she grabbed Guizian's collar and threw him back. Guizian was speechless, but thinking about it, he knew that the seventh manager was right. Although he was strong, this was the great cosmological boundary after all. He couldn't display the strength of a heaven-opening realm master, so in this chaotic situation, he really couldn't help much. If he really rushed over, he would only cause more trouble. Although he was unwilling, he could only endure. He chuckled, "If someone really needs to help, it should be me. It's not your turn yet, just watch quietly." In fact, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai could reach, but she knew that Yang Kai possessed the space principles and could always run away if he couldn't win, so she wasn't too worried about Yang Kai's safety. As the two spoke, nearly 30 people fell to the ground, either killed by scarlet flood dragons or cut down by moon blades. None of them were injured, all of them dying on the spot. Since the start of the battle, only a few dozen breaths had passed, yet more than 50 to 60 people from Thunderlight Sect had fallen. Even though Thunderlight Sect had a large number of people, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying consumption. Old Man Zhu's eyes widened in anger while Bijian's heart burned with anxiety. Neither of them had expected Yang Kai to be so fierce. They had thought that they could rely on their absolute advantage in numbers to defeat him, but who knew that they would be slaughtered like falling flowers? Was this still the Emperor realm? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them. One man and one scarlet flood dragon had actually caused Thunderlight Sect's several hundred people to panic. "What are you all afraid of? He's only one person, fight back, you idiots." Bi Jian shouted angrily. Old Man Zhu also began to shout. Under the organization of the two Thunderlight sects, people finally managed to stabilize the situation. Previously, they had been caught off guard by the Scarlet Flood Dragon's shocking appearance, and then they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, causing rivers of blood to flow. Thunderlight sect's people were truly frightened, but now that they heard Bi Jian and Old Man Zhu's shouts, they finally reacted. Their opponent was only one person, so no matter how strong he was, could 2 fists be a match for 4 hands? After paying the painful price of over 100 casualties, Thunderlight sect's people managed to stabilize the situation. The small teams quickly gathered together and worked together. Rumbling sounds rang out, and on the small mountain top, the yuan qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The violent energy caused the void to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. Countless attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing it to continuously roar in anger. Its huge body tumbled, its scales falling off, and its entire body was covered in blood. Not only was the Scarlet Flood Dragon besieged, but Yang Kai was also unable to dodge. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions. Yang Kai simply could not dodge. He also did not have any thoughts of dodging. His body shook, and when the Tao seal in his body blossomed with light, a thick and solid earth elemental power erupted. Around him, transparent rhombus-shaped shields enveloped him, leaving not the slightest gap. The rhombus-shaped shields were filled with the majesty of a giant dragon, and they were constantly rotating, changing unpredictably. Dragon Shield. When he absorbed the Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl in Crouching Dragon Mountain and condensed the Earth elemental power, he comprehended the secret technique from the Dragon Pearl. This technique should be the Earth Dragon's innate dragon technique, and it was hidden in the Dragon Pearl. If it were anyone else, even if they obtained the Dragon Pearl, they might not necessarily be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield's secret technique. At most, they would be able to condense the Earth elemental power. However, Yang Kai had blood flowing in his body, which came from the same source as the Earth Dragon, so it was natural that he would be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield's secret technique. This was the first time Yang Kai used this technique against an enemy. He didn't know what kind of effect it would have, so he secretly activated his space principles, preparing to exile himself at any moment. An instant after the Dragon Shield's secret technique was used, there was a series of rumbling sounds as a barrage of attacks enveloped Yang Kai. In an instant, there was a brilliant flash of light, and Yang Kai's figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Bi Jian sinisterly laughed. "Let's see if you can still survive this time." His heart was filled with joy. Yang Kai's previous performance had been too shocking. He had never seen such a savage person from the Emperor realm before. If such a person was allowed to mature, who in this world could be his opponent? At that time, the first person he would kill would probably be Bi Jian. However, no matter how talented a genius was, they still needed time and space to grow. If they died midway, it wouldn't be a big deal. With over 100 attacks landing on his body, Bi Jian didn't believe that Yang Kai would be able to survive. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would have to avoid such an attack, let alone Yang Kai from the Emperor realm. Sixth Mistress. Guizian cried out in alarm. Yuhi's expression was extremely gloomy. Although she forced herself to remain calm, her tightly clenched fists revealed the nervousness in her heart. Chapter 40:13. How could he not be nervous? There were too many people from Thunderlight sect, so the number of attacks they sent out was just as great. The power of the secret techniques and artifacts they sent out was something no one could face head-on. Yang Kai's figure was completely submerged. The aftermath gradually subsided, and under everyone's watchful eyes, a heroic figure stood in place, completely unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Bi Jian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets while Old Man Zhu cried out in alarm, "Impossible!" Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief as she clutched her towering chest. Just now, she had been so nervous that her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. The people from Thunderlight sect who attacked were also dumbfounded. They all thought that Yang Kai would die without a doubt under such an attack, but who knew that not only was he not dead, there wasn't even the slightest injury on his body. How did he do it? Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. The dragon shield technique really lived up to his expectations and was incomparably sturdy. Although it couldn't block all the attacks, the effect was beyond his expectations. After all, this was the Earth Dragon's natal secret technique, and it was stimulated by the Earth attribute condensed from the dragon bead, so it was truly extraordinary. Of the hundreds of attacks, at least half were blocked before the dragon shield around him shattered. The moment the dragon shield shattered, Yang Kai immediately banished himself into the void to avoid the remaining attacks. If not for this, how could he have remained unscathed? The chaotic power and dazzling light concealed his movements, causing everyone to mistakenly think that this was all the work of the dragon shield. Even he thought so. Many people from Thunderlight sect showed looks of despair. If the dragon shield secret technique was so powerful, who could have hurt Yang Kai? Bijian's eyelids twitched violently as he ground his teeth so hard they almost shattered. Looking up, he happened to meet Yang Kai's playful eyes. Instinctively, his heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme danger enveloped his body. Without even thinking about it, Bijian hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai shouted as he raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear, thrusting it forward bravely. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear swept through the air, stirring up a rain of blood. Anyone who blocked the spear's path was killed on the spot. Along the way, more than a dozen Thunderlight sect disciples could not dodge in time and exploded into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was infinitely shortened. The black dragon's spear rapidly enlarged in Bijian's vision, wrapped in the aura of death. Bijian was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill from head to toe. He shouted, "Brother Zhu, save me!" At the same time, the long sword in his hand danced, turning into a sky full of sword light that enveloped Yang Kai. At this critical moment of life and death, Bijian also erupted with his full strength. As the long sword in his hand danced, he raised his hand and summoned out a flag-like artifact. This artifact exploded in the air and turned into a white light that enveloped him. This flag-like artifact was a one-time consumable defensive artifact, and its value was definitely not cheap. Old Man Zhu heard Bijian's shout and turned his head to see Yang Kai stabbing with his spear, forcing Bijian to continuously retreat. Old Man Zhu couldn't help but shout, "Impudent Junior!" As he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's back. As the fist flew out, the wind and clouds surged, and the huge fist shadow struck Kai Yang's back. Yang Kai was suddenly struck and staggered, but he didn't stop moving forward. Under the force of his attack, Bijian's sword light was shattered. The black dragon spear continued forward without slowing down, directly piercing the white light covering Bijian's body. The all-encompassing black dragon spear was actually unable to break through this lustrous white barrier. That layer of barrier looked incomparably weak, but it was extremely resilient. After being struck by the black dragon spear, it fiercely caved in, but at the critical moment, it blocked this killing blow. Bijian's eyes were filled with fear as he broke out in a cold sweat. At this critical moment of life and death, the ferocious nature hidden deep in his heart was aroused. Instead of retreating, he thrust his sword towards Yang Kai's eyes, the tip of his sword pulsing with sword light. Obviously, it contained a great deal of killing power. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Break!" The Dao seal in Yang Kai's body released a brilliant light and a violent fire attribute energy poured into the black dragon spear. The originally simple and unadorned black dragon spear instantly became incomparably red, like a piece of burning iron. With a loud bang, the white light covering Bijian suddenly broke apart and the black dragon spear pierced into his shoulder. At the same time, Bijian's sword slashed across Yang Kai's brow. Golden dragon blood splashed out and Yang Kai's vision instantly blurred. Bijian staggered backwards, his face filled with resentment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's spear exploding with power, causing his movements to deviate slightly, this sword strike wouldn't have just injured Yang Kai's brow, it would have directly pierced his eyes. However, such an opportunity couldn't be missed and it would be difficult to obtain another one. In this momentary confrontation, both of them were injured and the scene could only be described as tragic. Not giving Kai Yang a chance to catch his breath, the old man surnamed Zhu had already charged in from behind. Who knows when, but the old man had raised 2 axes in his hands. Brandishing them, he chopped down towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai turned around and thrust his spear towards the axes, causing an irresistible force to erupt. Old Man Zhu's eyes bulged as his axes flew out of his hands and he couldn't stop himself from retreating. Old Man Zhu was shocked. This young man is so strong. Old Man Zhu had a 4th-order heaven-opening cultivation, so he was able to retreat unscathed from Yang Kai's attack, but the Thunder Light sect members who followed him weren't so lucky. The Azure Dragon's spear thrust out again and again, no matter what Emperor Realm Master they were, or what kind of power they condensed, the spear swept through and killed more than a dozen people on the spot. Hong Long Long. Another round of attacks flew towards Yang Kai from all directions, but this time, before the attacks could reach him, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. All of the attacks hit nothing but air. Teleporting, Yang Kai appeared in front of Bi Jian and, under Bi Jian's horrified gaze, thrust his spear straight at him. Bi Jian's face was ashen. Just now, he had been able to block Yang Kai's spear completely by relying on the power of his artifact. How could he use it now? Hastily, Bi Jian madly pushed his strength to resist. But as soon as he did, he immediately discovered an abnormality in his body. He didn't know when it had started, but a violent heat had appeared in his body, one that seemed capable of burning everything in the world. This heat flowed through his meridians and into his physique, wantonly incinerating everything. In that instant, Bi Jian realized that there was something strange about the spear that Yang Kai had used to injure him. But what was the use of figuring it out now? The heat that was enough to make his blood boil swept through his entire body, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength with all his heart. With a flash of the spear, the Azure Dragon spear pierced through Bi Jian's head, entering from the forehead and coming out from the back of his head. Bi Jian's eyes instantly widened as his body froze on the spot. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he, a 4th-grade heaven splitter, would die at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but he was powerless to reverse the situation, leaving only deep regret. If you can still reincarnate, remember to open your eyes and see clearly who you can provoke and who you can't. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. With a shake of the Azure Dragon spear in his hand, Bi Jian's head immediately exploded. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before crashing to the ground. Bi Jian's master had been killed, died at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. All the Thunder Light sect disciples who saw this scene were horrified. They were all stunned on the spot, not daring to act rashly. They had all seen Yang Kai's madness when he killed people just now, so how could they dare to make any moves at this time? In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely silent. 300 meters away, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's 90-meter-long body moved back and forth, roaring incessantly as it tangled with another group of Thunder Light sect disciples. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon was a great Void Realm fierce beast with extraordinary strength and had killed many people in the battle, it was still a strange beast after all. At this moment, it was already showing signs of decline. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and countless pieces of its scarlet scales had fallen off. The most terrifying wound was that it had almost been cut in half at the waist. It was surrounded by hundreds of people at all times. Attacks after attacks were continuously thrown at it, constantly wearing down its strength. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was in danger. It roared incessantly. Yang Kai looked up and snorted coldly. In a flash, he stood on top of the Scarlet Flood Dragon's head that was as large as a house. Using the Black Dragon's spear to his side, his hands rapidly formed seals. As the seals changed, a mysterious force lingered around Yang Kai's body. A low chant slowly came out, flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. When the palm came down, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's thoughts paused for a moment. Even Yu He and the others who were watching from afar were a little confused at this moment. By the time they came back to their senses, that palm had already come crashing down. Yang Kai's palm was aimed at the densest part of the crowd. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle like seal enveloped nearly 20 people. Under the erosion of the principles of time, Those 20 people's hair instantly turned white and fell off. Their flesh and blood dried up, and their vitality declined. The scarlet flood dragon took advantage of the situation and swept out with its divine dragon tail. More than 20 people who didn't understand what was going on exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Seeing this scene, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he howled in grief in his heart. One man and one flood dragon, how could they be so fierce? Thunderlight Sect's 300 people were killed without any strength to fight back. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed it. Undefeatable, undefeatable. Thunderlight Sect had come aggressively this time, but not only had they lost over 100 people, even a master like Bijian had died on the spot. It could be said that their losses were extremely heavy. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Zhu turned to look at Yu He and the others who had been watching the battle not far away. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." They couldn't beat Yang Kai and that beast, but could they not do anything to Qi Xing and the others? As long as they could take down these people, Thunderlight Sect wouldn't lose too badly this time. At that time, they would be able to negotiate terms with Yang Kai. At the very least, the remaining people would be able to escape unscathed. With a single order, several dozen people gathered around Old Man Zhu. With Old Man Zhu in the lead, they rushed towards Yu He and the others. Qi Xing's dozen people were still immersed in the shock of what they had seen today, unable to recover for a long time. All of them had thought that they would definitely die today, but who would have thought that the sixth young master would be so powerful?